Reborn as the infamous Bellatrix Lestrange's only son, Cain Lestrange was marked from birth with the stigma of being a second-generation black sheep. We hail from a mire, brimming with ambition. Yearning for power, we are formidable and composed, elegant and self-restrained, never regretting, for we are Slytherins. Chapter 1. Cain Lestrange. Excruciating. The harrowing moans of a man and woman echoed, interspersed with fits of maniacal laughter. Upon hearing the commotion, the infant Cain Lestrange merely turned over with calm indifference, choosing to continue his feeding. It was simply a matter of habit. After all, he had a mother whose behavior was erratic, a father of considerable physical prowess, and these eccentric parents were fanatically devoted to the noseless Dark Lord. From the moment of his birth, Cain was destined to become a pawn in the future of the noseless Dark Lord. In response to this fate, our young Cain expressed that the world was far too perilous for love. Indeed, he was not originally from this world, that in his previous life, he was Lin Ning, a recent university graduate preparing to embark on a career, only to meet a tragic end on his first day of work in a series of car accidents. At that moment, Lin Ning had barely managed to extend his right middle finger skyward as a sign of defiance before his game ended, and he was reborn. In this life, he became the son of Bellatrix and Rodolphus Lestrange, a character who was never meant to exist within the pages of Harry Potter. Little did Cain know that upon his arrival, destiny had taken note. The renowned seer Sybill Trelawney, a descendant of the famous diviner Cassandra Trelawney, foresaw the threads of fate, prophesying, "A child of the stars descends, the planet of Mars looms overhead. The established trajectory of destiny has shifted, and a turning point for the wizarding world has arrived. He is the variable, the path ahead is shrouded in fog, and he shall guide us. His journey is destined to be fraught with thorns and blood, will it be one of continuation or annihilation." Sybill Trelawney, with her head tilted back and eyes wide, uttered the prophecy in a hushed roar. Yet before she could finish, the overwhelming burden of gazing into the depths of fate caused her to faint at tea that moment. She was in the headmaster's office, discussing the rise in brandy prices with Dumbledore, subtly suggesting an increase in employee benefits. The sudden prophecy startled even the venerable Dumbledore, who had weathered many storms, that he rose to his feet, gently stroking the phoenix fox, pondering, "Fox, fate has made its choice. Where shall the wizarding world head now?" Dumbledore committed Sybill's prophecy to memory, mobilizing the forces of the Order of the Phoenix to discreetly investigate the child of destiny foretold. Soon, it became known that a boy born at the end of July would vanquish the Dark Lord. Unfortunately, the prophecy was leaked, and the Dark Lord chose Harry Potter as his nemesis. Tonight, the great Lord shall venture to Godric's Hollow to eliminate that wretched child, Harry Potter. Ha ha! After tonight, the entire wizarding community of Britain will kneel at the feet of our Lord, and you, the scum who resist him, shall be crushed. Bellatrix spoke with fervor, punctuating her words with several more agonizing blows to the unfortunate couple lying on the ground. Cain pondered in bewilderment what kind of enchantment the noseless Dark Lord had cast upon her to render her so utterly devoted. Tonight, your great lord shall be vanquished by an infant swaddled in blankets. How surprising, how unexpected. Cain silently scoffed. In the midst of his contemplation, Bellatrix, having finished tormenting the unfortunate couple, burst into Cain's nursery, ready to unleash her madness. "You're not like him. He is so handsome, so noble. Why don't you resemble him? Why doesn't he ever come to see you?" Bellatrix's gaze was fixed upon Cain's cradle, her expression contorted as she pointed her wand at him. The tip of her wand glowed ominously green, casting a sinister light upon Cain's innocent face. "Bellatrix, what are you doing? Don't forget, he is." Rodolphus hurriedly attempted to restrain Bellatrix's manic behavior. "The Lord has summoned us. Forget about this child." Rodolphus felt the dark mark burning on his arm and swiftly pulled Bellatrix away, using apparition. Cain's tense body relaxed with relief. Such erratic behavior from Bellatrix was not a first in the dead of night. Cain often observed her standing beside his cradle, murmuring softly, sometimes tenderly, sometimes frantically, as though she were gazing through him at another shadow. Cain truly questioned whether he was even Bellatrix's biological child. Even a tiger does not eat its young. Was it merely because he bore no resemblance to Rodolphus that he faced such cruelty? He had never witnessed Bellatrix display any particular infatuation with Rodolphus. Moreover, he himself was undeniably adorable. Perhaps Bellatrix's taste had been warped by the noseless Dark Lord. And do not ask how he knew. He was a charming little lad. The house elf Dodo frequently exclaimed in awe at his youthful beauty. Fortunately, after tonight, the Lestrange couple would be captured and taken to Azkaban. All Cain hoped was that Harry Potter, the prophesied savior, would prove effective and not let the arrival of this little butterfly alter the Dark Lord's fate. Midnight, Lestrange Manor. Beware the Lestrange family's dark artifacts. My heavens, There lies a man and a woman. It is the Longbottoms. The cacophony of voices emerged from within, and Cain surmised that the visitors were the so-called Aurors of this world. From their shocked exclamations, he learned that the couple previously tormented was none other than the future parents of Gryffindor's Swordmaster, Frank Longbottom and Alice Longbottom. This meant that he and Neville Longbottom had been reluctantly entangled in a web of fate. What a grave sin! There's a child here too. A burst of light illuminated from the tip of a wand as a young Auror clad in robes cautiously entered. Dodo won't let you harm the young master. You are the bad guys. The bad guys. Dodo appeared before the wizards, trembling yet resolute in shielding Cain's cradle. Cain felt a swell of gratitude. He had not expected this little elf to be so loyal. If he could survive this night, he would reward Dodo handsomely, perhaps even appointing him as a great steward. But he needed to devise a means of self-preservation. However, limited by his infantile form, he could only resort to the tactics of a baby, gambling on the Auror's compassion. While Cain let out a loud wail. "Step aside, little elf," the young Auror said brusquely, pushing Dodo aside. Ox, don't be so rough, he's just a child. A female Auror with cascading brown waves intervened, cradling Cain and cooing gently. "Greg, I assure you, I only meant that this child must be swiftly handled by the Ministry of Magic due to his Lestrange lineage." Ox continued to justify himself. Greg shot Ox an exasperated glance. "I know this little darling must be turned over to the ministry, but he is still a child. Can't you be a bit gentler?" Ox scratched his head, chuckling at Greg's reprimand. Well, Cain realized there was mutual affection in the air. It seemed he had unwittingly become a pawn in their play. Regardless, judging by the Auror's demeanor, the Ministry of Magic did not intend to resort to extreme measures, which was a relief he need not fear for his life. With the danger averted, Cain's infantile instincts took precedence, and he succumbed to sleep, enveloped in warmth, harboring a sense of uncertainty for the future. "Cain, my poor child, may you grow up alongside Draco." Cain's slumbering consciousness stirred slightly, catching the sorrowful voice of Aunt Narcissa. Since his birth, Cain had only encountered Aunt Narcissa a few times. Yet, each occasion was marked by her gentle embrace and playful antics that brought joy to his heart. The prospect of being adopted by Narcissa filled Cain with immense willingness. However, he remained oblivious to the substantial sum of galleons his aunt had likely expended to satiate the greedy officials of the Ministry of Magic in exchange for guardianship. Chapter 2. Malfoy Manor. In Wiltshire, England, stands an opulent estate, surrounded by meticulously designed gardens adorned with fountains and where white peacocks roam freely. The exquisite wrought iron gates evoke a sense of passing through a veil of mist for those who enter. The grand foyer features portraits gracing the walls, while the stone floor is nearly entirely covered by lavish carpets. Within the manor, luxurious decorations abound, and even the mirrors are gilded. This is the residence of the Malfoy family, one of the 28 pure blood families of England. Narcissa gently waved to the two children, Cain and Draco. The boys, of similar age, came running from the neatly trimmed lawn. One, darkly handsome with hair as black as the night and equally rare black eyes, possessed an extraordinary poise as he walked. The other, more youthful, with platinum hair and delicate features, closely followed the taller boy. "Aunt, mother," they chorused in unison, addressing the blonde woman before them. Narcissa felt a swell of pride as she beheld her children, thinking to herself, "Indeed, they are my pride and joy. Cain, Draco, in just a few months you will turn 11 and transition into young gentlemen. It is essential that you begin to cultivate your social circles. Lucius and I intend to invite officials from the Ministry of Magic, pure blood families, and notable figures from the wizarding world to Malfoy Manor for a Christmas gala. As heirs of the Lestrange and Malfoy families, you must take on the responsibility of hosting the young gentlemen and ladies present. Most importantly, do not forget to befriend them," she advised, gently brushing her fingers across the foreheads of the two handsome boys. "Aunt, do not worry. Draco and I will take excellent care of our guests." Cain replied with a polite smile. "Mother, Blaise, Pansy, and Theodore are all admirers of my cousin. You need not fret," Draco proclaimed proudly, puffing out his chest like a peacock displaying its feathers. "Oh, so it is only they who are your cousin's admirers? Have you forgotten someone?" Narcissa teased lightly, taking a sip of her red tea. Draco's pale complexion flushed with embarrassment, reluctant to admit that he quietly admired Cain as well, retorting, "Cain is my brother. How could he be compared to them? Undoubtedly, our young master Cain, with the wisdom gleaned from living 20 more years than they in a previous life, gradually captivated this circle of noble children with his vast reservoir of knowledge, becoming their undisputed elder brother." Cain and Narcissa exchanged a knowing smile, opting not to shatter Draco's delicate pride, allowing the proud child a semblance of dignity. On Christmas Eve, at Malfoy Manor, Cain donned a custom black uniform embroidered with the Raven family crest, his youthful elegance accentuated by the candlelight. Beside him, Draco's platinum hair was slicked back, and he wore a suitably tailored white suit, standing confidently next to Cain. Together, they strolled leisurely alongside Lucius to greet the eminent figures of the British wizarding community. "Oh, Lucius, these two must be Draco and Cain. Haven't they grown into remarkable young men?" Cornelius Fudge, with his beer belly and a politician smile, feigned warmth in his greetings. "Minister, you flatter me," Lucius responded casually. Draco and Cain exchanged a glance before stepping forward to engage in polite conversation, focusing on mutual flattery. As the dialogue progressed, Cain's smile became increasingly strained, compelled to uphold the decorum of nobility while inwardly lamenting the absurdity of the situation. Yet, there was little choice. To navigate the aristocratic circles, one had to indulge in the art of social pleasantries. Adhering to the principle of, if you cannot defeat them, join them, Cain, alongside Draco, cheerfully embraced their roles as the shining socialites of the gathering. "Cain, Draco, we have waited for you for so long," you finally concluded. Miss Pansy Parkinson, with her blunt bangs, playfully chided as she approached and linked arms with both. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Cain nodded at his younger companions and casually lifted a cup of warm beverage from the table, momentarily quelling the protests of his hunger. During their idle chatter, the group of young lords and ladies inevitably broached the topic of next year's enrollment, rife with a blend of excitement and apprehension. "We're definitely all going to be Slytherins," Pansy remarked, her brow furrowed at the thought of sharing a space with the rude and uncouth Gryffindors. Theodore not shot Pansy a glance, accustomed to her bold declarations. Blaise Zabini and Draco nodded in agreement, while Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe, whose singular pursuit in life was food, remained silent. Observing their reactions, Cain gently swirled his cup, reflecting on how these young aristocrats had formed cliques and resorted to personal attacks, explaining their isolation from the other three houses. Gryffindor, undoubtedly, was Slytherin's arch-nemesis. Hufflepuff, the largest house, suffered the most from Slytherin's bullying, often regarded in private as inept and worthless. Ravenclaw maintained a relatively amicable relationship with Slytherin, as some of its members hailed from pure-blood families. Coupled with the historical baggage left by the noseless Dark Lord, Slytherin stood alone, isolated by its own making. For Cain, who was well acquainted with the conclusion of the Harry Potter saga, Slytherin teetered on the brink of a precipice, precariously vulnerable. Gazing at the companions he had grown up with, Cain could scarcely fathom their fates after the ultimate confrontation. A surge of emotions welled within him, solidifying his resolve to ensure their survival. He understood that Slytherin's essence lay in the pursuit of self-interest and allegiance to the powerful. Thus, he vowed to become the strongest among them, to vanquish the noseless Dark Lord, and to lead them forward. Pansy, Dumbledore, is also a Gryffindor, yet he stands as the foremost figure in the magical realm. When your power is lacking, it is wise to temper your discontent. Self-preservation is your only recourse, Cain stated, setting down his cup with a somber tone. Theodore's expression shifted, his gaze towards Cain illuminated with newfound understanding. Blaise and Draco exchanged glances, lowering their heads in contemplation. Gregory and Vincent took a moment to pause before resuming their culinary endeavors. "I recognize my mistake." Pansy, too, was aware of her misstep, stammering and avoiding Cain's gaze. "Well, the savior Harry Potter will be entering school with us this year. Let us ponder which house he may join." Cain, wishing to lighten the mood, shifted the conversation to a topic of widespread curiosity. Need even be said, Harry Potter will undoubtedly be sorted into Slytherin. The esteemed camaraderie of Slytherin will aid him in achieving great feats. Draco appeared to possess an innate radar for Potter, becoming animated at the mere mention of his name. Cain observed their fervent discussion, choosing to remain silent with a smile, yet his expression was noted by Theodore, who had been attentively watching him. Theodore not quietly approached Cain and whispered, "Do you not think it likely that Harry Potter will be sorted into Slytherin?" Cain, well aware of Theodore's perceptive nature, was not surprised by the inquiry. He simply replied, "We shall see," before moving to the round table to gather some food, leaving Theodore in contemplative silence. Chapter 3, Diagon Alley. One fine morning, Cain lay in a deep slumber upon his soft bed. A brown owl circled above Malfoy Manor for a moment, before deftly locating Cain's position and gliding downwards. The sound of tapping on the window disrupted Cain's peaceful rest. Naughty Dora, allowing the owl to disturb the young master. A house elf, wrapped in an old tea cozy, appeared, lamenting as it bumped its head against the wall. "Stop, Dora." Cain intervened to prevent the house elf's self-inflicted harm, for despite having witnessed this behavior numerous times, he still could not comprehend the rationale behind it. Turning his gaze to the owl outside the window, Cain's lingering drowsiness vanished. The acceptance letter from Hogwarts had arrived. Leaping from his bed, Cain swiftly opened the window, offering a handful of nuts as a reward for the owl's diligent service, and eagerly retrieved the envelope. Wiltshire, Malfoy Manor, second floor left room. To Mr. Cain Lestrange. With trembling hands filled with excitement, Cain hurriedly flipped the envelope over. There he found a wax seal adorned with a crest, a capital H encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. Opening the envelope, he extracted the letter and scanned its contents. Cain was instructed to prepare clothing, textbooks, first-year literature, a cauldron, a telescope, and, most importantly, a wand suited to his abilities. Cain, Draco's excited voice rang out. His cheeks flushed with joy as he approached, holding a letter of his own. Indeed, Draco had also received his acceptance from Hogwarts. Mother knows we have received our acceptance letters from Hogwarts and will soon take us to Diagon Alley with Father. It was typical of Draco, the mama's boy, to share such news with his mother first, Cain thought with a smirk, while simultaneously brimming with anticipation for their excursion to Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley was as bustling as ever, filled with wizards clad in an array of robes, interspersed with a few in muggle attire. As the school season commenced, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Ollivander's wand shop, and Flourish and Blots became bustling hubs of activity. Draco and Cain, in a bid to save time, accompanied Lucius to procure textbooks, cauldrons, and other necessities, instructing the two of them to first visit Madame Malkin's and then proceed together to Ollivander's. Observing the throngs of people, Narcissa felt compelled to make arrangements. Welcome, welcome. Upon entering the robe shop, a plump lady with a warm smile greeted them. Ah, children, you must be new students. This way, please. Allow Madame Malkin to take your measurements. Without waiting for a response, she produced her measuring tape. Poor Cain found himself subjected to an exhaustive measurement session, his spirit waning. Casting a glance at the suppressed laughter of Draco, he shot him an expression that said, "You're next," and swiftly extricated himself from Madame Malkin's clutches. At that moment, a slender child clad in an oversized checkered shirt appeared at the shop's entrance, his green eyes timidly peering inside. Harry Potter. Ding! The iconic scene check-in system has been activated. This system is dedicated to marking the famous moments of the Harry Potter universe, with each moment recorded. The host may randomly acquire talent points or skill values. Hang in there, young man. This world needs you. Fly courageously, and your beloved ones will always accompany you. A sudden voice echoed in Cain's mind, the system's mischievous tone causing him to momentarily freeze. The long-awaited golden finger of a time traveler had finally arrived. The iconic scene check-in system. Just say you were the gossip-eating system. You simply wish to observe from the front lines. Cain mused inwardly, seeing through its intentions. How can you think of me like that, dear host? This system. Stop. Do not intrude upon my thoughts. First, explain your purpose. Cain coldly interrupted the system's prattle. Indeed, host. By checking in on iconic scenes, the talent points gained can be allocated at your discretion to enhance your innate potential. The skill points obtained may randomly yield exclusive skills from a master of magic. The system secretly reveled in its own superiority, thinking, "Are you intimidated now, foolish host?" Ignoring the system's boastfulness, Cain felt a chill run down his spine at the realization of its formidable capabilities. Thus, by frequently bringing the system to witness these iconic moments, to check in on them, he would gain a greater chance of defeating the noseless Dark Lord in the future. The first iconic moment from the original narrative occurred right in Madame Malkin's, where Draco and Harry had their initial encounter, marking the inception of their fateful journey. Many in the original world pondered whether the outcome would have differed had Draco and Harry forged a friendship at their first meeting. Contemplating this, Cain resolved to take the initiative. "Hello, I am Cain Lestrange. Are you also a new student at Hogwarts?" Cain approached Harry, initiating a conversation. "Yes, I am Harry Potter. It's a pleasure to meet you." Harry visibly relaxed, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Draco's shrill exclamation. "Harry Potter, is it truly you? I've always wondered when I would get to meet you." Draco's face flushed with excitement. "This is my cousin Draco. You know, he's quite renowned. Draco has read your book countless times since childhood." Cain mercilessly exposed Draco's secrets. "Hello, everyone," Harry said shyly. Cain, with a gentlemanly demeanor, extended his hand. "May we be friends?" "Of course, it's a pleasure to meet you," Harry replied without hesitation, clasping Cain's hand. Draco, mimicking nearby, took Harry's hand as well. However, Cain observed that Draco was so elated he seemed on the verge of bursting, and anyone unaware might think Draco had fallen head over heels for Harry, laughing inwardly. Wait a minute, this is Britain. Anything is possible. We should be cautious. The Malfoy family has had only one heir for 3 generations, and Draco is their sole scion. Cain certainly did not wish to see Aunt Narcissa saddened. Harry, Draco, and I will go select wands now. We'll see you at school, Cain said, leading Draco to join the Malfoy couple and head to the wand shop. As in the original story, Draco's wand was made of hawthorn wood, with a unicorn feather core. When it was Cain's turn, he incessantly tried one wand after another. Mr. Ollivander, seeing the boxes piling up towards the ceiling, felt the weight of his family's millennial-old reputation at stake. Ah, here is a wand crafted by my grandfather's grandfather, made from Easter cherry wood. It is surely suited for you. Let me recall where I placed it, he said. Upon noticing the deep black of Cain's pupils, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he ventured into the depths of his shop to rummage. He found it. Ollivander retrieved a dust-covered box, dusted it off, and carefully opened it to reveal a red wand. Cain's gaze was instantly captivated, and a voice within him whispered that this was the one. As he took the wand from Ollivander's hand, warmth surged through his fingertips, and a phantom red phoenix erupted from the tip, soaring and singing. Measuring 13.5 inches, crafted from cherry wood, with a phoenix feather core, a wondrous combination. Only a wizard with a heart of a king could earn its favor. Remember, young man, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. You are destined for greatness, Ollivander stated, gazing at Cain with his pale, colorless eyes. Chapter 4. The Commencement of the Magical Journey. System, display my personal panel, Cain called out as he returned to his bedroom. Ding. Host identity, Cain Lestrange. Level, not yet initiated into elementary magic. Life goal, to become the foremost figure in the wizarding world. Cain, let me express my gratitude. Talent, Dark Magic 9. Maximum value 10. A place awaits you in Azkaban. Spellcasting nuit, instant mastery. Alchemy 8. The next Nicholas Flamel could be you. Transfiguration 6. Diligence is the sole path to surpassing genius. Potion making 5. Consider further studies at New Oriental. Herbology 3. Unable to distinguish between chives and garlic sprouts. Magical Creatures 1. Recommendation. Consider giving up. Friendly reminder. The system updates daily at dawn, and the host may also opt for early settlement. Settlement, Cain declared without hesitation. Ding. You facilitated the friendship between Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy, and randomly acquired 1 point of free talent value, which the host may allocate at their discretion. Cain pondered for a moment and concluded that Transfiguration could be deftly applied in combat, serving both to deliver damage and to evade harm. He resolved to allocate his point to Transfiguration. Ding. Transfiguration level 7, excellent. The following day, Aunt Narcissa, before the commencement of the school term, expressed her desire to temporarily reside at the Lestrange Manor. Cain intended to practice spells during this time, and having a private space would be far more convenient. Cain, I know you are a determined child. Since you have made your decision, let Dora accompany you back. Notifuses. I'm not at ease without Dora looking after you. Narcissa enveloped Cain in an embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Brother, I will come to visit you often. You will allow it, won't you? Draco said, his face downcast, yet his gaze hopeful as he looked at Cain. Since Draco had come to see himself as a big boy, he had not called Cain brother except when seeking cover for his misdeeds, making this moment all the more poignant. Always welcome, Cain replied, ruffling Draco's hair, a wave of warmth swelling in his heart. The two had grown up together, and this was their first separation. In the days leading up to the school term, Cain diligently studied all the spells from the first and second years, gaining a deeper understanding of his own talents. The Lestrange family had a rich heritage in dark magic, and books on the subject filled an entire room. Though Cain possessed a high aptitude for dark magic, self-study without guidance was unwise. He was already contemplating the potential of extracting knowledge from the Quidditch version of the Dark Lord after the school term began, for in terms of dark magic, aside from Gellert Grindelwald, none in the magical realm could surpass him. Clutching the ticket for Platform 9 and 3-4, Cain navigated through the bustling throngs of muggles. This time, he opted for the most traditional method to embark on his magical journey. After lingering between Platforms 9 and 10 for a moment, he pinpointed the location of Platform 9 and 3-4 and prepared to enter. An excited voice called out behind him. Cain turned to see Harry, pushing a large pile of luggage, atop which sat a snowy owl in a cage, hurrying towards him. I was just wondering where Platform 9 and 3-4 was when I spotted you. Harry exclaimed, visibly relieved. Do you see the wall in front of us? I'll demonstrate first, then you can follow me. Just close your eyes and run forward. Trust me, Cain encouraged, noticing Harry's hesitance. Taking a deep breath, Cain sprinted a few steps and dashed forward with his eyes closed. The hum of conversation and the clattering of heavy luggage surged towards Cain. And as he opened his eyes, a deep crimson steam engine came into view, its sign reading Hogwarts Express 5972. He swiftly dodged aside to avoid a collision with the incoming Harry, leaving Hedwig as the sole casualty, her wings flapping in disarray. "Let's go, Harry," Cain beckoned, casting a levitation charm on their luggage as they confidently boarded the Hogwarts Express. In a secluded compartment near the rear of the train, two individuals settled their luggage and sighed in relief as they faced each other. "Cain, could you enlighten me about the magical world? Having lived among muggles, will I be able to keep up once school begins? I hope I won't be expelled." Harry's voice was laced with apprehension. Cain glanced at the young boy, who, despite bearing the title of the Chosen One, had endured a childhood of abuse and continued to experience loss. In a gentle tone, he reassured Harry. Most children from magical families do not formally learn magic before the age of 11 due to their unstable magical abilities. Harry cast a quick, doubtful glance at Cain, his mind still vividly recalling how his belongings had inexplicably floated moments earlier. Pretending not to notice Harry's skepticism, Cain proceeded to discuss the current state of the magical community. He aimed to prepare Harry with some foreknowledge, sharing insights about Slytherin's reputation and its relationships with the other three houses. Cain hoped Harry would adopt an objective perspective, cultivating his own opinions rather than being swept along by the so-called hero's journey, which could come at a significant cost. "So you're destined for Slytherin, then?" Harry remarked, keenly aware of the implications of Cain's narrative. Cain met Harry's sincere green gaze and nodded. "Just as you, with your innocent heart, are not meant for Slytherin." Harry opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by Cain, who reassured him, "I believe that regardless of which house you join, we will remain friends." In the face of sincerity, societal norms and prejudices are rendered insignificant. Harry nodded earnestly, silently vowing to treasure his first friend in a magical realm. Having endured mistreatment from his aunt and uncle, he was acutely sensitive to kindness and recognized Cain's genuine friendship, independent of his status as the Chosen One. "Is this seat taken?" The compartments in front are all full," inquired a freckled redhead. Cain and Harry shook their heads, inviting the boy to join them. The redhead scrutinized the pair and, driven by an instinct akin to that of a small animal, chose to sit beside Harry. "I'm Ron Weasley," he introduced himself, somewhat awkwardly. "Harry Potter, and this is Cain Lestrange," Harry replied promptly. "What? You really are Harry Potter? How could you be with a little Death Eater?" Ron exclaimed, raising his voice in surprise. Before Cain could respond, Harry, having recently learned about the Death Eater concept, interjected calmly, "Weasley, please apologize to my friend. He is our age. How could he possibly be a Death Eater?" "Oh, I'm sorry," Ron stammered, his face flushing red. "It's all right. I don't blame you, considering my parents." Cain feigned sadness, easily leading the two to believe they had touched upon a sensitive topic, prompting them to offer comfort. Chapter 5. Continuation of the Hogwarts Express. As the three engaged in conversation, the atmosphere grew lively, with Ron revealing his loquacious nature, chattering incessantly. Before long, a series of resounding crackling sounds echoed through the corridor, and Cain immediately surmised that the vendor of sunflower seeds, beverages, and mineral water had arrived. As anticipated, a woman with a charming smile pushed open the door to their booth and inquired if the three would like to purchase any snacks. Young Master Harry rushed forward to raid the vendor's cart with an air of grandeur, evidently well supplied. Ron's ears flushed crimson as he muttered while producing a paper box containing several sandwiches. "She always forgets that I dislike corned beef." Cain, perceiving Ron's embarrassment, feigned envy. "Did your mother prepare these? I truly envy you. They look delectable." Harry, who shared a similar maternal absence, nodded in empathy. Their gestures successfully alleviated Ron's awkwardness, prompting him to generously share the corned beef sandwiches. In return, Harry offered Ron some snacks, and Cain naturally followed suit, indulging in the feast. After satisfying their appetites, their spirits began to swell. Ron rummaged through his suitcase and retrieved a tattered wand. Missing its core, cleared his throat, and prepared to demonstrate how to transform Scabbers the rat into a shade of yellow. "Oh, are you about to perform magic? Let's witness it." A girl with thick brown hair and prominent front teeth exclaimed arrogantly as she entered abruptly, accompanied by a somewhat timid round-faced boy with black hair. Without waiting for a response, she strode in, casting a scrutinizing gaze at Ron that encouraged him to begin. Ron, visibly flustered, glanced at Cain and Harry, seemingly regaining courage. However, as fate would have it, Ron recited the incantation, waved his wand, and Scabbers lay undisturbed, resulting in utter silence. It was evident that Ron had been deceived by George Weasley. "Are you certain that was an actual spell?" The girl with the prominent teeth bombarded them with her own experiences of encountering magic and learning spells. After her monologue, she recollected herself and introduced, "I am Hermione Granger." "Who might you be?" Hermione single-handedly commanded the attention of the four young men for 3 minutes. The round-faced boy gazed at her in disbelief. Following a round of introductory pleasantries, the group began to familiarize themselves with one another. Cain covertly scrutinized the timid Neville with a tinge of sympathy. As the sole heir of the Longbottom family, he should have enjoyed a blissful childhood. However, the misdeeds of the Lestrange couple left him little better off than an orphan. At the core of their shared misfortunes, Harry's, Neville's, and his own, lay the dark presence of the Dark Lord, further solidifying Cain's resolve to vanquish him. "Are you truly Harry Potter? I have read so many books that mention you." Hermione abruptly interrupted Cain's musings, directing her attention back to Harry. Harry, visibly overwhelmed, struggled to respond, a wave of dizziness washing over him. After a lengthy pause, Hermione finally acknowledged her purpose. "By the way, have you seen a toad?" Upon receiving negative responses, Neville behind her appeared noticeably disheartened. "Do not fret. Upon our disembarkation, a house elf will attend to our luggage and pets, ensuring nothing goes amiss," Cain reassured. Hermione cast a glance at Cain before departing with a contented Neville. "How rude of her, isn't it?" Ron muttered in frustration. Cain shot Ron a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, "Hold your ground, lad. May you never be proven wrong in the future." As they neared Hogwarts, the trio prepared to don their school robes when the compartment doors swung open once more. "Cain, Harry, I searched through numerous carriages to locate you. You ought to accompany me to Malfoy's exclusive compartment," Draco declared, striding in with his 2 henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle, in tow. The mere mention of the Malfoy name struck Ron's funny bone, prompting him to stifle a laugh with a cough. "You find that amusing, do you? No need to inquire about your identity. My father informed me that the Weasley family is characterized by red hair, freckled faces, and an abundance of children they cannot afford," Draco said, his tone dripping with arrogance. Ron's face flushed with anger as he stood up. Harry quickly glanced at Cain, his expression betraying his inner conflict. "Ron, you ought not to mock Draco's surname. An apology is in order." In light of the escalating dispute, Cain unhesitatingly sided with his cousin. "I apologize," Ron managed to say, his face still crimson under the watchful eyes of Cain and Harry. "Draco, you should not insult a wizard's family," Cain interjected, hoping to mediate a resolution for Harry's sake. Reluctantly, Draco was unwilling to concede to a Weasley, but upon hearing Ron's apology, his anger began to dissipate. He muttered a subdued apology in return. Consequently, the two reached a reluctant truce. Cain instructed Draco and his entourage to change into their school robes and promised to meet them shortly. "Draco, still feeling aggrieved?" Cain remarked as he entered the Malfoy compartment, observing Draco's lingering ire. "Do you wish to befriend Harry Potter, a true friend?" Cain continued, gently leading him on. "Previously, you were too well sheltered by Lucius, leaving you with a skewed perception of Slytherin's position. The wizarding community in Britain harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the Dark Lord, and as followers of his, Slytherin cannot escape the repercussions, especially since he has been vanquished by Harry Potter. As the savior, Dumbledore would never allow Harry to choose Slytherin. The Weasleys, being aligned with Dumbledore's faction, are the ideal companions for Harry in Dumbledore's eyes. To gain Harry Potter's friendship, a measure of concession is essential, even if it is merely a facade." Given Draco's sheltered upbringing, Cain felt compelled to dissect this reasoning for him. "Slytherin prioritizes self-interest," Cain stated, his demeanor unyielding as he revealed his ace. After Cain concluded his discourse, Draco appeared contemplative, inundated with a plethora of information, his mind nearly overwhelmed. "Perhaps I should grant Draco some time to process," Cain mused, gesturing to Theodore, who had been a silent observer throughout, indicating that he should change his attire without further ado. "First-year students, here, each boat may not exceed 4 individuals," Hagrid shouted loudly, pointing to a small boat on the dark lake. Cain, accompanied by Draco, boarded a nearby vessel, followed closely by Harry and Ron. As they rowed across the serene waters, the towering Hogwarts castle came into view. Cain remained silent, his heart brimming with excitement. "Hogwarts, here I come." Chapter 6, The Sorting Ceremony. The velvet black ceiling sparkled with countless stars, and thousands of candles floated in midair, illuminating the hall with a brilliant glow. Cain surveyed the surroundings, where 4 long tables were filled with students from various grades, each with goblets and gleaming gold plates before them. They were whispering cautiously, discussing the first-year students who were about to be sorted. Silence. Professor McGonagall, clad in green robes, endured the tattered old song of the sorting hat, clearing her throat as she glanced at the parchment list to begin the sorting. Hannah Abbott. The hat proclaimed without hesitation. Hufflepuff. Draco Malfoy. The platinum-haired boy stepped forward with small, measured strides, and as the hat barely touched his hair, it bellowed, Slytherin. Just as expected, Draco. He disdainfully set aside the sorting hat, casting a glance at Cain that said, I'll be waiting, as he walked toward the Slytherin table. Cain Lestrange. At long last, it was Cain's turn. He took a deep breath, burying the memories of his past life deep within his consciousness, and calmly approached to don the sorting hat. Quite difficult. It is evident that you possess great wisdom. You're not lacking in courage either. You yearn to achieve great things. Child, you embody the qualities sought by all four houses. The sorting hat pondered over which house to place Cain in. As the hat remained silent for an extended period, murmurs began to ripple among the students at the four long tables, and the attention of the faculty was inevitably drawn to Cain. Slytherin, I wish to join Slytherin. Cain declared firmly. Have you made your decision, child? The sorting hat inquired once more. Slytherin is my sole choice. Very well then, as you wish. Slytherin. Thunderous applause erupted from the green table as Cain gracefully took his seat beside Draco. The moment Harry Potter was sorted into Gryffindor, the hall erupted into a frenzy. Save for Slytherin. The Weasley twins, George and Fred, even leaped to their feet, shouting, We got Potter! We got Potter! Harry, seated at the Gryffindor table, turned a glance in Cain's direction, his green eyes revealing a hint of regret. Cain sensed Harry's emotions and offered him a reassuring smile. Upon looking up, he encountered a pair of contemplative blue eyes, Dumbledore's. Cain paused momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement. Beside him, Draco wore a sulky expression, still perturbed that Harry Potter had not been sorted into Slytherin, incessantly murmuring to Pansy. Only Theodore Nott, who kept his attention solely on Cain, noticed the exchange between Cain and Dumbledore. Once everyone had filled their bellies and the gaps were stuffed with pudding, Dumbledore rose again, and the hall fell silent. He announced several important points, emphasizing at the end, those who wish to avoid unforeseen accidents and a painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor to the right on the 4th floor. Goodness, this is nothing short of the wizarding world's version of entrapment. It is well known that the Lions of Gryffindor have a penchant for flouting rules, and Dumbledore, being a Gryffindor himself, is certainly aware of this. Cain understood in his heart that the grand game of savior cultivation had commenced. After the feast, Gemma Farley, the female prefect of Slytherin, led her fellow snakes toward the common room, emphasizing as they walked, Here, you shall abide by the rules. I do not wish for anyone to lose points. Especially you newcomers, please stow away those curious and ignorant gazes, and always remember that you are Slytherin. One must say, true to Slytherin, they have honor ingrained in their very bones. The common room retained a mysterious Gothic style, predominantly adorned in green, with enormous arched windows that exuded a chilling aura. Occasionally, one could glimpse a colossal octopus and an unsightly mermaid through the panes. The room was furnished with intricately carved chairs and coffee tables, while several books lay sprawled open on the sofa nearby. A roaring fire in the fireplace added a touch of warmth to the atmosphere. Gather your spirits, little snakes. Next comes our unique Slytherin tradition. Elect your head. The 7th-year president, Ike Burst, clapped his hands, rousing the first years who had begun to doze off. Remember, Slytherin values strength above all. Those who wish to contest for the position of first-year head may step forward. As Ike Burst's words hung in the air, the upperclassmen retreated, clearing space for the new students. Draco, Theodore, and others uniformly cast their gazes upon Cain, opting to forfeit. The remaining first years observed silently, gauging the situation. As the first-year head's designation seemed imminent, the upperclassmen's expressions subtly shifted, their eyes discreetly scrutinizing Cain with an air of evaluation. I challenge you, declared a girl with long black hair, cascading around her shoulders. Her piercing gaze fixed on Cain as she pointed her wand at him. Without hesitation, Cain parted the throng surrounding him and stepped forward. Cain Lestrange, he introduced himself, placing his wand before his chest and executing a dueling bow. Odette Rosier, the girl responded in kind, her eyes defiantly locked onto Cain. Immobulus, Rosier raised her hand, casting the spell. Expelliarmus. Cain sidestepped, deftly evading the attack, and with a flick of his wrist, sent a red beam that knocked Rosier's wand from her grasp. She stumbled slightly, her beautiful face marred by shock. She had not anticipated being so easily defeated by Cain after just one exchange. It was worth noting that her spellcasting prowess had been meticulously honed by her family, far beyond that of a mere first-year student. Cain picked up Rosier's wand, offered a courteous bow, and returned it to her. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? Without a doubt, if not for the absence of alternatives, Lestrange would have been the head of the first year. Burstead surveyed the assembly of first-year students, and upon finding no challengers, promptly declared Cain as the head of the first year. With the leadership established, the weary first-year students, guided by their prefect, made their way to the dormitory. Unsurprisingly, Cain and Draco were assigned to the same room, a consequence of their shared familial ties to a board member. After a brief routine of washing up, Draco succumbed to fatigue, clutching his plush Australian protein dragon and drifting into a deep slumber. System, initiate settlement. Cain reclined on his bed, summoning the system. Ding. You have checked in on the Hogwarts Express for the historic encounter with the trio of Gryffindor and have randomly received the beginner's alchemical notes by Nicklemore. Please collect your reward. The unexpected prize jolted Cain awake, dispelling his drowsiness. After all, Nicklemore was the foremost master of alchemy in the wizarding world, and his notes were indeed invaluable. Chapter 7. Transfiguration Class. The following day, as Cain and Draco stepped out of their dormitory, they encountered Odette Rocher. Were you waiting for us? Draco inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. No, I was merely waiting for Cain. Although Odette responded to Draco. Her gaze remained fixed on Cain, much to Draco's chagrin. And you should join us. Cain subtly interjected, signaling Draco to refrain from further childish arguments, and urged Rocher to follow. With a swift turn, Odette positioned herself at Cain's right side, unwaveringly staring at Draco on her left. I believe you will require a map. You may not be aware, but Hogwarts possesses a staggering 142 staircases. Due to Ravenclaw's design, the steps can shift or vanish at any moment. I trust you wouldn't want to lose points on your very first class, little snake, Gemma fairly remarked, having quietly observed the trio's interaction before putting down her book and smiling at Cain. Cain, recognizing her subtle approach, graciously accepted her goodwill. Thank you, senior. The Slytherin scoreboard shall undoubtedly be adorned with emeralds. Pleased by Cain's demeanor, Gemma nodded and departed. Cain glanced around, noticing that the first-year Slytherins had gathered. Ignoring the scrutinizing gazes within the common room, he led the group toward the Transfiguration classroom. Gemma, have you truly confirmed that Cain Lestrange is worthy of investment? A muscular Slytherin boy with short brown hair directly inquired. Beside him sat several upperclassmen, all prominent leaders within Slytherin, awaiting Gemma's response. I believe that provided your eyesight is intact, Jastral, you would easily discern it. Cain Lestrange, supported by the heirs of the Malfoy and not families, is a force we cannot afford to underestimate, Gemma replied, disregarding Jastral's displeased countenance. Perhaps we could extend an invitation to Cain Lestrange to join the Slytherin Brotherhood. Cassandra Shafiq, the sixth-grade prefect with flowing golden locks and a voluptuous figure, idly toyed with the crimson polish adorning her slender fingers as she made a suggestion. He must endure a trial, Shafiq. Should he prove exceptional, I shall personally extend an invitation for him to join the Slytherin Brotherhood. Eckburst declared with finality. Unbeknownst to Cain, who now found himself in a predicament, a troublesome Peeves, the notorious poltergeist of Hogwarts, hurled chalk pieces at the path trodden by the young snakes. The chalk shards arced through the air, eliciting shrieks of terror from the first-year students. Cain swiftly erected barriers to shield himself from the onslaught of chalk. Peeves, be gone. Why should I leave, when I haven't had my fill of fun yet? Peeves cackled boastfully. We just spotted the Bloody Baron nearby. We are Slytherin students, and if you don't depart at once, I shall summon him forth. Cain found himself at a loss against Peeves' antics. A gentleman avenges himself, not in haste. Thus, he resorted to the threat of the Bloody Baron. Baron, Peeves shrieked, vanishing in an instant. With a mix of trepidation and thrill, they arrived unscathed at the Transfiguration classroom. Cain chose a seat near the podium, flanked by Draco and Odette. Unable to resist the allure of the tabby cat, with its bespectacled fur pattern perched upon the desk, Cain stretched out his hand, eager to stroke the feline. I shall pet you, he declared, attempting to boldly caress the cat. The creature, exhibiting remarkable sentience, shot Cain a disapproving glance and deftly evaded his grasp. Can you imagine how vexed Professor McGonagall would be if she learned of our tardiness? Ron and Harry, the two unfortunate Gryffindors, appeared at the classroom door just then. At that moment, the cat sprang down, and Professor McGonagall, draped in her emerald robes, materialized, leaving the Gryffindors in shock. Perhaps transforming you and Mr. Potter into pocket watches would instill a sense of punctuality, Professor McGonagall remarked, casting a glance at Cain as she addressed the tardy Gryffindors. She then proceeded to demonstrate the classic transformation of a podium into a pig, garnering gasps of awe from the newcomers before reiterating the importance of classroom decorum. Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous spell in your Hogwarts curriculum. Any mischief or inattentiveness will result in expulsion from my classroom, with no chance of re-entry. The room fell silent, all captivated by her words and attentively listening. After recording a plethora of tedious theories, Professor McGonagall distributed a few matches to each student. Accio. Cain waved his wand. Under the spell's influence, the matches began to morph slowly. One end sharpened into a fine point, beginning to shimmer with a silvery metallic sheen. Just as success seemed imminent, a puff of black smoke erupted, mocking Cain silently. Concentrate, Mr. Lestrange. You must have faith in your magical prowess, Professor McGonagall advised, her gaze fixed upon Cain. Reflecting on her words, he realized that his thoughts were shackled by past experiences, as transforming a match into a needle seemed, from a physical standpoint, utterly impossible. In the realm of magic, where the boundaries of science dissolve, the mere thought can manifest reality. It is merely a transformation from one substance to another. Cain envisioned the form, characteristics, and essence of a needle in his mind, and once again uttered the incantation. Aculus. A silvery needle materialized before him, intricately engraved with a hissing serpent. An excellent transfiguration, Mr. Lestrange. 5 points to Slytherin. Professor McGonagall, her expression one of admiration, lifted Cain's needle for the class to behold. The Slytherin students gazed in awe at Cain's talent for transfiguration, pride radiating from them. The Gryffindor lions, unwilling to be outdone, began to practice fervently, with Miss Granger being the most zealous among them. How did you accomplish that? Hermione inquired directly of Cain. Miss Granger, I believe one should exhibit courtesy when seeking knowledge from others. Cain had yet to respond when Odette cast a disapproving glance at Hermione. Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson, yet her thirst for knowledge compelled her to suppress her embarrassment and inquire once more, I apologize, Cain. Please tell me how you did it. Observing the exchange between the two young women, Cain couldn't help but reflect on a natural order of things. Considering Hermione's future potential as a sage, he was inclined to foster a good rapport with her. Miss Granger, I think you, like I once was, are constrained by conventional thinking. Noticing that Odette and her companions were also listening, Cain decided to delve deeper into the subject, encouraging them all to attempt the transformation. By the end of class, Granger, Odette, and Theodore had successfully transfigured matches into needles, while the others had managed varying degrees of transformation. Professor McGonagall observed Cain's selfless actions with great appreciation. If Cain's system could register favor, it would undoubtedly be at a level of 111 at that moment. Those who had not succeeded in their transformations would be required to complete a paper no less than 5 pages on parchment, due next week. Cain, please come to my office this evening, Professor McGonagall instructed as she departed. Chapter 8, A Letter. On the second floor, en route to Professor McGonagall's office, Cain rounded a corner and encountered Professor Quirrell, enveloped in a purple scarf that exuded a pungent aroma of garlic. Cain feigned a casual greeting to Quirrell. Mr. Lestrange, oh, what a polite child you are. He stammered, I will be your professor for defense against the dark arts. Should you encounter any difficulties in this class, you may come to my office on the second floor. Quirrell concluded his hesitant speech with a somewhat sycophantic smile. Cain's instincts raised alarm bells. Something was amiss. It was merely a chance encounter, and Quirrell had yet to teach him, yet he recognized Cain at a glance in the corridor. Cain had reasonable suspicions that this was the Dark Lord's directive. Being a first year alongside Harry Potter, some matters were more suitably handled than Quirrell's involvement, such as surveillance. The Dark Lord required an accomplice. But what of it? He was eager to seek an opportunity to connect with the Dark Lord and learn dark magic. A ready-made excuse had now presented itself. Cain feigned emotion. Professor Quirrell, you are truly a professor of integrity. I shall diligently study the course on defense against the dark arts. My master, he is merely a first-year student, of no assistance to your grand endeavors. Why extend goodwill towards him? Quirrell returned to his office, loosening his scarf to reveal his bald crown. Fool, are you questioning my decisions? A hoarse voice emanated from the back of Quirrell's head, revealing a blurred visage. I dare not. My master, Quirrell stammered, trembling as he knelt. Do as I say. The hoarse voice fell silent, still weak and in need of conserving strength. Professor McGonagall. Cain knocked on the door of Professor McGonagall's office. Mr. Lestrange, take a seat. Professor McGonagall was grading assignments. Upon seeing Cain, she waved her hand, and a beautifully adorned tray appeared, laden with exquisite pastries. First, let us satisfy our appetites. The tray soared towards Cain, and he reached out to take some delicacies to quell his hunger. After a moment, Professor McGonagall paused her grading, picked up a notebook from her desk, and handed it to Cain. This is my personal notes from my transfiguration classes during my school years. I believe you'll find it useful. I'll lend it to you as a reward for your selfless sharing in class. Well, look who we have here. It's Professor McGonagall's prize student. What an honor it is to encounter him. ISNT it. Fred? Fred Weasley, upon noticing Cain, exaggeratedly bowed. casually draping an arm over Cain's shoulder. See what he is holding? Has Professor McGonagall assigned special homework to her beloved student? George Weasley, not to be outdone, wrapped his arm around Cain's other shoulder. Cain looked helplessly at the mischievous Weasley twins and explained, "This is Professor McGonagall's transfiguration notes that she lent to me." Oh, the Slytherin serpent inherits the legacy of the Gryffindor lion. Hogwarts is doomed. The Weasley twins chorused in unison. Cain felt a headache forming, but was powerless against the Weasley twins' antics. As he watched them, an idea sparked in his mind regarding the alchemy notes he had received. "I have a proposal. Would you be interested in discussing alchemy?" Did he just ask if we're interested in discussing alchemy, George? Of course, we are interested, Fred. The Weasley twins exchanged glances and began their playful banter. "Then I shall notify you. I believe we need a place where we won't be disturbed." Cain had already envisioned a perfect venue for their alchemical experiments. "Your wish is our command, Prince of Slytherin." The Weasley twins exaggeratedly bowed once more. The following day, Cain was quietly enjoying breakfast when a flurry of owls swooped in, competing to land at the table. He quickly covered his milk to prevent any unknown flying objects from contaminating it. One brownish owl with a long tail grasped a letter and flew towards Cain, bearing the Lestrange family crest. "A letter from the Lestranges? Mother mentioned that you were the last remaining Lestrange." Draco observed the envelope in Cain's hand, his expression tinged with curiosity. Cain pressed his lips together, harboring similar doubts. Perhaps it was not the Lestrange of England. O'Davy glanced at Cain and tentatively spoke. Her reminder prompted Cain to recall the history of the Lestrange family. Lestrange is an ancient pure-blood wizarding lineage that originated in France, with their family tomb located in the Père Lachaise cemetery in Paris. Over time, a branch of Lestrange migrated to England, which is the very family Cain belongs to now. Cain opened the envelope, revealing elegant, ornate letters. It read, "Cain Lestrange, you are invited to meet the Lestrange family in Paris during the summer vacation of your first year. Auguste Lestrange." The letter contained only this simple statement, with no further elaboration. A sense of suspicion enveloped Cain as he turned his gaze toward O'Davy. "I believe we require a private space," she said gracefully, rising and heading towards the exit of the hall. What could this mean? In a secluded place, Cain scrutinized O'Davy. The direct heir of the French Lestrange, Lal Lestrange, had died on the eve of enrollment, with the cause of death still a mystery. His mother, unable to accept her son's demise, suspected every family member and refused to allow anyone to usurp her son's position. You may not be aware, but she hails from the prestigious Castel family in France. Her sister is the wife of the current Minister of Magic, granting her significant influence within her family. The Lestrange family ultimately reached a compromise with her, agreeing to invite all existing underage males from the Lestrange lineage to compete for the title of heir, including this branch from England. O'Davy regarded Cain with a complex expression. "So, the question arises, how do you know all this so well?" Cain keenly sensed something amiss. O'Davy lowered her head, pondering for a moment. Lal Lestrange was the fiancé designated for me by the family. Cain was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this was the reason O'Davy Rocher had come to England. From the perspective of Mrs. Lestrange, he would undoubtedly be the least suspicious of harming her son. Thus, it seemed that Mrs. Lestrange would be most inclined to support Cain. "What do you wish to obtain from me?" Cain's deep gaze flickered with shadows. "I, along with Mrs. Lestrange, will support your claim to the family heirship. The only stipulation is to uncover the cause of Lyle Lestrange's death." O'Davy's cold demeanor hinted at a latent ferocity. How many underage males remain in the Lestrange family? Cain pondered for a moment before continuing to inquire. "Aside from you, there are two others, one in the third year and another in the fourth." Therefore, Cain sensed her uncertainty in the unfinished sentence. The significant age gap could not be easily bridged. The family's trials would inevitably test one's strength. It appeared that he needed to accelerate his study plan. The Lestranges would not merely offer verbal support. Those who possess resources yet fail to utilize them are foolish. If not now, then when? Before departing, the lady instructed that she would provide any resources you may require. Thus, may our collaboration be fruitful. Cain extended his right hand, sealing the pact with Audra. Though Cain possessed ample resources of his own, this presented a splendid opportunity to deepen their connection. He understood that this matter would not unfold as simply as it appeared. But what of it? The greater the tempest, the more valuable the catch. Chapter 9. The Room of Requirement as dawn's gentle light broke. Cain lay motionless upon his soft bed. The Slytherin common room, nestled underground, offered an exceptionally tranquil environment, greatly enhancing the quality of his slumber. The warmth of the blankets led one to suspect they were imbued with powerful enchantments, lulling one into a state of blissful repose. After rubbing his face against the comfort of the covers a few times, Cain, aided by his well-honed biological clock and resolute willpower, struggled to rise and attend to his morning routine. While Hogwarts remained enveloped in slumber, Cain planned to seek out the Room of Requirement, aspiring to establish a secret haven for his studies in alchemy. Quietly donning his clothes, he ensured not to disturb Draco, who was still lost in sweet dreams. Relying on his memory, Cain ascended to the 8th floor, meticulously searching for the tapestry depicting the foolish Barnaby training gnomes to dance ballet. Suddenly, a gaunt, gray-furred cat obstructed Cain's path, Mrs. Norris. She was the watchful guardian of Filch's domain, often patrolling the corridors alone. If she detected any rule-breaking students, Filch would arrive at the scene within 3 minutes. Cain bent down, attempting to lure Mrs. Norris away with a morsel of fish. But he soon recalled his almost non-existent affinity for magical creatures. Mrs. Norris remained unimpressed, eyes fixated on Cain, her fur bristling. "Move aside. This is not the time for class," Cain said, growing somewhat impatient. With a plaintive meow, Mrs. Norris turned and scampered away. Perseverance rewarded him. After an extensive search, Cain finally spotted the tapestry of the foolish Barnaby. Taking a deep breath to clear his mind, he paced back and forth between the tapestry and a human-sized vase, murmuring, "I require a place to practice alchemy. I require a place to practice alchemy." Suddenly, a door materialized before him. Success! Cain rejoiced and swiftly pushed the door open. Inside, he found an array of intricate apparatus and basic alchemical materials, perfect for a novice like him. Aware that his studies would only intensify over time, Cain resolved to create an alchemical item for ease of communication based on the knowledge recorded in his alchemical notes. After 2 hours of initial conception and experimentation, Cain, satisfied, made his way to the Great Hall for breakfast. "Cain, over here," Draco called, having spotted him. "I didn't see you at all this morning. Where have you been?" "Just a little something," Cain replied vaguely. Draco, adept at maintaining social distance, refrained from pressing further and instead produced a package. "This is a small cake my mother made for you. All your favorites. Moreover, my mother penned a letter expressing her longing for you. I believe it is time for you to write her correspondence." Draco, the messenger, is ever reliable. I also find myself missing Aunt Narcissa, and it is indeed appropriate to send her a letter detailing my recent experiences at school. The warmth of being thought of enveloped Cain's heart, prompting an involuntary smile to grace his lips. The typically brooding and handsome youth rarely exhibited such a radiant smile, which in turn softened the inherent severity of his demeanor. The morning light illuminated Cain's finely sculpted features, leaving the group of Slytherins across from him momentarily spellbound. Even Pansy Parkinson's silver spoon slipped from her grasp, clattering against the table as she succumbed to her reverie. Beside her, Odette remarked with a darkening gaze, "Wipe your drool, Parkinson." Pansy instinctively licked her lips, only to be seized by embarrassment, her cheeks flushing crimson. "What does it matter to you? Cain and I are childhood friends. And of course, so is Draco." Pansy lifted her chin defiantly, but suddenly realized her oversight, hastily emphasizing Draco's name. Cain raised an eyebrow, choosing to disregard the exchange among the young girls as he lowered his gaze to continue his breakfast. "What does that smell? Goodness, I think I might be sick." Pansy muttered, her brow furrowed, covering her mouth and nose. They were due to attend defense against the dark arts class that morning. Upon entering the classroom, a pungent aroma of garlic assaulted them, nauseatingly potent, akin to a biological weapon. Cain had anticipated this and had already mastered the bubblehead charm in advance. The group of Slytherins gazed at Cain in silent admiration, their eyes brimming with hope. What did Cain do? Naturally, he embraced the role of a benevolent leader and bestowed the charm upon each one of them. The Slytherins breathed in the fresh air, which, in stark contrast to the Gryffindors' plight, felt even sweeter than usual. Harry approached Cain, accompanied by Ron, his eyes sparkling with desperation. "Cain, save us!" they exclaimed, each sporting a large bubble atop their heads as they walked away contentedly. Hermione, witnessing this scene, felt a blush creeping to her cheeks. "Cain, may I address you in such a manner? Perhaps after class, we could collaborate in the library on our assignments." "Of course, Hermione," Cain replied, understanding her unspoken intent, and he graciously granted her a large bubble as well. Hermione departed with satisfaction. The other Gryffindors watched in envious awe yet felt constrained by their lack of familiarity with Cain, forcing them to endure the torment of the garlic stench. As Professor Quirrell entered the classroom, it felt akin to stepping into the underwater world of SpongeBob SquarePants, greeted by a row of Sandys staring at him with wide eyes. The remaining Gryffindors without bubbles wore pale expressions, on the brink of retching in front of Quirrell. Quirrell instructed the students to take out their textbooks, stammering as he began his lecture, struggling to form complete sentences. The first-year students found his teaching abilities profoundly disappointing, and the Gryffindor Lions were the first to become restless. "Professor Quirrell, why do you always wear that scarf?" Seamus Finnegan interjected, eager for answers. "Oh, this was a gift from an African prince. In gratitude for my assistance in freeing him from the clutches of a zombie," Quirrell replied, his expression shifting slightly, yet he still addressed the inquisitive little lion. "Professor, could you enlighten us on how you vanquished the revenant zombie?" The students below erupted in excitement. "Children, I believe it is time for class. You ought to pay attention." Chiaro endeavored to redirect the discussion. "Professor Chiaro, since this is defense against the dark arts, why not demonstrate the spell to defeat a revenant zombie?" Sim Finnegan suddenly perked up, unbothered by the pungent aroma of garlic. The other students were equally uninterested in Chiaro's monotonous lecture. Observing Cain's demeanor showed no signs of disapproval. They joined in the enthusiasm. "Very well, children, I shall require an assistant." Relenting to the fervor of the crowd, Chiaro's gaze settled on Cain. The classroom fell into a profound silence. All eyes now fixated on Cain. "Professor Chiaro, I believe Mr. Finnegan from Gryffindor deserves a chance, as he is quite enamored with your illustrious exploits," Cain tactfully declined. The young lions were taken aback by Cain's generosity, as this was evidently a chance to earn points for their house. Cain noticed the Gryffindor students' gazes warming towards him. An unexpected delight. He merely suggested Sim Finnegan to stay out of it, knowing well that SYMPH would bring an element of chaos, promising an entertaining spectacle ahead. Sure enough, SYMPH diligently portrayed the revenant zombie, collaborating with Chiaro in the demonstration. However, during the confrontation, a sudden wave of anxiety led SYMPH to grip his wand tightly, eyes shut, and recite an odd incantation directed at Chiaro. Chiaro let out a piercing scream as his purple scarf was unexpectedly obliterated, sparks erupting dramatically. Ignoring the students still present, Chiaro fled the classroom, clutching his head and shouting, leaving a group of bewildered students behind. After a few seconds of silence, the classroom erupted in uproarious laughter. Thus, the first defense against the dark arts class ended in absurdity. Chapter 10. Snape's defense is breached. The potions class with Slytherin was conducted together with Gryffindor. The lesson took place in a subterranean classroom, which was noticeably colder than the main castle above. Along the walls were numerous glass jars, containing various preserved animal specimens, many gruesomely soaked in amber-colored, translucent solutions that provoked discomfort at first glance. In the realm of challenging student sensitivities, Snape was indeed a master. Amidst the astonished gazes of Slytherin and Gryffindor, Harry exchanged a greeting with Cain. Upholding the bonds of friendship, Cain quietly advised, "Harry, it would be wise to review the potions textbook now, particularly focusing on what happens when daffodil root powder is added to wormwood infusion. The professor may have questions." Harry mumbled a vague acknowledgement, but did not take the matter to heart, opting instead to continue whispering with Ron. Observing this, Cain shook his head in pity. "Given the opportunity, you squander it. Soon enough, you will realize what you have missed." The distinction between Slytherin and Gryffindor remained stark as they stood on either side, with numerous glances flitting between Cain and Harry. The classroom door swung open, allowing a chill wind to sweep in. Snape strode in with purpose, his black cloak billowing like a bat, waving his wand to draw the curtains shut. With a flick of his greasy hair, he took his place at the podium, his expression stern as he scrutinized the students below. Cain silently scoffed, recognizing Snape as a master of atmosphere. His confidence was palpable. If given the chance, he would certainly send Snape a bottle of conditioner in Harry's name. "During my lessons, there shall be no reckless wand waving or incantations uttered without due consideration. Frankly, I do not expect most of you to grasp the intricacies and nuances of potion making. However, for the select few who possess the requisite aptitude, I shall teach you how to confound the mind, concoct elixirs of honor, and even brew potions for immortality," Snape emphasized, his voice languid and droning. Cain observed that when Snape referred to the majority, he fixed his gaze upon Harry, and when he spoke of the few qualified, his attention shifted to Draco. It was a clear display of double standards. I must reiterate, some may believe that at Hogwarts, their fame grants them the luxury of inattentiveness, Snape remarked, his eyes piercing into Harry. Hermione, seated beside Harry, nudged him with her elbow, urging him to pay attention to the professor. However, it was too late. "Potter," Snape began, spreading his robe-clad arms wide, the celebrity of a new generation. "What would one obtain by adding powdered daffodil root to a concoction of mugwort?" Hermione's raised hand was disregarded. Harry, initially taken aback, glanced at Cain before shaking his head in confusion. "Let's shift the question. If I were to seek a piece of dung?" Well, might I find it? Snape continued, once again ignoring Hermione's eager hand. I do not know, sir. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? Snape queried in his classic three-part questioning style. At this moment, Hermione, tired of being overlooked, stood up, her arm extended towards the ceiling of the underground classroom. I do not know, Harry muttered, but I believe Hermione would know the answer. Why not ask her? A few students chuckled, with Slytherins among the majority. Under Cain's scrutinizing gaze, they quickly fell silent. It seemed that fame did not equate to authority. Due to your insubordination, Potter, I regret to inform you that 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor, Snape stated without a hint of remorse. Harry felt a flush of embarrassment. From the first moment he laid eyes on Snape during the opening feast, he sensed an aversion from the professor. This moment only solidified his belief that Snape harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. Lestrange, you shall answer these questions. Snape suddenly turned his gaze towards Cain. Caught off guard, Cain, who had been silently observing, felt the intensity of Snape's complex stare. This was unexpected. Such a gaze was meant for Harry alone, yet it was directed at him. In the midst of an internal tempest, Cain maintained an air of composure. He cast a reassuring glance at Harry, who was visibly concerned, and then rose gracefully. The addition of daffodil root powder to mugwort infusion yields a concoction of life and death. One can find dung in the stomachs of cattle. And the aconitum and wolfsbane are, in fact, the same species. Why do you not commit these facts to memory? Snape's penetrating gaze swept across the classroom, igniting a flurry of rustling quills and parchment. Is Mr. Lestrange waiting for me to invite you to take your seats? Cain, feeling disheartened, reluctantly sat down. It was said that Snape favored Slytherin, yet he had awarded none to him. Cain pondered where he had offended Snape. It was clearly a deliberate slight. This lesson focused on the preparation of a simple potion to treat boils. Considering his proficiency in potions, Cain decisively chose to partner with Draco, providing him a stage upon which to shine. Indeed, there was no need for others to be moved by their camaraderie. Snape, draped in his black cloak, paced the classroom, criticizing nearly every student, with particular attention directed towards Gryffindor, especially Harry. Cain was not spared either, as Snape mocked his method of chopping nettles, likening it to that of a third-rate chef. Draco, seated nearby, trembled with barely contained laughter. Just as Snape was extolling the virtues of Draco's perfect technique for steaming a snail with tentacles, an alarming hissing erupted from Neville and Seamus's cauldron, releasing a noxious green smoke that wafted through the classroom as the potion erupted. Cain, quick on his feet, turned swiftly to avoid being splattered. Unfortunately for poor Snape, he had been standing directly behind Cain. As Cain dodged, Snape bore the brunt of the potion, splattering his face and causing boils to erupt. Fool! Snape bellowed, brandishing his wand to clean Neville's cauldron. Potter, why did you not inform him to remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills? Do you believe his mistake will elevate your standing? Gryffindor lost yet another point due to Harry's inaction. Snape's face, covered in boils, contorted with fury. Harry's initial anger was extinguished by the absurdity of the scene, replaced by a sudden burst of laughter. Disrespecting a professor? Gryffindor loses another 5 points. If looks could kill, Harry would have surely been rendered to pieces. Snape turned his wrathful gaze upon Cain, who quickly adopted an expression of innocence, averting the intense scrutiny. Those injured, follow me to the infirmary. The rest of you, study. With this command, Snape ushered a throng of unfortunate souls, victims of Neville's potion mishap, towards the infirmary, significantly increasing Madame Pomfrey's workload. In response, Madame Pomfrey had much to say, once again urging Deputy Headmistress McGonagall to abolish these hazardous classes in favor of medical training, restoring a clearer sky over Hogwarts. Do not inquire as to why she did not seek Dumbledore. It is well known that the headmaster's surname is McGonagall. Chapter 11. The Night Stroll. Ding. The renowned scene check-in system is currently settling. You have checked in to witness the poignant tale of Severus Snape, a man steeped in sorrow, and his tumultuous love-hate relationship with his young protege. As a result, you have randomly acquired a 1-hour experience card for the Dark Lord's magical prowess. My goodness, Cain was taken aback. This essentially meant the fusion of his own abilities with those of the Dark Lord, resulting in an effect far greater than the sum of its parts. The system truly seems intent on ensuring I become the second generation, does it not? Cain, over here, Hermione whispered, waving him over. Cain, accompanied by the ever-spirited Draco, took a seat beside Hermione. Have you completed your assignments for History of Magic and Transfiguration? I've revised mine several times, but I still feel unsatisfied. Hermione lifted her charming face, her tone dripping with subtle superiority. Draco's expression turned a shade of green. You finished already? And revised it multiple times? Upon witnessing the incredulous look on Draco's face, Hermione promptly presented her work. You can use this for reference. Having been raised under Lucius's influence, Draco harbored a deep-seated disdain for Muggleborns. Faced with the prospect of being outdone by Hermione academically, he could hardly bear it and decided to take a stand. Observing the dynamic between the two, Cain perceived an opportunity to foster their relationship. I've completed my assignment and am preparing to gather some materials for Charms class. Why not discuss and see whose work is superior? Although a classic ploy, it proved effective. He could see the fire in their eyes, a clear indication of their competitive spirits. Recently, Cain had been studying the shield charm and encountered some difficulties. It was understandable, considering that even graduates of Hogwarts might struggle with this complex spell. Seizing the moment, he sought to delve into related literature. Finding a quiet nook amidst the shelves, he leaned against a bookcase and immersed himself in reading. Time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, a fleeting wisp of ethereal blue light darted past Cain. Instinctively, he chased after it, weaving through rows of bookshelves. His movements inevitably startled the other students. The librarian, Madame Pants, brandishing a feather duster, intercepted Cain with a fierce glare, denying him the opportunity to explain and promptly ushering him out of the library. Cain could only watch helplessly as the blue light vanished into the restricted section. It seemed he would have to return later that night. Cain, over here, Harry called from the corridor. Cain, Hagrid sent me a letter inviting me and my friends to tea at his hut this Friday afternoon. Would you like to join? Harry looked at Cain with eager anticipation. Of course, I would be delighted to, Cain replied after a moment's contemplation, not wishing to decline. That night, the entirety of Slytherin lay in peaceful slumber. Cain glanced at the sleeping Draco and quietly slipped out of the dormitory. I knew you had something going on, Odette remarked as Cain entered the common room. You're not usually one to retreat early for rest in the evening. Her typically cool demeanor was now replaced by a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. This was indeed something that Cain had overlooked. He had not anticipated someone would keep such a close watch on him. This is an aspect he must be cautious of in the future. What do you wish to do? Cain raised an eyebrow, gazing down at Odavie. Take me with you. I can assist you, Odavie responded without hesitation. Cain paused for a moment, contemplating the possible existence of that ethereal blue light, and tacitly permitted Odavie to accompany him. They stealthily navigated past the wandering specters of the night and the suits of armor in the corridor, making their way toward the library. I must report to Professor McGonagall and seek her permission to employ disciplinary measures on you two mischievous Gryffindors, came the furious bellow of Filch from the third-floor hallway. Fred, someone is threatening us with punishment. Oh, George, I am so frightened. As expected, the cause of Filch's ire could undoubtedly be attributed to the Weasley twins. Silently thanking them for their selfless sacrifice, Cain resolutely turned toward an alternate path. Suddenly, the ghostly figure of Madame Loris emerged. Oh no, Cain grasped Odavie, preparing to flee to the fourth floor. Loris, do not allow the nocturnal students to escape. Filch's voice drew nearer. Follow me. I know a secret passage, Odavie urged, pulling Cain in a specific direction. They dashed to the second floor, where Odavie halted before a portrait of a young girl holding a sunflower. For the greater good. Casting a cryptic glance at Cain, Odavie addressed the girl in the painting. The password is correct. A raspy voice emanated from the girl, and suddenly, the portrait transformed into a setting sun, revealing a door before them. Beyond the door lay a narrow, elongated corridor. As they descended the stairs, flickering blue flames illuminated the walls, casting a chilling glow. Meow. Good girl, do you no longer smell them? They must have run downwards. Once I catch them, they shall face the consequences. The footsteps faded away. I believe you owe me an explanation, Cain said nonchalantly, brushing off the dust from his sleeve with a cold gaze. Very well, considering our collaboration, I suppose I should be forthright. Odavie paused momentarily before continuing. I imagine you have deduced something from my surname. Cain did not refute this. Indeed, my great-grandmother was Wendell Rossier. This secret passage was revealed to me by her. Odavie straightened her back, her tone imbued with evident pride. Do you have any further inquiries? She added, her voice laced with temptation. No, none at all. Your affairs are of no concern to me. With the Dark Lord's myriad of troubles yet unresolved, Cain was reluctant to unwittingly involve himself in the matter of the saints. However, unbeknownst to Cain, certain events are beyond the realm of human will. Filch has gone far. Let us exit. Cain successfully reached the library this time. What are we searching for? Odavie whispered in Cain's ear, her warm breath brushing against him, prompting him to discreetly distance himself. If I am not mistaken, there lies a spectral butterfly hidden within the library. A spectral butterfly? This is indeed the legendary magical creature. Even Newt Scamander has only heard its name. Never having encountered the ethereal butterfly in reality, remains a regret for him. Ordway's eyes widened in astonishment, transforming her into an adorable figure. An ancient tome from her family chronicles that the ethereal butterfly delights in consuming bookworms. Given that Hogwarts has a history spanning a millennium and boasts an extensive collection of tomes, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that it could nurture a bookworm, thus attracting an ethereal butterfly. Cain recollected. Chapter 12. Cain's Marvelous Journey. The ethereal butterfly typically exists in a state of phantasm, only manifesting a physical form when it feasts upon bookworms. It is during that moment that we may seize our opportunity to capture the ethereal butterfly. Furthermore, the creature is known to conjure illusions that can bewilder the senses. It is rumored that it can even transport individuals through time. Therefore, I require your mind to remain perpetually alert. Cain removed a raven-shaped pendant from around his neck and handed it to Ordway. This is an alchemical artifact passed down through the Lestrange family, capable of providing substantial immunity against mental assaults. What about you? Ordway's heart fluttered, her disbelief evident. Do not concern yourself with me. I require your assistance in capturing the ethereal butterfly. This is the condition of our exchange. As a magical creature, the ethereal butterfly is also known to employ affinity to lure individuals. Unbeknownst to Ordway, Cain, as a time traveler, possessed the souls of 2 lifetimes, rendering his spiritual essence quite formidable. In other words, he is a natural mental cloaker. Unless Cain willingly permits it, no one else could penetrate his thoughts. Of course, individuals of Dumbledore's caliber could not be entirely discounted. Correspondingly, Cain is immune to mental attacks. Yet, he had no intention of revealing his trump card to anyone, especially not to someone shrouded in secrets. Ordway gazed at Cain with a complex expression, steadying herself as she commenced the search for the ethereal butterfly's silhouette. They decided to investigate areas rich in ancient texts, proceeding with separate paths. Cain first ventured toward the well-preserved section of ancient tomes. Cain, over here. Moments latte. Ordway was the first to glimpse the ethereal butterfly's emitted blue light, softly approaching Cain and lowering her voice. The two moved stealthily towards the area she indicated, and indeed, they beheld the flickering blue glow. At this moment, all they could do was patiently await the ethereal butterfly's feeding, for the chance to capture it would be fleeting, demanding their utmost concentration. As the clock struck midnight, the blue radiance intensified. A pair of antennae cautiously probed the air, a sign that the ethereal butterfly was assessing whether it was safe to feed. Fortunately, Cain and his companion had prepared in advance, concealing themselves within the creature's visual blind spot, holding their breath. A pair of magnificent wings unfurled in the darkness. The ethereal butterfly danced gracefully, the blue sparkles shimmering upon its wings, truly a sight of beauty. It stretched its limbs, fluttering delicately, as it indulged in the bookworms nestled within a thick, yellowed tome. Cain recognized that the moment had arrived. This was when the ethereal butterfly was at its most relaxed and unguarded, silently casting a quickening charm upon himself. Cain instantaneously appeared before the ethereal butterfly and grasped its wings. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A vortex emerged around the ethereal butterfly, drawing Cain into its swirling depths. Cain's final impression was of Audra's astonished visage before he slipped into unconsciousness. In his muddled state, he sensed an undulating motion, as though he were aboard a vessel. Summoning his formidable willpower, he struggled to awaken, and after several attempts, he finally managed to lift his heavy eyelids. You have awakened, newcomer." A woman with waist-length ebony hair and eyes brimming with wisdom came into view. Cain surveyed his surroundings, which bore a semblance of familiarity, yet felt distinctly alien. "Who are you? Where am I?" Cain inquired with trepidation, noting the term newcomer that the lady had employed. "Indeed, a vigilant little serpent. You are truly your ancestor's descendant, Salazar." The woman had yet to speak when a youth with flamboyant red hair leaned closely to Cain's face. "Step back, Godric." A sharply featured young man appeared within Cain's line of sight. The dark-haired youth elbowed the red-haired one aside, his voice rich and resonant, tinged with mild disdain. "You wound me, Salazar," Godric exclaimed, his sun-kissed visage contorting into a theatrical expression as he clutched his chest, as if on the brink of collapsing from excessive sorrow. "Godric? Salazar?" Cain felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Could it be that he had been transported by the ethereal butterfly to the era of the Four Founders? Enough of this nonsense. Make way. The child requires sustenance. A kindly, slightly plump woman gently pushed aside the jesters. "Child, this is a herbal broth I specially prepared for you. It will aid in restoring your strength." She tenderly lifted Cain's head, offering maternal comfort. Cain obediently sipped the warm broth, gradually feeling warmth seep into his body and his strength returning. Once more, he regarded the four distinctive wizards surrounding him and cautiously asked, "Are you the four founders of Hogwarts?" "Hogwarts? What a splendid name," the lady with cascading hair remarked, her deep blue eyes fixed on Cain. "It embodies the sanctuary I envisioned. The four founders. So this is how future generations refer to us. Quite impressive, indeed." Godric laughed heartily, disregarding Salazar's expression as he threw an arm around his shoulder. "The bloodline's intuition informs me that you shall be my descendant in the future. What trials have you encountered?" Salazar's handsome countenance grew serious, yet his tone conveyed concern. "So, I truly am Slytherin." Cain had harbored doubts stemming from Bella's earlier erratic behavior. Moreover, as he matured, he found no resemblance to Rodolphus, whose rugged features starkly contrasted with his own broodingly handsome visage, akin to that of a premier vampire. With Salazar's personal acknowledgement, it was confirmed. Cain was indeed a descendant of Slytherin. "Were you doubting? As a scion of Slytherin, you should feel honored," Salazar remarked, puzzled by Cain's reaction. "Nay, ancestor, it is not as it seems." Cain recounted the events that led him here, as well as the current state of the wizarding world following 2 recent wars. The 4 titans did not disturb Cain's narration, quietly seated around him, listening intently to the unfolding events of the future. Thus, he proclaimed himself the Dark Lord, espousing extreme blood purity, plunging the wizarding world into unrest. Salazar was filled with indignation. He could not fathom how future generations had so distorted his legacy. He advocated for the protection of pure bloods, teaching them the art of magic. This was during the tumultuous and dark Middle Ages, when witch hunts ran rampant. The children of mixed-blood families found themselves caught between the wizarding and the mundane worlds, their loyalties precariously shifting. Should they betray the wizards, it would spell an unbearable catastrophe for the pure-blood children. Salazar, for the descendants of the future, we have become mere distant legends. We should not be held accountable for their actions. Godric sensed Salazar's simmering tension and quickly offered words of comfort. "What about you, child? Why were you so astonished when Salazar referred to you as a Slytherin?" Helga, donned in an ochre cloak, gently noted Cain's fleeting expression, tenderly ruffling his hair as she inquired. Cain's countenance faltered as he hesitantly replied, "Actually, I no longer bear the surname Slytherin. I am now a Lestrange." "What?" 2 exclamations rang out. What could have prompted you to abandon the Slytherin name? If Cain's answer failed to satisfy Salazar, one could sense he was poised to impart a lesson on conduct. Godric, standing nearby, firmly restrained Salazar, preventing any impulsive actions. "Calm down, Salazar. Perhaps we should listen to this child's explanation," Rowena interjected, effortlessly pacifying the 2 wizards. "It is like this," Cain began slowly. Chapter 13, Cain's Marvelous Journey 2. A dead poor man does not disturb the dead friends. Cain spoke unburdened, revealing all he knew. After all, at that time, he was merely an infant, devoid of any power to choose. The Dark Lord's burden fell squarely upon him. Salazar's en somme visage darkened visibly, as if he longed to return to the future and rectify matters. Godric, about to smirk in schadenfreude, caught Salazar's icy glare and stifled his amusement, his face reddening in the effort. Helga enveloped Cain in a tight embrace, soothingly stroking his back. Rowena, observing Cain's expression, felt a surge of pity. She had not anticipated that Salazar's descendant would be so unreliable. Of course, Cain remained oblivious to Ravenclaw's thoughts. Had he known, he would have surely conversed with Rowena about Helena's tale. He had strayed from the path, irretrievably lost. However, I implore you to reclaim the Slytherin name at the appropriate moment and restore its honor. This is your undeniable duty as a Slytherin, Salazar insisted with unwavering authority. "I promise you, ancestor, Slytherin shall always be synonymous with honor." Cain nodded without hesitation. Salazar's gaze, fixed intently on Cain, revealed a measure of satisfaction as he subtly inclined his head. "Very well, Salazar, allow this child to rest. You would want him to be weary when he witnesses a historic moment tomorrow." Helga spoke gently yet persuasively, leading the other 3 to the lakeside. The passage of time had taken a considerable toll on Cain, leaving him in a state of bewilderment as he pondered over his sudden disappearance and how Odette might cope with it. His thoughts then drifted to the momentous events that awaited him the following day, and before long, he succumbed to slumber. The quartet by the Black Lake noticed that Cain had fallen asleep, lowering their voices to commence a new round of discourse. "Salazar, do you still not believe that your pure blood theory is flawed, based on the descriptions from this young boy?" Godric's fiery red hair glimmered brilliantly in the flickering light. "Godric, I maintain that I am not mistaken. The era we inhabit dictates that pure bloods are our true kin," Salazar retorted defiantly. As the two esteemed wizards from history began to quarrel once more, Ravenclaw furrowed her brow, while Hufflepuff chuckled and shook her head. Both witches having become accustomed to such disputes. The ideological rift between Slytherin and Gryffindor was not a new phenomenon. Neither could sway the other, and they could only strive to mediate. Do you think we should inquire about the fates of the four of us from Cain? Ravenclaw had been contemplating this question since she first laid eyes on him. Her curiosity stirred within her, yet her formidable reason restrained her, leading to her current hesitation. The two wizards fell silent, refraining from immediate response. Instead, Hufflepuff took a sip from the goblet of fine wine and remarked with a smile. Life is akin to an adventure. The most perilous and alluring aspect is the unknown. Wouldn't you agree? Ravenclaw's lips curled into an enchanting smile. That sounds more like something Godric would say. However, you are correct. The unknown indeed beckons exploration. Rowena raised her goblet in a toast to Helga. Witnessing the two ladies' carefree demeanor, Salazar and Godric set aside their contemplations. Their ideological dispute had led them to ponder excessively. They exchanged a glance, each recognizing a sense of relief in the other's eyes. Godric laughed heartily, pulling Salazar into the drinking circle. Though Salazar feigned disdain for Godric's playful antics, a subtle smile graced his lips upon closer inspection. The tranquil night seemed to be enchanted by the quartet, as the reeds by the lake swayed gently, and a joyful atmosphere filled the air. The following day, the sun rose triumphantly in the east, casting a gentle light upon a rare, splendid day. Cain had enjoyed a restful night, his body and mind thoroughly rejuvenated. "Child, come and freshen up," Helga said, as attentive as ever. Moments later, the four, accompanied by the freshly groomed Cain, boarded a small boat that glided smoothly across the water without the need for wind. Cain was well accustomed to such travel, having recently arrived at Hogwarts by boat. Wait, is it possible that we are heading to Hogwarts? A sudden realization struck Cain. Indeed, my boy. You are fortunate to witness Hogwarts' inaugural opening ceremony, Godric exclaimed, ruffling Cain's hair while gazing at him with sparkling eyes. It was only then that Cain noticed the four prominent figures were all dressed in splendid attire. Even Godric's wild red hair had been meticulously groomed. Witnessing Hogwarts' inaugural graduation ceremony alongside these four legendary individuals was beyond Cain's wildest dreams. He could scarcely believe it was unfolding before him. His emotions surged as he quietly gazed ahead. The dim light transformed into brilliance, and the majestic Hogwarts castle loomed impressively before the gathered crowd. Soon, students from all corners would arrive by boat from the Black Lake. Cain, you are tasked with welcoming them to the Hogwarts Hall, Salazar instructed, as soon as they disembarked. Godric, standing nearby, smirked slightly, silently criticizing Salazar's attempt to affirm his protégé's presence. It seemed as though Salazar possessed eyes in the back of his head. He shot a piercing glance at Godric, who immediately straightened his posture, adopting a serious demeanor, amused by their childish antics. Cain was about to break into a broad smile when he received two light taps on the head, prompting him to behave. The smile faded from Cain's face and transferred to Salazar and Godric instead. The two ladies beside them shook their heads, choosing to disregard the boy's juvenile behavior. Inside the castle, hundreds of house elves had transformed the interior, adorning it with the unique cultural characteristics of medieval wizardry, which left Cain feeling invigorated. All right, you must fulfill your duty now. Salazar waved at Cain, nodding earnestly. Cain abandoned his exploration and made his way straight to the edge of the Black Lake to await the next arrivals. He couldn't help but wonder if there were any giant squids in the lake at that moment, or whether the merfolk appeared as unappealing as they did in later tales. As he waited, Cain's mind wandered uncontrollably. A few small boats glided over, mostly composed of parents accompanying their children. It made sense. In these times, so unfriendly to wizards, it was far safer for parents to escort students to Hogwarts. Here, Cain waved to them. Just follow this path straight ahead, and you'll reach the hall. He still had to wait for the remaining students before he could lead this wizarding family to their destination. Chapter 14. Cain's Extraordinary Journey 3. After a lengthy wait, until the sun dipped below the horizon, Cain finally welcomed the last wizarding family, guiding them directly toward the hall. Child, are you a new student as well? A tall, middle-aged man with red hair regarded Cain warmly. Well, one could say that, Cain replied thoughtfully, although he was not in the same year as they were. This is my son, Elweasel. He's quite the lively young lad. The middle-aged man was quite talkative, engaging Cain in conversation as they walked. Taking advantage of a momentary pause, Cain glanced at the boy sandwiched between them, who was also sizing him up. Upon catching Cain's gaze, the boy instinctively made a face to startle him. It was evident that he bore the unmistakable traits of the Weasley lineage. This Elweasel was likely a medieval version of George or Fred Weasley. Do you have a twin brother? Cain could no longer suppress his curiosity. Mr. Wesley, who had been so eloquent moments ago, suddenly fell silent, his eyes slightly reddened. The woman's reaction was even more pronounced, tears streaming down her face. Even ELD, who had just been making faces, became subdued. A sense of unease gripped Cain's heart. He realized he should not have posed that question, for something dreadful must have transpired in their lives. "I am truly sorry," Cain hurriedly apologized. "No, my child. It is not your fault," Mr. Wesley reassured him, patting Cain on the shoulder as he began to recount his past. "We once lived in a small village in Wiltshire. Though we were not affluent, our family of 4 lived happily in harmony with our neighbors. Until one day, a group of zealots surrounded our village. With tears in his fierce eyes, Mr. Wesley continued, our family was bound to a pyre piled high with firewood, and the villagers intended to burn us alive. My other son, Etta, was overwhelmed with terror. His magic erupted uncontrollably, and he was slain on the spot by the missionaries. I believed our family of 4 would only find solace in death's embrace. But unexpectedly, Gryffindor arrived. He was our savior. When Mr. Wesley mentioned Gryffindor, his eyes sparkled with admiration. In those few brief sentences, Cain grasped the profound darkness of this era. Wizards faced severe trials merely to survive. It was no wonder the 4 founders sought to establish Hogwarts. The Great Hall was ablaze with light. The 4 founders and several male and female wizards sat at the head table, smiling as they observed the wizarding families gathering from all directions. As a witness, Cain experienced Hogwarts' inaugural opening ceremony, deeply feeling the sense of legacy that spanned time and space, a wave of purpose swelling within him. Salazar, who had been watching Cain intently, discerned the determination in his expression, and a look of satisfaction graced his handsome face. Slytherin would indeed have a worthy successor. "Cain, come with me." Ravenclaw summoned him after the feast had concluded. "What is this?" she asked, producing a finely crafted deep brown box and opening it before Cain. "A fey butterfly?" Cain was taken aback to see the ethereal creature in Ravenclaw's possession. "It brought you here, but now its magic is spent and it lies in a state of dormancy. How long will it need to sleep before awakening?" Cain's heart raced, realizing the implications for his return. Ravenclaw slowly shook her head. "I cannot ascertain the exact duration. However—" "But what?" Cain pressed eagerly. "But now that the students have arrived at Hogwarts, nourished by the castle's inherent magic and the magic emitted by the students, it should awaken within a month," Ravenclaw teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. Cain exhaled deeply. Although living alongside the 4 founders was wondrous, it was ultimately not his time. "Moreover, do you have something to share with me?" Ravenclaw raised an eyebrow, her penetrating gaze seeming to peer into Cain's very soul. "Is it related to my descendants?" she inquired, as if she were a master of soul reading, effortlessly discerning Cain's half-formed thoughts. "Do not doubt it. I am indeed a natural-born legilimens," Ravenclaw quipped with a playful tone. Cain was taken aback. It was the first time he encountered someone capable of probing his thoughts. Instinctively, he shifted his stance, distancing himself from Ravenclaw. "You are quite intriguing. Rest assured, I only glean fragments of your thoughts during your emotional upheavals," Ravenclaw remarked, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he observed the startled youth. "Typically, only those with profound magical prowess or those innately closed off in their minds can resist my soul-reading abilities," Ravenclaw added, his voice tinged with a sense of anticipation as he awaited Cain's reaction. Cain discerned that although Ravenclaw possessed remarkable wisdom, he also harbored a penchant for playful mischief. Not wishing to provide Ravenclaw with the satisfaction of amusement, Cain stood quietly, neither confirming nor denying Ravenclaw's conjecture. Bowing before the 4 great heads was not a matter of shame. "Such a dull young one. Now might you speak?" Ravenclaw ceased his teasing, adopting a serious tone. After a moment of contemplation, Cain recounted what he knew about Helena in a succinct manner. "Poor child." Ravenclaw lamented upon hearing that Helena had transformed into a ghost due to her overwhelming guilt, his eyes brimming with sorrow. "Cain, could you do me a favor?" Ravenclaw implored. "I shall do my utmost," Cain replied without hesitation, for it was a mother's request. "Please convey to Helena that I shall never blame her." Ravenclaw solemnly handed Cain a blue gemstone brooch, a token of significance. "I shall seal this memory concerning Helena," he continued. "Cain, be aware that fate is cunning. The more you strive to alter it, the tighter its chains will bind you. Even the flutter of a butterfly's wings can, through a chain reaction, culminate in a tempest." Ravenclaw gazed earnestly at Cain, imparting a weighty warning. Understanding Ravenclaw's concerns, Cain nodded thoughtfully. "Very well, Cain. For the next month, you shall study diligently with us," Ravenclaw instructed as he spotted the approaching Slytherins, clearly delineating Cain's role. In the days that followed, Cain experienced a blend of pain and joy. The expectations of the four heads were exceedingly high, and he found himself racking his brain to keep pace with their thoughts. Collapsing into bed each night after a day of rigorous study. Slytherin's ancient magic, Gryffindor's close combat techniques, and Ravenclaw's alchemy. Cain absorbed it all like a sponge, significantly enhancing his overall abilities. Except for Hufflepuff. Indeed, Hufflepuff's extensive knowledge of herbology proved to be a challenge for him. Cain found that most of the plants appeared rather similar, leading to numerous blunders. Ultimately, Helga chose to relinquish her efforts, leisurely sipping wine as she observed the three instructing Cain, embodying the essence of a carefree spirit. Chapter 15, Return. 1 month later, on a night illuminated by a brilliant moon, the ethereal butterfly began to awaken, its wings once again shimmering with blue light. Cain realized it was time to depart. Reflecting on the days and nights spent with the four heads, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. It was time. Perhaps in the future, we shall meet again. The wise blue eyes of Ravenclaw were veiled with an enigmatic hue. Helga embraced Cain warmly, bidding farewell with a secret to share. We four have left behind a hidden chamber, each containing our legacies, but it is for you to seek them out. Every student at Hogwarts possesses the opportunity to inherit my legacy. Should you discover it early, bestow the knowledge of herbology upon someone you deem gifted. The remainder is yours to manage. True to her egalitarian spirit, Helga genuinely transcended prejudice. Hey, Helga, how did you manage to divulge what I was about to say? Godric feigned complaint. If my chamber is uncovered by future Gryffindors, your gift will vanish. Godric patted Cain on the shoulder. Slytherin, honor above all. Salazar rarely displayed tenderness. Yet he gently patted Cain's head, presenting him with an antiquated key. This key will guide you to a place at the opportune moment. Moreover, if you cannot locate Slytherin's chamber, I shall truly begin to question the contents of your mind. Salazar quipped with a serpentine wit. Cain cast a lingering glance at the four founders, etching their figures deeply into his memory. The ethereal butterflies took flight, enveloping Cain as he was swept into the vortex of time. Cain, before he could regain his footing, he heard Odette's exclamation. Upon focusing, he noticed the inscrutable Dumbledore beside her, along with the scowling Snape. I apologize, Cain. I reported to Professor Snape out of concern for your safety, Odette said in a flurry, glancing quickly at Dumbledore. I was deeply worried for my students' well-being, hence my uninvited arrival, Dumbledore replied, his azure eyes partially concealed by crescent-shaped spectacles, glimmering with curiosity. Headmaster, I believe this is an internal matter for Slytherin. Please allow me to escort him back for private resolution. Snape emphasized the word internal, hoping Dumbledore would refrain from meddling. Oh, Snape, do forgive an old man's curiosity. I trust Mr. Lestrange will indulge a humble request from an elder, will he not? Dumbledore chose to divert his gaze. Just as Cain was about to speak, he suddenly felt a surge of pain. His magic erupted uncontrollably. The tumultuous outburst sent books soaring from the library's shelves, causing them to topple one after another. Fawkes, take him to a safe and open space, Dumbledore commanded, and in an instant, a brilliant phoenix whisked Cain away. As the pain intensified, Cain succumbed to unconsciousness. Time passed, and when Cain finally managed to open his eyes, he found himself beneath a pristine white ceiling, surrounded by green drapes. You are awake, Mr. Lestrange. He heard Dumbledore's voice at the foot of his bed. Headmaster, Cain attempted to rise. Mr. Lestrange, I believe you should remain lying down to recuperate. This is Madame Pomfrey's advice. If I were to impede your recovery, she would undoubtedly expel me without hesitation. Dumbledore blinked, feeling rather humorous. Cain, what has happened to me? Cain asked, no longer forcing himself. Though exceedingly rare, Mr. Lestrange, it appears you have experienced a secondary surge of magical power, Dumbledore replied, fixing his gaze upon Cain. A secondary surge of magical power. Cain echoed, astonished as he sensed the magic coursing through his body, which had multiplied several times over. A rough estimate indicated that his magical prowess was now at least on par with that of an adult. Observing Cain's reaction, Dumbledore retrieved a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from the bedside table. These are sent to you by your friends during your unconsciousness. I suggest you try one. You never know what flavor you might get. Nosebleed flavor? Oh, I shall never obtain a delectable taste, Dumbledore remarked, feigning regret with a shake of his head. Cain, eager to oblige, selected a red candy and tasted it. Spicy flavor. Your luck surpasses mine, Cain. Perhaps you would care to share your adventures with the old man. Starting with that ethereal butterfly, Dumbledore's blue eyes momentarily took on a serious demeanor. Headmaster, you know. Cain began, astonished. I encountered it by chance. and later learned from an old friend that it is a rare, ethereal butterfly. Unfortunately, it has fallen to slumber once more, and my old friend will surely complain about not being able to witness it. Dumbledore picked up a piece of toffee. Cain paused for a moment, deciding to selectively disclose part of his experiences. But there is one thing I must confirm, Headmaster. How long have I been gone? Approximately 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Cain breathed a sigh of relief. If he had been absent for too long, he could not bear to think of how heartbroken Aunt Narcissa would be. He succinctly relayed the events he had experienced to Dumbledore. So, you're saying you encountered the 4 founders of Hogwarts and remained in that era for 3 days? Dumbledore paused in his actions with the candy. Ah, time. The marvel of magic is indeed omnipresent. Even I, a centenarian, have only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. Dumbledore reflected thoughtfully. Perhaps this is the reason for your surge of magic. The ethereal butterfly transported you through time, inadvertently accelerating the accumulation of your magical power. Cain considered this notion and found it highly plausible. Did the 4 founders leave any instructions? Dumbledore inquired further. Cain contemplated that he would need to seek Helena, knowing that such an event could not escape Dumbledore's notice, and thus decided to share this detail with him. Helena, she is a pitiable child. I too hope she finds liberation, Dumbledore said, nodding in agreement after a moment of silence. Well then, Dumbledore, you have lingered long enough. This child requires rest. Madame Pomfrey entered, holding a potion. Very well, child. I shall not intrude any longer. Do rest well. And as for your nocturnal escapades in the library, you shall face consequences, though they can certainly wait until you are well again. Dumbledore playfully winked and left with a cheerful smile. Why would a centenarian act so whimsically? Cain felt a sting in his eyes. Child, it's time for your medicine, Madame Pomfrey said, offering him a vial. The potion inside was a dark, murky concoction, with unsettling sediment floating within. Could this truly be ingested? Madame Pomfrey, are you sure this is safe? Cain hesitantly inquired, concerned for his well-being. Rest assured, dear child, once you drink it, you shall be restored to health. This potion was personally concocted for you by your headmaster, Severus Snape. Its efficacy is beyond question, she replied confidently. Her faith in Snape's potion-making skills, unshakable. However, the thought of Snape's potion only heightened Cain's reluctance. Alas, he was unable to resist the insistence of Madame Pomfrey, and with a heavy heart, he bravely surrendered to his fate. As soon as the potion touched his lips, he felt an overwhelming urge to regurgitate. The taste was reminiscent of Hagrid's 3-month-old, odorous socks, mingled with the foulness of rotten eggs. Despite Cain's resolute spirit, tears brimmed in his eyes. It was simply too vile to swallow. He silently vowed, Snape, just you wait. I shall deliver to you a bottle of shampoo, in the name of Harry, with a flavor of rotten eggs. Chapter 16, Quirrell's Test. Cain, after consuming the potion, drifted into a hazy slumber. Yet in his stupor, he seemed to hear someone calling his name. Cain. The call echoed once more, and he felt it was no mere figment of his imagination. Upon opening his eyes, he gasped in astonishment. Picture awakening from a dream, only to find oneself surrounded by a group akin to the legendary Tang Sung and his disciples. Cain's encounter was, in fact, even more exaggerated. To his left stood the 5 members of Slytherin, led by Draco, while the trio of Gryffindor occupied the right. The cramped space groaned under the weight of their presence, and Cain inwardly lamented the suffocating atmosphere. What brings you all here at once? He wondered, though he felt a surge of joy at seeing them. For them, it might have been merely a few hours apart. For Cain, it had been a month since he had last laid eyes on his friends. I heard from Odette that you were pursued by Filch while wandering the library at night and accidentally got injured, Draco said, concern etched across his face. Madame Pomfrey wouldn't allow us to disturb your rest during the day, so we could only sneak in at night. Cain couldn't help but glance at Odette, who was averting her gaze in embarrassment. Though some matters were best kept private, he genuinely appreciated her for providing such an impeccable excuse. What could he do but sheepishly acquiesce? Cain, you are truly reckless. You should not have violated school rules, Hermione admonished disapprovingly. Beside her, Harry and Ron found the nighttime escapades rather exhilarating, yet wisely chose to remain silent in the presence of Hermione's commanding aura. With a spirit that echoed the sentiment of revolutionary perseverance, they silently signaled to Cain that they hoped to accompany him on his next adventure. Miss Granger, I believe this is an internal matter for us Slytherins, and it is not your place to interject, Draco remarked sharply. Adway suddenly lifted her head, gazing down at Granger with an air of superiority. Indeed, what concern is it of yours? Pansy followed suit, perfectly in sync, entirely disregarding their previous days of quarrels and jibes, opting instead for a united front. We are also friends of Cain, and thus, we are entitled to express our concern for him. Ron, who had harbored reservations about Slytherin, had slightly adjusted his views since meeting Cain. As the Slytherins gathered for confrontation, he could hardly endure the situation. Harry refrained from jumping in first, merely nodding vigorously to convey his stance. Hermione cast a mildly surprised glance at the two, her expression softening as she squared her shoulders against the adversaries before her. All right, you're all my friends. Cain, observing the impending clash between the two factions, hastily intervened, feigning weakness as he coughed a few times. The visible effect was immediate. Both groups turned their anxious gazes towards Cain. I am fine. After a few days of rest, I will be able to attend classes with you all. Cain quickly reassured his friends, feeling a warm glow in his heart. I will take responsibility for bringing over the assignments left by the teacher. Hermione volunteered eagerly, not willing to concede. I will meticulously record the class notes. Rest assured. Adway, having been preempted, widened her eyes in astonishment at Hermione. Nearby, some less academically inclined students observed the exchange between the two ladies, with Nono too timid to speak, offering only a sympathetic glance towards Cain. Having to do assignments while recuperating is truly unfortunate. Undoubtedly, this was the shared sentiment of Harry, Ron, and Blaise, three academically challenged individuals. Cain effortlessly picked up on the unspoken signal from the underachievers and shrugged his shoulders. In truth, he too was reluctant to engage in homework. After all, who wouldn't he relish a little holiday? Cain, Professor Quirrell is calling for you. Watto White looked at Cain with a hint of trepidation. Cain remembered him. He was a first-year student, though his mixed heritage often rendered him somewhat overlooked. Thank you. Cain nodded slightly. Without lingering on Watto's astonished expression, Cain exchanged words with the puzzled Draco and proceeded towards the second floor of the castle. Mr. Lestrange, please come in. Quirrell opened the door, stammering as he invited Cain inside. Professor Quirrell, you summoned me, Cain stated directly. It's about this. I heard you were chased from the first floor to the fifth by Filch and his cat during a nocturnal excursion in the library, and that you injured yourself jumping from the fifth floor. Quirrell snapped his fingers, and a cup of pumpkin juice along with a coconut cake appeared before Cain. Cain couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. It seemed Hogwarts harbored no secrets, and the tales only grew more absurd. Reluctantly, Cain replied, I did indeed wander the library at night and accidentally got hurt. Oh, dear child, did you venture into the restricted section? Children your age are often curious. Quirrell probed directly. Were you pretending to be Dumbledore? Cain thought, exasperated, fully aware of Quirrell's true concern. He feigned innocence. Yes, I am somewhat curious about dark magic. I apologize, Professor. I shall refrain in the future. Oh, no, Mr. Lestrange. It is quite normal for someone your age to be intrigued by dark magic. The key is that you need a guiding teacher to prevent you from straying down the wrong path, Quirrell advised gently. Cain understood immediately, his expression cautious as he looked at Quirrell with anticipation. Professor, could you teach me dark magic? Although Cain had learned quite a bit of magic while traversing through time with Slytherin, the passage of ages had significantly transformed the art of spellcasting. Thus, he resolved to adopt a dual approach. Mr. Lestrange, you put me in a rather difficult position. The school strictly forbids the teaching of dark magic to students. Quirrell attempted to evade the request. Professor Quirrell, I implore you. I shall keep it a secret, Cain earnestly pleaded once more. Very well, Mr. Lestrange. I find it exceedingly hard to refuse a student's request, Quirrell conceded, revealing his true intentions. Cain, what do you believe constitutes dark magic? He began his lesson. The illustrious son Wukong had to receive 3 taps on the shoulder from Bodhi ancestor before he could learn the art. Yet here, you exhibit no restraint, revealing your hand so readily. I must play along with your performance. Truly, I am at a loss for words, Cain thought. Magic employed under the influence of malevolent emotions or for nefarious purposes is deemed dark magic, and the intensity of the emotions directly correlates with the potency of the dark magic. Cain recited the conventional definition of dark magic. These notions are merely the perceptions of the uninformed regarding dark magic. There is no inherent dichotomy of black and white in magic. It is fundamentally determined by the wielder. What you must learn is to master it and become its sovereign. A green light flickered at the tip of Quirrell's wand, silently dispatching a mouse confined in a nearby cage. Cain noted that Quirrell's stammering had ceased, signifying the Dark Lord's direct involvement. Cain's emotions became rather intricate, especially after confirming that the Dark Lord was his biological father. He found himself at a loss for how to confront this reality. After a moment of contemplation, Cain resolved to focus on the present. It must be said that the Dark Lord was indeed formidable. He wielded the killing curse with the nonchalance of a levitation charm. Satisfied to see Cain rendered speechless, Quirrell nodded approvingly. They arranged a time for their private lessons, and Quirrell waved Cain off to return. Chapter 17. The Charm of Confusion. Cain, do not forget your promise to me, Harry whispered as he leaned closer during astronomy class. Cain recalled that he had indeed agreed to accompany Harry to Hagrid's hut, but due to his injury, he had missed the opportunity. This time, he could not afford to renege, given that Slytherin and Gryffindor were separated for the afternoon class. He arranged with Harry to meet at Hagrid's hut after the lesson. Just as he turned, he caught sight of Draco, gazing at them with a forlorn expression, his eyes clearly communicating, "Why is it always the two of you, when there are three?" Harry, somewhat sheepish, acknowledged that he had indeed overlooked Draco. Fortunately, it was not too late to amend the oversight, and he extended an invitation to Draco. "Would you like to join us?" Draco, with an air of reluctant acceptance, replied, "Very well, since you have sincerely invited me, I shall grant you this favor." His demeanor instantly brightened, brimming with a haughty pride. As soon as the class concluded, Cain took Draco to Hagrid's hut. "Draco, if you find it unbearable here, feel free to concoct an excuse to leave," Cain suggested, anticipating that Draco might disdain the rustic environment and throw a fit. It would be unfortunate for what was meant to be a pleasant gathering to end in discomfort. "Rest assured, I shall show deference to Harry Potter," Draco confidently assured. "No matter what you say, you can twist it back to Harry, can't you? You're quite the danger." "My friend," Cain remarked, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Hagrid's hut lay on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and upon their arrival, they found that Harry and Ron had already arrived. Surprisingly, they also spotted Hermione's silhouette within. "These are my friends, Cain and Draco. This is Hagrid," Harry introduced everyone. Hagrid, upon noticing the Slytherin insignia on Cain and Draco's attire, appeared astonished, his large hands awkwardly rubbing his moleskin coat. However, out of respect for Harry, he pinched his nose and invited the two into the wooden cabin. Inside, the furnishings were rather simple, with various types of cured meats and smoked chickens hanging from the beams, while a kettle bubbled cheerfully on the stove. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discover the hidden treasures within. The sofa was adorned with a blanket woven from unicorn hair. The plant pot rested on a base made of pure silver from a basilisk egg, and even the feather duster was crafted from the down of a juvenile thunderbird. Hagrid vividly exemplified what it meant to be grand, yet understated. Hagrid presented a large platter of rock cakes to entertain them, but having previously been deceived by such culinary offerings, Harry and Ron politely declined. "I've just had a lot of snacks, and am not hungry. Let them eat," Harry said, his eyes darting around as he fabricated a clumsy excuse. Hagrid, I'm in the same boat. I ate with Harry," Ron chimed in. Cain, well aware of the formidable nature of Hagrid's rock cakes, merely smiled and sipped his tea, choosing not to engage. Draco followed suit, not wishing to force himself to consume something that appeared unappetizing. Hermione shot them an indignant glance, feeling that they disrespected Hagrid. Seething, she declared, "Hagrid, I will be delighted to try some." Harry and Ron exchanged sympathetic glances with Hermione. As expected, upon taking a bite, Hermione felt as though she had bitten into actual stone, prompting her meticulously cared-for teeth to protest. Glancing at Hagrid, who eagerly awaited her opinion, she returned the rock cake untouched, managing a somewhat awkward smile. Hagrid, I'm actually not that hungry either." The four unscrupulous classmates exchanged glances, particularly Draco, who burst into laughter without a hint of restraint, earning himself an irate glare from Hermione. Nearby, Harry and Ron regarded Draco with admiration, leaving him utterly perplexed. Although he could not discern the reason behind it, Draco found himself quite pleased with Harry's admiration, even feeling that Ron was not as bothersome as he had previously thought, standing a little taller in response. This only fueled Hermione's belief that Draco was deliberately mocking her, as if she could pierce him with her glare. Cain found the entire scene quite amusing, considering it was mealtime, and for the sake of their appetites. Cain decided to offer this group of unacquainted Brits a delightful shock of Chinese cuisine. Of course, let there be no misunderstanding. Cain had no intention of cooking himself. After all, he had not undergone training at a culinary school like New Oriental and could only claim mastery over instant noodles. Clearing his throat to capture everyone's attention, he announced, "I have a dish from the mysterious East, unforgettable once tasted, but I will need your assistance." It can be said that within each of them lies the spirit of a true foodie. Upon hearing about the exotic delicacy, everyone was intrigued. Satisfied with their reactions, Cain began directing the proceedings. Hagrid was tasked with moving a large pot outside, as the indoor space was somewhat cramped. Harry and Ron were responsible for gathering firewood. Hermione fetched the ingredients, Draco monitored the pot, while Cain prepared to carve a few pairs of chopsticks. Various ingredients hanging from Hagrid's beams were perfect for the occasion. Indeed, Cain intended to create a magical version of Northeast China's mixed stew. Bubbling away, the diverse ingredients harmoniously melded in the pot, releasing an intoxicating aroma. The four young ones, along with Hagrid, eagerly watched the pot, ready to spring into action at Cain's command. "Hagrid, bring out the rock cakes," Cain urged, eyeing Hagrid, who was nearly drooling. Oh, rock cakes, I'll get them right away," Hagrid replied, tearing his gaze from the pot and heading indoors. "Cain, why do you need rock cakes?" Harry asked, his expression troubled. Out of respect for Hagrid, he refrained from voicing his concerns, knowing that Hagrid's rock cakes were not exactly gourmet fare. Indeed, Cain, Hermione, a previous victim of the cakes, chimed in. "No worries, you'll see soon enough," Cain said, raising an eyebrow. "It's the cakes soaked with broth that hold the true essence." Hagrid returned with a heaping platter of rock cakes, causing the trio of lions to grimace. Cain tore the cakes into uneven pieces and added them to the stew. Moments later, he announced, "All right, it's ready to eat." He signaled for everyone to dig in. Upon tasting the meat, Cain was nearly moved to tears. After so many years, he finally savored this flavor again. Perhaps it was the addition of magically infused ingredients. But this stew was exceptionally delicious, and Cain found it impossible to stop eating. Observing Cain's enjoyment, the others soon abandoned their reluctance to engage in a culinary battle, each scrambling for utensils. Unsurprisingly, the stew captivated these Brits as well. Harry and Ron, while gasping from the heat, devoured the food with fervor. Draco and Hermione initially tried to maintain their composure, one adhering to noble etiquette, the other to ladylike decorum. However, witnessing the diminishing food supply, they too joined in, wielding their spoons enthusiastically. Hagrid, needless to say, consumed enough for several people. With satisfied sighs, they all indulged, each reclining in blissful relaxation, savoring the delightful aftermath of their meal. Only Hagrid continued to persist, relentlessly dipping rock cakes into the broth and devouring them with gusto. As I indulged in the exquisite meal before me, I couldn't help but exclaim, "I have never tasted such delectable food. Cain, my dear friend, you simply must share the recipe for this dish with me." After that delightful repast, even Slytherin could count Hagrid among its friends. Chapter 18, Flying Lessons. Slytherin posted an announcement that flying lessons would commence this Thursday. As per tradition, Slytherin would share the class with Gryffindor. "Cain, did you see? We have flying lessons," Draco exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Cain, however, remained expressionless, unable to comprehend the amusement derived from riding a rickety broomstick. Though the broom was enchanted with a cushioning charm, the chill of the wind was inescapable, rendering the experience far from elegant. Thus, during his childhood at Malfoy Manor, he had often observed Draco soaring about on a pink toy broom, witnessing the unfortunate destruction of several bird nests along the way. At last, it was Draco's turn to showcase his prowess. Aware that Cain was not fond of broom riding, Draco was determined to astonish, particularly in hopes of impressing Harry Potter. "All right, enough excitement. Let's head to breakfast," Cain interjected, easily discerning Draco's intentions. "Hello, Cain." Hermione spotted Cain in the library and hastily concealed the book she had been perusing beneath her astronomy homework. "Hermione, what are you?" Though Hermione's movements were swift, Cain had seen through her ruse. It was a book about flying lessons. "Oh, well, I just wanted to learn a bit about flying," Hermione admitted, her cheeks tinged with a blush. "There's nothing to worry about, Hermione. I too am not particularly fond of riding broomsticks," Cain reassured her, drawing from his own experience. "Really?" Hermione replied, somewhat surprised. "I thought children from wizarding families excelled at this." "I may be an exception," Cain shrugged playfully. "Cain, I never knew you had this side to you," Hermione remarked, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him. "Please, Hermione, I am far from perfect," Cain chuckled. "For instance, I am not favored by animals." "What happened?" Hermione's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Do you really wish to hear about it?" Cain hesitated, wanting to evade the topic. "Hurry, Cain. We are friends," Hermione insisted, her demeanor resolute. Cain pressed his fingers to his forehead. "Hermione, please do not make your eagerness too obvious. Your little fists are clenched in excitement." "All right, once when I was a child, I secretly ran away from Malfoy Manor. As I passed a farm, a gaggle of geese charged at me, pursuing me for 3 miles, Cain recounted, revealing a rather embarrassing chapter of his past. "Ha, that's truly nothing, Cain. Ha." Hermione attempted to express her sympathy, though her laughter diminished the sentiment. The true heartbreak lies not in loud commotion, but in silence. Cain raised an eyebrow, trying to convey his feelings through a glance, and noticed Hermione's ears suddenly flush with color. He nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. At least you possess a modicum of conscience." "Cain, you," Hermione's voice trailed off, lacking its usual assertiveness. Enough of your bickering. Both of you, leave at once. Mrs. Pants, the guardian of the Hogwarts library, glared at the two with her familiar feather duster in hand. Embarrassed, they hastily gathered their belongings and departed. By the way, Hermione, what were you about to say? Cain recalled that Hermione had something to express earlier, but her words were interrupted by Mrs. Pants. Oh, it's nothing. Hermione shot a glance at Cain. Though she was not being truthful, she wished to convey her hope that Cain would exhibit a modicum of awareness and refrain from directing such suggestive expressions towards the girls. The flying lesson arrived swiftly, with Madame Hooch, their instructor, possessing striking gray hair and keen, eagle-like yellow eyes. What are you all waiting for? She barked, instructing everyone to stand beside their broomsticks. Hurry up, do not waste time. Cain glanced down at his broom, its twigs askew and seemingly on the verge of collapse. He silently lamented that even the brooms of Hogwarts were cumbersome. Extend your right hand, place it above the broom, and then speak to it, Madame Hooch instructed. Up. Cain called uncertainly, unsure if the aging broom would comprehend his command. The broom merely rolled lazily on the ground, showing no inclination to heed him. Observing those around him, Cain noted that Harry's broom soared effortlessly into his hand, while Draco S. followed suit. Odette's broom also responded in kind, leaving Hermione still struggling to coax hers into action. Up. Cain raised his voice, commanding. At that moment, the broom leapt into his grasp, coincidentally coinciding with Hermione's broom finally responding as well. They exchanged a glance, a wretched sense of synergy between them. Are you watching, Miss Granger? Odette inquired softly, a smile gracing her features. Cain felt an inexplicable chill wash over him, as if a cold breeze had swept by. He composed himself, thinking, if I'm not mistaken, Gryffindor is directly opposite us. It's curious that I cannot see her. Suddenly, the chill dissipated, and Cain pondered whether it had merely been a figment of his imagination. Once I whistle, you will leave the ground. Remember to kick off firmly, Madame Hooch reiterated, instructing everyone to steady their brooms, rise a few feet, and then lean forward slightly to descend vertically back to the ground. Listen for my whistle. Before she could finish, Neville, perhaps too anxious and eager not to be left behind, propelled himself upward without waiting for Madame Hooch's signal. Come back, child, Madame Hooch exclaimed, her face paling. Neville shot up like a rocket, reaching heights of 12 feet, then 20 feet, escalating uncontrollably. Recognizing the impending chaos, Cain stepped forward. Neville, do not panic. What you need to do now is hold on tightly to your broom, turn your head downward, and descend slowly. I don't want to die. Neville's cries echoed, fragmented with fear. Calm down, child, just do as I instructed. Madame Hooch shouted, sprinting towards Neville's direction. In a moment of dire urgency, an innate courage surged within Neville. Grasping his broom tightly, he attempted to change direction. As fate would have it, a mishap indeed unfolded. His broom abruptly shook, casting Neville off and sending him soaring towards the forbidden forest. A terrified scream escaped Neville as he plummeted. The onlookers from Slytherin and Gryffindor instinctively covered their eyes. Cain swiftly drew his wand, and with a gentle flick uttered the spell, Wingardium Leviosa. Fortunately, Neville's descent slowed, but alas, he began to ascend once more. Cain paused, realizing that his magical prowess had significantly amplified due to time travel, rendering his spells far more potent than before. Neville's anguished cries echoed through the air. The Gryffindors nearby suspected Cain of malice and rushed towards him in anger. The Slytherin serpents encircled Cain, fixating their gaze on the Gryffindor lions. Please don't, Harry and Hermione pleaded, but the fervor of the Gryffindors was uncontainable. As a confrontation loomed inevitable, Cain steadied himself. Everyone, quiet down. Neville will be fine. He moderated the magical energy he infused into the spell, first casting a freezing charm to immobilize Neville, then using a levitation spell to gently lower him to the ground. Upon witnessing Neville's safe landing, the Gryffindors surged forward in excitement. Step back. I need to dispel the spell. Cain raised his voice above the commotion. The Slytherin serpents, without further prompting, parted the throng of Gryffindors, who this time did not resist. Thank you, Cain. You saved my life. Neville, pale and shaken, expressed his gratitude. Chapter 19, Flying Lessons 2. Children, make way. Madame Hooch returned, parting the crowd. How are you? Neville's arm hung limply, clearly fractured. She turned to the rest of the class. I will take this child to the hospital. None of you are to move. If I return and find you have dared to utter the word Quidditch, I assure you, you will be expelled from Hogwarts without a moment's notice. Oh, and Mr. Lestrange, your calm intervention in saving a classmate deserves a reward of 10 points. Madame Hooch smiled, her eyes filled with admiration. Did you see that look on his face? What a fool, remarked White nonchalantly. The serpents glanced at Cain, but none echoed his sentiment. In contrast, Gryffindor erupted in outrage. "Shut your mouth, you viper," shouted Seamus Finnegan, prompting the surrounding Gryffindors to rally in support. White, sensing the rising tension, sought refuge within the Slytherin ranks, while the surrounding serpents distanced themselves from him. Recognizing the ire he had incited, White felt compelled to act. Suddenly, a flash of red amidst the grass caught his attention. "Look, what is that?" White dashed forward to discover Neville Longbottom's grandmother's memory ball, the very object he had heard Neville boast about in the Great Hall. It is quite absurd. This memory, or merely serves to remind Neville that he has forgotten something, yet he never recalls what that something is. Truly foolish. Walter continues to intensify his aggression. Has he lost his mind? Blaise gazes at him, astonished and utterly bewildered by White's reckless behavior. It is evident that he is fully aware of his actions. A glimmer of understanding flashes in Odette's fox-like eyes as she turns to Cain, seeking affirmation. Odette is indeed correct. He knows precisely what he intends to do. Cain already harbors his own suspicions. Beside him, Theodore casts a worried glance at Cain. Just as their hushed conversation unfolds, White completely infuriates the Gryffindor crowd. To their astonishment, he loudly calls out to Cain, "Cain, you are our chief. It is your duty to protect me." Draco is taken aback by White's audacity. He never anticipated that after such a reckless display, White would ultimately expect Cain to shoulder the blame, which immediately displeases him. "White, be mindful of your position," Draco warns, his frustration almost causing his hair to become disheveled. White's eyes betray a flicker of doubt, yet he hastily rushes behind Cain, seeking refuge. Observing White's actions, Cain comprehends that this entire affair was directed at him from the outset, with the intent of inciting discord between him and Gryffindor. Who could it be? Cain mentally lists several suspects, but decides to set that aside for the moment. "Cain, you cannot shield him. He is insulting our classmates," Hermione asserts, standing firmly before Cain, confident that he will make the right choice. "Indeed, Cain, you must not protect him," Harry and Ron echo, equally incensed. The rest of Gryffindor also fix their gazes upon Cain. The Slytherins encircle Cain more tightly, awaiting his decision. This is a predicament fraught with difficulty. If he were to surrender White, the Slytherins would inevitably question Cain's capabilities as chief, yet if he refrains from doing so, his somewhat amicable relations with Harry and the Gryffindors would undoubtedly collapse. Theodore and Odette, too, recognize this dilemma, silently awaiting Cain's verdict. Regardless of the outcome, they will stand by him. Cain's mind races as he devises a solution. He glances at White and commands, "Step forward." White visibly shudders, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. "Are you going to turn me in?" "White, do you know one of the tenets of Slytherin?" Cain does not wait for a response, declaring, "Slytherin forever pursues honor." As a Slytherin, publicly insulting the heir of the pure-blood Lombard family, your actions bring shame upon Slytherin. Cain speaks with a grave tone, leaving no room for leniency. The surrounding Slytherins' gazes toward White instantly turn frigid. They wholeheartedly agree with Cain's statement, believing that White, being merely a half-blood, has no right to insult a fellow pure-blood like Lombard. This, too, is a disgrace to their lineage. Cain's objective is achieved. He sought to evoke resonance among the Slytherins, knowing that purity of blood is a source of pride for them. Although Cain holds the notion of nobility in disdain, he must momentarily bide his time. White's complexion suddenly turned ashen. He realized his doom was imminent. His only hope lay with those who had orchestrated his actions. With bloodshot eyes, White cast a desperate glance at Cain, still attempting to drag him into his predicament. "But you are my captain," he exclaimed. "How shameless you are, now that you recognize Cain as the captain." Pansy, unable to endure the provocations directed at Cain, glared fiercely at White. "Let it be known that I am not denying you an opportunity," Cain proposed, surveying the faces of White and Gryffindor. "How about we hold an aerial competition right here? Slytherin will be represented by White, and Gryffindor will send forth one participant to contend for Neville's memory ball. Should White lose, he will issue an apology to you." "Very well. I shall represent Gryffindor," Harry declared, stepping forward without hesitation to accept Cain's proposition. "And what if White wins?" Someone murmured quietly. Cain and Harry exchanged a knowing glance. Such an outcome was improbable. Cain had unwavering confidence in Harry's prowess, while Harry harbored a resolute determination to triumph. "Cain, Harry, you cannot proceed this way. The professor instructed us to remain in place." As Slytherin and Gryffindor reached an agreement, Hermione, sensing the impending danger, attempted to invoke the professor's authority to halt the match. Yet, not a soul heeded her plea. Everyone was consumed by a fervor. "Ready, set, go!" Cain called out as Harry and White positioned themselves beside their brooms, and he lofted Neville's memory ball high into the air. In an instant, both competitors soared upwards. The wind whipped through Harry's hair, pressing it against his scalp as his eyes scanned for the elusive memory ball. Be careful. Despicable. It was White, slightly behind, who accelerated to catch up with Harry's broom. He executed a sharp turn, attempting to knock Harry off course. Fortunately, Harry sensed the movement behind him just in time, dodging White's underhanded maneuver. As the memory ball plummeted, Harry broke free from White and sped towards it. However, the ball descended with far greater velocity than Harry could muster on his broom, perilously close to crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Harry surged forward, accelerating with reckless abandon, feeling as though he might collide with the earth. In the fleeting moment before the memory ball struck the ground, Harry extended his hand, grasping it firmly. Bravo, Harry! The first-year spectators erupted in applause, with Slytherin joining in the fervor. Harry's exceptional skill and indomitable courage captivated everyone present, leading to a spontaneous ovation. Chapter 20. Aftermath. In stark contrast to Harry's triumph, White found himself shunned. No one wished to engage with him. With a pallid visage, he attempted to slip away unnoticed amidst the jubilation surrounding Harry. What are you doing? At that moment, Professor McGonagall appeared, trembling with indignation. In all my years at Hogwarts, I have never seen such an angered glint in Professor McGonagall's spectacles. How dare you? You could have broken your neck. Cain noticed Harry's face had also turned ashen, prompting him to step forward. Professor McGonagall, it is not his fault. Mr. Lestrange, Professor McGonagall regarded her proud pupil, her tone softening slightly. I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation. It was my suggestion that led Harry to this predicament. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me. Cain's face bore the weight of guilt. This is entirely not your fault, Pansy interjected, unable to contain herself. Indeed, it is not your fault, echoed the students below. What on earth transpired? You have all left me utterly perplexed. Professor McGonagall adjusted her spectacles, instructing Lestrange and Potter to follow her. With that, she strode purposefully towards the castle. Concern etched on their faces, everyone watched Cain and Harry, fearing they would face expulsion. My father is a board member. You two shall be fine, Draco asserted with unwavering conviction. My father is as well, chimed in Theodore Nott. My mother too, added Pansy Parkinson. Cain felt both touched and amused, realizing that they had influential connections. After reassuring himself that they would indeed be safe, Cain led a still worried Harry in McGonagall's wake. Rest assured, Harry, I promise you, nothing will happen, Cain whispered comfortingly. Harry's expression brightened considerably. Now, can you clarify the sequence of events? Professor McGonagall's commanding presence filled the room. It was like this, Harry began, recounting the events but omitting the fact that it was Cain's suggestion, attempting to shoulder the blame himself. Cain sensed Harry's protective intent, a warmth blossoming within him. He refrained from interrupting Harry and, after Harry finished, he provided the complete context, asserting that it was indeed his proposal from the outset. In the end, they even began to argue, each vying to take responsibility for the matter. Unbeknownst to them, Professor McGonagall's gaze was softened with warmth as she observed their camaraderie. After years of teaching, she had never witnessed such a bond between Slytherin and Gryffindor, and it filled her with a sense of gratification. Now, gentlemen, please take your seats, she beckoned, placing 2 cups of pumpkin juice before them. Both of you are at fault. 10 points will be deducted from Gryffindor and Slytherin alike. Harry's spirits plummeted since joining Gryffindor. He felt perpetually on the brink of losing points, nearly desensitized. However, with a shift in tone, Professor McGonagall continued, You acted in defense of your fellow student, which merits an addition of 10 points to each of your houses. Instantly, Harry's mood lifted, a foolish grin spreading across his face as he glanced at Cain. Cain reciprocated the smile, fully aware from the very start that they would not face any consequences. Very well, Mr. Lestrange. We have some internal Gryffindor matters to attend to. You may return. A newfound vitality seemed to infuse Professor McGonagall's demeanor. Cain understood that she intended to take Harry to meet Oliver Wood. He nodded, giving Harry a look that said, I'll keep an eye on you, before discreetly departing. Are you all right? Did the professor punish you? Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, a throng of first-year snakes surrounded him, clamoring with concern. I'm fine. No punishment, Cain replied uniformly. Cain cast a cold glance around, realizing that White was nowhere to be seen. A few upperclassmen who had been observing suddenly met Cain's gaze and quickly turned away. Cain understood that this incident likely stemmed from the directives of certain seniors. Theodore, what do you know? Cain had noticed Theodore's subtle signals and sought a secluded spot. Cain, you must be cautious. The extremist purebloods, led by Justral, harbor considerable disdain for your close ties with Gryffindor, Theodore said, a furrow of concern etched upon his brow. They have approached you, haven't they? Cain asserted. Indeed, they wish for me to usurp your position, but I have declined. Theodore candidly shared all he knew. Cain patted Theodore on the shoulder, reassuring him, do not worry, Theodore, they cannot stir up any trouble. Hearing Cain's confident response, Theodore visibly relaxed. Since childhood, Cain had always been the one to inspire his trust. Why should that be? He is merely a first year, Draco seethed in frustration. Indeed, there has never been a precedent for a first year entering Quidditch. Dumbledore must be losing his wits, Pansy added, appearing even more irate than Draco. Upon hearing their words, Cain realized that the news of Harry's selection for Quidditch had spread like wildfire. He shook his head, picking up a piece of toast. Hogwarts truly harbored no secrets. I refused to let this go without a fight. Draco was clearly provoked, as becoming a Quidditch player had always been his dream, now snatched away. Even if it was by Harry Potter, why not settle it with a duel? Odette coolly suggested from her seat near Cain. Yes, I shall duel Potter. Draco seemed to have found an outlet for his pent-up frustration. Cain was somewhat speechless. The narrative truly had a way of correcting itself, even leading to a duel. Potter, I demand a duel. Draco cornered Harry, his demeanor aggressive. What is his problem? Harry, bewildered, tilted his head to seek Cain's insight. He's been triggered, Cain replied succinctly. All right then, tonight at the trophy room. Those who do not come are cowards, Ron blurted out impulsively, eager for chaos. I will be Harry's second. What about you? Draco immediately turned his gaze toward Cain. I have prior commitments tonight. You all can sort this out yourselves. Cain had no desire to partake in their antics. He had a lesson with Quirrell scheduled. Very well, Theodore, you shall accompany me. Draco reluctantly placed his hopes on his second most trusted ally. Midnight it is, Draco declared before turning to leave, determined to strategize with Theodore. This time, he was resolved to ensure that Harry faced dire consequences. Chapter 21. The First Night with the Dark Lord. Come in, child, Quirrell peered into the corridor. Professor, what shall we learn today? Cain inquired, genuinely curious about Quirrell's intentions. Quirrell did not respond immediately, but instead arranged 3 cages containing small white mice upon the table. Do you know of any incantation that can make a person vanish most swiftly? The 3 unforgivable curses? Cain did not beat around the bush. Chilo remained non-committal. His eyes suddenly filled with an unmistakable coldness. Unsurprisingly, the Dark Lord had returned once more. The soul seemed to leave the body. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the Dark Lord caused Cain's mind to plunge into an abyss of emptiness, as a voice echoed from afar, seeking to extract the secrets concealed deep within Cain's heart. This jolt startled Cain, awakening him from his stupor. The existence of 2 lives was Cain's most untouchable secret, buried deep within his soul, shielded from any prying eyes. Fortunately, due to his dual existence, Cain's spiritual essence was far more robust than that of the average person, preventing him from succumbing to the Dark Lord's soul-draining spell. Very well. It seems you surpass my expectations, the Dark Lord remarked with a hint of satisfaction upon witnessing Cain's rapid recovery. You old scoundrel, attacking an 11-year-old dashing lad without honor. Cain seethed inwardly, yet he maintained a facade of a smile, though his irritation simmered beneath. Heart-piercing, the icy voice resounded once more, this time directed at the small white mouse in the cage. The instant the curse struck, the mouse convulsed, squealing in distress. In the next moment, it began to frantically claw at the skin over its heart, and Cain could even see the organ pulsating through the wounds. A wave of dryness swept over Cain. Indeed, the 3 unforgivable curses were as formidable as rumored. Why don't you give it a try? The devilish voice beckoned. Cain had prepared himself for the Dark Lord's lessons in dark magic from the outset, for the Dark Lord was no benevolent figure. Steeling himself, Cain firmly raised his wand, aiming at a white mouse. Heart-piercing. Just as before, the mouse inflicted grievous wounds upon itself, though not as horrifically as the previous one. The Dark Lord's gaze towards Cain grew increasingly approving, even hinting at a trace of warmth amidst his usual demeanor. Now for the last one, pay close attention. The Dark Lord did not allow Cain any time to react. Avada Kedavra. A sinister green light flashed, and the mouse in the cage collapsed, its tiny eyes devoid of any color. It is your turn. The Dark Lord produced another cage containing a white mouse, gesturing towards Cain. Cain steadied himself once more. Aiming at the mouse, Avada Kedavra. The mouse fell, though its claws twitched momentarily. Concentrate. It is merely a mouse, the Dark Lord admonished sharply. In his eyes, even a living being, if deemed worthless, was little more than a pitiful mouse, easily crushed at any moment. Cain unleashed his intent to kill towards the Dark Lord. This time, the mouse instantly ceased to breathe. Excellent. You have not disappointed me. The Dark Lord observed Cain as if appraising an object. But remember, the quickest way to end a life is with the killing curse. For the Dark Lord, the killing curse was as commonplace as eating or drinking. Now, do you have anything else you wish to learn? I wish to learn the spell that grants the ability to soar through the skies. A wizard perched on a flying broomstick is undeniably lacking in elegance. Cain spoke candidly, unreserved in his opinion. For a fleeting moment, the Dark Lord appeared momentarily lost in thought, as if recalling something significant. You are indeed correct. Slytherin must maintain an air of grace at all times, he emphasized, his tone laden with implication. Miss Shadow, the Dark Lord declared, revealing a potent incantation capable of transforming an individual into a wisp of black mist, allowing for rapid aerial flight. Cain practiced the spell a few times, achieving modest success. Observing Cain's progress, the Dark Lord generously imparted additional practical dark arts. That will suffice for today, he said, a hint of fatigue seeping into his voice. Cain, feeling satisfied with his accomplishments, departed without delay. My master, I did not anticipate that Lestrange possessed such remarkable talent for dark magic. A stammering voice echoed after Cain's departure. Chilo, how fares your inquiry into the unicorn herd? Some matters were best left undisclosed, and the Dark Lord promptly admonished Chilo. Master, please grant me more time. Chilo tremblingly knelt in supplication. Chilo, be swift. Once I regain my strength, you shall have everything you desire. The Dark Lord was well versed in the art of promises. As Cain traversed the expansive corridor, he skillfully evaded the ever-present threat of Mrs. Norris. A loud crash reverberated from above, followed by a cacophony of hurried footsteps. Oh no, it can't be Harry and the others, Cain thought, racing upward only to collide directly with Harry and his companions. Cain, what are you doing here? Run. Filch is after us, Hermione exclaimed, seizing Cain's arm as they dashed away. The group sprinted down the corridor, leaving Cain no opportunity to speak. He was forced to navigate around doorways and hurried past a series of hallways. After what felt like miles, they halted near a classroom adjacent to the charms lesson, a significant distance from the trophy room. I think we've lost him, Harry panted, leaning against the cold wall. I told you so, Hermione gasped, her face flushed with exertion, clutching her clothing tightly. And Cain, what brings you here? Hermione inquired as she regained her breath. Cain hesitated, contemplating a plausible excuse. However, before he could articulate a response, something suddenly burst forth from a nearby classroom. It was Peeves. An unsettling silence enveloped the group, save for Cain, who felt that Peeves' arrival was fortuitous. Upon spotting them, Peeves grinned widely, his voice rising in gleeful cacophony. Be quiet, Peeves. You'll get us expelled, Harry implored in a hushed tone. Instead, Peeves grew even more exuberant, shouting, Here we have students who refuse to sleep, wandering about in the dead of night. Naughty, naughty. Filch should catch you all and interrogate you. A distant feline cry of meow echoed as Mrs. Norris, alerted by the commotion, called for Filch. The group, recognizing their peril, bowed their heads and swiftly maneuvered past Peeves, once again fleeing in a panic. They ran until they reached the end of the corridor, where a locked door barred their path. Step aside, Cain urged Harry, who promptly moved aside. With a silent flick of his wand, the door swung open. The group hurriedly slipped inside, secured the door, and pressed their ears against it. Peeves, tell me where the students have fled, came the voice of Filch. Please, he added. If given the choice, Filch would have been the first to expel the Weasley twins and second, Peeves. Hogwarts had long suffered. Let the impartial Filch act as a harbinger of justice. Yet, such delightful fantasies were ultimately illusory, and Filch now had to confront the harsh reality of having to endure humiliation in order to catch the students who roamed at night. Please tell me where the students have gone. Ha ha ha, you fool. I want to tell you, Peeves cackled, reveling in his triumph before vanishing before Filch's eyes. Peeves, I shall inform Professor McGonagall and have you expelled. Filch seethed with impotent rage as he gradually walked away. Chapter 22, The Hogwarts Detective. The group had evaded Filch's pursuit and collectively sighed in relief. Suddenly, Cain felt a weight in his sleeve. Looking down, he saw Neville, his face pale and filled with deep fear. Cain instantly understood the situation, inadvertently stumbling. They had ended up here. Sure enough, when he looked up, Cain beheld a massive, three-headed dog, drooling as it gazed hungrily at them. Ah! Draco shrieked, seemingly shattering a tense stillness. The three-headed beast opened its mouth, poised to attack. Quickly restrain it, Cain commanded calmly, casting a spell to bind the creature. Run! The group swiftly opened the door and fled, with Cain bringing up the rear. Just as Cain was about to escape, the three-headed dog broke free from its bindings, lunging menacingly at him with its three heads. In a split second, Harry, relying on his quick reflexes, yanked Cain to safety. The others summoned all their strength to block the beast from pursuing them through the door. At last, they were safe. They exchanged glances, their disheveled appearances causing them to stifle laughter. In times of adversity, true bonds revealed themselves. Having endured this ordeal, the invisible barriers that once existed among them were suddenly shattered. All right, let us head back. We can discuss everything later, Cain suggested, noting the fatigue etched on their faces. They all nodded, splitting into two groups, quietly returning to their respective dormitories. There, Hermione greeted Cain and the others with a conspiratorial air. Following Cain's suggestion, they convened in an abandoned classroom. Cain was acutely aware that in the original story, the Gryffindor trio often conspired aloud, attracting unwanted attention, which was not what he wished to see. Their gathering was intended to hold the inaugural detective meeting of Hogwarts. Two factions were represented, one led by Cain, the Slytherin detective team, consisting of Theodore and Draco, the other represented by Harry, the Gryffindor detective team, which included Hermione and Ron. Do not inquire about the absence of Neville. His frequent forgetfulness renders it difficult to trust him with secrets. In adherence to the principle of confidentiality, Neville has been temporarily stripped of his right to participate in this meeting. The focus of our discussion is to investigate the enigmatic room at the end of the fourth-floor corridor, specifically the secrets concealed beneath the trapdoor guarded by the three-headed dog. Without further ado, let us delve into this perplexing case. Initially, the attendees exchanged the information they possessed. Of course, this must also be shared with our esteemed audience, who are reminded to maintain discretion. Did you notice that in the room we intruded upon, there lies a trapdoor beneath the three-headed dog, undoubtedly hiding secrets? Ms. Granger was the first to broach the topic. Could it be treasure? Ron's face beamed with excitement, adding an air of mystery to the objects concealed beneath the trapdoor. Could it be a dragon? Draco's adrenaline surged, eager to venture in and discover. Theodore cast Draco a couple of bemused glances, opting to remain silent for now. As for Cain, he understood the significance of allowing the prominent figures to make their entrance last. I have a hypothesis, Harry remarked as he surveyed the attendees. Do you recall the news that surfaced at the beginning of the term regarding the theft at Gringotts, specifically vault number 713? Harry successfully piqued everyone's curiosity. However, he was adept at controlling the pace of the conversation, leaving his audience yearning for more, almost wishing to hurl a rotten egg at him. Recognizing the rising tension, Harry refrained from further embellishment. The day of the Gringotts theft coincided with the time Hagrid took me to retrieve something. Moreover, Hagrid had quietly informed the goblins that Dumbledore had sent him to collect an item from Vault 713. Hagrid had also mentioned to me that Hogwarts is the safest place to hide things. Harry divulged his knowledge with the enthusiasm of a fountain pouring forth its contents. Furthermore, do you remember that Headmaster Dumbledore emphasized during the feast that if one wished to avoid a grim fate, they should steer clear of the room at the end of the fourth-floor corridor? Cain then delivered his closing remarks, suggesting that the object Hagrid retrieved from Gringotts might very well be what the three-headed dog is guarding. Thus, let us split into two groups. We Slytherins shall investigate news from Gringotts, while the three of you might visit Hagrid for subtle inquiries. Cain paused, stating that if any information arises, we should communicate it promptly. Should the need arise, we can convene a second meeting. The remaining 5 members expressed their agreement with Cain's proposal, eager to contribute their efforts toward the resolution of Hogwarts' mysterious case. In an atmosphere of harmony, the inaugural detective meeting at Hogwarts concluded successfully, met with applause. Cain, what do you believe the three-headed dog is guarding? On the way back, Theodore could not resist inquiring about Cain's insights, sensing that he might possess some knowledge. Draco, hearing this, discreetly perked up his ears, casting glances at the two. Perhaps it is an object that incites crime, Cain replied with a mysterious smile, offering no further clarification as he strode ahead. Theodore and Draco exchanged a glance, choosing not to say more as they hurried to keep pace with Cain. Upon entering the Slytherin common room, Cain acutely sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Scanning the room, he observed clusters of upperclassmen, typically a rare sight, gathered together while the younger students huddled silently in the corners. The commonality among these individuals was their collective gaze fixated upon Cain as he entered. A heaviness settled in Cain's heart at this sight. Adele, wanting to speak out, was promptly silenced by a nearby upperclassman. Cain Lestrange, what a name to behold, drawled the fifth-year prefect, Jastrel, as he casually approached Cain. Is there something you wish to discuss? Cain took a slight step back, maintaining a calm demeanor as he inquired. Come here, you scoundrel, Jastrel beckoned dismissively, akin to calling a dog. The pale-faced Walter White, who had not dared to show his face to Cain since their flying class, hesitantly approached. Cain noticed the sudden pallor in some of the upperclassmen's faces at this. "Tell him what you know," Jastrow commanded, looking down at Walter. "I saw Lestrange in a compromising position with the Gryffindor savior. This is nothing short of betrayal to Slytherin." Terrified by Jastrow's menacing gaze, Walter closed his eyes and accused Cain. The common room erupted into a cacophony of whispers, with all eyes scrutinizing Cain. Theodore and Draco beside him wore expressions of anger, tinged with gravity. "Ah, this is indeed a grave accusation." Cain raised an eyebrow, unfazed, and smiled. "I believe you owe us an explanation." Walter drew his wand, pointing it threateningly at Cain. "Explanation?" Cain scoffed. "What are you to demand an explanation from me?" The common room boiled over, akin to water reaching a rolling boil. They had not anticipated Cain's audacity. Jastrow's fury reached a boiling point, his muscular arms tensing. "Who gave you the audacity to act so brazenly?" "Clearly, I possess the confidence to do so. Do you dare challenge me?" Cain was growing exasperated with their incessant provocations. Seizing the opportunity, he intended to diminish their bravado. "You said it. Do not blame me for being ungracious." Jastrow wore a sinister grin. "Oh look, sixth-year prefect Cassandra Shafik is casually commenting on your newfound prowess, Rawl," striking at a first-year student. Discontent brewed in the eyes surrounding Jastrow, particularly among the younger students, who found the upperclassmen's unrestrained aggression quite taboo. "Very well. I too wish to witness the strength of a member of the illustrious Rawl family," Cain retorted, unwilling to show gratitude. Cassandra's gaze flickered, and she fell silent, recognizing the futility of advising those courting danger. "Cain, you must contemplate your choices carefully," cautioned Gemma Farley, the fifth-year prefect, almost explicitly urging him not to overestimate his capabilities. "I am quite certain in my thoughts, however." "However what?" "It is too late for you to beg for mercy now." Jastrow glared menacingly at Cain. "Begging for mercy is out of the question. However, why not add a touch of flair to this duel?" Cain raised an eyebrow. "Flair indeed. I shall grant you an opportunity. One must not refuse a gift freely offered." "Ha ha ha." Roland was taken aback by this unexpected boon. "Do not say that the senior does not look after you. What do you intend to offer as a wager?" "How about the two shops owned by the Roland family in Diagon Alley?" The Roland establishments are situated near the Lestrange residence, and Cain had long contemplated acquiring these two shops to merge them for future use as a venue for the consignment of alchemical goods. The alchemical trade is notoriously lucrative, and Cain certainly would not shy away from the abundance of gold possessed by the Lestrange family. "Likewise, if I were to lose, I would bestow upon you the two shops of the Lestrange estate." Cain's words carried a hint of provocation, questioning whether you could truly manage the Roland family affairs. "Of course, I can. I'm the sole heir of the Roland lineage." Just Roland had never entertained the thought of defeat, speaking with unwavering confidence. "Yet, I am merely a frail first-year student. What if someone fails to uphold their promise?" Cain sought to deny Roland any opportunity for retreat, feigning a demeanor of fragility and helplessness. "Fear not, Cain." Seventh-year President Akeburst stepped forward, proclaiming, in the name of the Burstead family, that should anyone fail to honor their agreement, they would become adversaries of the Burstead family. Akeburst's gaze swept across the surrounding Slytherins, all astute enough to grasp the implication. "I bear witness in the name of the Shafik family. I bear witness in the name of the Malfoy family. I bear witness in the name of the Rosier family." Prominent heirs of pureblood families made their assurances, and both Cain and Just were satisfied. "Then, let us not waste time. Let the duel commence." Cain intended to conclude matters swiftly. "Since you are so eager for your demise, I shall graciously oblige." Just Roland laughed maniacally. The two parties, adhering to the duel's protocol, raised their wands to their chests and bowed. "Disarm." Cain quickly distanced himself from the two, casting a spell with a swift flick of his wrist. The spell struck with such rapidity that it caught Just Roland off guard, sending his wand flying with considerable force. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers, as no one anticipated that victory would be decided so swiftly. Below, Odette instinctively covered her face. Feeling a surge of sympathy for Just Roland, being bested by Cain in a single move was indeed a source of profound humiliation. "This does not count. I was merely careless." Just Roland, initially shocked, soon found his facial muscles contorting in rage, clearly unable to accept this outcome, his anger boiling over. Just had vastly underestimated the prowess of Lestrange, having come wholly unprepared, had he not? Akeburst, self-proclaimed arbiter of fairness, suggested, "I believe we should grant just another chance." The crowd erupted in disbelief, astonished that someone would so brazenly disregard their dignity. This inevitably sparked suspicions regarding any undisclosed connection between Just Roland and Akeburst. "Very well. Let's try once more." Cain showed no signs of dissent. I hope this will be the final fair duel. Cassandra Shafik cast a fleeting glance at Eckburst. Her crimson lips pursed, emphasizing the word fair with a weighty tone. Cain and Jastrol once again stood facing each other, exchanging bows. However, a sudden turn of events transpired in that very moment. Before the formalities could be completed, Jastrol struck first. A thunderous explosion echoed as Jastrol unleashed a devastating spell. A crimson beam hurtling towards Cain. With swift agility, Cain sidestepped, conjuring a protective armor around himself. A noxious fog began to seep forth. As the saying goes, it is only polite to reciprocate. A thick mist erupted from Cain's wand, enveloping Jastrol in an instant. Jastrol hastily defended himself, casting a similar protective enchantment. To his shock, the fog corroded the armor from his body. Wincing, Jastrol covered his face, revealing signs of erosion that began to spread across his form. Witnessing Jastrol's plight, the surrounding Slytherins looked at Cain in disbelief. Some gazes flickered, prompting them to reconsider their assessment of Cain Lestrange. What is the meaning of this? Severus Snape strode in, his black cloak nearly torn asunder. He was taken aback by the audacity of the Slytherin students, engaging in clandestine duels without his knowledge as headmaster. Upon seeing Jastrol's condition, a surge of fury welled within him. Yet, this was not the time for inquiries. Snape approached Jastrol, drawing his wand to inspect the damage. The reputation of the potion master was well-deserved, as Snape quickly discerned the injuries were inflicted by dark magic. Take him to my office. With a flick of his cloak, he commanded Eckburst to accompany him. As for the rest of you, silence. This matter is not to be disclosed. Snape issued a gag order, wishing to prevent other houses from reveling in the spectacle. What Jastrol promised will be delivered to you in due time, Cassandra whispered alluringly, her lips brushing against Cain's ear. Cain subtly distanced himself, a faint smile gracing his lips, replying, "That would be troublesome, senior." Cassandra regarded Cain with a knowing look, finding him intriguing. He was akin to a fish stirring the waters of change, but it remained uncertain whether he would drown in the stagnant depths of Slytherin or rise like a dragon amidst the tempest, leading Slytherin to transformation. The anticipation was palpable. Chapter 24, Snape's Warning. After a brief moment, Eckburst appeared at Cain's dormitory door. "The headmaster wishes to see you." He hesitated. "It is regarding the earlier incident." "You know what to say." Cain understood Eckburst's trepidation. It was best to let the matter fade into obscurity. Eckburst nodded in satisfaction and departed without further mention. "Lestrange, are you aspiring to become the next Dark Lord?" Snape's expression was grim as he looked down upon Cain with an imposing demeanor. "You jest. We are merely engaging in a simple exchange of ideas," Cain remarked. "A mere exchange? How absurd. Even Hagrid would not believe such a thing," Snape retorted disdainfully. "The most effective solution would be to expel you for practicing dark magic on your peers." Snape's face was nearly pressed against Cain's, so close that Cain could feel Snape's breath upon him. "Yet, what does this have to do with Hagrid? We must prohibit discrimination against half-blood giants." Cain insisted. "Professor, might you enlighten me on how to proceed?" He was reluctant to indulge Snape, nor did he wish to sever ties with Gryffindor by disparaging them as mudbloods. "Silence. You will be quiet," Snape bellowed, his expression contorting in fury. The cherished lily of Gryffindor was Snape's most profound source of anguish, and Cain was dancing perilously close to triggering it. "I care not from whence you gleaned this information, arrogant Lestrange." Snape's eyes turned crimson. "I will keep a watchful eye on you. Now leave my office." Swiftly, Cain exited, having no intention of returning to the common room immediately. His magical abilities had surged too rapidly due to time travel, leaving him struggling to control them effectively. Thus, he resolved to practice spells in the room of requirement. "Show me a room for spell practice. Show me a room for spell practice," Cain fervently chanted within his mind. Suddenly, a door materialized before him. Inside, the space was vast and filled with numerous dummies suitable for practicing spells. Satisfied, Cain nodded and commenced his training. His current magical prowess was sufficient to rival that of an adult. It was time to delve into more advanced incantations. The curriculum for first years no longer sufficed to challenge him. However, having just offended Snape, it was unlikely that Snape would permit him to audit classes from higher years. So a discussion with Dumbledore became imperative. Setting aside his tumultuous thoughts, Cain immersed himself in the joy of enhancing his skills. As time passed, Cain waved his wand lightly, realizing he had practiced for over 2 hours, and it was now the early hours of the morning. Feeling the pangs of hunger in his slightly deflated stomach, he decided to fend for himself. Descending from the Hufflepuff common room and turning left, he soon discovered a painting of a silver bowl brimming with fruit, featuring a plump pear. As he reached out to touch the pear, it emitted a silly laugh. Then, a large green handle appeared, and Cain pushed open the door. Inside, a flurry of house elves donned in tea towels emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest paused in their tasks at the sight of Cain's sudden entrance. In the next moment, a swarm of little elves rushed towards him, eager to attend to his needs, nearly overwhelming him. In exasperation, Cain randomly pointed to a small elf with a tuft of sparse yellow hair. "You there." The elf beamed with joy as if it had won a fortune, barely containing its excitement. "How may I serve you, young master?" "Bring me some beef pies and pudding along with a jug of pumpkin juice," Cain requested, truly famished. "Certainly, young master. Coming right up." The lightning, true to its nature, promptly presented Cain with a magnificent platter brimming with delectable delicacies, enough to make even Hagrid feel overwhelmed. A soft chuckle reached Cain's ears, and upon lifting his gaze, he discovered another presence in the kitchen, a rather handsome young man. With fair skin, a prominent nose, dark hair, and deep-set eyes, he exuded a warm charm. Cain surmised his identity. "Greetings, I am Cedric Diggory." The gentle-spirited young man extended his hand. "Hello, I am Cain Lestrange." Cain replied, shaking his hand in return. Turning to glance at Lightning, who awaited his culinary feedback, Cain, with a twinge of insincerity, praised the spread, garnering an excited house elf with tear-filled eyes in response. "They're rather adorable, aren't they?" Cedric smiled at the bustling house elf. "Well, if they weren't so overzealous," Cain remarked, and the two shared a knowing glance. "Actually, I am aware of you." Cedric hesitated before speaking softly. "Is that so?" "I am honored," Cain teased, raising an eyebrow, which elicited a light laugh from Cedric. "You are different from the other Slytherins," Cedric said earnestly. "I can see that. Indeed, in my heart. I am the quintessential Slytherin heartthrob," Cain quipped seriously, pausing his chewing for comedic effect. "Certainly, but the future heartthrob of Hogwarts shall undoubtedly be me," Cedric retorted with a playful expression, suggesting Cain was beneath him in this regard. "My apologies, it seems I am in the presence of the esteemed Hogwarts heartthrob." Cain mimicked the Weasley twins, feigning respect. The two shared a hearty laugh, their connection deepening. Fate is indeed a peculiar thing. Some individuals, even after a lifetime of acquaintance, may never truly connect, while others find an instant rapport upon first meeting. Cain and Cedric belonged to the latter category, effortlessly conversing as they dined. Perhaps a unique magnetism shared between two handsome souls. "By the way, Cedric, I have heard that Hufflepuffs possess a profound understanding of culinary delights," Cain said, a mischievous glint in his eye. "What are you scheming?" Cedric inquired, a hint of wariness creeping into his tone. "Do you know what is utterly indispensable in this world?" Cain continued without waiting for Cedric's reply. "It is food, of course. I have 3 secret dishes from the East. Since we seem to share an affinity, come, choose one." Cain feigned a mysterious demeanor. "Were they?" Cedric, a true Hufflepuff at heart, could hardly contain his excitement at the mention of food. "Listen closely," Cain cleared his throat. "Jiuwei, Zhouheiya, and Huang are all culinary secrets. However, since you are quite handsome, I shall impart these to you free of charge. Which one will you choose? If I select Jiuwei, what shall you do, my lord?" Cedric probed lightly. "Then you must prepare it sweet and spicy," Cain said, swallowing hard, reminiscing about the flavors he craved, especially late at night. Alas, the magical world lacks television dramas, diminishing the allure of such delicacies. What constitutes sweet and spicy? What ingredients are required? Everything can be braised, with necks, wings, and hooves being the finest selections. The spiciness intertwines with freshness, the freshness mingles with sweetness, and the aroma wafts abundantly, leaving one longing for more. Cedric's face contorted in hesitation. Can one truly consume intestines and hooves? "Fear not, Cedric, I assure you. After tasting it once, you will crave it again," Cain confidently proclaimed, thumping his chest in assurance. "Very well, I shall first sample it in the Hogwarts kitchen," Cedric replied, somewhat skeptical. "It's settled then," Cain rejoiced inwardly, eagerly awaiting the feast. Chapter 25. "Headmaster, you must take my side." The following day, in the Hogwarts Great Hall. What is that enticing aroma? A powerful fragrance enveloped the hall, compelling students to stretch their necks and inhale deeply. It was simply delightful. As Cain stepped into the hall, he immediately detected the aroma. "Yes, this is it. Absolutely extraordinary." Cedric rose from the Hufflepuff table, hastily waving at Cain. "When did you get acquainted with Cedric from Hufflepuff?" Draco queried, wearing an expression of incredulity, as if Cain had been sneaking off for secret escapades. "Just yesterday," Cain replied candidly. "I'm off to enjoy some delectable treats. Would you care to join?" The little Slytherins exchanged glances, remaining still. "Then I shall go alone," Cain said, waving goodbye as he made his way to the Hufflepuff table. Unbeknownst to Cain, Ike watched him depart, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes before fading into the depths of his pupils. "Sit down quickly," Cedric urged, pulling Cain beside him, eagerly unveiling a small pot on the long table. The aroma intensified. Cain peered in, and a pot brimming with colorful and fragrant delicacies materialized before him, making his mouth water. "Give it a try. This was prepared according to your secret recipe and left to marinate overnight." Cedric could hardly contain his excitement. Without hesitation, Cain swiftly retrieved a duck neck from the pot and began to savor it. "The spiciness penetrates deeply. The meat is firm," he exclaimed, giving Cedric a thumbs up, encouraging him to indulge as well. Cedric mimicked Cain, taking a duck neck, hesitating for a moment before closing his eyes and biting into it. Such exquisite flavors existed in this world. It was as though Cedric had unlocked a new realm of taste, rendering him unable to stop. Can one truly eat this? A nearby Hufflepuff, swallowing nervously, gazed in trepidation at the claws and other peculiar items in the pot. "It smells divine." Harry and Ron, drawn by the aroma, approached. Having previously tasted Cain's culinary creations, the magical stew lingered in their memories. "Try some." Cain shifted aside, making room for them. The two were unreserved, seizing the duck necks from the pot without hesitation. "This is unbelievably delicious." Harry's green eyes widened with astonishment. At that moment, Ron was utterly absorbed in the feast, with a duck neck in his left hand and a duck wing in his right, operating in dual mode. "My dear little Ronnie, your beloved brother has come to share in your joys and sorrows." The Weasley twins, one on each side, squeezed Ron in between, utterly disregarding their poor brother, who was startled into silence by a sudden shout. "Delicious. Truly delightful." The Weasley duo's antics came to an end as they relished the moment of tranquility while enjoying their feast. Observing this lively scene, the Hufflepuffs nearby cast aside their reservations and eagerly joined the line to share in the culinary delights. "One for me, please. Don't snatch. Slow down." The pot of savory treats was soon devoured. Dumbledore, witnessing the jubilant atmosphere from the teacher's table, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him as he wiped a tear from the corner of his eye, exclaiming, "Ah, youth, sweet youth." Professor McGonagall discreetly expressed her disapproval of Dumbledore's whimsical nature, thinking to herself how fortunate Hogwarts was to have her steadfast presence. Otherwise, it would surely falter. "Oh, I'm quite curious to know what it tastes like," Professor Flitwick remarked, eager to partake. Professor Snape remained as aloof as ever, his simple huff encapsulating disdain and irritation in equal measure. Professor Sprout chose silence, but resolved in her heart that a gathering would be held in the Hufflepuff common room that evening. As for the reason, there was none. Hufflepuff simply thrived on joy. Of course, the peculiar pot of oddities that appeared on the long table must be included, a task deftly assigned to Cedric. Truly, she was commendable in her arrangements. Having feasted to their heart's content, Cain returned to the Slytherin table, feeling quite satisfied despite the few glances of resentment directed his way. "What is the matter? You're the ones who said you wouldn't go," he responded, unperturbed by any feelings of guilt. What could Draco and the others do? They could only silently assert that it was merely a pot of food made from who knows what. As members of a prestigious pureblood family, they had tasted far more exquisite dishes. Their curiosity was minimal, just a smidgen, really. "What are you up to?" Cain immediately noticed the Weasley twins in a corner, furtively clutching a small bag. Opposite them stood a Ravenclaw boy, who swiftly snatched something from the Weasley brothers and dashed away. "Oh, it's you, Cain. You gave me quite a fright," the twins exclaimed dramatically, catching their breath. "It's nothing. Don't fool me, I can smell it. You're actually selling snacks. And keep it down. We're merely providing a little benefit to our fellow students," George Weasley retorted confidently. "Studying is hard work. One deserves a treat now and then." "Exactly. 15 nuts a serving. What a bargain. Buying is practically a steal," Fred Weasley chimed in. "How did you manage to persuade Cedric?" Cain inquired with genuine curiosity. "When you possess a little secret of the other, everything falls into place," the twins replied, their faces beaming with pride. "Poor Cedric. How did he end up in such a predicament with these two rascals? So what is the secret?" "My dear sir, haven't we forgotten something?" George Weasley playfully draped an arm over Cain's shoulder. "It's only natural for the forgetful to forget. It's a common trait among the well-off. But alas, poor us. Abandoned and forsaken. George," Fred lamented, nearly on the verge of tears. Cain felt a twinge of guilt. He had previously agreed to study alchemy together, yet their efforts were continually interrupted by unforeseen events. "Rest assured, I shall not disclose your dealings with the delicacies to anyone," he said. After a brief pause, he added, "Let us meet at 10 o'clock tonight on the 8th floor." "As you command, sir," replied the Weasley twins, performing an elaborate noble bow before continuing to distribute their benefits to the student body. Hagrid's booming voice echoed from behind. Cain heard. "What is it, Hagrid?" he asked, noticing the fury etched across Hagrid's face, perplexed by his sudden ire. "My hut has been robbed. I was just about to seek out Dumbledore," Hagrid lamented. "Robbed?" Cain pondered silently, wondering if the thief had pilfered Hagrid's unicorn fur blanket or the silver flower pot made from serpent eggs. "My chickens and ducks have nearly all been stolen in recent days." Hagrid expressed his deep sorrow, for they were his beloved pets. Cain felt an uneasy premonition and sought a reason to flee, yet Hagrid unexpectedly took hold of him, insisting they go together to find Dumbledore and seek his intervention. With Hagrid's grip, one could hardly resist. Cain's brow furrowed in resignation. "All right, let go, Hagrid. I shall accompany you," he conceded. He had intended to speak with Dumbledore anyway, so he reassured himself that this would simply serve as an opportunity to support Hagrid. Chapter 26. Heroes Think Alike. Cain and Hagrid stood before the imposing stone guardian of the headmaster's office, exchanging bewildered glances. "You do not know the password to the headmaster's office?" Cain inquired, somewhat astonished. "How then do you intend to lodge a complaint?" "I hadn't given it much thought. I simply came to find Dumbledore," Hagrid replied innocently. "Oh, Merlin, help me." Cain silently lamented. "Well, do you recall the previous password to the headmaster's office?" He probed, attempting to awaken Hagrid's dormant memory. "Oh, I remembered. It was iced lemon juice," Hagrid exclaimed after a moment of contemplation, smacking his thigh. "Very well. I believe the current password may relate to the Honeyduke sweets." Although Cain had already known this, he feigned deep thought. "Fizzing whiz-bees," he suggested. The statue remained unmoved. "Cockroach clusters, toffee, lemon sherbet." After reciting an array of candies he was familiar with, he finally struck the right password. The statue responded, revealing a spiraling staircase leading to the headmaster's office door. "Oh, Fox, we have guests," Dumbledore exclaimed, dusting off the remnants of candy from his hands, welcoming the two with warmth. "Would you care for some honeyed water?" With a wave of his hand, 2 cups of amber-hued honey water appeared before them. Just how much honey has been added? Cain thought, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the sight, and discreetly set his cup aside. "And this, do try my favorite," Dumbledore continued with unabated enthusiasm, reaching for a generous handful of cockroach clusters to offer them. Hagrid accepted with delight. When it was Cain's turn, he quickly waved his hands. "No thank you, Headmaster. A sip of water will suffice." Dumbledore, somewhat disappointed, withdrew his hand, but urged Cain to sample the water infused with mountain blossom honey. As Cain gazed upon Dumbledore's beaming face, reminiscent of a blooming flower, he clenched his teeth inwardly and delicately raised his cup, taking a small sip. "Sweet. Indeed, excessively so. How is it?" Dumbledore inquired, his expression filled with anticipation. "Truly delightful. A treasure from the mountains," Cain replied, betraying his conscience as he gave a thumbs up. "Indeed, great minds think alike," Dumbledore affirmed Cain's perspective. "Once, Chow Chow and Liu Bei discussed heroes over wine. Now, you contemplate heroism over a cup of honey water. Truly, you are the old honeybee. By the way, do you have a purpose for your visit?" Dumbledore finally recalled his duties as headmaster. "Headmaster, you must advocate for me," Hagrid interjected, finally remembering the matter at hand as he set aside his candy. "My chickens and ducks have mysteriously vanished." "Oh, is that so?" Dumbledore's azure eyes grew serious, determined to investigate thoroughly. Cain felt a chill. Hagrid's poultry had likely fallen prey to the Weasley twins. After all, where else would they procure their ingredients for their low-priced delicacies? Cain attempted to salvage the situation, widening his innocent eyes. Could it be that magical creatures from the Forbidden Forest have taken them? That possibility cannot be dismissed, Dumbledore playfully winked. "Then you shall accompany Hagrid to inspect the Forbidden Forest." "Headmaster," Cain began but was swiftly cut off. Dumbledore was adept at settling accounts. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I wish to apply for permission to audit classes from other years." Once Hagrid had departed, Cain presented his request to Dumbledore. "You see, my magical prowess has seen some enhancement, and the current curriculum can no longer keep pace with my learning." "Cain, are you truly certain about this?" Dumbledore questioned, unsure if this was merely a fleeting whim. "Certainly, Headmaster Dumbledore. At present, I only wish to apply for the charms course." Cain's intentions were clear. He had sufficient guidance in dark magic from the Dark Lord himself, and his transfiguration skills had yet to reach proficiency. Other subjects could proceed at a measured pace. What he urgently needed to enhance was his charm skills and practical abilities. "Very well, my child, I respect your decision." Dumbledore regarded Cain for a moment. Yet this matter required notification to your head of house and Professor Flitwick for a joint decision. "Fawkes." No sooner had Dumbledore spoken than Fawkes, the phoenix that had been feigning sleep, let out a soft trill to convey the news. "Dumbledore, you best have a reason for this interruption. I have a cauldron brewing potions. The voice preceded the figure as Snape entered with a sour expression. Ah, Professor Snape, Cain greeted with a cheerful smile, polite and obedient. Snape was taken aback to see Cain there, his face visibly darkening. What are you doing here? Have you completed your potions assignment? Snape furrowed his brow tightly, eager for Cain to leave. Snape, calm down. This child is here to discuss something with me. Dumbledore attempted to redirect Snape's attention. The illustrious Mr. Lestrange. What matter could possibly elude even his unfortunate dean? Snape opened his mouth, dripping with sarcasm. Dumbledore, did you summon me for a particular reason? Professor Flitwick has arrived. Your timing is impeccable, Filius. Cain observed Dumbledore breathe a sigh of relief at Professor Flitwick's timely arrival, realizing that even Dumbledore must concede to Snape's sharp tongue. Thus, Dumbledore relayed Cain's request to the two professors. Lofty aspirations and modest skills. Snape's cloak nearly swept across Cain's face. Mr. Lestrange, I acknowledge your proficiency in charms. Professor Flitwick did not dismiss Cain's desire to audit the upper year classes. However, you must pass my test before I can grant your request. Thank you, Professor Flitwick. As long as it is not Snape's assessment, Cain felt confident in passing any professor's test. I believe Mr. Lestrange's potions class requires the most improvement. Snape glared at Cain with his hawk-like nose, his poor potions teacher already exhausted by the torment of assignments. Join me in my office after class every Wednesday, and I shall teach you diligently. Snape offered no opportunity for Cain to decline. Cain glanced at Dumbledore, hoping he would intercede. Yet, the old wizard seemed suddenly captivated by the ceiling of the office, gazing intently while muttering to himself, entirely ignoring Cain. The weak, pitiable, and helpless Cain had thus fallen into the clutches of Snape's malevolent influence, destined to endure much hardship ahead. Professor Flitwick watched the two Slytherins exchange barbs with a smile, feeling that even the honey water in his cup had become more palatable. Chapter 27, Come, Ravenclaw. Cain, please take a seat. Cain followed Professor Flitwick back to his office. Flitwick's office was on the 7th floor, near the West Tower, and Dumbledore had entrusted the matter of the test entirely to Flitwick. Very well, Cain. Let's make some alterations here. With a swift flick of his wand, Professor Flitwick animated the objects in the office, which lined themselves up and folded neatly into the corners. A vast space suddenly opened up in the center of the office. Shall we engage in a spirited duel? There was a hint of excitement in Professor Flitwick's tone. Of course, Cain readily agreed. Flitwick had already secured a championship in international magical dueling during his youth, and Cain was eager to test his current abilities. As they moved to the center of the arena, they exchanged formalities of dueling. Disarm, disarm. Both chose the same incantation. Yet Flitwick's speed was slightly superior. Cain narrowly evaded, twisting his wrist to cast a binding charm. Petrificus Totalis. Flitwick, leveraging his agile physique, dodged deftly, flicking his wrist. Obstacles abound. Petrificus Totalis. The two engaged in back-and-forth exchanges for over 10 rounds. It had been quite some time since Cain had experienced such a thrilling duel. Professor Flitwick radiated with joy, his exuberance unmistakable. However, Cain, you might consider the combination of spells. Sometimes, unexpected surprises await. Professor Flitwick discerned that Cain was somewhat awkward in the transition between charms and candidly pointed out the issue. Cain seized this golden opportunity and engaged the professor in a discussion. It must be said that Professor Flitwick, being the dueling champion he is, offered invaluable insights that greatly benefited Cain. As time slipped away, Cain had the professor practice several combinations of spells and dueling, and his spell casting became significantly more fluid. The admiration in Professor Flitwick's gaze for Cain grew ever deeper. If only he were a student of Ravenclaw, he would undoubtedly impart the secrets of dueling mastery, crafting a beautiful tale of mentorship. Yet, wait a moment. Cain also had the potential to become a Ravenclaw, for with diligence, no wall is insurmountable. Cain, your dueling skills require further practice to advance. You are correct, Professor, Cain acknowledged, fully in agreement. I can see that you possess a remarkable talent for dueling. The future is bright. I must learn much from you. Professor, Cain expressed, thoroughly impressed by Flitwick's expertise in dueling. Since you have such intentions, I shall report to Professor Dumbledore and recommend your transfer to Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick twirled with excitement, eager to take Cain back to the headmaster's office. Wait, what is happening? When did I ever express a desire to transfer? Cain found himself bewildered. Professor Flitwick, I truly did not mean that. He hastily waved his hands, convinced that the Sorting Hat would not err in its decisions. While the Sorting Hat had aged considerably, mistakes were not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Professor Flitwick still felt a twinge of disappointment. Professor, I genuinely have no intention of transferring, Cain replied, bemused. had Cain truly suggested a transfer, Snape would undoubtedly ensure he did not see the light of another day. Oh, very well. Professor Flitwick recognized the difficulty of persuading Snape to relinquish a student. Yet he couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. However, Professor, may I request private lessons in dueling? Cain's eyes sparkled. Your skills are truly admirable and inspiring. At this, Professor Flitwick perked up. Of course, Cain, I would be more than willing to help you unlock your potential. Come to my office for extra lessons every Tuesday evening. The professor secretly resolved to ensure that Cain experienced the allure of dueling before Snape could intervene. As for attending other classes, I shall provide you with a schedule for spells across various years. You may decide when to audit based on your own timetable. Thank you so much, Cain exclaimed. No one can hinder my pursuit of knowledge. To obstruct my learning is to block my path. Even if Grindelwald were to appear, he would have to leave behind a powerful curse and tears to stop me, huh? Cain's wishes were fulfilled, and his spirits soared, lost in his fantasies. Why have you summoned us to the 8th floor? The esteemed young master. Cain felt that the Weasley twins must have contracted a peculiar ailment that rendered them lifeless without their antics. Cease your banter. Shortly, you shall witness a miraculous moment. Cain deftly evaded the dual onslaught of the Weasley twins. Ah, splendid. The training from earlier in the day has indeed come to fruition. After Cain had circled the tapestry 3 times with the Weasley twins in tow, a door materialized before them. Cain cast a glance to either side, noting the twins' wide-eyed astonishment. Swiftly, he placed a hand over each twin's mouth to quell their impending exclamations. Let us proceed inside first, he urged, nudging the Weasley twins forward. Wow! Oh my! The twins feigned ignorance, glancing around with exaggerated curiosity. How did you discover this place? George Weasley was genuinely intrigued. As the twins prided themselves on their knowledge of Hogwarts secret passages, Cain paused deliberately, seeking to tease out their secrets. Do you possess another Hogwarts secret passage map? Fred was about to blurt something out, but George attempted to curb him. However, Cain was intent on extracting the details of the twins' map, unwilling to let them evade the matter. So, you do have a Hogwarts secret passage map? Cain pressed, appealing to their emotions. I've already shared the secret of the 8th floor with you. Do you truly wish to keep this from me? Is this what Gryffindor is like? Cain provocatively unleashed his inquiry, prompting the twins to respond. All right, we do indeed possess a Hogwarts map. The twins exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to come clean with Cain. However, you must keep a secret. Of course, now we share a common secret. You two must safeguard the mystery of the Room of Requirement. So, how did you stumble upon this place? George Weasley persisted, still captivated by the enigma. It's a family heirloom, Cain replied with an unwavering demeanor. Ah, very well. George ceased his probing, acknowledging that every family harbored its own secrets. One day, we shall bring the map for you to peruse. The secrets of Hogwarts are laid bare upon it, the twins assured Cain as they clasped his shoulder. Now, back to the matter at hand, Cain said, his expression turning serious. Does the disappearance of Hagrid's chickens and ducks have anything to do with you two? Certainly not. You cannot unjustly accuse the innocent. They protested in unison. And what are the delicacies you sell? Furthermore, Hagrid reported this incident to the headmaster, who instructed me to accompany him in investigating the matter. Cain laid down the facts, making it clear that if the Weasley twins remained oblivious, it would only reflect poorly on them. All right, we understand, they conceded, with one massaging Cain's shoulders while the other offered a back rub, attempting to bribe the investigator. Enough of the theatrics. I will handle the situation, Cain sighed, momentarily puzzled as to who was truly the first-year student here. Thank you for your life-saving assistance, the twins chorused, bowing dramatically in an exaggerated gesture reminiscent of a certain island nation. Chapter 28, Preliminary Concepts. What? You wish to create an alchemical item capable of communicating messages? A truly splendid idea. The Weasley twins expressed great interest in Cain's alchemical vision. As for Cain himself, he was profoundly impressed by the notion of the Dark Lord's Horcrux notebook from the original narrative. In an ordinary notebook, the fragments of the Dark Lord's soul render it more sentient than the artificial intelligences of yore. Thus, Cain intends to utilize a parchment notebook as the medium for his communication alchemy. Naturally, a standard parchment notebook would require significant enhancement. He plans to first forge a master copy, which will allow him to control the subordinate copies. Through the interconnection of these subordinates, he aims to achieve shared information. Cain articulated his original vision. Wow, but that is quite challenging, Fred Weasley remarked candidly. This endeavor necessitates extensive engraving in runic script. George Weasley glanced at Cain, adding that to ensure smooth communication, the medium must also incorporate mithril. It is well known that mithril is not easily procured, Fred Weasley interjected. Cain had indeed contemplated the concerns raised by the Weasley twins. Regarding the engraving of runic letters, he had previously practiced and could manage to engrave on wood, albeit with difficulty when it came to a medium infused with mithril. Furthermore, the notes merely document the alchemical methods, in addition to his own explorations. He would inevitably need to consult Professor Babbling regarding the necessary magical runes. In contrast, procuring mithril seemed less formidable. It's time to write to Madame Lestrange in France, he declared. Leave the mithril to me. As for the runic script, we can seek guidance from Professor Babbling. After a moment of contemplation, Cain spoke. The Weasley twins hesitated. Professor Babbling was notoriously difficult to deal with. What do you mean? Cain inquired, intrigued by what might have transpired with Professor Babbling that even the troublesome Weasley twins found her challenging. She never cares whether students attend her classes. She never gives exams. Whether she teaches or not depends solely on her mood, indifferent to whether students are listening. Her eyes sometimes turn red without warning. From the twins' animated recounting, Cain envisioned a professor whose behavior was erratic and temperament peculiar. Yet, was there anyone at Hogwarts more knowledgeable about runic script than she? Upon hearing this, the Weasley twins immediately deflated, shrugging in resignation. All right then, I'll take you to see Professor Babbling another day. However, I can't guarantee she will see you. George Weasley remarked, clearly intending for Cain to meet Professor Babbling alone, suggesting that their friendship might falter. Cain privately shook his head, unwilling to pressure the two. By the way, I heard you both wish to open a joke shop? Cain inquired, reciprocating the conversation. Oh, my lord, we are truly touched. He knows our dreams. They exclaimed, quickly correcting him. It's a prank shop, not a joke shop. The Weasley twins put on a theatrical display of overwhelming emotion. So, what products do you currently offer? Cain, accustomed to their antics, continued his inquiry. Dun. Allow me to present to the esteemed young master the remarkable creations of the Weasley twins, George proclaimed, pushing aside Fred, who attempted to interject. First up is the eternal classic, the dung bomb. It provides a warmth reminiscent of a toilet. Two individuals encircle Cain, engaging in a lively tap dance that sent a shiver down his spine. The second item was the canary biscuit, which, when consumed, promised to liberate one's spirit to soar like a bird. The duo then began to twirl, their arms outstretched as they mimicked wings in flight. After a flurry of chaotic antics, the Weasley twins introduced their current product to Cain. Upon finishing, they gazed at him with eyes as moist as those of eager puppies, clearly viewing him as their esteemed patron. Cain felt an overwhelming fatigue whenever he encountered the twins, and this occasion was no exception. He could only rub his temples to ease his emotions. If you perform well, I may consider sponsoring you. Despite this, Cain found himself quite fond of these two rascals. Another reason for his affection was that their prank products indeed had a promising market. Investing in them would undoubtedly yield returns for Cain. George, am I mistaken? Or is this truly a delightful surprise? The unexpected joy came too suddenly. George stepped forward and firmly pinched Fred's ear. Ouch! Fred yelped, jumping up. You'll feel the pain. It seems we've heard correctly, Fred. George enveloped Fred in a hug. Sir, how much do you intend to invest? The Weasley twins rubbed their hands together, eagerly anticipating Cain's response. Well, let's start with 50 galleons. What? 50 galleons? The twins appeared utterly astonished. What's wrong? Is that insufficient? Cain arched an eyebrow. No. They shook their heads vigorously. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yet 50 galleons was merely a trifling sum, a mere bagatelle. Cain felt a surge of satisfaction. Securing the Weasley twins' allegiance with 50 galleons was quite the bargain. Magnanimous. Truly befitting of a scion of a prominent family. The Weasley twins now recognized who held the reins, lavishing praise upon Cain with fervor. Cain relished the moment anew. This sensation was utterly delightful. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearing midnight, prompting the three to prepare to return to their respective dormitories and seek their beds. Who's there? As Cain entered the Slytherin common room, he spotted a shadowy figure concealed in a dimly lit corner. His eye Odette emerged gracefully, clad in a lake green nightgown. What are you doing here? I was waiting for you. Upon hearing this, Cain felt a peculiar stirring within. He suddenly found it challenging to discern Odette's thoughts. Their relationship was merely one of collaboration. Did she truly need to be so attentive to him? Was she perhaps concerned about potential mishaps that might hinder the investigation into her fiancé's demise? That seemed the only plausible explanation. Regardless of your thoughts, it is not as you presume. Odette observed Cain closely, noticing his expression shift from confusion to comprehension. Yet, it was evident that the latter realization was not what she desired, and she hurriedly sought to clarify. Cain nodded vaguely, opting not to elaborate further. Odette, frustrated by Cain's perceived obtuseness, puffed up her cheeks, her gaze filled with reproach. Perhaps it was the brilliance of the moonlight tonight, which rarely penetrated the Black Lake, casting an unusual glow into the Slytherin common room. The tender, fragmented light cascaded upon Ordway, causing Cain to momentarily avert his gaze from her captivating eyes. Ah yes, there is a matter that may require your assistance. Cain suppressed the peculiar flutter within him and spoke with an air of nonchalance. What is it? Write to Lady Lestrange on my behalf, requesting some mithril. Mithril? Ordway tilted her head adorably. I have some at home. I can write to have it sent over. There's no rush. Cain avoided Ordway's gaze, knowing well that resources promised by Lady Lestrange should not be taken for granted. Ordway chuckled lightly. Very well. I shall heed your words. Cain sensed the atmosphere grow increasingly awkward. The hour was late, and he urged her to rest. With that, he hastily departed. Fool! Cain is such a fool. Watching his retreating figure, Ordway whispered softly to herself. What must I do for you to trust me? Chapter 29, Undercurrents. Cassandra, you dare stand with Lestrange? Akebeth's expression was somewhat sour. And what of it? Cassandra forcefully shook off Akebeth's attempt to grasp her hand. Do not forget, our families are negotiating a betrothal. You are to be my wife in the future. How could you side with an outsider? Akebeth questioned, as if caught off guard. You mentioned the future. Cassandra arched an eyebrow, her steps graceful as her delicate hand grazed Akebeth's pale face, her lips slightly parted. Before that, do I not possess the right to make my own choices? Akebeth's anger seemed to dissipate easily, and he leaned to kiss his fiancée's hand. Of course. Your future husband shall respect his wife's little schemes. Pausing, Akebeth forced a mischievous smile. The Roll family has sent Lestrange to their castle to sign the contract for the transfer of the shop. How despicable. They evidently do not wish to uphold their agreement. Cassandra had previously assured Cain that she would help him achieve his desires. The Roll family's current maneuver left her feeling humiliated. You need only inform Lestrange. What he chooses to do thereafter is of no concern to us, is it not? Akebeth, disregarding Cassandra's displeasure, caressed her waist and walked away with a sense of triumph. Cassandra gazed at Akebeth's departing figure, her eyes filled with disdain. She repeatedly wiped the hand he had kissed, vowing that he would pay dearly. Who does he think he is, treating her as if she were a mere possession? I'm truly sorry, Cain. It is as such. Cassandra wore a look of regret. Thank you, Senior, for your efforts on my behalf. Cain bore no resentment toward Cassandra. He understood that the crux of the matter lay with the Roll family's duplicity. What do you intend to do? Cassandra hesitated. You are but a first year. It would be prudent to seek retribution later. What is rightfully mine cannot be taken away by anyone. Cain's tone was calm, yet unmistakably resolute. But do not worry, Senior. I have a plan to resolve this. Cain interrupted before Cassandra could urge him further, for he would personally reclaim this debt from the Roll family. Cassandra rationally believed that Cain alone could not contend with the Rowell family. However, emotionally, she held a glimmer of hope for him, and thus chose to remain silent. Cain, what does Shafiq seek you for? Odavi, for reasons unbeknownst to her, remained wary of Shafiq. The Rowell family had altered their stance. Cain succinctly relayed the situation to a few individuals. What a despicable bunch of worms, Pansy exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. I must write to my father. Draco turned to pen a letter, but was halted by Cain. What do you intend to do about this? Theodore's eyes glimmered with a cold light. Perhaps we should have our parents exert pressure on the Rowell family. The roguish smile that usually adorned Blaze's face vanished completely. No need. We can resolve this ourselves. Cain was reluctant to seek parental assistance for every matter. If they continued this way, when would they truly mature? Whatever you decide to do, I shall support you, Odavi declared, her face frosted with determination, her fists clenched tightly. We are students, and, as such, we must employ the methods befitting students. Cain did not articulate his plans explicitly. In due course, they would come to understand. Headmaster, Cain knocked on Snape's office door. I believe today is not Wednesday. What brings the illustrious Lestrange to the humble abode of his potion master? Snape's words dripped with venom. Headmaster, I am here to propose a deal. Cain directly approached Snape. Students ought to bear the demeanor of students. After all, Snape scrutinized Cain for a moment before flicking his cloak. What is it? It is as follows. Cain divulged the wager with the sole heir of the Rowell family. He was aware that Snape had likely been privy to the details of his bet with Rowell long before. One should never underestimate Snape's control over Slytherin after a decade as headmaster. So, Mr. Lestrange, you admit to engaging in dark magic and dueling with a classmate? Snape scrutinized Cain with an unhurried gaze. Headmaster, it was merely a friendly sparring match between classmates, with both sides offering a couple of shops as rewards for the contest. The admission was out of the question. Even though Snape was already aware of the incident, as long as there was no acknowledgement, nothing would transpire. "Oomph," Snape replied, his expression darkening. "Since Mr. Lestrange is so all-capable, does he still require assistance from his humble potion master? Professor, you do not wish for further disturbances within Slytherin, do you? I trust you have observed the extreme purebloods' attitudes towards others. Had the Dark Lord still been present, I am certain they would all be members of his Death Eaters." Upon hearing the mention of the Dark Lord, Snape's eyes instinctively dulled, and his words turned sharp. "How commendable, Mr. Lestrange. But how can we be sure you harbor no ulterior motives towards Gryffindor Savior?" Snape had always suspected Cain's interest in Harry Potter was far from innocent. True friends are not confined by the constraints of the mundane world. Regardless of whether one hails from Slytherin or Gryffindor, it is sincerity that truly matters. Cain gazed intently into Snape's eyes and spoke. Snape fell silent. Yet the phrase sincerity encapsulated the essence of his relationship with Lily. Alas, too much had transpired, and he and Lily had drifted apart. The regrets that once lingered between them seemed poised to replay themselves in the younger generation. Emotions within him began to stir, a sense of unwillingness awakening. "Let us discuss the terms of the transaction. All I require is for you to accompany me to the Rowell house." "Is it truly that simple?" Snape inquired, somewhat taken aback. "Then why not approach Lucius directly?" "Indeed, your involvement is not necessary." Cain paused, "but my surname is Lestrange. Additionally, as remuneration, I can procure a valuable collection of potions for you." "Agreed," Snape replied without a moment's hesitation. "I shall prepare a list of potions for you shortly." Cain's expression twitched. Snape was certainly asking for a great deal. "By the way, since you are here," Snape said, retrieving a large bucket from the corner filled with freshly caught slugs, "you might as well take care of these." Cain felt a twinge of regret. Did it have to be Snape? Wasn't Professor Flitwick a more appealing option? Furthermore, the slugs were coated in slime, and separating their innards would be a laborious task that would impede his studies. "Impediments to my learning translate to hindrances for Slytherin in securing the house cup. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation, Snape?" However, despite Cain's internal protests, he steeled himself and donned the gloves. Such torment. Chapter 30. Anomalies in the Forbidden Forest. After a monumental effort in processing a vast bucket of slugs, the moon hung high in the sky as Cain trudged wearily to Hagrid's hut. Fong barked excitedly at Cain, clearly displeased with his presence. "Fong, go away," Hagrid said, confining Fong to his cage. "You remain as exuberantly welcoming as ever, Fong." Observing the overzealous dog, Cain felt a renewed lightness in his spirit. He relished the sight of Fong's frustration, knowing he was untouchable. "Let's have a cup of tea first," Hagrid offered, bringing Cain a steaming mug to warm his spirits. "Ah, I feel revitalized." "You are late. What transpired?" "I was unjustly conscripted by Snape," Cain replied, a tinge of nostalgia clouding his expression. Hagrid rubbed his large hands together, expressing his sympathy for Cain. "The night is deepening. Let us patrol the Forbidden Forest tonight. We are sure to catch the chicken thief." However, he added with some perplexity, "Strangely, I counted the chickens and ducks last night, and their numbers have not diminished." Cain glanced at Hagrid, who remained blissfully unaware of the truth, choosing not to reveal it to spare his feelings. He had already warned the Weasley twins, and they would certainly refrain from causing further trouble. Tonight would likely yield no results. Let us proceed. After a brief half-hour of rest, Cain felt invigorated. Hagrid retrieved a pink umbrella from behind the door and handed Cain a lantern. "It isn't raining. Why the need for an umbrella?" Cain queried, aware that the umbrella concealed Hagrid's broken wand, but he sought merely to tease him. "Ah, one can never be too cautious," Hagrid replied. Hagrid exhibited a fleeting moment of awkwardness, scratching his head. "Do not waste time. Once you have completed your patrol, return promptly to rest." With that, Hagrid took the lead, stepping out of the small wooden cabin. The dim light illuminated a modest space, and the Forbidden Forest lay enveloped in a profound silence, occasionally interrupted by the distant hoots of owls. As they ventured deeper, the vegetation grew increasingly lush. Suddenly, Cain was struck by something. Raising his lantern for a clearer view, he discovered it was merely a small clump of earth. "Ah, you mischievous little creatures," Hagrid exclaimed, hastening toward a tree. A few bowtruckles were nestled among its branches, now erecting their leaf-like appendages, glaring at Cain as if he were an intruder intent on vandalizing their home. Cain felt the weight of his inability to relate to magical creatures. He was continually met with their disdain, which was quite vexing indeed. Ultimately, it was Hagrid who calmed the bowtruckles by offering them a handful of their beloved dirt. They truly were a charming little bunch, and Hagrid's face beamed with delight. "Ah, yes, even acromantulas appear adorable in your eyes. Hagrid, have Harry and the others been to see you recently?" Following the conclusion of the inaugural Hogwarts Detective Exchange, The Slytherin and Gryffindor teams had each undertaken their own missions. Slytherin had gleaned some insights during their investigations and discovered that the owner of Vault 713 hailed from France. Meanwhile, the trio from Gryffindor had been tasked with gathering information from Hagrid. No, they haven't, Hagrid began to respond, but suddenly realized the need for discretion, his gaze shifting. Perhaps they're preoccupied with Quidditch training. Indeed, Hagrid hesitated momentarily. No, that is not right. All right, Hagrid, let us pretend I am unaware. It seemed the Gryffindor trio had yet to approach Hagrid for information. Moreover, Hagrid might be one of the few who still viewed Harry's Quidditch training as a secret, when, in truth, everyone was already aware. What is it? Hagrid halted Cain as they delved deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Beneath their feet lay a pile of still warm ashes. Cain, we must leave. Hagrid sensed the potential presence of a group intent on stealing magical creatures, and bringing Cain along could pose a risk. Just then, the ground trembled. A troop of centaurs materialized, encircling the pair, spears aimed at them. Hagrid shielded Cain behind him, eyeing the approaching centaurs warily. Bane, do you intend to violate the accord established between Hogwarts and the Forbidden Forest? One of the centaurs, armed with a bow, stepped forward. Hagrid, it is you. You would do well to escort your young companion out of the forest swiftly. Bane pawed the ground in agitation. What on earth is happening? Hagrid demanded loudly. The fireflies in the night sky twinkled with increasing brilliance. A centaur with striking blue eyes emerged, his platinum hair shimmering, his lower body adorned in silver, complete with a silvery tail. Forenza, why do you engage in such lengthy discourse with them? Bane warned, his tone laced with discontent. Could it be quarrel? Cain pondered silently, concealed behind Hagrid. Despite Hagrid's typically easygoing nature, he sensed that something unusual was afoot in the Forbidden Forest, and he was eager to report back to Dumbledore. We must leave at once, Hagrid declared, no longer hesitating as he urged Cain to retreat. Halt! Bane commanded, and the centaurs encircled them once more. Are you having second thoughts, Bane? Hagrid's body tensed. Who is he? Bane did not respond to Hagrid, instead fixing his gaze upon Cain and gesturing towards him. He is merely a first-year student. What, do you intend to lay hands upon a child? Bane disregarded Hagrid's fury, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Cain. Not this again. Another who finds me distasteful? Cain felt utterly exhausted. At that moment, Forenza suddenly accelerated, breaking through the circle of centaurs and leading Hagrid and Cain to safety. For reasons unknown, the centaurs did not pursue them further. Thank you, Forenza, Hagrid acknowledged, realizing that without Forenza's intervention, their escape would have been improbable. Firenze nodded sadly, casting a deep glance at Cain. We shall meet again. With that, he turned to depart. Come, Cain, I shall escort you back to the castle to rest. Hagrid was eager to inform Dumbledore of the disturbances in the Forbidden Forest. Forenza, did you see? As Forenza returned to his kin, Bane approached him with palpable impatience. Indeed, I witnessed it. The child is entwined with the threads of fate, Forenza responded, his azure eyes gazing skyward. I perceive the echoes of war within him. Bane pawed at the ground, expressing regret. Our kind shall inevitably be affected as well. We should have detained them earlier. He lamented not having pursued them. As Hagrid posited, do you intend to breach the accord between Hogwarts and the Forbidden Forest and wage war against Dumbledore? Forenza's gaze followed the trajectory of the embers. Our kind need only adhere to the guidance fate bestows upon us. Chapter 31, A Night Visit to Babbling. The following day, Cain was engaged in a battle with a plate of fried eggs. A somewhat familiar dark brown, long-tailed owl swooped towards him, clutching a pouch the size of a dumpling in its talons. Odette leaned in closer, gently stroking the weary owl and patiently offering it nuts. As Cain retrieved the small pouch and examined it, he noticed it was adorned with an intricate raven design, and inside, it had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. Fully aware of the pouch's contents, Cain refrained from opening it in public. Just then, a chorus of exclamations erupted from the Gryffindor table, drawing everyone's attention. 6 long-eared owls carried a slender package, soaring towards Harry. It appeared that Professor McGonagall's gift of a Firebolt 2000 had finally arrived. Look at their naive expressions, Draco remarked. Having immediately recognized the contents of the package, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Don't you already possess the latest broomstick? It turned out that Draco had pestered Narcissa since the Firebolt 2000's release to procure one for him, euphemistically labeling it as his entrance gift. Narcissa found herself ensnared by him, her initial intention to provide each of them with a wand thwarted by Cain's polite refusal, unable to bring them to school. What difference would it make? Draco still harbored some resentment. Their last duel at midnight had concluded without a victor, interrupted by Filch, leaving him utterly dissatisfied. Cain, however, had no desire to comment on their so-called epic battles, which, at best, were merely chickens pecking at one another. Any damage incurred from a fistfight would likely surpass the impact of their spells. Shaking his head, he continued his meal. What's the matter? Upon exiting a defense against the dark arts class, Cain spotted the Weasley twins waving at him. We risked our lives to seek out Professor Babbling. She has agreed to meet you in her office tonight, but only you may attend. Allicht. After listening to their account, Cain decided to visit Professor Babbling later that evening. Returning to the dormitory, Cain opened the small pouch under Draco's curious gaze. Inside, he found, as expected, enough mithril for his use. However, unexpectedly, there was also a shriveled, golden seed the size of a pea in a note. The note simply read, "Carry the seed with you." What does this mean? Draco inquired, puzzled. It's exactly what you see, its literal meaning. Cain replied with a deadpan expression, attempting a dry joke. In truth, Cain was equally perplexed by what Mrs. Lestrange intended. Nevertheless, at this stage, they remained collaborators and Mrs. Lestrange would not act against Cain. Placing the seed back into the pouch, Cain tucked it into his robe. Noticing this, Draco pressed his lips together. Cain, will you perhaps stay in France and never return? Cain was somewhat taken aback by Draco's question. Yet, seeing the dimness in Draco's gray eyes tugged at his heart. Ever since Cain had privately disclosed matters concerning the Lestrange family in France, Draco occasionally exhibited signs of anxiety over losing him. Indeed, he had neglected Draco's feelings during this time, and Cain solemnly assured him, "Rest assured, Draco, England is my home because I have my aunt and you here." A faint blush crept on a Draco's pale face, filling him with joy. He could not bear the thought of Cain going to France. However, this proud boy, reluctant to admit his feelings openly, clumsily shifted the topic. "All right, I need to write to my mother. Do you have anything to say?" Understanding Draco's temperament, Cain indulgently observed him and replied that he missed her dearly, eagerly anticipating their reunion during the Christmas holiday. "You are being overly sentimental." Draco paused, but he knew his mother would be thrilled to hear such words from you. Cain did not find it sentimental. He believed that affection must be reciprocated. Narcissa had treated him like her own son over the years, a sentiment he cherished deeply. While writing, Draco stole a glance at Cain and was momentarily captivated. At that moment, Cain's eyes were filled with an exquisite tenderness that would make anyone wish to drown in its intoxicating warmth. Unable to resist, Draco lowered his head and smiled secretly. He understood that, in Cain's eyes, it was the Malfoys who truly constituted family, and how wonderful that was. The moon hung like a hook in the sky. Cain emerged from the 8th floor's room of requests, having devoted considerable time to practicing his carving skills on wood. Guided by self-taught runes, he had become quite adept at it. Tapping gently, he knocked on Professor Babbling's office door, but received no response. He knocked again, and the door creaked open as if moved by an unseen force. A chill swept over him, evoking the eerie ambience of a horror film set. Shaking off the goosebumps, Cain stepped inside. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind him. A female voice, slightly distorted as if coming from a distance, asked, "Is it you who wishes to see me?" "Indeed, Professor. I am Cain Lestrange," he replied, feeling increasingly peculiar. "Wait, moments latte." The sound of wood creaking was heard as Professor Babbling appeared. To Cain's surprise, she embodied the essence of a modern woman, adorned in the fashionable attire of the Muggle world. Her elegant blue dress gracefully accentuated her feminine curves, while her high heels elongated her legs. Her features were exquisitely refined, resembling a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the world's most talented artist. Her eyes appeared slightly misty, as if she had just awakened. "Have you had your fill of staring?" Professor Babbling stretched languidly, her curves accentuated. Cain instinctively lowered his gaze. She chuckled lightly, leaning against the sofa. "Now then, what brings you here?" Cain, still averting his eyes from her striking legs, murmured, "I wish to learn about ancient runes." If I am not mistaken, you are merely a first-year student," she scoffed, a hint of skepticism in her tone. "However, I have been self-studying runes for quite some time now. If you doubt my abilities, I welcome a test." Professor Babbling scrutinized him, her disbelief evident. Ancient runes were typically offered as an elective starting in the 3rd year, due to their complexity and the significant divergence from contemporary language. Consequently, only a few upperclassmen chose the course, and most struggled to persevere. Could this first-year student truly succeed? Yet, given his audacity to visit her office at night, she sensed that Cain was not one to surrender easily. "Very well, I shall put you to the test," she decided, "but should you fail, I expect you to leave promptly, so as not to disrupt my beauty sleep." Moreover, even Dumbledore could not reprimand her for this. It was well known that Professor Babbling's teaching demeanor was rather lackadaisical, prompting Dumbledore to have a private conversation with her. The details of that meeting remained undisclosed, but ultimately an agreement was reached. If a student inquired about ancient runes, she could not outright refuse. "Wait here," Professor Babbling instructed, striding further into the room. Chapter 32, Clinging to the Leg. With a thud, a hefty tome, its cover entwined with purple thorns and as thick as a brick, was unceremoniously dropped onto the table before Cain. "Open it," she commanded, before reclining on the sofa and closing her eyes to rest. Upon hearing this, Cain obediently opened the purple book. He turned to page 83 and began to read, then to page 124, and finally to page 378. The earlier pages of runic script flowed effortlessly from his lips, yet the latter ones presented increasing challenges. Nevertheless, Cain declared there was no issue. "That will suffice for now." Professor Barbeline, her eyes misty and unfocused, had opened to observe Cain as if he were a fascinating new object. She had not anticipated that Cain's command of runic would surpass that of some fifth-year students. Unbeknownst to her, Cain had been striving to maintain a low profile. "Where did you learn runic?" she inquired. "Well, I have a keen interest in it, so I taught myself," Cain replied, withholding the truth that he had studied ancient runes under Ravenclaw's tutelage. Reflecting on that month filled with the scent of sweat, Cain sometimes wondered how he had endured. His visit to Professor Barbeline was primarily to discuss the magical circuits of communication runes, drawing parallels and insights. However, as a first-year student, he could not simply announce, "I am here to engage with you on ancient runes," as that would be out of character. "Ah, a little genius, I see," Professor Barbeline remarked with a teasing glint in her eye. However, knowing runic and utilizing it were two distinct concepts, vastly different in their complexity. Cain nodded. "I have already learned to carve runic inscriptions into wood." This revelation genuinely surprised Professor Barbeline, causing her to sit up straight. "Wait." Sounds of rummaging filled the room. "Here." Soon, Professor Barbeline handed Cain a smooth pear wood slab and a glistening golden carving knife. "Demonstrate." What should I demonstrate?" "The scope is too broad," Cain pondered momentarily. "Anything you are capable of. How about carving the rune for wind?" Professor Barbeline suggested after a brief hesitation. Without delay, Cain grasped the knife and began etching the wind rune onto the wooden surface. As Professor Barbeline had indicated, the distinction between knowing and using runic was profound. Cain needed to concentrate fully on carving the wind rune while evenly infusing it with his magical essence. This step was the most challenging. Only those with precise control over their magical energy could adeptly manage its infusion. Before long, the rune took form beneath Cain's skilled hands, and this preliminary alchemical process posed no difficulty for him. "Give it a try," Professor Barbeline encouraged, raising her chin. Cain nodded and activated the rune etched in the wood. In an instant, a swirling vortex of wind manifested within the room, lifting everything into the air. "Oh no, I forgot this was indoors." Cain glanced around at the chaos, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Excellent," Professor Barbeline exclaimed, clapping her hands. "Now carve an ancient rune for fire." Cain complied, swiftly carving the fire rune as instructed. This time, Cain displayed wisdom by refraining from directly activating the magical runes indoors. Instead, he presented them to Professor Babbling. The runes were smooth in design, with a harmonious distribution of magical energy. It was evident that this was a successfully crafted alchemical item inscribed with rudimentary runes of runic. As Cain glanced at Professor Babbling beside him, he momentarily perceived a flicker of crimson light shimmering in her eyes. The requirements for an apprentice runesmith entail mastery of 500 ancient runes, while an intermediate runesmith must comprehend 2,000. And a master runesmith is expected to command at least 5,000 ancient runes. Professor Babbling paused for a moment. It is well known that runic, as a magical script, is inextricably linked to alchemy. "So, you wish to delve into alchemy?" she observed with keen insight. Cain did not refute this. "Might you divulge your intentions?" Professor Babbling inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "I aspire to forge a communication device," Cain replied, hoping that Professor Babbling would tutor him on the runes essential for communication. Thus he revealed no secrets. "Fascinating," Professor Babbling remarked, casually inserting a lollipop, tinged with a hint of iron, into her mouth. "However, I shall not impart knowledge without recompense." Although Dumbledore had prohibited her from outright refusing students, he had not precluded her from establishing conditions. If the student faltered, it would be of no concern to her. Wait. The familiar scene unfolded once more. Professor Babbling emerged from the room again, holding a slender tome. "Translate this within 3 days, and I shall teach you the runes you desire to learn." As Cain took the tome and examined it, it was unsurprisingly filled entirely with runic script. It is worth noting that, due to the constraints of antiquity, A single character often conveys what would require a lengthy sentence in contemporary language. Although the tome appeared thin, translating it would likely expand its content tenfold. What's wrong? Is it too challenging? Professor Babbling mumbled through her lollipop. I assure you, I will complete the task. In truth, Cain had gleaned from a mere glance that it seemed to pertain to the record of some hidden treasure. Splendid. The moonlight tonight is particularly bright, and I am in good spirits. I shall not allow you to translate for naught. Here. This time, Professor Babbling did not retreat indoors. Rather, she retrieved a somewhat worn notebook from her drawer. This contains the script of Runic. With it, your translation speed will significantly increase. Consider it a gift. Cain had not anticipated such a fortunate acquisition. This notebook was akin to a cipher, though he scarcely required it. Thank you, Professor. Enough. Off you go. You're obstructing my moonbathing. Professor Babbling waved her hand, urging Cain to leave. Indeed, women are capricious. As he made his way back, a breeze swept past, prompting Cain to tighten his wizarding robe. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed since his arrival at Hogwarts, and the weather had begun to turn chilly. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Draco already asleep. Cain moved quietly, having finished his evening routine, ready to sink into the warmth of his bed. Cain, you're back. To his surprise, Draco was still awake, mumbling as he attempted to rise. Continue to sleep. It's cold outside. Cain interrupted Draco's movements. Then come over and sleep with me. Cain was momentarily taken aback. They hadn't shared a bed since they were 5 years old. Observing Draco closely, he noted that the boy's usually impeccable hairstyle was now tousled, and 2 faint blushes adorned his cheeks, likely due to burying his face in the pillow. Hurry up, why aren't you coming? Draco murmured, still with his eyes closed, rubbing against the pillow. Cain realized that Draco was probably dreaming, mistaking the present for their childhood. Initially, Cain had planned to translate the materials provided by Professor Babbling that evening, but now those plans were dashed. Shaking his head, he urged Draco to lie deeper into the bed and settle beside him. He was curious to see what would transpire when Draco awoke the next morning. The thought alone sparked intrigue within him, and with a mind filled with anticipation for the next day's spectacle, Cain slowly drifted into slumber. Chapter 33. The Conflict in the Great Hall. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility. Cain jolted awake, grumpily opening his eyes, yawning as he turned to Draco. How did you end up here? Draco, with a tuft of hair sticking up, stammered in confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Cain rolled over, got up to wash up, leaving Draco alone to ponder the mysteries of existence. Watching Cain's retreating figure, Draco couldn't help but tap his head with his small fist, trying to piece together the events of yesterday. Some hazy fragments began to materialize in his mind. Perhaps he had indeed invited Cain to sleep here. Boom! Draco's face flushed a deep crimson, and he buried his head under the covers, repeatedly convincing himself that it must have been a dream. Absolutely. Hurry up and wash up. Don't delay breakfast. Cain pulled back Draco's covers, halting his attempt to play ostrich beneath them. Get away. Justral shoved aside, a first-year Slytherin blocking his path, glaring provocatively at Cain. What are you doing? Draco glared at Justral in discontent. He blocked my way. Justral showed no remorse for intimidating a first-year. In his philosophy, the weak deserved to be bullied. Furthermore, Justral's arrogance was amplified by their location in the Great Hall. Would Cain dare to act in front of such an audience? Tell me, did he not block my way? Justral turned, revealing Walter White, who was trailing behind him. Yes. Walter's face had grown even paler, his entire being trembling. Cain observed with pity. Walter had become Justral's echo, and the first-year Slytherins had already abandoned him. It was breakfast time, and the Great Hall was filled with students. As they witnessed Slytherin's internal strife, many rose to watch. Harry and his friends quickly approached Cain, silently inquiring whether he required their assistance. The Weasley twins, not wanting to be left out, positioned themselves not far from Cain. Cedric wore a look of concern as he chose to stand beside the Weasley twins. As the number of onlookers increased, Juster grew increasingly smug. Having harbored resentment since his defeat to Cain in their duel, he had eagerly anticipated the opportunity to reclaim his honor after recovering from his injuries at St. Mungo's. Now, with the professors absent, he was determined not to let this rare chance slip by. Juster completely disregarded his family's admonition to avoid provoking Cain. It seemed he had forgotten the pain of his past defeat. Cain stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Raoul, who instinctively took a step back. The sight elicited a burst of laughter from the students in the hall, mocking Raoul's cowardice. Silence. Juster shouted angrily at the crowd, but his words fell on deaf ears, only intensifying their ridicule. Juster's face flushed crimson as he glared fiercely at Cain, attempting to assert his courage. Not a single upperclassman from the Slytherin table intervened. Some, like Ekburst, merely wished to witness the two clash, while Cassandra Shafik and Gemma Phalai had confidence in Cain's strength. Apologize, Cain dismissed Juster entirely. Raoul's face turned pale as he drew his wand, aiming it at Cain. The surrounding students sensed the escalating tension and quickly retreated in small groups, continuing to observe from a distance. Have you forgotten that you are my defeated foe? Cain smirked, watching Raoul with the same disdain one might reserve for a squashed insect. How dare you insult the Raoul family? Provoked beyond reason by Cain, Raoul bellowed, unleashing a curse that emitted a scarlet flash from the tip of his wand. A gray blur collided with the red beam, an injured tabby cat that, upon impact, transformed back into the shattered form of a chair. How dare you, Professor McGonagall? Seething with anger, hurried to Raoul's side to prevent him from losing his composure again. Following closely behind was Hermione, who, having recognized the severity of the situation, had sprinted to find McGonagall to report the incident. Seeing Cain standing there, calm and unyielding, Hermione exhaled a sigh of relief. Never before had there been such blatant disregard for the rules within the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall was beside herself with fury at the audacity of the students. Mr. Burstead, I need you to summon Professor Snape to my office. Raoul, Lestrange, you will accompany me. Professor, I witnessed the entire incident. As a Hufflepuff, I will not take sides. Please allow me to join you. Cedric stepped forward. Very well, Mr. Diggory, you may come as well. Professor McGonagall concluded, dismissing the curious crowd and leading the three of them to her office. Before long, Severus Snape, having received notification, arrived at Professor McGonagall's office with a dark expression. 50 points deducted for Gryffindor, he announced, attempting to quell the situation preemptively. Professor Snape, I believe this matter transcends the mere deduction of points, McGonagall replied firmly. Mr. Diggory, please recount the events. Professor McGonagall, still shaken, felt it necessary to impose severe punishment for the audacity displayed in the Great Hall, where a spell was cast in an attempt to harm a fellow student. Cedric, impartial in his account, recounted the incident with clarity. Snape's demeanor grew increasingly grim as he pondered how someone as foolish as Jaster could possibly belong to Slytherin. Mr. Lestrange was not harmed, was he? Snape paused, forcing himself to say, as our esteemed headmaster often reminds us, they are still children. Cain, what is your perspective? Snape hoped Cain would consider the greater good. Well, I cannot be certain. I feel a bit dizzy and am unsure if I was affected. Cain replied, unwilling to let the opportunity to chastise Jaster slip away, feigning faintness. Sit down immediately, McGonagall urged, her anxiety evident as she moved closer to Cain to ensure his well-being. Severus, we cannot consistently shield students from their misdeeds. It seems we must inform the headmaster about this. Additionally, Jaster's parents need to be notified. Mr. Lestrange, how are you feeling now? Can you endure? McGonagall inquired. I am fine, Professor McGonagall, Cain responded, coughing lightly. McGonagall gazed at him with increasing fondness, remarking on his admirable character. Snape cast a harsh glare at Cain, then departed to inform Jaster's parents. Shortly thereafter, the current head of the Raoul family, Fisher Raoul, hurried into the headmaster's office, his expression fraught with concern. What on earth is happening? He demanded upon entering. With his hair showing signs of graying, Fisher confronted Jaster, knowing all too well that his relative was a fool who relied solely on brute strength rather than intellect. Were it not for his advanced age and the fact that Jaster was his only heir, he would have long since abandoned him to his own devices. Fisher rubbed his temples in pain, striving to maintain composure in front of others. He wished for a moment of silence. Jaster, sensing Fisher's piercing gaze, shrank back and remained silent. Mr. Diggory, please recount the events once more, McGonagall insisted, her expression stern. It happened like this. Diggory began to narrate the incident again to those present. You foolish, before he could finish. The elder Raoul nearly struck Jaster with his cane in frustration. Mr. Raoul, Jaster's use of magic to attack a fellow student in public is utterly reprehensible. According to school regulations, he is to be expelled, McGonagall interjected, preventing Fisher from acting on his impulse for immediate retribution. Headmaster Dumbledore, he is still just a child. The elder Raoul lamented, his voice pleading and poignant. Ah, Mr. Raoul, Jaster is already in his 5th year. Dumbledore cast a glance at the muscular, who stood at least 6 feet tall, and found it utterly impossible to equate him with an ordinary child. Failing to penalize just would be an injustice to Cain as well. Old Roar was well aware that the crux of the matter rested upon Cain. As long as Cain privately consented to a reconciliation, there remained a possibility for resolution. However, knowing this was one thing, being of advanced age, Old Roar could not bring himself to compromise with a younger generation. Casting a fierce glare at he could only harbor resentment for having given birth to him, burdening him with such humiliation at his age. Mr. Lestrange, may I have a word? Old Roar spoke kindly as he looked at Cain. Cain felt a chill run down his spine under Old Roar's gaze. He weakly rose to his feet and mustered. I would be most pleased to hear the counsel of my elder. The tables had turned, and Old Roar's expression reflected his astonishment. Speak, Mr. Roar. What wisdom do you impart? As soon as he stepped out of the principal's office, Cain felt invigorated, his previous aches vanishing. Cain, may I address you thus? Old Roar's eyes flickered. I apologize, but standing before you is the current patriarch of the Lestrange family. Please refer to me as Mr. Lestrange. Cain rebuffed the other's attempt to assert superiority due to age, positioning himself and Old Roar as equals in dialogue. Very well, Mr. Lestrange. Old Roar tightened his grip on his cane. Could you grant just an opportunity for redemption? Rest assured, I will ensure that just apologizes to you. Do you have anything further to say? If not, I must return to the principal's office. Cain sought to avoid any lengthy debate with Old Roar. Expecting Cain to forgive without facing consequences was a mere fantasy. Wait. Old Roar quickly halted Cain. Mr. Lestrange, let us speak plainly. Last time just offended you, and I will make amends. Old Roar produced a well-preserved deed from his pocket. It was the deed to the 2 shops on Diagon Alley. If you agree to show leniency towards we can finalize the deal right now. Cain did not take the deed, scoffing lightly, Mr. Roar. Do you take me for mere child? Attempting to remedy this transgression with last time's wager? Business does not operate in such a manner. Cain feigned a return to the principal's office. And what do you propose? Old Roar had initially thought that reasoning with an 11 or 12-year-old would be easily manageable. He did not expect to encounter someone as formidable as Cain. The Lestrange couple truly produced exceptional offspring. Mr. Roar, I wonder if just recounted the specifics of our last duel to you. Cain narrowed his eyes. The previous wager had been conducted in the presence of heirs from distinguished families, and the Roar family's reputation for betrayal had already spread. If you disregard us now, tell me, when our generation stands on its own, will the Roar family still have a place in this world? Cain fixed a cold stare on Old Roar, articulating a harsh reality in a calm tone. In the past, when numerous pureblood families flocked to follow the Dark Lord, Old Roar was indecisive, wavering between the Dark Lord and Dumbledore. His actions did not escape the Dark Lord's notice. Fortunately, at that time, the Dark Lord had an abundance of talent under his command, and an ordinary figure like Raoul was deemed insignificant. Due to their shared pureblood status, the Dark Lord allowed the Raoul family to live like mere reptiles. Conversely, in the prevailing circumstances, Dumbledore could not extend his trust to a family as fickle as the Rolls. The eventual outcome was that the Raoul family faced ostracism from both sides, compounded by their gradual decline due to a lack of exceptional talent over the years. Thus, when Old Raoul learned that Jaster had wagered the 2 shops in Diagon Alley, he disregarded Jaster's injuries and beat him mercilessly. Through Ikeburst, he disseminated the message, hoping to intimidate Cain into retreating. However, Cain had already laid bare the situation, leaving Old Raoul to confront reality. Very well, Mr. Lestrange, what further conditions do you have? Speak them all. Cain's expression shifted from icy to warm as spring, and without hesitation, he produced a somewhat familiar potion list from his pocket. In addition to the 2 shops in Diagon Alley, you must also procure the potions listed here and deliver them to Hogwarts. Furthermore, I hear the Raoul family possesses several farms in Uganda. Absolutely not. Before Cain could finish, Old Raoul erupted in fury. If the shops in Diagon Alley were the golden goose, the farms in Uganda constituted the foundation of the Raoul family. It is well known that 80 of the potion ingredients and magical plants in the European wizarding world are supplied by Uganda, making it a highly lucrative venture. Very well then. Cain resorted to his previous tactics once more, turning to leave. Old Raoul felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame. The Ugandan farms secured the upper-class lifestyle of the Raoul family, yet Jaster represented their future. Should the heir of the Raoul family be expelled from Hogwarts, the foreseeable future would entail their expulsion from the ranks of pure-blood aristocracy, a fate that Old Raoul could never accept, as his devotion to the nobility of pure-blood lineage was deeply etched into his very soul. I can only offer you the smallest piece. Old Raoul gritted his teeth, the veins in his graying temples standing out. Cain understood that he had crossed Old Raoul's line and ceased to provoke him further. Uganda was not lacking in land, with even the smallest parcels estimated to be the size of a football field. Moreover, the most valuable aspect lay in the various magical plants cultivated upon it. After handing over the potion list to Old Raoul, Cain calmly extended his right hand, proclaiming, "A pleasant collaboration." Chapter 35, Cassandra's Request. Cain, as the party involved, graciously extended his forgiveness to Jaster. Jaster, overwhelmed with emotion, wept profusely, vowing to reform and pleading for the headmaster's love once more. hoping for another chance. Old Raoul, tears streaming down his face, looked at Jaster and declared that a prodigal son returning is worth more than gold, urging the headmaster to forgive him. What can Dumbledore do? Since Cain is not pursuing, let us grant just another opportunity, for life must continue. Professor McGonagall, influenced by the ambience, gazed at Cain with growing admiration. This child possesses the rare ability to overlook past grievances and extend a second chance to a classmate, even after experiencing personal harm. What a remarkable young man he is. If only he were a Gryffindor. In response, the absent Professor Flitwick remarked, I was here first. We must adhere to the order of arrival. Cain should certainly precede Ravenclaw. Only Professor Snape remained unmoved, seeing through the invisible dealings between Cain and old Raoul. Darkness, indeed, is profoundly dark. Cedric, a spectator, expressed that this visit was not in vain. The drama was quite substantial. Thus, this matter concluded in the headmaster's office with a harmonious resolution akin to a dumpling reunion. Dumbledore nearly shed a tear of emotion, reflecting on the events. Yet, did the story truly end there? As soon as they exited the headmaster's office, old Raoul, in a hurried manner, whisked just away, claiming they needed to return home for some education. Just too timid to resist, followed like a quail. However, in that fleeting moment, just cast a glance at Cain, a glint of malice in his eyes that sent shivers down one's spine. Cain, let Cedric escort you to Madame Pomfrey, for I am quite uneasy, Professor McGonagall advised before departing. Cain felt a wave of gratitude and promptly assured her he would comply. When did the esteemed Mr. Lestrange transform into a reckless lion? Snape, with a flick of his cloak, cast a discontented look at Cain. Headmaster, I shall forever remain a Slytherin. Let's hope so, he replied coldly before turning away. In his heart, Cain thought, you are heartless, cold, and unreasonable. The most important part is that you left just like that. Snape, you will truly lose me. I shan't give you a single canute for potions if you continue this way. Let us depart. Cedric, who had witnessed the spectacle, chuckled softly, lacking any semblance of humanity. Despite the dire state of their brotherhood, Cain glared at Cedric with resentment. Cedric, in a charming manner, shrugged, suggesting that true brothers must endure even more hardships together. Just did not seem like the type to forgive and forget easily. Returning to the matter at hand, Cedric also noted the malevolent glance just cast before leaving, causing him some concern. When the soldiers come, we shall meet them. When the waters rise, we shall drown them. If he insists on pushing me to gear up, I shan't stand in his way. Cain was curious to see what other tricks just might conjure. The Raoul family had previously sought to breach their agreement, and Cain had initially planned to initiate a family honor battle against the entire Raoul clan. After all, Cain possessed a Dark Lord-esque talent enhancement card. The diminutive Raoul family should be easily subdued. However, Cain currently lacked any allies. Even if he managed to conquer the Raoul family, he would have no one to manage the aftermath. Some may wonder why he did not enlist Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, to intervene. After all, Cain is, indeed, a Lestrange. Narcissa indeed regards him as her own son, though Lucius does not share the same sentiment. If it were possible, Lucius would certainly not object to the idea of the Lestrange family's galleons being renamed Malfoy. The so-called familial bonds among the nobility are predominantly entwined with stark self-interest. Come on, let me take you to the infirmary, Cedric said, tapping Cain on the shoulder. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. My heart suddenly hurts. Cain clutched his chest, pretending to collapse. Cedric, alarmed and pale, hurried to support Cain, intent on escorting him to the infirmary. Cain, taking advantage of the situation, leaned closer to Cedric, pinching his handsome face in mock terror. Me fine. Ah. He laughed as he darted away. Cedric stood there, bewildered for a couple of seconds before clenching his fists. Cain, just you wait. By the Black Lake. Cain looked up to see the alluring Cassandra with fiery red lips and the strikingly beautiful Gemma Farley with her stylish short hair waving at him. Senior, Cain acknowledged with a nod. Having received a note from Cassandra, he was curious about her intentions. First of all, congratulations on achieving your desire. Cassandra floated towards him like a gentle cloud. Secondly, if I may be so bold, what do you intend to do with the Raoul family? Oh no, I mean the Lestrange family shop in Diagon Alley? Her eyes glimmered with intrigue. Oh, are you interested, Senior? Cain countered with a question. Let us not mince words here. I'll get straight to the point. Cassandra leaned closer to Cain. You're in need of assistance, aren't you? I'd like to recommend someone. Are you referring to Senior Farley? Cain glanced at Gemma, who suddenly flushed a deep red against her pale skin. That would be me, Gemma said, stepping forward with a shy demeanor, yet unwaveringly meeting Cain's gaze. Now, don't look at Cain like that. I might get jealous, Cassandra teased, causing Cain's face to redden, though he maintained a calm exterior. Indeed, My recommendation is Gemma. She has managed to handle the fifth-year purebloods with ease solely on account of her mixed heritage, which speaks volumes about her capabilities. Then why seek me out? Cain inquired, scrutinizing Cassandra. Why you? Quite simply, because you're different from them. You do not view people as mere hierarchies, do you? You are even willing to befriend those whom purebloods derogatorily refer to as mudbloods. As Gemma spoke, she transformed from her previous shyness back into the confident persona Cain was familiar with. Hermione is far more intelligent than most purebloods, Cain instinctively retorted. Hermione, such an affectionate name. You've taken her side, Cassandra teased, her gaze playful. Cain sighed. You are all far too mature for your age. This is clearly a pure and beautiful friendship. Very well. Let Gemma and me have a chance to choose each other. Gemma Farley's inclusion would indeed alleviate Cain's staffing dilemma, leaving him with no reason to decline. So, what do you plan to do with those two shops? They both turned their attention to Cain, awaiting his response. The conversation has circled back to its original point. I intend to create alchemical items for sale, beginning with a batch of protective amulets that grant immunity to curses. Cain no longer concealed his intentions. This venture promised substantial profits. I never expected you to dabble in alchemy. Cassandra, her crimson lips slightly parted, gazed at Cain in astonishment. A flicker of understanding passed between them. Cain subtly nodded. There's one more matter. Cassandra's expression revealed a hint of hesitation. Yet, in the next moment, she appeared to have resolved herself to a decision. Chapter 36, The Shaffik Family. I need your assistance in freeing me from Eichburst. Cassandra furrowed her brows, her tone resolute. What? Cain was momentarily perplexed. You see, my family is currently negotiating a marriage alliance with the Bost family. To put it nicely, it's a union. To put it bluntly, those old men wish to sell me for a good price. Cassandra smiled wryly, a glimmer of unshed tears shimmering in her beautiful eyes. Gemma Folly took Cassandra's hand, offering silent comfort. Cassandra steadied her emotions and continued. My father is the patriarch of the Shaffik family, and I am his only daughter. He has a brother, who has a son, my cousin, Davis Shaffik. It is a cliché, but my father favors sons over daughters. Even though my cousin is merely 3 years old, my father has already begun to pave the way for him, viewing me as an obstacle to be removed. As she spoke, Cassandra's voice trembled with emotion. Yet, he is mistaken. He forgets that I am also a Shaffik. What is rightfully mine shall not be taken away by anyone. Gemma Folly embraced Cassandra, gently stroking her shoulder in silent solidarity. It's all right, Gemaf. I have long seen through the true nature of so-called blood relations. I simply find it tragic. Cassandra rested her head upon Gemma Folly's shoulder, offering her own comfort. For a moment, Cain felt superfluous. He ought to be at the bottom of the lake rather than beside them. I apologize for intruding. Cassandra wiped her slightly reddened eyes, finally recalling Cain's presence. Your excellence is evident, senior. Gender should never confine a truly talented individual. Cain gazed earnestly at Cassandra. Indeed, Cassandra regained her composure, bestowing upon Cain a smile as radiant as sunshine after the rain. Gemma Folly, upon hearing Cain's words, softened the previously sharp angles of her features, feeling reassured in her judgment of him. However, Cassandra, how may I assist you? How you proceed is your prerogative. I shall only concern myself with the outcome. Yet, I shall not allow you to assist me without recompense. The Shaffik family monopolizes the alchemical market in England and possesses many secret techniques. I will share the unique alchemical secrets of the Shaffik family with you. Cassandra lifted her elegant neck, gazing at Cain with anticipation. Cain indeed felt tempted. Who would refuse a good opportunity? Although he had already studied various stages of alchemy under Ravenclaw and Nickelmere, the Shaffik family's dominance in the English alchemical market surely held distinctive insights. More importantly, he wished to ascertain the current extent of his alchemical prowess. Another reason lies in Cain's disdain for Eichburst. Do not assume he is unaware. Juster's provocations are undoubtedly shadowed by Eichburst's influence. Furthermore, are you members of the Slytherin Brotherhood? Previously, Juster and his associates approached Theodore, seeking to replace Cain in the position of chief for their own purposes. At that time, they leveraged the existence of the Slytherin Brotherhood to entice Theodore. According to Juster's descriptions, the Brotherhood comprises solely of pure-blood families, having been entrenched in Hogwarts for centuries. One can only imagine the vast resources and connections this clandestine organization possesses. Eichburst's attitude raises concerns for Cain, as he fears an inevitable confrontation with this deeply rooted organization. We are not, to be precise. I am no longer a member, and Gemma was unable to join, Cassandra stated, glancing at Gemma. In truth, the Slytherin Brotherhood is not particularly secretive among the upper years. It exclusively admits members from pure-blood families, particularly those of significant influence in Britain. I joined the Slytherin Brotherhood in my 4th year, but upon learning of the impending marriage with Ikeburst, I withdrew. Cassandra paused, noting that the sole requirement was to keep the Brotherhood's internal matters confidential. I initially believed that my abilities could reform the Brotherhood, introducing new blood. Yet they merely regarded me as a pawn, easily dispensable, Gemma remarked with self-deprecating humor. The Slytherin Brotherhood resembles an aged elder, rife with stubbornness and decay. Such an organization is not worth your concern, Cassandra expressed indignantly on Gemma's behalf. From the moment you entered school, you were already within Ikeburst's sights. The Lestrange family is one of the 28 sacred houses, and you, as the current head of the Lestrange family, hold a status unparalleled within the Brotherhood. Since Cassandra had already left the Brotherhood, she felt no reservations in revealing Ikeburst's prior intentions to Cain. However, Ikeburst is quite displeased with me, is he not? Cain inquired directly, sensing Cassandra's willingness to be forthright. Huh, Gemma scoffed. That is due to your very existence posing a threat to him. In your year, aside from yourself, there are heirs from the Malfoy, Knott, and Parkinson families, all of whom are aristocrats. They all regard you favorably, even yielding to you. Ikeburst initially sought to recruit you for his purposes, yet it is evident you have your own ambitions. Naturally, he worries that your entry into the Brotherhood would undermine his standing within the organization. Additionally, your closeness to Gryffindor only exacerbates his dissatisfaction, as they represent extreme, pure-blood ideals. Cassandra added, building upon Gemma's words. This left Cain somewhat speechless. No matter his actions, his mere presence incited Ikeburst's unspoken apprehension. So do you dare? Do you dare to accept my proposition? Cassandra's eyes sparkled enticingly. There is no need to provoke me, senior, he replied, even if I remain obedient. Burst will not spare me, will he? Cain paused, accepting your deal. I truly did not misjudge you. In a surge of excitement, Cassandra embraced Cain tightly. Help! I can hardly breathe. Cain gasped, nearly suffocating against the softness of Cassandra's bosom. Release him quickly. You might smother him, Gemma said, somewhat displeased as she pried Cassandra away. Oh, don't be jealous. I was merely overwhelmed with joy, Cassandra replied, a faint blush rising on her pale skin. You are my most important person, she declared, nestling into Gemma's embrace like a delicate bird. The lilies of my homeland have bloomed. How fragrant they are. Cain's eyes widened in realization. Ah, indeed. I should be at the bottom of the lake, not beside these two. What are you staring at? Is it appealing? Cassandra shot an annoyed glance at the superfluous Cain. You both look quite lovely, Cain managed to say, feigning ignorance. All right, quickly hand the items to Cain, Gemma urged, struggling against Cain's astonished expression as she nudged Cassandra, who was leaning against her. Here, take it. I had it ready long ago. Cassandra produced a small parchment booklet from her bosom and handed it to Cain. Goodness, you had already prepared the alchemical secrets of the Shafik family, confident I would agree from the start. Were you? Cain couldn't suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. 2 bandits. I want to disembark. Chapter 37. The Secret of Babbling. Professor Babbling, are you there? That night, Cain once again knocked on the door of the Ancient Runes professor. Creak. The door swung open, and the familiar chill enveloped him once more. Why have you come again? Professor Babbling emerged in shorts, yawning. I have already translated the material, Cain declared, presenting the translated documents to Professor Babbling. What? Exclaimed Babbling in a startled outburst, fully awakening as she snatched the parchment from Cain's hands. Rapidly flipping through the pages, her astonishment grew with each line. You see, while she had nominally tasked Cain with translating the ancient runes, her true intention was to dissuade him from the challenge. Yet, to her surprise, in less than a day, Cain had accurately translated the obscure scripts, presenting them in a logical manner that made it seem undeniably correct. But he is only a freshman. Some of the runes she had explored for years, still eluding her grasp. Cain, however, had rendered them with such clarity that they appeared as if they were always meant to be translated that way. Have I truly lived for 300 years only to find myself outdone by a novice? Babbling questioned her own existence, unaware of Babbling's inner turmoil. Cain would have offered her some encouragement had he known. The ancient runes were the common written language of the Four Titans era. For those of that time, reading ancient runes was as simple as eating and drinking, far beyond what contemporary individuals could hope to match. Professor, Cain called out twice, noticing Babbling's dazed expression. Yes, I'm here, she stammered, snapping back to reality. Clearing her throat to mask her momentary lapse, Babbling gestured for Cain to sit. Surely you have noticed, Professor Babbling stated with a hint of certainty. The fragments of translation suggest a secret. Cain ventured cautiously. Indeed, it pertains to the hidden treasures of our bloodline. Professor Babbling replied with a touch of pride. Must you be so blunt? Cain exclaimed, astonished by the professor's candor. Stop pretending. You must have suspected it all along. She retorted, rolling her eyes in a manner that lacked elegance. Not at all. I merely sensed you were unlike the other professors. After all, what sane individual would decorate their office in such a morbid, funeral-like fashion? It's rather chilling. Who else demands nocturnal meetings and possesses such ethereal beauty, yet appears so pallid? With lollipops that carry a hint of sanguinescence? There are far too many anomalies that suggest Professor Babbling is not of this world. It seemed that her nonchalant demeanor and reclusive nature were precisely what allowed her to conceal her identity for so long. Yet, as a gentleman, Cain felt it inappropriate to directly unveil her secrets and refrain from exposing her true nature. Nevertheless, it was indeed something Dumbledore would do. To appoint a vampire as a professor. Now that you are aware of my secret, I can no longer allow you to leave. Professor Babbling's eyes suddenly gleamed a blood-red hue. However, Cain remained unperturbed. If you truly intend to commit murder, I would appreciate it if you set down that bloody lollipop first. There's no need to frighten children. I hail from the most ancient and noble lineage of the 13 bloodlines, the clan of royalty, a direct descendant of Cain, she proclaimed, her voice brimming with pride in her heritage. Professor, is it permissible for you to divulge such information so freely? Cain mused, sometimes wishing he had remained oblivious to such secrets. Since you are already aware, do not think you can extricate yourself, Professor Babbling declared, her tone devoid of jest. But Professor, I am merely a child, Cain lamented, feeling the weight of his predicament. A child, perhaps, but your seriousness is questionable, she replied, reverting to her previously nonchalant demeanor. You sought me out. There is no escape for you. Cain felt a pang of despair. Regretting his curiosity that had led him to this moment, pondering whether it would have been wiser to remain secluded in his inventions. So, Professor, what brings you to Hogwarts? He inquired, surrendering to the situation. My father forged an agreement with Dumbledore, who promised to protect me until I reached adulthood, while my father would expel the nefarious elements of our kin from within the borders of England. I have resided at Hogwarts for 30 years now, Professor Babbling reflected, a hint of nostalgia in her voice. Given that your father can negotiate such a pact with Dumbledore, he must be a formidable bloodline. Why not protect you himself? Cain questioned. The hunters are pursuing me. My father fled with me from Romania to England, hoping I might lead a tranquil life. Dumbledore's reputation is formidable, even among vampires, she replied, her eyes filled with admiration and longing for her father, momentarily lost in her own memories. Cain refrained from inquiring why the Hunter clan sought to eliminate Babbling. Everyone requires their own sanctuary. He sat in silence, unwilling to disrupt the joyous reminiscences of Professor Babbling, whose face unconsciously radiated a smile that silently conveyed her current happiness. The bright moon outside illuminated the scene, draping Professor Babbling in a delicate veil of light. Oh, forgive me, I'm momentarily drifted into reverie, she admitted, feeling a rare sense of embarrassment. Where was I? Ah, yes, the hidden vault. Legend has it that Merlin was deeply mournful following King Arthur's demise. He implored the Lady of the Lake to take him to the fabled Avalon to seek the waters of life for Arthur. However, on his return journey, he was intercepted by Arthur's illegitimate son, who gifted it to his beloved, one of the ancestors of the bloodline, Vivian. Subsequently, Vivian concealed the waters of life within a hidden vault. It is said that these waters can resurrect the deceased and fundamentally transform the bloodline. With fervent eyes, Babbling gazed at Cain, expressing her desire to become a sorceress, to savor exquisite delicacies, to experience warmth, and to wander freely beneath the sun, rejecting the notion of being a frigid vampire. Professor, this is a matter internal to your bloodline. It may not be wise for me, as a sorcerer, to involve myself. With the suspected saint, Odette, and now the member of the royal bloodline, Babbling, Cain found himself overwhelmed. Ancient magical runes. This is crucial, she insisted. Do not hastily dismiss it. I can sense that your accumulation of magical runes surpasses mine. The vault, ancient and laden with intricate mechanisms, requires deciphering its runes to unveil its secrets. Moreover, you are privy to numerous secrets belonging to the bloodline. Should you refuse my request, I shall inform my father, and the royal bloodline will stop at nothing to eliminate you. Seeing Cain's expression shift, Babbling quickly added, however, should we acquire the waters of life, I would gladly share them with you. Her timely addition quelled Cain's burgeoning anger. But I'm only a first year, he protested. Fear not. The vault appears only during the blood moon, a rare occurrence that, according to the clan's diviner, may not come again for another decade. Babbling understood Cain's reservations. Very well, I shall agree to this endeavor. Ultimately, Cain acquiesced, The legendary waters of life could deter even death itself. He had heard mention of it during casual discussions between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Immortality, an ultimate pursuit for all sorcerers. Chapter 38, The Little Informant. From now on, you are one of us. I will watch over you at Hogwarts, Babbling proclaimed, patting her ample form with an air of authority. I truly appreciate it, Cain chuckled. Come now, Babbling urged, tilting her chin towards him. What do you intend to do? I am but a first year. Cain helplessly hugged his shoulders, silently pleading for rescue. He was still but a budding flower. Ouch! A playful thump landed on Cain's head. What are you thinking? Babbling replied, exasperated. I could practically be your great-grandmother. Oh, then it's nothing to worry about, Cain retorted. Cain swiftly regained his composure, adopting an expression of righteous dignity. Wasn't he supposed to learn about ancient magical runes for communication? Hurry up, learn it and be gone. Don't delay my beauty sleep. Babbling exuded an air of imperiousness. Oh, when there's a matter at hand, call me little sweetheart. Once captured, one no longer cherishes. Refer to me as Lady Bull. Cain wore an expression that begged for a good smack. Didn't one notice that a black hashtag had appeared on Professor Babbling's forehead? Her fury palpable? Come on, Professor. Let us make this swift and decisive. Cain felt a surge of delight. Babbling took a deep breath, unclenching her tight fist. There was no point in being angry, as no one would be there to replace her if she fell ill. This young man still had some uses, so she would spare him for now. Thus, in the ensuing days, Cain practiced spell dueling with Professor Flitwick on Tuesdays, labored under Professor Snape on Wednesdays, and sporadically learned dark magic with the Chilo version of the Dark Lord. In the evenings, he engaged in discussions about magical runes with Professor Babbling and occasionally collaborated with the Weasley twins on their progress with a magical version of a communication device. Whenever he found a moment of respite, he was also compelled by Cassandra's insistence to concoct a batch of protective charms. Cain was indeed a busy individual. He scarcely had time to gather with friends. The handsome young lad bore signs of fatigue, evoking sympathy from the Slytherin girls, who wished to embrace him tenderly. To return to the main point, Cain was preparing to officially name the magical world's first communication alchemical item as Little Communicator. Though the name carried an air of antiquity, it genuinely represented a fragment of memory from a certain distant land. Consider it a small indulgence of a wanderer. Hello, hello, are you there? George Weasley whispered conspiratorially at a modest black notebook. It works splendidly, George. I can clearly hear your voice, Fred, Weasley exclaimed, incredulity painting his features as he held a similar black notebook aloft. Cain buried his face in his hands, utterly exasperated. For heaven's sake, you two are less than a meter apart. And how many times must I reiterate that the Little Communicator is still merely a basic version, incapable of voice recognition. It only works through writing. Indeed, after much effort, the basic version of the Little Communicator had finally been unveiled. Those two mischief makers were merely testing whether they could communicate between their devices, and here they were, putting on a show. All right, George, head to the spell classroom. Fred, you proceed to the history classroom. I will remain in the room of requirement. Let us exchange messages. Cain was eager to avoid further delays, quickly assigning tasks to the two rascals. As you command, master. The twins couldn't resist a cheeky retort before departing. Estimating that the two had reached their destination, Cain retrieved a finely crafted notebook. The cover featured two adorable little snakes playfully coiling about, while the center displayed a painted Hogwarts castle. Truly, as a master, one must stand apart from the ordinary. The twins had their own words on the matter. What the master says is indeed correct. After all, the promised 50 galleons had yet to materialize, hadn't he it? With a quill in hand, Cain inscribed a line of exquisite calligraphy upon his parchment notebook. Are you there? He mused, pondering the universally recognized opening line. Naturally, if the audience were to contest this, they would undoubtedly be correct. Soon, in the chat group of three, the two individuals across from him began to effortlessly engage in a barrage of messages. I am here. Remarkably, this was truly astonishing. This device was far superior to an owl. Mother no longer needs to worry about me not receiving letters. Observing the seamless exchange of words between the two, Cain nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the timely reception of information without delay was certainly more advantageous than any fruit-branded mobile device. Cain thus proclaimed the official birth of the first communication tool in the magical realm. Now, choose one that pleases you. Cain gathered several of the small communication devices and summoned Theodore and the others to his dormitory. What is this? Draco inquired curiously, picking up a notebook adorned with images of Dragon Island, filled with soaring dragons. Draco understood that Cain wouldn't have summoned them merely to distribute notebooks. Open it and write a line to see, Cain encouraged, tilting his chin slightly. Draco was the first to comply, retrieving a quill and writing. The dragon is the most beautiful creature in the world. Cain unveiled his own communication device, revealing Draco's words displayed upon it. What is happening here? Draco exclaimed in astonishment. Observing this, Theodore hurriedly selected a notebook of his preference and penned "The White Rose in Winter." Once again, Cain showcased his notebook, which promptly displayed Theodore's inscription. Odette Pansy and Blaise could no longer contain their curiosity and eagerly chose notebooks to experiment with. What exactly is this? Odette pondered, feeling both enlightened and perplexed. Previously, Cain had written to Mrs. Lestrange requesting mithril, leading her to suspect it was related to alchemy. Thus, was this an alchemical item in her possession? Indeed, you have deduced correctly, Cain affirmed with a nod, having observed Odette's contemplative demeanor. What are you all whispering about? Pansy remarked with a hint of annoyance. Is there something that we cannot know? Odette cast a sidelong glance at Pansy, her mood buoyant enough to overlook the ignorance of the other. This is an alchemical item, and if I am not mistaken, it can be used for communication. Odette stated her conclusion with conviction. What? Draco exclaimed, astonished. So we can contact each other anytime through this notebook? It is a small communicator, Cain interjected. So can we communicate with each other via this small communicator? Theodore grasped the crux of the matter instantly. Of course. Each of you has an initial code associated with your small communicator. You can identify one another, akin to adding friends, and thereafter, you may communicate at any time. How do we add friends? Pansy inquired eagerly. I have already inputted everyone's codes into the small communicator. You simply need to select the corresponding numbers to add friends. Oh, you are truly remarkable, Cain. Pansy swiftly located the corresponding codes for those present and began to add them one by one. In ensuing days, the professors at Hogwarts noted a peculiar phenomenon. The usually lackadaisical Blaise and Pansy were now diligently taking notes in class, displaying an admirable attitude towards their studies. The professors nodded in approval, recognizing their newfound commitment to learning. Truly, there's potential in these young minds. Chapter 39, The Eve of Halloween. Upon awakening early in the morning, Cain was greeted by the sweet and enticing aroma of roasted pumpkin wafting through the corridor. Realizing belatedly that Halloween was fast approaching and that he had already spent 2 months at Hogwarts, he marveled at how swiftly time had flown. In the charms classroom, Hermione approached Cain, her deep brown hair flowing like seaweed in the air. Cain, what have you been busy with lately? I haven't seen you in the library at all. What is the matter, Miss Granger? Do I need to report my activities to you? Odette's piercing gaze narrowed slightly, hinting at her disregard. That is not what I meant. I was merely concerned, Hermione replied, her cheeks tinged with a blush. All right, Odette, Cain interjected, stopping Odette from saying more. There are a few matters at hand, and I'll share them with you when I have the time. With gratitude for Hermione's concern, a tender smile graced Cain's lips. Oh, okay, then I'll head to class, Hermione said, inexplicably blushing even more. She dashed away before Cain could respond. Odette, you shouldn't always be at odds with Hermione, Cain whispered to Odette as he watched Hermione flee. Do you care for her? Odette's demeanor shifted from her usual aloofness, blossoming into a charming smile. Pansy, don't you feel a sudden chill? Draco remarked, inexplicably shivering from the cold. It's cooled down. Of course, you'd feel cold, Pansy replied dismissively, her attention subtly shifting to observe Cain and Odette. Theodore shook his head, choosing not to expose Pansy's obvious distraction. Could you be any more conspicuous? You're practically leaning into their conversation. What? Cain looked puzzled. She's our classmate. Do you think she's merely a classmate? Odette's tone suddenly took on a heightened pitch. Isn't that so? Cain was bewildered by Odette's implication. Never mind. The professor is coming. Let us settle down. Odette quickly diverted the conversation, evading Cain's gaze. Professor Flitwick entered the room. Students, today you will learn to make objects fly. He waved his wand, brimming with energy. Oh, Cain, why don't you demonstrate? Professor Flitwick eagerly invited Cain to showcase what he had just taught. With the class's eyes filled with astonished anticipation, Cain rose calmly. Producing his wand, he flicked his wrist and uttered, Wingardium Leviosa. Instantly, the desk before him began to levitate, eliciting gasps and applause from his classmates. Excellent, Lestrange, plus 1 point. Not so. Professor, just 1 point? Professor Flitwick disregarded Cain's resentful gaze. You should leave some opportunities for others, young man. After a brief pause, he added, Cain, you will assist me in this class, and I shall grant you extra points. How many extra points? It won't just be 1, will it? Cain mused inwardly, wondering when Professor Flitwick had acquired the knack for extracting the utmost from his students. Although Cain harbored such thoughts, he quickly embraced his new role as a teaching assistant. Draco, your wand must flick and sway like this. Cain demonstrated to Draco. Pansy, your wand is not a fire poker. It cannot withstand your excessive force. Goyle, never mind. Continue practicing on your own. Cain, over here. Harry, perplexed by the feather on his desk, decisively summoned Cain. Within mere seconds, Cain arrived at the scene. Harry, like this. Pay attention to the wrist strength. Wingardium Leviosa. Cain exemplified the spell. Now you try, Harry. I believe you can do it. Taking a deep breath, Harry followed Cain's instructions and successfully levitated the feather before him. Look, Mr. Potter has succeeded. Gryffindor earns 3 points. Professor Flitwick beamed with delight. Under the fervent gazes of his peers, Harry felt his cheeks flush. It was rare for him to contribute points to Gryffindor. Cain, to be honest, you deserve these points more than I do, Harry said shyly, speaking softly to Cain. No, Harry, these points are rightfully yours. You have a natural talent for spells. Cain thought of Harry as a little angel. It would be worth letting the demanding Professor Flitwick hear Harry's kind words. Really? Harry chuckled, somewhat flustered, scratching the back of his head. Indeed, I shall check on the other students. Cain nodded at Harry and moved on to assist others. Harry, now that you've got it, teach me too. Seymour nudged Harry, eager to learn. Why didn't you ask Cain directly? Harry felt Cain was clearly more suited to instruct. He seems a bit hard to approach, doesn't he? Seymour hesitated to engage with Cain, though Cain appeared aloof. He was a trustworthy friend. Don't forget, he saved Neville. Harry couldn't help but defend Cain. True, I will definitely ask him next time, Seymour assured confidently. All right. Harry didn't want to pressure Seymour. He believed that once Seymour got to know Cain better, he would surely change his perspective. Bang! Seymour's feather exploded, and he instantly transformed into a frizzled mess. The entire class erupted in laughter. Professor, I think we need another feather. Harry raised his hand expressionlessly. Truly, Seymour was the recognized prankster of Hogwarts. If this were the world of Naruto, Seymour and Deidara would undoubtedly share much in common. Cain shook his head inwardly, relieved to have left in time. It's Leviosa, not Leviosar. Before they could reach Hermione and Ron, they heard Hermione's voice, authoritative and instructive. Since you were so clever, why don't you give it a try? Ron, clearly exasperated by Hermione's lecturing tone, bristled at her words. Hermione, with a hint of irritation, decided to take up the challenge. She rolled up her sleeves and incanted the spell, causing a feather to rise slowly into the air. Miss Granger succeeded, earning 2 points for Gryffindor. She cast a triumphant glance at Ron, whose expression darkened further. With a huff, he turned away, ignoring her entirely. In many ways, they were akin to adversaries. Ron, hailing from the Weasley family, was branded a blood traitor due to his family's close ties to Muggles. The Weasley household was notorious for having more children than they could afford to support. As the 6th child, Ron often felt overlooked, which contributed to his sensitive and insecure nature, coupled with a strong sense of pride. On the other hand, Hermione, emerging from the Muggle world, found herself in an unfamiliar magical realm. She was eager to prove her worth, her academic prowess being her primary means of validation. This desire sometimes manifested as arrogance. It was merely another form of insecurity. 2 individuals, both fiercely proud, could easily clash before learning the virtues of tolerance. All right, class, that concludes today's lesson. The moment the bell rang, Professor Flitwick ceased his instruction. All students were assigned to submit a 3-page parchment essay on the use of the levitation charm for the next lesson. Just as Professor Flitwick prepared to leave, he paused. Wait, did you forget something? Perhaps it was the intensity of Cain's gaze that startled Professor Flitwick, causing him to lock eyes with him. Thanks to Cain's assistance, Slytherin was awarded 10 points, bringing Cain a sense of satisfaction. Professor Flitwick, you really indulge him. Chapter 40, Mrs. Rabbit and the Nuisance. No wonder everyone finds her unbearable. Ron complained to Cain and Harry as they trudged through the crowded corridor after their charms class. It was the peak of class dismissal, and the hall was congested. She-s like a nightmare. Ron had reached his limit with Hermione, speaking without a shred of restraint. Someone bumped into Cain, hastily passing them by. It was Hermione. Cain noticed her tear-streaked face, and she seemed to have heard their conversation. Cain shot a reproachful look at Ron. Oh well, Ron faltered momentarily. You really have a talent for this. TSK. Draco, pushing against the tide of students, approached Ron, his disdain palpable. So what? What is it to you? Ron, confronted by Draco, flushed with embarrassment. She must have noticed. She has no friends. Ron retorted loudly, his face turning crimson. Ron, don't be like that, Cain interjected sternly, unable to watch any longer. Ron, daunted by Cain's rebuke, huffed and pulled Harry away. Their next class would separate Slytherin and Gryffindor. Cain intended to seek out Hermione, hoping to dissuade her from her folly. After all, he distinctly recalled that on Halloween, Quirrell would unleash a troll. What are you doing? Draco questioned, looking at Cain with a hint of confusion. I'm going to find Hermione. You saw her. She was crying. At this, Draco's eyes shifted, realizing that class was about to commence. You should hurry to class. I will handle this matter. Handle it? Cain raised an eyebrow, fully aware that Draco and Hermione were not on amicable terms. Yet, as a gentleman, witnessing a lady in distress compelled him to intervene. Draco held his platinum head high, adopting an air of solemnity. Theodore and the others nearby regarded Draco with bemusement. Let Draco take care of it. I believe he is a true gentleman, Odette interjected, standing beside Cain in defense of Draco. This flattered Draco, who found Odette slightly less insufferable than before, recalling how she had previously disregarded him upon their first acquaintance. Very well. Although Cain remained skeptical, he acknowledged that Draco's earnest assurance warranted some trust. After all, a fundamental tenet of noble upbringing is to refrain from making promises one cannot fulfill, and Draco had been raised with the finest aristocratic education. Let us proceed to class. You should return swiftly, Cain concluded, leading his group of Slytherins to herbology. This lesson was shared with Ravenclaw, yet the two houses, one aloof and the other reclusive, maintained minimal interaction throughout. Truth be told, Cain always found herbology to be a headache. Each session was a flurry of chaos, and this time was no exception. Under Professor Sprout's guidance, they were tasked with collecting seeds from mature Bubotuber pods. Extreme caution was necessary, for if one applied too much force, the seeds would scatter wildly. The novice Cain immersed himself in the task, entirely oblivious to the unfolding drama between Draco and Hermione. Stop! Slow down! Draco panted as he chased after the rapidly fleeing Hermione. However, upon hearing the voice of her tormentor, Hermione quickened her pace. Grinding his teeth, Draco accelerated, unwilling to let this opportunity to mock Hermione slip away. Unlike Ron, who would speak ill behind people's backs, Draco preferred to confront others openly and brazenly. His pursuit led him to the girls' restroom. Stunned, he called out, "Hey, come out! Granger, I know you're in there. Don't hide in silence. Come out quickly." Almost hopping in frustration, he stood outside. "Go away, you pest." Hermione's voice emerged, tinged with tears. "What gives you the right to tell me to leave? You rabbit of a lady?" Draco retorted. In response, Hermione's sobs grew louder. "Hey, don't cry." Draco was most apprehensive of girls weeping. His mother, Narcissa, had once taught him that only inept men provoke tears from women. "Do not cry any longer. If you do, I shall come in. Do you believe me?" Draco attempted to threaten her. "If you dare, come over." In the silent corridor, Hermione's sobs echoed louder. It was unexpected that a Gryffindor lion would be so emotional. Unlike us Slytherins, who maintain our elegance at all times, Draco made yet another attempt to provoke her. "Indeed, I'm not like you. You purebloods, who pride yourselves on your nobility, have always looked down upon those from the Muggle world." Hermione's anger intensified as she unleashed her long-held grievances upon Draco. "What makes you so special? You merely rely on your family. You constantly flaunt your father. Besides boasting about him, what else can you do? I despise you. You insufferable nuisance." She cried, her words punctuated by sobs. Draco's face flushed with indignation. "How dare you speak to me, you arrogant rabbit lady? You walk around with your head held high, flaunting your shallow knowledge. Surely you have noticed you do not even have a single friend." Hermione's sobs grew more sorrowful, as if she might faint from her distress. At that moment, Draco, consumed by his own anger, disregarded her and simply stood in the corridor, listening to her cries. "Oh dear, someone has upset his little girlfriend." Peeves the poltergeist chuckled, suddenly appearing. "She's not my girlfriend. I am not her girlfriend." Draco and Hermione retorted in unison, Hermione momentarily forgetting her tears. Conversely, Peeves was momentarily taken aback by their combined fervor. This cannot happen. How could Peeves the poltergeist hold his head high among the other ghosts if word got out? Peeves' expression turned menacing as he produced 2 water balloons from seemingly nowhere, accurately tossing them at Draco. Then, he cackled and scurried away. "Peeves, I assure you, Cain will seek vengeance for me," Draco exclaimed, wiping the water from his hair, seething with impotent fury. Huh! Though Hermione had not witnessed Draco's misfortune firsthand, she knew that Peeves' appearance foretold trouble. She found herself less distressed. "Well then, rabbit lady, are you pleased to see me in trouble? You can come out now." Draco, drenched in icy water, felt even his anger extinguished. "I shall not emerge, you pest." Hermione felt she had not yet cried enough. Moreover, how could she face the annoying Draco outside? Her eyes were surely swollen from weeping, and she would not grant him the opportunity to mock her. Draco, too, ceased his remarks, as he did not wish for the rabbit lady to witness his disheveled state. Thus, they remained, one inside the enclosure and the other outside, sharing a moment of tranquility. Chapter 41. The Troll Approaches. After a day filled with bustling classes, Cain led a group of little snakes into the Great Hall. The hall had been transformed by the house elves, adorned with vibrant decorations unique to Halloween. Countless bats fluttered about the ceiling, their wings flapping wildly, some unexpectedly landing on the witch, eliciting shrieks of surprise. Low-hanging clouds swirled overhead, their currents causing the jack-o'-lanterns to flicker erratically. The atmosphere was saturated with the essence of Halloween. Trick or treat. Suddenly, the Weasley twins leaped from within a massive jack-o'-lantern, startling Cain. In the wizarding world, there was no such tradition as trick-or-treating. Cain shot a disgruntled glance at the duo. And since when do you two schedule your mischief? Oh, you truly know us well. I'm nearly moved to tears, they replied, linking arms and spinning in circles. Enough of this. Come with me. Cain beckoned the Weasley twins and led them outside the Great Hall. Here. Cain handed George a jingling bag. Could this be? George asked, incredulous. Indeed, it contains the 50 galleons I promised you. The Weasley twins had been quite helpful during Cain's study of the magical devices, and this was their due reward. From now on, you shall be our employer. The twins, devoid of their usual antics, wore serious expressions. Initially, they believed Cain was jesting, considering their quirky inventions were often rebuffed even by their own family, but they never anticipated Cain would truly fulfill his promise. As expected of the scion of the Lestrange family. No need for that, you deserve it. Cain genuinely had no intention of receiving anything from the twins. That simply won't do. The Weasley twins shall not accept charity. In unison, they insisted on returning the galleons to Cain. No, please, let's reach a compromise. Consider this 50 galleons an investment from me. The twins exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves behind Cain's back. Very well, Cain. You shall henceforth be our major shareholder, with a 40% stake. Do not refuse. We are both in agreement. Before Cain could object, the twins had effectively blocked his escape. All right, it is settled then. Reluctantly, Cain acquiesced, though he felt internally that the 50 galleons truly belonged to the twins. Never mind. I can always invest more in the future. Money is not an issue. Let's hurry back. The Halloween feast has likely commenced. The twins nudged Cain toward the hall. Indeed, the feast was already underway, the air brimming with an atmosphere of warmth and merriment. Cain found himself unwittingly caught up in the spirit, a genuine smile gracing his lips. After bidding farewell to the twins, he returned to the Slytherin table. Where's Draco? Cain surveyed the surroundings, but found no trace of him. I haven't seen him at all, Pansy remarked, craning her neck to look around, but to no avail. Draco wouldn't seek out Hermione. He must still be absent. Oh dear, Odette said, her expression turning to one of concern. This is troubling. Cain clapped his hands together, realizing the gravity of the situation. He promptly prepared to rise and search for Draco. The giant, in the basement, is something you ought to be aware of. Professor Quirrell stumbled towards the location of Dumbledore, gasping for breath as he ran. The hall fell silent for a brief moment, but the next second, students began to scream. Chaos ensued. Silence. Dumbledore was compelled to use his wand to produce a series of piercing, explosive sounds to calm the students down. Prefects, immediately escort your respective house members back to the dormitories, Dumbledore instructed in a deep voice. What if Draco doesn't return? Pansy's face drained of color, her mind racing with dread at the thought of what might happen if Draco encountered the giant. It's all right. I will find him, Cain reassured, patting Pansy on the shoulder. I will go with you, said Odette promptly. No need. You should return with him, Cain replied, shaking his head, unwilling to let Odette take any risks. Wherever you go, I shall follow, Odette insisted, her lips pressed tightly together, eyes filled with determination. Cain, unwilling to delay any further, prioritized finding Draco and ceased to resist Odette's resolve. He exchanged a glance with Gemma, who was leading the Slytherins back to their dormitory. Gemma immediately grasped Cain's intention, subtly providing cover as the two slipped away. As they navigated against the tide of students in the empty corridor, Cain collided with Harry and Ron. Cain, Hermione hasn't returned yet. She doesn't know there's a giant, Harry said, his tone tinged with urgency. Ron beside him realized he might have caused trouble, his face laden with anxiety. Draco went to look for Hermione. They should be in the same place, Cain remarked as he continued walking. What? Harry and Ron found this more absurd than the notion of the world ending the next day. Draco and Hermione. Can the wizarding world not adhere to some semblance of logic? Do you know where Hermione might be? Ignoring their bewildered expressions, Cain pressed on. I heard from Lavender that Hermione is in the girls' bathroom on the second floor, Harry recalled, quickly leading Cain forward. Meanwhile, on another front, can you come out? The Halloween feast must have already begun, Draco said, growing impatient. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, even his hair drenched by peeves had dried. and his stomach was growling with hunger. "You can leave on your own. Who told you to concern yourself with me?" Hermione replied, her voice hoarse from crying. "Fine. I'll go. I couldn't care less." Before she could finish her sentence, Draco caught a foul odor wafting through the air. Ugh! The stench was overwhelmingly potent, causing him to retch. "Did you blow up the girls' bathroom? Why is it so foul?" he questioned, unable to suppress a few more dry heaves. "You are the one who is blown up," Hermione countered. Though her voice was weak, her spirit remained undeterred. Thud, thud. The sound of a heavy object striking the ground reached Draco's ears. He turned, his discomfort momentarily forgotten, and glanced over with a stiffened posture. Draco was utterly convinced that this was the most grotesque and terrifying sight he had ever beheld in his life. A figure resembling a small mountain loomed into Draco's view. Its skin was a grim, granite-like gray, and atop its massive, clumsy body sat a head no larger than a pea. As it approached, the nauseating stench intensified. In its hand, it grasped an enormous wooden club, dragging along the ground as it made its way toward Draco. Momentarily paralyzed by fear, Draco stood frozen in place. As the creature drew nearer, his survival instincts surged forth. A distorted scream escaped his throat, and Draco, with his still weary legs, took off running. "What is wrong with you, you pest?" Hermione inquired, confused by Draco's scream. Yet, it didn't take long for her to comprehend the reason. What manner of beast was this? Why was it in the girls' bathroom? In a flash, Hermione unleashed a scream that could shatter glass. As Draco fled, he heard Hermione's terrified cry and involuntarily halted. His already pallid complexion drained of color, and cold sweat poured down his brow as he found himself in a quandary. To save or not to save? That was the dilemma. What was he to do? "Brother, I wish you were here." Chapter 42, The Mutation. Once more, Hermione's blood-curdling scream echoed through the air, rendering Draco's face even paler than the soul of a wraith. In that moment, he was engulfed in internal conflict. To him, Granger had previously been nothing more than a mudblood, insignificant and inconsequential. Yet he was the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage. The disparity in importance was crystal clear. However, Cain's consistent teachings had fostered Draco's growth. Slytherin valued honor above all. Gritting his teeth, Draco fought back his fear and let out a low growl, clenching his fists and charging back. The sound of shattering porcelain and rushing water abruptly reached the ears of Cain and his companions, who were hurrying to the scene. "It's over," Ron muttered, darkness clouding his vision. He felt responsible for Hermione's demise. Screams echoed in succession. Cain breathed a sigh of relief. There was still time. Upon entering the girls' bathroom, a scene of chaos greeted him. Draco and Hermione huddled against the wall, Hermione gripping Draco's shoulder, trembling uncontrollably. The giant lumbered slowly toward them, its massive form knocking the sinks away from the wall as it moved. Harry instinctively picked up a fallen faucet and hurled it at the giant. Unfortunately, the creature's thick hide rendered the faucet's impact negligible. Ron could only shout from the sidelines, frantically waving his arms to divert the giant's attention. Truly, Gryffindors were brave in the face of danger. Cain softened his expression, refraining from intervening immediately, recognizing this as a rare opportunity for them to prove their mettle. In a certain sense, Cain's thoughts resonated with those of Dumbledore. Observing that Cain remained inactive, Audra refrained from taking matters into her own hands, choosing instead to watch the performance of Gryffindor with disinterest. Ron's cries reached the small ears of the troll, which scratched its pea-sized head in confusion before slowly turning around. Previously, the troll had blocked Cain and his companions completely, and it was only during the brief moment the troll turned that the two huddled together saw them. Cain. It was indeed Cain. The two nearly wept with joy, initially believing they had merely imagined hearing Ron's voice. "We're here." Draco suddenly found a surge of strength, standing tall and gazing at Cain with surprise. Cain, witnessing Draco's post-adversity demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. His little cousin had always lived a pristine life within the manor. He had never encountered such disarray as he did today. "Do not fear." Cain, undeterred by the advancing troll, calmly reassured Draco. Meanwhile, upon realizing his shouts had borne fruit, Ron dashed in the opposite direction of Hermione, yelling, "Come over here." As he wished, the troll raised its club, preparing to strike Ron. In that critical moment, Harry's courage ignited. He executed a deed both audacious and foolish, leaping onto the troll's back and clutching its neck tightly. The troll's massive form began to convulse, tossing Harry about like a rag doll. In a moment of desperation, Harry employed his sole weapon, his wand, jabbing it into the troll's nostril. The troll, struck at its vulnerable point, let out a pained roar, thrashing even more violently, making it appear as though Harry could be flung off at any moment. Hermione, witnessing this spectacle, was rendered speechless, collapsing onto the ground. Draco, with trembling hands, drew forth his wand. He could not allow Potter to come to harm before he had triumphed over him in Quidditch. Wingardium Leviosa, Draco exclaimed, the only incantation that surfaced in his mind at that moment. The club suddenly slipped from the troll's grasp, soaring high before curving in a guided arc, crashing down upon the troll's head. Thud! The troll, dazed, stumbled over its own feet and fell toward Cain's direction. Phew! Harry took a deep breath, extracting his wand from the troll's nostril, which was now smeared with large clumps of a gray, gelatinous substance. Cain wrinkled his brow at the sight. He had a slight aversion to uncleanliness and silently resolved to keep his distance from Harry's wand in the future. We did it! Ah! Ron, regaining his composure, leaped up in excitement. Besides Cain and Audra, the remaining four expressed their relief at having survived the ordeal. Is it dead? Hermione asked uncertainly, gazing at the troll, which lay motionless on the ground. Harry leaned closer to the troll to examine it more closely, seeking confirmation of its fate. From the very beginning, Cain stood at the entrance, hidden from Harry's line of sight, witnessing the sudden bulging of the troll's muscular arms. Get back! Cain urgently urged Harry to distance himself. Yet, the calamity struck in an instant. Just as Harry moved away, the troll's fist crashed down onto the very spot where he had been standing. A resounding thud echoed as the ground was transformed into a deep pit, sending shivers down their spines. Run! Cain sensed something was amiss with the troll. Its eyes were suddenly shrouded in an ominous blood-red hue, and its body swelled at a visible rate, with grotesque, elongated spikes protruding from its arms, back, and legs. Unfortunately, Hermione and the others could not match the speed of the troll's transformation. With a sweeping motion, the monstrous troll caused half the wall to collapse, trapping Draco and his companions inside. Only Odette, who remained steadfastly beside Cain, was spared. At that moment, Cain felt as insignificant as an ant facing an elephant in comparison to the now enlarged troll, which had at least doubled in size, its head nearly brushing the ceiling. It exhaled 2 plumes of white vapor from its nostrils, mindlessly thrashing its arms in chaotic destruction. The 4 of them screamed in terror amidst the rubble. Quickly, fetch a professor, Cain instructed Odette, preparing to rush inside. We must go together. Odette clung fiercely to Cain's arm. Listen to me. Cain was frantic. There was no way he could abandon his brother, who had grown up alongside him. Seeing the furrowed brow of Cain, Odette understood his resolute intent. With tears barely held back, she sprinted away, her eyes reddened. She knew that the faster she found a professor, the greater the chances of Cain's safety. She hurried towards the great hall, where it was likely a professor would be stationed. However, it was empty, no one was there. It turned out that the professors, under Dumbledore's direction, had dispersed to search the basements for the troll, and Odette had gone astray. Professors, where are you? Odette looked around, unable to suppress the quiver in her voice. Then it struck her, the basement. Professor Quirrell had mentioned seeing the troll in the basement. Wiping away the tears that had fallen unbeknownst to her, she dashed towards the basement once more. Faster, quicker, she called out. This time, she finally spotted the silhouettes of the professors and couldn't help but weep with joy. Miss Rogier, what are you doing here? Professor McGonagall was taken aback to find a student still out of the dormitory. What if danger lurked? Please, you must save Cain, headmaster. Calm down, child. What has happened to Cain? A fleeting glint of cold light passed through Dumbledore's blue eyes. Cain, Chapter 43, A Fierce Battle. Meanwhile, Cain raised his magical wand, made of cherry wood, and swiftly cast a binding spell. A golden chain, as thick as a man's arm, materialized to ensnare the frenzied troll. The enraged creature struggled, crashing against the adjacent wall, which could no longer bear the weight and crumbled, sending dust swirling into the air. Clear the debris. Seizing the moment while the giant was restrained, Cain swiftly brandished his wand, clearing the debris scattered before him. How are you all? Cain inquired as he found the 4 huddled together in a corner, unable to resist appraising them from head to toe. We are fine, Cain. Harry pulled me back just in time, came the reply. Draco, still trembling with residual fear, recalled how he had sprinted ahead of the group when Cain urged them to flee. The giant had gone berserk unexpectedly, and had it not been for Harry's remarkable reflexes, who pulled Draco back at the crucial moment, the outcome would have been dire. Now is not the time for conversation. We must leave at once, Cain urged, relieved to see the 4 unscathed. He helped the somewhat weakened Hermione to her feet, preparing to exit. A low growl erupted from the mutated giant, which had broken free from its chains and was becoming increasingly frenzied. It swung its club toward Cain and the others. The mutated giant's agility had markedly improved, placing Cain and his companions in a perilous predicament. Armor of protection. In a frantic moment, Cain conjured a translucent oval shield, enveloping them all within its confines. A sickening crunch echoed as the shield was besieged with a myriad of cracks. "Stay hidden and do not emerge. I shall divert this beast," Cain instructed, glancing back before sprinting in the opposite direction. Dark mists enveloped the upper half of the mutated giant, who wailed while shielding its eyes with one hand and brandishing its club menacingly with the other, relentlessly pursuing Cain. A spell of tremendous destructive power struck the colossal creature, leaving only faint traces of blood. Alas, the giant's thick hide and renowned magical resistance rendered it impervious to the spells, which explained why even seasoned wizards struggled against such creatures. Furthermore, the giant had now transformed for reasons unknown. Recognizing the limited efficacy of his spells, Cain knew he had to change his approach. "It must be done this way," he muttered. "System, activate," he called out while dodging the flying debris. "Huh? Did you call me?" The system seemed to be lagging, having not been summoned in quite some time, almost forgetting its primary function. Encountering a giant was indeed a notable scene from the original tale. "Hurry, register this moment. You wouldn't want me to come to harm, would you?" In this urgent moment, Cain wished to avoid unnecessary chatter. Ding! You have registered the iconic scene with the giant, assisting the trio, and have randomly gained 1 talent point. The system, fearing for its host's predicament, promptly got to the point. Yes, this is precisely what Cain desired. Allocate it to Transfiguration, quickly. Ding! Transfiguration, 8 points. Maximum value 10 points. Cain ceased his evasions, preparing to confront the giant head-on. "As I wish, so shall it manifest. Swiftly, reveal your power and transform." At the moment he raised his wand, Cain found a resolve to orchestrate a surge of synergy. With a flick of his wand, the smooth bricks of the wash basin morphed into a mass of sharp thorns, ensnaring the giant in layer upon layer. Cain then flicked his wand again, unleashing the long-lost ancient spell of enchantment. The thorns upon the bramble, imbued with the essence of enchanted magic, gained the characteristics of metal. These incredibly sharp spikes pierced deeply into the formidable body of the mutated giant, causing its blood to flow profusely. Truly, physical attacks proved most effective. The mire sank deeper. With a flick of his wand, Cain directed his magic towards the ground beneath the giant. Under the influence of his power, the earth rapidly softened, ultimately transforming into a quagmire. The colossal beast began to sink swiftly, leaving only its shoulders above the surface. Avada Kedavra! Without hesitation, Cain unleashed a foreboding green light from the tip of his wand, striking the giant squarely in the head. In that moment of impact, the creature's gaze grew vacant, its struggling strength waning until it finally fell silent. The mutated giant was no more. "Oh my goodness, Cain!" Professor McGonagall could not contain her astonishment. From her perspective, the ladies' restroom had been utterly reduced to ruins. The wind outside danced freely within, for the walls had vanished, leaving only scattered fragments. A creature, no longer deserving the title of giant, lay ensnared in the swamp, devoid of life. Witnessing this scene, Professor McGonagall hastily embraced Cain, overwhelmed with relief that he had survived. "What a fortunate child you are. What of Harry and the others?" On her hurried way, Odette had already recounted the events to Professor Dumbledore and his companions. The absence of Harry stirred an unusual anxiety within the old wizard. Severus Snape's countenance darkened, his gaze vacant, lips pressed tightly together. "Headmaster, we are here," came a feeble voice from the corner, extending a grimy hand. "Oh dear, what incredible luck!" Quirrell gasped upon seeing that Harry and the others were alive, dramatically clutching his collar. The 4 of them emerged, supporting one another, their bodies cloaked in dust, as if they had just returned from a harrowing escape. "What on earth have you been up to?" Professor McGonagall inspected each of them in turn, and upon discovering no injuries, her emotions surged, both anger and concern igniting within her, ultimately leading to an outburst. "Minerva, these children have just endured a terrifying adventure. What they require now is ample rest," Dumbledore interjected, halting McGonagall's inquiries. With her lips tightly pressed, she refrained from arguing. Their actions had evoked a mixture of exasperation and compassion within her. "Headmaster, I wish to accompany them," Odette requested softly, her eyes glistening. "Go ahead, Miss Rogier. Be with your friends," Dumbledore replied, understanding her sentiments and offering no resistance. Under Professor Flitwick's guidance, the group gradually made their way towards the infirmary. Snape, who had remained silent throughout, approached the giant once the restless children had departed. This was no ordinary behemoth. It was more than twice the size of a typical giant. Professor McGonagall gazed in disbelief at the creature before her. Muscles torn, veins ruptured, this giant's vitality and potential had been wholly unleashed within a short span of time. Snape extended his hand to touch a giant troll and asserted confidently, "Does it not sound like the effects produced by the now prohibited frenzy potion from the International Potion Association?" Professor McGonagall recalled that during her youth, this potion had been officially banned, leaving her with vivid memories of its dire consequences. The frenzy potion could not alter the physical structure of a troll. This must be a far more sinister ancestral potion. Snape's reputation as a master potioneer was well-deserved, for he could recognize potions thought to be lost to the ages. The ancestral potion? Dumbledore's expression grew grave. This was not something that an ordinary individual could accomplish. Considering the recent anomalies Hagrid had discovered in the Forbidden Forest, he could not help but wonder if these two events were connected, feeling an impending storm on the horizon. Chapter 44, Always. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore asked, "Did you see it, Severus?" Snape, somewhat agitated, replied, "The cause of the troll's demise was the unforgivable curse." "Indeed, Severus. I am aware," Dumbledore said, his blue eyes solemn. "You should also recognize that the killing curse can only originate from Bellatrix Lestrange. You must expel him immediately." Ever since Snape first laid eyes on Cain, an unsettling feeling had taken root. He could always see the shadow of someone he preferred not to recall in Lestrange. Furthermore, Cain, a Slytherin, had been deliberately befriending the Chosen One. Snape's long-honed instincts as a double agent were sharply triggered. He had already caused Lily's demise. He could not allow her child to be harmed under any circumstances. Absolutely not. "Severus, Cain acts out of a desire to protect his friends, does he not?" Dumbledore paused, acknowledging the boy's good intentions. "Albus, you remain as you always have. Do you not recognize the familiarity of Lestrange's actions?" Snape's tone had grown accusatory. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, a hint of weariness in his blue eyes. "It is precisely because I see that person's shadow in him, and even at Cain's age, that individual had not yet reached Cain's current level. I have erred once before with that person. I do not wish to err again." Dumbledore spoke in a low, somber tone. "Albus, you are ever the hypocrite, always lamenting after the fact," Snape said, tears glistening in his eyes as he hoarsely shouted. "Severus, that incident occurred so long ago. It is time for you to have your own life." Since Lily's death, Snape had been living as a mere shell of a man. Dumbledore understood that he sought atonement through self-punishment. "No, I will never let go. My life will forever be for Lily," he declared. "Severus, how much longer must you persist?" Dumbledore attempted once more to counsel Snape to release his burdens. "Always." Snape, devoid of the will to argue further, silently departed from the headmaster's office. "Severus." Dumbledore wished to call him back, but ultimately refrained, having deeply felt the pain of losing a beloved. This anguish shall never dissipate. It will only intensify as time festers. Alas, let it be. Cain awoke amidst an ambience fragrant with culinary delights. "You are awake?" Odette sat at Cain's bedside, her hands delicately handling a meat pie and a large jug of milk. "I notice your fondness for this, so I brought some for you." Odette, slightly awkward, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Thank you." Having indulged in a lengthy slumber, Cain indeed felt famished. Odette's arrival was most fortuitous. "I am hungry as well." Draco had awakened much earlier than Cain. He had long been coveting the food Odette had brought, yet he understood that she would not attend to him, with Cain awake. However, it was a different matter. If not now, then when? After all, Cain indulged him. "I'm also hungry, so I make it too." Nearby, the curtain-draped beds stirred as several others signaled their hunger. Yet, what does make it two even mean? Draco shot a glare at Ron, who had uttered those words. "It means I can eat for two." Ron scratched his head, feeling somewhat sheepish. Cain glanced at the scant few pies on the plate, certain it would not suffice for their appetites. Observing their eager expressions, Cain experienced a curious paternal instinct, his demeanor transforming into an oddly benevolent one. With him present, none of his beloved boys would go hungry. Cain retrieved his wand from beneath his pillow and traced a circle 3 times in a clockwise motion. Upon completing the incantation, the image of a house elf materialized within the circle. Cain gently tapped the elf with his wand. This method had been imparted to him by Helga Hufflepuff. "Ding, your order has been placed." A small elf, adorned with the Hogwarts crest, promptly appeared before Cain, bowing deeply. "Young master, what desires may I fulfill? Please, command me at your leisure." The elf, named Lightning, blinked its bulbous eyes with excitement, yet approached cautiously. It had not anticipated that Cain could wield the unique magic of Helga Hufflepuff to summon a house elf. He must surely be a descendant of Hufflepuff. Indeed, my discerning eyes have recognized that this young master is no ordinary individual. Cain felt somewhat uncomfortable under Lightning's eager gaze. Their last encounter had not been quite so exaggerated. "What has happened to you?" Cain noticed some bruising on Lightning's form. This was Hogwarts. Who would dare mistreat a house elf? The young master is concerned for me. Lightning twirled with delight. Stop that. Cain rubbed his nose in resignation. Yes, young master. I merely got caught in the door, Lightning stated, standing upright like a pine tree. Lightning would not divulge to the young master that when Hufflepuff's summoning spell echoed in the kitchen, the entire assembly of house elves had erupted in a frenzy, grappling with one another for the honor of serving the heir of Hufflepuff. Ultimately, it was Lightning who seized the opportunity before the other elves could react. Upon hearing the rather audacious justification regarding the house elf, Cain fell silent. It was indeed a refreshing perspective, utterly devoid of pretension. I require some breakfast, he stated. Please hold on, young master, Lightning replied with a bow, vanishing in a crackle of sound. Ding. Your takeaway is currently being prepared by the Hogwarts vendor. Ding. Your takeaway has been delivered by Lightning. Cain's eyes widened in disbelief as several house elves materialized, each bearing a substantial platter. He dared to assert that everything listed in a traditional English breakfast could be found upon their trays. Wow, exclaimed Harry and Ron, their mouths agape at the lavish spread before them, believing such a feast would only grace a grand banquet. Please enjoy your meal, young master. Several house elves chimed as they piled food around Cain, disappearing with a crack. Had they transported the entire Hogwarts kitchen? Draco, barefoot, approached Cain's bedside. Now, hurry and eat. Cain gazed at the abundance of food, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Who could possibly consume all of this? The three boys, undeterred, began to devour the feast. What are they? Hermione inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as she chewed. They're house elves, servants to wizards. My mother has always wanted one, Ron mumbled, his mouth full. I can hardly remember the names of all the elves in the Malfoy household, Draco boasted, preening like a peacock. Ah, yes, Ron replied, his tolerance for Draco having notably increased after their shared trials. He had now learned to speak with a touch of sarcasm. I don't know why they call me young master, Cain confessed, suspecting it was related to Hufflepuff, yet hesitant to reveal this to Hermione. Can we summon the elves like you did just now? That was truly impressive, Harry remarked, his face alight with envy. Give it a try, Ron encouraged, equally intrigued. Harry, wiping his hands, drew his wand and, mimicking Cain, traced 3 clockwise circles. Nothing happened. Not working, Harry said, disappointment evident in his voice. All eyes turned to Cain. This is a closely guarded secret of the Lestrange family. Cain calmly fabricated a reason, wiping his mouth. Draco's gaze flickered, but he did not press further. Meanwhile, in the Hogwarts Great Hall, students trickled in, eager to indulge in a delightful breakfast. However, they were met with empty long tables. Where's the food? Where's my meal? Chapter 45, My Apologies, Professor Binns. What do you think Professor McGonagall will do to punish us? Hermione pondered, having fallen into a spiral of anxiety after satisfying her hunger. The others fell silent, a sense of unease washing over them. The events had already transpired. Worrying would change nothing. Cain reassured everyone with a calm demeanor. Just then, accompanied by a flash of red light, Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, appeared in the infirmary. Fawkes landed gracefully at the head of Hermione's bed, the farthest position from Cain, as it busily groomed its feathers. It appeared that Professor Dumbledore had summoned Fawkes to notify us of our appointment in his office. How splendid it is. Hermione gazed at Fawkes with rapt fascination, her eyes wide with wonder as it was her first encounter with a phoenix. It resembled a large turkey. What was so remarkable about it? The Eastern Phoenix sings like a flute, its voice akin to bells and drums, which is truly elegant, Cain thought to himself. Suddenly, he felt warmth in his palm. It was his wand, crafted from cherry blossom wood. Its core contained a feather from a phoenix of the East. It seemed his wand concurred with his sentiments. Children, Madame Pomfrey entered. You may leave once you've taken your potion. Professor Dumbledore wishes to see you in his office. Since the last time he had consumed a potion brewed by Snape, Cain had developed a psychological aversion to potions. Madame Pomfrey, I'm fine. Let them drink up, he insisted. No need for modesty. Each of you must take it, she replied in a tone that brooked no dissent. Is this potion truly necessary? Cain cast a look at Draco and the others, silently wishing them good luck. With a resigned sigh, he took the potion and downed it in one go. To his surprise, it was not unpleasant. It even had a refreshing mint flavor. This can't be brewed by Professor Snape, Cain asserted with conviction. Of course not. The hospital wing requires larger quantities, and Professor Snape doesn't have the luxury of time to brew potions in such volumes. This was ordered in the name of Hogwarts from the Potions Association, Madame Pomfrey explained, appearing in good spirits today, even taking the time to engage in casual conversation. Madame Pomfrey, I would like to contribute funds to the infirmary for potion purchases. Professor Snape is quite busy, and I thought this could alleviate some of his burdens. Cain stated earnestly, his expression conveying his genuine concern for the school and its headmaster, as he looked hopefully at Madame Pomfrey. Mr. Lestrange, thank you for your generosity. I shall report this to the headmaster. Her demeanor softened as she regarded Cain, evidently pleased. It seemed that Mr. Lestrange also aspired to enhance the medical care within the British magical community. Please wait a moment, Madame Pomfrey said, turning with effortless grace. Shortly thereafter, she returned with several slips of paper, distributing them among the group. Cain glanced at his, noticing it bore a suggestion to eliminate potentially hazardous courses at Hogwarts and to introduce more relevant self-care classes. The first course on the list of dangers was potions. No, Madame Pomfrey, your intentions to monopolize potions at Hogwarts seem rather transparent, Cain remarked. Directly soliciting student petitions to pressure Dumbledore was indeed a rather straightforward tactic in the realm of real business. He looked up at his companions. Harry and Ron had eagerly signed their names, having long harbored discontent with Snape. Hermione, meanwhile, chewed on her quill, deep in thought, occasionally nodding in agreement. Draco and Odette turned their gazes toward Cain, the three of them exchanging glances. To directly eliminate their own headmaster seemed exceedingly bold. Nevertheless, Cain delicately flicked his quill and chose history class. My apologies, Professor Binns, but your lectures are simply soporific, inflicting grave damage upon my willpower. Draco and Odette quickly followed suit, visibly relieved. Madame Pomfrey surveyed the petition from the trio with some dissatisfaction, yet recalling that Professor Dumbledore was awaiting them. She waved them off dismissively. Children, please take a seat, Dumbledore said with a warm smile as the group entered his office, flanked by Professors McGonagall and Snape. The initial events had already been briefly recounted by Odette, but I believe it is essential to hear your own accounts as well. The individuals exchanged glances, and Hermione promptly began to elucidate the situation. It is like this the assembled listeners remained quietly attentive as Hermione narrated the sequence of events, with Draco and Harry occasionally providing supplementary details. You were exceedingly reckless, Professor McGonagall remarked, still shaken by their tale. Consequently, I regrettably must impose a punishment. Professor McGonagall, I beg your pardon, but they acted on my behalf. If anyone should be expelled, let it be me alone, Hermione declared, tears involuntarily streaming down her face. The brief 2 months in the magical realm, though far less than the decade spent in the Muggle world, had etched itself indelibly into her heart. She truly did not wish to depart from this wondrous and enigmatic place. Harry and the others gazed at Hermione in astonishment. Typically, she placed immense value on the rules of the school, often chastising Ron and Harry for any infractions. This moment underscored how profoundly Hogwarts mattered to her. As she took the blame upon herself, Draco, too, was incredulous, never having expected the usually timid girl to display such courage. Odette's gaze flickered, recognizing that the seemingly rude Granger had her admirable qualities as well. Cain remained silent, yet felt a swell of emotions within. Each individual was maturing. Draco as much as Hermione. Perhaps, in this light, he could consider extending his circle of friends. Children, no one has suggested expelling you, Dumbledore said, a look of relief on his face as he winked at them. However, a punishment is indeed necessary. Each of you will lose 5 points. Professor McGonagall, disregarding Dumbledore's levity, spoke with utmost seriousness. The deduction of 5 points was of little concern. Even Hermione, the most points-conscious of them all, appeared grateful that expulsion was avoided. However, due to your valiant actions in rescuing your classmates, Mr. Lestrange, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Ms. Rosial, each of you will be awarded an additional 10 points. McGonagall's face glowed with pride. Truly, you exemplify Gryffindor spirit. If only Cain were also a Gryffindor, she mused. Very well. It seems this matter has reached a satisfactory conclusion, Dumbledore said, dabbing at the corners of his eyes with a floral handkerchief. Children, off to your classes now. Fresh knowledge awaits to fill your little minds. Dumbledore paused, instructing Mr. Lestrange to remain for the moment. Severus Snape, who had been silent throughout, cast a glance toward Cain. Very well, children, follow me, Professor McGonagall beckoned to the others, allowing Dumbledore and the others space for conversation. Chapter 46, Dumbledore's Probe. Headmaster, do you have further matters to discuss? Cain inquired, though he surmised it was related to the use of the unforgivable curse. After all, the injuries inflicted upon the aberrant giant were remarkably clean, aside from the wounds caused by thorns. Such a lethal curse indeed. Mr. Lestrange is quite remarkable, having already wielded the unforgivable curse at such a tender age. I dare say you should not have been sorted into Slytherin. Rather, you ought to be furthering your studies in Azkaban. Snape scoffed, arms crossed. Is the professor suggesting that I should simply stand still and allow the giant to kill me? Cain was genuinely irritated. Snape had never been cordial toward him. Enough, Dumbledore swiftly interjected, halting the mutual jibes. Cain, you did indeed use an unforgivable curse. Did you not? Though it was in self-defense. The Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Imperius Curse are classified as unforgivable by wizarding authorities because they inflict irreparable harm upon wizards and gradually corrode the user's soul, leading to madness. Dumbledore regarded Cain with a serious expression, his eyes filled with admonition. Headmaster, I understand, Cain replied, though he felt a touch dismissive inside. Dark magic is an untouchable source of evil for ordinary folk, but for the descendants of Slytherin, it resembles an innate talent. Cain, there is something I wish to inquire about your perspective, Dumbledore continued, softening his tone. What are your thoughts on the Dark Lord? Cain was startled, perplexed as to why Dumbledore would pose such a question. Though I have not lived through the era of the Dark Lord. Historical records suggest that he was an extreme proponent of pure blood supremacy, a madman seeking to unify the wizarding world. Cain recognized Dumbledore's wariness of the Dark Lord. Now is not the time for theatrics. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. He held purebloods in high regard, viewing half-bloods and muggle-born wizards as inferior. As you're a pureblood, what is your perspective on half-bloods and muggle-born wizards? Dumbledore shifted the topic back to Cain. I do not subscribe to the Dark Lord's beliefs, whether half-blood or muggle-born. They are all part of the wizarding community, Cain asserted firmly, opposing the Dark Lord's pure-blood ideology. The wizarding population is minuscule compared to that of muggles, rendering them a rare breed. Furthermore, the muggle world is no longer the primitive existence it once was. Modern weaponry is ever-evolving. One could say, dear sir, that times have changed. Cain believed that wizards should unite all possible allies rather than engage in destructive infighting. Only in this manner could the wizarding world hope to stand a chance, if ever exposed to muggles in the future. Upon hearing Cain's words, Dumbledore's demeanor visibly softened. Indeed, Cain, we both possess the identity of wizards and should enjoy equal standing. Cain refrained from agreeing, for absolute equality is a notion that can never truly exist. Moreover, the prevailing truth within the wizarding world has always been one of supremacy of power. Cain, you must be aware of Harry's situation, correct? Yes. It was Harry who vanquished the Dark Lord. However, I must unequivocally inform you that the Dark Lord is not truly dead. Dumbledore leaned forward, imparting this grave news to Cain. Cain's pupils constricted. What did Dumbledore mean? He was not surprised that the old man knew the Dark Lord was still alive. After all, the mark of the Death Eater on Snape was no mere ornament. But why disclose this information to him? He has returned and could strike at Harry at any moment. So, you are telling me this because... Cain steadied himself and spoke. I hope you can assist Harry and protect him. Dumbledore appeared entirely serious, devoid of any jest. I refuse, Cain replied outright. Snape snorted softly, casting a glance at Dumbledore, as if to say, see, he is not as you claimed. I cannot be anyone's babysitter. I trust that he has the headmaster and the professors to safeguard him. Naturally, Harry is my friend, and if I witness him in peril, I will not stand idly by. Cain remained unfazed by the silent exchange between Snape and Dumbledore, speaking with conviction. Of course, my child. You need only lend a hand to Harry when the moment arises. Dumbledore was pleased with this outcome. Cain was indeed different from that other individual. Observing the resolution, Snape cast a lingering glance at Cain before departing. My child, come with me. Dumbledore rose and made his way to an inner chamber. Cain, though somewhat perplexed, followed Dumbledore into the new setting. Come closer, Cain. Dumbledore produced a crystal orb the size of an infant's head and gently caressed it. Instantly, the orb revealed an elderly man with white hair and limbs that appeared somewhat frail. Hello, young Albus, the man in the orb greeted Dumbledore, slowly turning his neck to regard Cain. Is this the prodigy in alchemy you mentioned? Oh, Nicholas, I am over 100 years old. So what of being 100? I am over 600 myself. The two engaged in light banter. Upon seeing the elderly figure, Cain had his suspicions, but he had not anticipated that it would indeed be Nicholas Flamel. Cain, Professor Babbling was quite taken with your talents in ancient runes and alchemy during her afternoon tea with me. I believe you will find much common ground with Nicholas. Dumbledore jested, patting Cain on the shoulder before departing. Greetings, Master Flamel. Cain felt a surge of excitement before the creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Young Cain, may I call you that? Do not be so solemn. Nicholas Flamel was remarkably approachable. Come, take a look at this. Nicole May turned slowly, taking a piece of parchment before returning with measured steps. Cain leaned closer to the crystal ball, examining it intently. It appeared to depict a magical array for concentrating magical energy. Ah, young Cain, Dumbledore was indeed correct. You are quite the prodigy. This is precisely the array that gathers dispersed magical energy into a singular point. Nicole was taken aback that Cain could discern it. For centuries, Only Nicole had successfully created the Philosopher's Stone, underscoring the immense difficulty involved. The concentration array is an indispensable step in the creation of the stone. Despite his tender age, Cain's ability to recognize the purpose of this magical array was truly remarkable. Initially, when Dumbledore mentioned a genius in alchemy at Hogwarts, Nicole thought it was merely Dumbledore's bias towards his student. To his astonishment, it was indeed true. How splendid. Cain, you possess exceptional talent. Come learn alchemy from me. Nicole did not mince words. Really, Master LeMay? Cain responded, astonished. It was Nicole LeMay. Who could possibly refuse him, especially when he was addressed as Master? Nicole feigned displeasure, his expression somewhat exaggerated. Kick. Heir, come quickly, my brow bone is misaligned. The old man was indeed a bit fragile. Coming. A plump, kindly-faced elderly woman ambled over. Oh, sweetheart, you must be Cain, the boy Dumbledore mentioned. Heir, having not seen such an adorable young lad in ages, took an immediate liking to him. Heir Nicole called out pitifully from the side, attempting to regain his wife's attention. You really ought to pay attention at your age. You are making a fool of yourself in front of the child. Despite her verbal reproach, Heir treated Nicole with utmost gentleness and seriousness as she adjusted his bones. Cain thought to himself, I shall partake in this 600-year-old dog food out of respect. The audience could indulge as they pleased. Chapter 47, A Farce. After repeatedly assuring Heir that he would visit her in France during the summer, Cain concluded this meeting amidst Nicole's somewhat mournful gaze. It seems you and Nicole certainly have much in common, Dumbledore remarked, smiling as Cain emerged from the inner room, grasping a handful of roaches. Thank you, Headmaster, for giving me the opportunity to meet with the professor. Without Dumbledore's intervention, Cain would likely never have met Nicole. After all, as a master in alchemy, the number of those wishing to meet him was overwhelming. It was said that Nicole, weary of the incessant attention, had chosen to live in seclusion, with only a select few friends aware of his whereabouts, Dumbledore being one of them. If you weren't so exceptional, Nicole would never have agreed to be your mentor. Dumbledore mused. By the way, Headmaster, the professor said this crystal ball is mine to facilitate future communication with him. Cain had taken the crystal ball when he left the inner chamber. Off you go. Off you go. Dumbledore waved his hand, urging Cain to hurry to class. After Cain departed, Fawkes flew directly to Dumbledore's shoulder. Dumbledore gently stroked Fawkes' warm feathers, murmuring to himself. Could it be him? Fawkes, hissing, my little master. Where are you? In a desolate corridor on the 3rd floor, faint sounds echoed through the walls. Cain abruptly halted, pressing his ear against the wall to confirm. Hissing. There's no escaping. It's undoubtedly the basilisk. But is it calling for Riddle, or for me? It has been some time since I returned from the era of the 4 founders. It is time to check on the basilisk. Look, there it is. Ah, he truly is handsome. I might just fall in love with him. After class, Cain led a group of small serpents past the fountain area outside the Great Hall. Groups of girls secretly watched Cain, whispering amongst themselves. Whenever Cain turned to look at them, waves of screams erupted from the crowd. What is going on with them? Cain pondered. Shouldn't this be the treatment of a savior? Of course, they admire me. Draco puffed out his chest, his face flushed with excitement. Astoria rolled her eyes at Draco. Don't ask. Let us just say her mother tongue is silence. You become quite famous for defeating the troll. I can hardly fathom how you managed it. Pansy wore a proud expression, sharing in the glory. You have no idea. That troll was 3 stories tall, and when it raised its hand, the entire corridor collapsed. Scary. A group of Gryffindors surrounded Ron, eagerly listening to him recount past events, occasionally gasping in shock. At that time, both Cain and Harry were knocked down by the troll, and Hermione was so frightened she cried. Fortunately, I heroically saved the day, lifting a log as thick as Hagrid's waist and smashing it against the troll. The Gryffindors, listening with bated breath, were itching to take on 10 or 8 trolls themselves. How shameless. Draco's face flushed with anger. Make no mistake, this time it was out of irritation. Astoria, rarely agreeing with Draco, nodded in response. Forget it, let us go. Cain paid no mind to Ron's boasting. Everyone has their little indulgences. Welcome back, the hero of Slytherin. Acroby observed Cain and his group as they entered the Slytherin common room. He lounged on the sofa, lightly applauding. The common room was filled with Slytherins, and upon hearing Acroby's words, their reactions varied. It was merely a trifling matter. Cain did not pause, intent on returning to his dormitory. Acroby wished to put on a show, but Cain had no desire to comply. Wait. Acroby's feigned smile vanished, his gaze growing cold. Is there something else? Cain halted his steps. There's indeed a matter. White, come here. The long-absent White appeared before everyone like a ghost. Cain's expression hardened. White had become emaciated, his face devoid of color, his eyes sunken, resembling someone on the brink of death. However, Cain was no saint. White's current state was entirely of his own making. What's the matter, Senior? What schemes do these extreme purebloods concoct? He had previously behaved inappropriately, causing you offense. White sought me out, pleading earnestly for me to mediate and seek your forgiveness. Ike displayed an entirely selfless demeanor, ostensibly concerned for his junior. However, dear Senior, I believe you're mistaken. The one White offended is not me, but the entire pureblood community. You have misidentified the target. Cain would never allow Burst to transform a sensitive issue of stance into a personal vendetta against White. Indeed, Senior, we were all present at that moment. White's ire was directed at the entire pureblood faction. Why do you continue to assist him? Theodore chimed in, returning Burst's aggression in kind. The first-year Slytherins nodded in agreement with Theodore's assertion. I merely spoke thoughtlessly. I beg for your forgiveness. Walter, witnessing Ike's countenance darken, stammered out his words despite his fear. Once more, let me reiterate, you have not offended me. Cain chose to disregard this farce and departed with the first-year Slytherins. Let us rewind 3 hours earlier to the secret lair of the Slytherin Brotherhood. It has become common knowledge that Lestrange, in his first year, vanquished a troll. A masked figure addressed Ike, Burst, and the others. Gentlemen, this must be mere rumor. How could a first year like Lestrange possibly slay a troll? Ike lowered his head respectfully. Rumor? I witnessed it with my own eyes. The masked man scoffed, clearly displeased with Burst's reaction. What? Could it be you? Ike gasped in shock. Could the troll have been brought in by him? Do not inquire into matters best left unasked. The masked figure warned Burst. Your foremost priority now is to win Lestrange over, even if it requires promising him the title of vice president. The masked man issued a stern directive. Vice president. Burst felt a surge of jealousy. How many years had he toiled to achieve the position of president of the Slytherin Brotherhood? Lestrange is merely a first year. Does he truly deserve such recognition? Rest assured, I will exert every effort to win Lestrange to our side. Ike clenched his fist tightly within his robe, maintaining a facade of respect. Excellent, the masked figure mused, finding some utility in Burst. Once Lestrange joins the Brotherhood, the wealth of the Lestrange family will soon flow into our coffers. The masked man departed, satisfied with his thoughts. President must we truly, murmured James Taylor, aware that his leader's temperament was not particularly forgiving. A sharp sound echoed, a resounding slap. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Ike struck James, his expression dark. James dared not retaliate, opting instead to silently endure the punishment. His family was far from noble. They were merely an ordinary household within the British magical community, sharing only the commonality of pure blood status with Burst. In the Brotherhood, he was but a minor player. This was Slytherin, where the weak held no voice. Chapter 48, The Slytherin Chamber. In the corridor of the 3rd floor of the castle, Cain and the Weasley twins had agreed to meet before the statue of the hunchbacked one-eyed witch. A chilling gust of wind swept through, prompting Cain to swiftly cast a warming charm upon himself. It was now mid-October, and the weather had grown increasingly frigid. Suddenly, the Weasley twins leapt out from behind, attempting to startle Cain, though their efforts were in vain. How dull, they remarked, as they draped their arms around Cain's shoulders, lamenting that he had become less entertaining. Cain retorted, I'm not a toy. I can genuinely feel discomfort. Enough chatter. Do you have the item? George produced a blank piece of parchment from his pocket. This is our treasure. You must treat it with care. A shiver ran down Cain's spine. The two of them were behaving as if they were marrying off a daughter. Hand it over, he insisted. Cain took the parchment directly from them and inquired, How does one use this? I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Fred declared. Instantly, the previously blank parchment transformed into a detailed map of Hogwarts, revealing the movements of individuals within the castle. Look, Snape is pacing on the 4th floor. Dumbledore is not present at Hogwarts. A series of paw prints appeared in the vicinity of Professor McGonagall's office. Had she secretly transformed into a cat? The trio found great amusement in this revelation. Upon completion of use, one merely had to state, mischief managed, for it to revert to its original blank state. Fred demonstrated, and the Marauder's map returned to its unmarked form. All right, I understand. I shall return it to you in due time. Cain tucked the map into his robes and turned to leave. Wait, Cain, the Weasley twins called, blocking his path. Is there anything else? Cain, have you considered selling the sneakoscope? Many Gryffindors have expressed interest lately. They chimed in unison. Of course, one would be a fool to turn down money. For now, you two should handle the publicity. I will find time to produce another batch of sneakoscopes. Cain mused that it would be a pity if the twins did not capitalize on their talents. What is publicity? The twins exchanged glances. Realizing they were unfamiliar with the term, a concept from the Muggle world. It means to make everyone aware of the sneakoscope's existence, allowing interested parties to pre-order from you too. They promise to fulfill the task with great enthusiasm. However, will you be able to provide us with a batch of sneakoscopes at cost price? Not too many? Certainly, Cain replied without hesitation. The sneakoscope could be deemed the first communication device in the magical realm, with a vast market potential. Providing the twins with a few would not significantly impact the market. However, it seemed these two were becoming addicted to being middlemen. That night, Cain skillfully navigated through Hogwarts, avoiding the nocturnal prowlers, and stealthily entered the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor. After exploring for a moment, he spotted a small snake on the side of a bronze dragon head. Cain cleared his throat and fixed his gaze upon the small serpent. "Hiss open," he commanded. The serpent's head emitted a dazzling white light, which began to whirl rapidly. Before long, the pool vanished from Cain's sight, revealing a remarkably thick pipe. Without hesitation, he cast a spell upon himself. Misty shadows danced with the wind as Cain transformed into a wisp of black fog, gliding down the pipe, estimating its length to be several dozen meters. He took a moment to regain his footing. It was pitch dark here, as if the hand could not discern its own fingers. As Cain shifted, a cracking sound of bones echoed beneath his feet. Glimmers of light flickered as a basketball-sized orb appeared at the tip of his staff, illuminating the subterranean passage. Upon closer inspection, Cain realized he was treading upon a ground strewn with the bones of small creatures. This serpent creature certainly lacked any sense of hygiene. It didn't even bother to bury them. Such poor manners, he thought to himself, hastening forward through the tunnel. The walls of the tunnel were adorned with serpentine motifs, and Cain felt, in a daze, that these serpents were fixated upon him. Time passed, though he could not tell how long it had been, until he reached the tunnel's end. There stood a solid wall, etched with 2 intertwining serpents. Cain gazed into the emerald eyes of the serpents and spoke again. "Hiss open." To his surprise, the door did not open immediately. What was happening? This was not how things were supposed to unfold. Had the serpents malfunctioned after such a long time? Surely, they couldn't possibly disdain him as well, could they? He extended his left hand to touch the 2 serpents on the wall. They were slick to the touch, nearly indistinguishable from real snakes. Suddenly, Cain cried out in pain as the 2 serpents sprang to life, biting him and drawing blood. He noticed that the serpent which had bitten him now had red eyes. Correct code. Do not misunderstand, this was merely the author's voiceover. The door creaked open. Cain quickly cast a healing spell upon himself, and his wound began to mend at a visible rate. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. Was he really going to be cautious about returning home? After all, his ancestor was none other than Salazar, Slytherin himself. Some might wonder why he did not fear that the Dark Lord might have set traps here. Ridiculous. The Dark Lord had long believed himself to be the sole heir of Slytherin. The American branch did not count, for he did not acknowledge them. Flanking the stone-paved path were towering stone columns, entwined by serpents flicking their tongues. The entire chamber was shrouded in an air of mystique, the environment slightly damp. At the end of the stone path stood a colossal sculpture of Salazar, Slytherin himself, aged and frail, with a long beard trailing on the ground. Can someone return to me the visage of Salazar's mother? Cain mused. Salazar was a striking figure of great handsomeness, a veritable pinnacle of beauty. How had he been reduced to this decrepit form? A chill ran down Cain's spine as he pondered if he too would one day resemble this old man. Shaking his head, Cain hastily dispelled the terrifying thought, brushing his hand across his strikingly handsome face, reminiscent of a top-tier vampire, to calm himself. Hiss! Cain heard the sound of serpent's tongue flicking and the rustling of a colossal creature sliding forth. Indeed, a massive serpent's head emerged from the mouth of the Slytherin statue. Cain instinctively took a step back, overwhelmed by the sheer size of the basilisk, which dwarfed even him. Its body gleamed a vivid green, radiating the distinctive luster characteristic of venomous snakes, with 2 small, scaled horns atop its head. The basilisk raised its head, rising higher and higher. Cain estimated its body to be at least 10 meters long, nearly obscuring the Slytherin statue. The creature's large yellow eyes fixated intently on Cain. He felt something amiss in his body. Surely, he wouldn't be petrified, would he? Crack! Cain twisted his neck. After gazing at the basilisk for too long, his neck had stiffened, but it was nothing to worry about. Whoosh! Suddenly, the basilisk swung its tail with great force, a snake without decorum, enveloping the unprepared Cain within its grasp. Its enormous head slowly approached Cain. Chapter 49. A reunion with Salazar. So heavy, Cain initially thought the basilisk was about to strike, but instead it brushed against him, akin to a cat rubbing against catnip, seemingly endless. Hiss! Stop! The unbearable weight of life was something Cain finally grasped. Upon hearing this, the basilisk ceased its boundaryless antics, reluctantly releasing Cain and coiling itself into a small hill. Hiss! Little master, you've finally come to find me. The basilisk stared at Cain with eyes the size of headlights, fixated upon him. Hiss! So, you were looking for me all along? Cain recalled hearing the basilisk's voice in the corridor on the 3rd floor. Hiss! The little master never came to find me, so I went to seek the little master. The basilisk sounded quite aggrieved. Hiss! How did you recognize me? Cain wondered, for he remembered that during the era of the 4 founders, this basilisk had yet to exist. Hiss! The little master and the old master share the same scent. When the little master first arrived at this castle, I sensed the little master's presence. The basilisk replied candidly. Cain, upon hearing this, raised his arm to sniff but detected no scent. Never mind, he decided not to dwell on it. Hiss! Has there been anyone else like me, speaking in parcel tongue, seeking you recently? Cain inquired about whether the Dark Lord had been looking for the basilisk. Hiss! Several decades ago. A little boy did find me. Hiss! But why do you consider me the little master and not him? Logically, he bore the blood of the Dark Lord. If the basilisk recognized individuals by scent, there should be no distinction between the two. Hiss! The little master possesses something from the old master. The chorus of hissing created an exceedingly bizarre scene to any onlooker. Something? Cain suddenly realized and pulled out an ancient-looking key from his pocket. Hiss! This is it. The basilisk nearly pressed itself against the key, eager to nuzzle it. Cain swiftly extended his hand to halt its advance. Stop! The key was not as large as a serpent's nostril. What should be done if it were to be lost? Cain surveyed his surroundings, finding them desolate and devoid of anything. He possessed the key, yet it was of no practical use. The Dark Lord, unworthy of the title of father, left him nothing of value. This young master, follow me. The serpent creature deftly turned its neck, placing Cain atop its head, and glided back to the entrance of Slytherin's statue. To Cain's astonishment, the tunnel before him was no longer the oppressive darkness he had encountered previously. The stone walls were evenly adorned with egg-sized luminous pearls, casting a cool and gentle light. As the serpent moved, a dry breeze surged in from outside, suggesting a connection to the world beyond. His young master, we have arrived. Shortly thereafter, the serpent halted before a smooth stone wall, but there were no openings here. Cain examined the wall from all angles, finding only a solid surface before him. How do we open this? Cain believed the serpent must possess the knowledge, having brought him to this place. I do not know. My master instructed me to bring you here. The serpent wore an innocent expression. Cain, at a loss for words, allowed silence to envelop them in the tranquility of the night. He pondered the times of the 4 founders, recalling Salazar's insistence on restoring his Slytherin name and honor before his departure. His Slytherin, honor above all. No sooner had the words left his lips than a small snake appeared on the wall. This little serpent seemed oddly familiar. Hiss! Suddenly, Cain felt a twinge of pain in the wound he had recently healed. The small snake before him, poised against the stone wall and flicking its tongue, was unmistakably the same one that had bitten him earlier. With its ruby-red eyes, Cain could not be mistaken. In Slytherin's chamber, filled with green elements, the sudden appearance of red would be recognized by anyone. Hiss open. Upon hearing Cain's command, the little snake quickly coiled into a circle, embedding itself in the wall. Transforming into a keyhole, Cain produced the key left for him by Salazar and inserted it. Click! As he turned the key, the wall split open in the center, slowly sliding apart. The intelligent lock of Slytherin, 1,000 years ahead of the Muggle world. Truly, Salazar was remarkable. With a mere flick of his hand, he set the trends for generations to come. Cain nodded appreciatively and stepped inside. Hiss, wait, you shall not enter. As the serpent attempted to follow Cain, he quickly grasped its head and pushed it back. Surely, it must understand its own size. The serpent gazed at Cain with reluctance, remaining at its original position against the stone wall. You have arrived. No sooner had Cain entered than the figure of Salazar appeared before him. Ancestor, what is this? Now you see me, merely a fragment of my memory. Salazar understood the question that lingered in Cain's mind. Cain beheld Salazar's pearl-white form, reminiscent of a ghost, yet imbued with a vitality surpassing that of a specter. The 4 Titans indeed live up to their reputation. There remains a considerable distance for him to attain such heights. When you last visited our era and spoke of your misguided father, I realized that he had discovered the secret chamber I left behind. Thus, I established a second chamber within that secret space, awaiting your arrival. Salazar slowly recounted the origin of the second chamber. Cain felt a wave of emotion. This was indeed the sensation of being favored. Within this chamber lie some profound ancient magics. You must discern when to learn them. Salazar, with an air of propriety, indicated that he had provided the materials, and should you fail to grasp them, it would not reflect well on his lineage. Fear not, I shall study diligently. Cain assured earnestly. Salazar nodded with reserved approval and gestured with his elongated right hand. Retrieve the items within. Cain approached the indicated spot and discovered a small sealed box shaped like a coiled serpent. How cold! Cain's first impression was akin to embracing a block of ice. Open it, Salazar instructed. Cain complied. The moment he opened it, a veil of icy mist enveloped his vision, and only after a moment could he discern the contents within. A box brimming with translucent white stones, at the center of which nestled a blood-red potion. Drink it. Ancestor. What is this? Cain sensed a tempestuous energy lurking within the crimson elixir. The bloodline awakening potion. What Salazar did not disclose to Cain was the rarity of the ingredients and the intricate process involved in its creation, which had consumed nearly 50 years of his life to formulate the potion now before Cain. Bloodline awakening? Do we possess the blood of non-humans? Cain was taken aback, momentarily conjuring images of Spider-Man, Thor, Wonder Woman, and other superheroes from his previous life. Have we shattered the barriers of the universe? Do you think you're Deadpool, traversing between Marvel and DC? Chapter 50, Bloodline Awakening. Indeed, Salazar allowed a rare glimpse of emotion. We bear the blood of Kukulkan. Kukulkan? Is that a mythical creature? Cain had never heard of it before. Mythical creatures. What do they amount to before Kukulkan? Salazar scoffed, for Kukulkan and mythical beasts are worlds apart. Perhaps you know it by another title, the Feathered Serpent. The Feathered Serpent? So we carry the blood of the Feathered Serpent. Cain was astonished by the magnitude of his heritage. The records of the Feathered Serpent describe it as a serpent adorned with feathers. In legend, it presides over life, harvests, and the elements. Hence, does this potion contain the blood of the Feathered Serpent? Cain gazed at the blood-red elixir with uncertainty. You have quite the imagination. If it truly contained the blood of the Feathered Serpent, would it still be in your grasp? Salazar retorted sharply. Had Salazar's corporeal form been present, he would have surely given Cain a thorough reprimand. I possess only a faint trace of its bloodline, and yours is even less. Truly, it reflects the old adage, each generation is weaker than the last. Salazar expressed a sense of unresolved dissatisfaction. Fortunately, the descendants of those old-timers from the same era are even more disappointing, some of whom have not even produced offspring. Isn't that right, dear lion? Though Salazar exists merely as a memory, he never forgets to deliver a sharp comment about Godric. Cain, feeling a rare sense of embarrassment, gently touched his nose, apologizing for not inheriting your remarkable talent. This vial of potion can merely awaken the dormant bloodline within you. Upon hearing this, Cain produced the vial and removed the cork. An unusual fragrance instantly filled the dim chamber. Outside, he could hear the basilisk thrashing its tail against the ground, producing an eager, hissing sound. Drink quickly, but do your utmost to remain conscious, Salazar cautioned. Without hesitation, Cain opened his mouth and consumed the potion. As it slid down his throat, a searing sensation ignited within him. He felt as if his very blood was boiling, his limbs and bones fracturing and reassembling in a torturous agony. He collapsed heavily to the floor, clutching his head in desperation and rolling in torment. The pain was unbearable. Yet, amidst the extreme suffering, Cain struggled to maintain a sliver of clarity. Time lost all meaning as he underwent his transformation, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness from exhaustion. When Cain regained awareness, the basilisk had vanished. Salazar was seated calmly in a chair, contemplating the philosophies of life. You are awake. Behold, he gestured, and a mirror of water materialized before Cain. Leaning closer, he gasped, Who are you, handsome? The reflection revealed a youth with long, flowing black hair cascading over his shoulders, eyes like two rubies, and eyelashes resembling delicate white butterflies, silver scales extending from the corners of his eyes. It was confirmed. Cain's ancestry was indeed far from ordinary. As he raised his hand, he sensed a heightened vibrancy of magical energy in the air. Snap! A dazzling orb of light appeared at his fingertips. This was no illusion. Cain's magical prowess had expanded beyond what he had previously experienced, allowing him to wield silent, wandless spells. Observing from the sidelines, Salazar nodded approvingly. This descendant finally bore a semblance of his youthful charisma. Ancestor, I won't remain like this forever, will I? Cain couldn't fathom the attention he would attract if he ventured out in his current form. No, this is merely the initial awakening of your bloodline. The traits of the feathered serpent will manifest in you for a time, Salazar replied, his form beginning to shimmer and fade. Ancestor, what is happening? What is there to be surprised about? I have lingered until now solely for your emergence. With this matter resolved, I must return to my rightful place. Salazar's demeanor was calm, as if it were not he who was disappearing. Ancestor. Cain felt a deep sense of reluctance. In 2 lifetimes, he had only felt the warmth of ancestral connection through Salazar. For reasons unknown, Cain had known scant familial affection, having seldom experienced the love of parents. Though Cain often presents himself with a gentlemanly demeanor, beneath that facade lies a heart steeped in coldness, making it difficult for others to penetrate his inner world. Do not adopt the demeanor of a delicate maiden. You are a Slytherin. Salazar awkwardly turned away. Ancestor, do you know why magical creatures despise me? Cain wished to avoid excessive sentimentality and forcefully shifted the conversation. In truth, he had already formed a rough hypothesis regarding the creature's aversion towards him. Despise? Huh. They're merely fearful. Salazar scoffed. As Cain had anticipated, the root of the issue lay in the overwhelming suppression of the feathered serpent god's bloodline. Although Cain possessed only a mere trace of this lineage, it was sufficient to instill fear in those magical beings. Thus, the reason the basilisk submits to us is also due to the bloodline of the feathered serpent, Cain asserted confidently, considering both belong to the serpent family. Not only the basilisk, but even dragons must prostrate themselves at our feet. Salazar spoke with an air of indifference, as if it were self-evident. For dragons and serpents share a common ancestry. Cain rated this display of bravado with full marks. What about the Dumbledore family? Do they not also possess a phoenix bloodline? Cain could not help but let his thoughts wander. Dumbledore, that family rings a bell. They have forged a pact with the phoenix, which appears whenever the Dumbledores are in need. Salazar recalled this family, as phoenixes are indeed a rare commodity. By the way, keep that key safe. Salazar paused for a moment. Cain produced the key once more, examining it closely. Could it have other purposes? Certainly. Salazar glanced at the key, for it also serves as the key to Dragon Island. Dragon Island? Cain was taken aback. This surprise was a succession of revelations, turning out to be quite the grand package. I recall that place is called the Hesperides Islands. Salazar unearthed information about Dragon Island from the recesses of his mind. The Hesperides Islands, home to black dragons. That is a mysterious place, long managed by the Weir family, strictly prohibiting the entrance of outside wizards. Cain was astonished that this key could unlock Dragon Island. Oh, I once casually saved the patriarch of the Weir family. Later, he entered into a pact with me, pledging fealty to me and my acknowledged descendants. However, this pact is time-bound, lasting for 1,200 years. Now, only 3 years remain until the agreed-upon deadline. Salazar casually recounted the origin of the agreement. Cain remained non-committal. Time changes all, and who knows what the Weir family thinks now. Salazar saw through Cain's cautious thoughts at a glance. Do not worry. As long as you acknowledge yourself as a descendant of Slytherin, they will seek you out. Salazar wore a mysterious smile, refraining from directly revealing the reason. Cain understood. This was meant to encourage him to publicly declare his identity as a Slytherin. Otherwise, Dragon Island would have no relevance to him. Chapter 51. The Death of Water White. Hissed the sound of slithering approached. The basilisk youngling had returned. This little master, you seem to have become even more fragrant. The basilisk stretched its large head, eager to nuzzle against Cain. Stop right there. Cain coldly rejected the affectionate gesture of the serpent creature. The serpent attempted to charm him with its large, bulbous yellow eyes, hoping to awaken Cain's conscience. Alas, it was even more blinding. Cain, with a heart of stone, expressed his complete disdain. Where have you been? I ventured into the forest, where there are many delectable little spiders. They are quite delicious. Slurp. The serpent displayed a look of reminiscence, longing for more. Had it truly ventured into the forbidden forest? Cain turned to inquire of Salazar. I sent Shasha there. It has been cooped up for far too long, Salazar replied, asserting that his pet had the right to roam freely throughout Hogwarts. Shasha. Cain was utterly taken aback by such an adorable name, glancing at the creature's massive form. How could it possibly be called Shasha? I'm tired. Let be the end. Perhaps this was what they meant by a more flamboyant appearance leading to fiercer battles. A cuter name, yet a more ferocious bite. Upon hearing the familiar name Shasha, the serpent tilted its head, recognizing it was being called. The resemblance to a muggle husky was strikingly vivid. This little master, why do you no longer smell as delightful? The serpent's scaly face was etched with confusion. Cain, upon hearing this, peered into the water mirror, and, lo and behold, his familiar handsome visage had returned. He was once again a respectable individual. Salazar's form grew increasingly faint, as if a mere whisper of wind could disperse him. Ancestor, may I pose another question? My biological father, did he also, Cain seized the moment to voice his lingering doubts. He had taken the materials from the outer chamber, which pertained to experiments on harnessing the bloodlines of magical creatures for personal use. Salazar understood the question Cain wished to ask. So, can different types of magical creature bloodlines be fused? Cain was eager to learn whether the Dark Lord had succeeded in bloodline fusion. You would do well to abandon that notion immediately. Different types of magical creature bloodlines cannot coexist. The more potent the power, the greater the mutual exclusion. Forcing a fusion will only lead to one inevitable outcome: catastrophic explosion and demise. Salazar sternly warned Cain, urging him to renounce such thoughts. Thus, did he end up with a serpent's visage solely due to the bloodline of the feathered serpent within him? Cain contemplated the Dark Lord's ability to silence the cries of children. Indeed, but he strayed down the wrong path. Salazar's tone was laced with a blend of regret and exasperation. Very well, you must take your leave now. Salazar waved his hand, wishing to spare Cain the sight of his fading form. Though a mere memory, he was still Salazar, and he did not wish to lose face. By the way, Shasha, from now on, you will heed only Cain's commands, understood? Salazar issued the directive to Shasha in Cain's presence. His Shasha understands, master. The serpent nodded its massive head. Let's depart. This time, Salazar truly had no more words to share. Will we meet again? Cain, despite knowing that all gatherings eventually come to an end and that some matters cannot be forcibly retained, could not help but inquire. Salazar did not respond directly. Until Cain's figure vanished from sight, Salazar murmured to himself, "Perhaps we shall meet again." With that, he dissipated into a wisp of gentle breeze. Emerging from the hidden chamber, Cain glanced at the sky, which remained shrouded in darkness. It seemed that not much time had passed, just enough for him to return to his dormitory and enjoy a restful slumber. He took out the enchanted map and focused intently. To his astonishment, the castle appeared almost deserted. How peculiar. Could it be that everyone had retired for the night? Pondering this, Cain made his way toward the Slytherin common room. Honor. Cain uttered the password, and the door swung open. "And Narcissa, what brings you here?" Cain was taken aback to see Narcissa, never expecting to encounter his aunt in the common room. "Cain, my dear child." Narcissa cast aside her usual composure and rushed forward, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "You must leave." Before she could finish, Snape swooped in like a great bat. Quickly restrain him. With a flick of his wand, he aimed to bind Cain. Swiftly, Cain shielded Narcissa behind him, deflecting Snape's spell. Snape appeared taken aback, his expression darkening. "Severus, you nearly harmed Narcissa," Lucius said, following closely behind Snape. A scowl etched on his face. "What is your intention, Snape?" Cain was enraged, brandishing his wand at him. "Do you think I am defenseless?" "Defenseless? You murdered Waterwhite, and yet have the audacity to speak." Snape shouted at Cain. "Professor Snape, Cain is a good boy. He would never do such a thing," Narcissa pleaded, positioning herself protectively in front of Cain. "What are you all talking about?" Cain was bewildered. What was happening? He had merely been away for a short while. How had the world descended into chaos? You still dare to deny it. White was found dead in the Forbidden Forest. Who else could it be but you? You vanished for a whole day and night. Snape advanced menacingly around Narcissa, fixing a fierce glare on Cain. A day and night? Cain had thought he had only spent a few hours in the chamber. He was shocked to realize it was already the following night. "It wasn't me. I did not do it." Cain refused to bear the weight of such an accusation. "If it wasn't you, then how do you explain your unexplained absence?" Snape pressed relentlessly. "I want to see the headmaster. This matter is far too grave. Dumbledore must already be aware." Rather than squandering time in fruitless argument, it was better to confront the headmaster directly. "Very well, proceed, Mr. Lestrange. This should be your final opportunity to meet with the headmaster." Snape gestured with his left hand while pointing his wand at Cain with the right. "Severus, Cain is not the culprit." Narcissa interjected, visibly displeased, stepping between them to protect Cain. "Let's go." Narcissa cast a glance at Snape. "I shall accompany you." Draco emerged from nowhere, tightly grasping Cain's shoulder. "Little dragon, you should return to your dormitory," Lucius remarked, casting a stern glance at Snape. Draco instinctively shrank back, having always feared disobeying his father's commands. I won't leave," he insisted, hiding in Cain's shadow, his voice trembling yet resolute. "You." Lucius was about to erupt in anger. "Enough, Lucius. Let the little dragon stay," Narcissa tenderly interjected, her decision firm yet gentle. Thus, the group trudged heavily towards the headmaster's office. Chapter 52. The Appearance of the Suspect Cain. Snape escorted Cain to the headmaster's office. A man of average stature was comforting a frail woman weeping in his arms. Professor McGonagall gazed at the grieving couple with deep sympathy. Not far from them stood Burst, his face also etched with sorrow. "Lestrange? You?" Burst exclaimed incredulously upon seeing Cain. The red-haired woman ceased her sobbing, abruptly lifting her head, her eyes filled with a chilling resentment. "It is you? You who killed my son," she cried, rushing towards Cain in a fit of agitation. "What are you doing? The matter has yet to be resolved. Do not make baseless accusations." Narcissa intervened, shielding Cain behind her as she faced the now frenzied woman. The two mothers stood in stark opposition, each fiercely protective of their child. "Mrs. White, please remain calm." Professor McGonagall stepped forward, attempting to separate the two confronting mothers. "Sophia, calm down," Mr. White urged, pulling his wife away, his own eyes betraying suppressed anguish. Narcissa harbored no doubt about this man's vengeful resolve, even though he was merely an ordinary muggle. Tightening her grip on Cain's hand, she positioned herself and Draco at a safe distance from the couple. "Headmaster Dumbledore, what on earth is happening?" Cain was the first to step forward, eager to comprehend the unfolding events. Dumbledore first regarded Cain with a calm gaze before signaling Burst. "It is as follows. This morning, I intended to seek out Junior Water for heart-to-heart, knowing he was troubled by Lestrange's refusal to forgive him." Burst spoke in a low tone. Cain furrowed his brow. Burst's words were laden with implication. As expected, Mrs. White's gaze intensified on Cain upon hearing Burst's statement. Burst paused, then continued, "However, I searched everywhere for the young man and could not find him. My spirits were quite low, for I felt I had failed in my duties as a senior. Thus, I thought to take a stroll near the Forbidden Forest to clear my mind. To my shock, I stumbled upon the body of Junior Water." Burst's voice faltered, wiping away tears from the corner of his eye. Upon hearing this, Mrs. White's cries grew even more anguished. "Then Burst found me." Snape continued on from Burst's remarks. The school promptly organized the professors to conduct an investigation, discovering no signs of any intruders. "Among the students, the only one absent from the dormitory was you, Mr. Lestrange," Snape concluded, turning to point at Cain with his right hand. "Furthermore, you mentioned that during the day and night of your disappearance, you were in the Forbidden Forest." Snape's unfinished statement left much to the imagination, and all eyes in the room were fixed upon Cain. If he were not already aware of his whereabouts during that time, he might have begun to doubt himself. Burstead certainly went to great lengths. Indeed, the moment Cain laid eyes on Burstead, he realized that this matter was intricately linked to him. It was unclear what had gotten into Burstead. Previously, he had merely been wary, but now he was directly attempting to frame him. Yet Cain could not openly admit to having ventured into the Chamber of Secrets, a secret exclusively belonging to Slytherin. Moreover, there was a basilisk within the chamber. If they were to encounter the creature, Cain would find himself at a complete loss for words. Meanwhile, Draco had messaged that Cain had reappeared in the common room, and Professor Snape was preparing to escort him to the headmaster's office. After receiving Draco's update via a magical communication device, Theodore relayed the information to those around him. The Hogwarts Detective Squad and Odevi convened in the Forbidden Forest, seeking evidence to prove Cain's innocence. They had been searching for several hours, yet had found nothing of note. Damn it, aside from some broken branches and scattered debris, there were no suspicious traces to be found. Hermione, uncharacteristically, let out a curse. Unless the murderer employed a deadly curse, such as the killing curse. The use of dark magic had a long history within the Knott family, and Theodore immediately set his suspicions on dark sorcery, such as the killing curse. Indeed, Odevi added pensively. The nearby trio from Gryffindor exchanged glances, bewildered yet impressed. "Perhaps we should consult Hagrid," Harry suggested. Hagrid's hut was located at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He might possess some knowledge. That would be futile. The murderer would surely avoid Hagrid's hut while committing the crime. Theodore shook his head, expressing his skepticism. "Yet we cannot remain idle," Hermione remarked, considering it a less than ideal solution. Ron nodded in agreement beside her. "You all go ahead. I have other matters to attend to." Odevi's already cold features appeared even more distant under the moonlight. Theodore began to understand that Odevi harbored secrets yet to be revealed. Without further words, he led the trio toward Hagrid's hut. Odevi stood in place, watching them until they vanished from sight, raising her head to ascertain her direction. Odevi then proceeded into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Coo 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 coo. Odevi mimicked the calls of a bird, first emitting a quick note, followed by 3 concentrated calls, and finally 2 soothing tones. Odevi, Joseph Walrich, his hair somewhat grizzled, regarded her with curiosity. This is not the time they had arranged to meet with Audrey. What has transpired? Joseph glanced around in sudden realization before inquiring. "I have come seeking your assistance. Follow me." Joseph transported Audrey to a secluded location using apparition. If Hagrid were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as the domain of the Acromantula. As a magical creature of level 5x, the Acromantula is highly aggressive. The mere fact that someone could survive in its territory speaks volumes of their formidable magical prowess. Uncle Joseph, Cain has been accused of murdering Walter White. You have been in the Forbidden Forest. Have you seen anything? Audrey placed her last hope in Joseph and his companions. Ah! Joseph and another young man suddenly burst into laughter. Audrey looked at them in confusion. Paul, you have proven your worth. Joseph took a swig of his drink, smiling at Paul. Paul remained silent, walking directly to the bed and retrieving a crystal ball. Look, Paul said to Audrey. The crystal ball began to swirl with white mist, and then the silent image gradually came into focus. It showed Bursted, Rawl, and White. Rawl was laughing silently with his mouth agape, waving his wand as a green light struck White, knocking him to the ground. White, in terror and confusion, reached out as if seeking aid from Ike. Ike shot a disdainful glance at the ineffective Jaster before drawing his wand and delivering another blow to White. The light in White's eyes faded, leaving only boundless fear. What is this? Audrey had not anticipated the evidence would arrive so swiftly. I happened upon this scene while patrolling the Forbidden Forest early this morning. Paul wore a look of disdain. Students taught by Dumbledore truly are amusing, are they not? Joseph's words dripped with sarcasm and resentment. I need to take the crystal ball back to prove Cain's innocence. Audrey waited patiently for Joseph to vent his dissatisfaction with Dumbledore before speaking. That is agreeable, Audrey. Joseph acquiesced directly, but with one condition. You must bring these items into Hogwarts. Joseph handed Audrey a box, taking a few more sips of his drink. What is this, Uncle Joseph? Audrey hesitated, eyeing the box before her. Joseph waved his hand dismissively. You simply need to make a choice. Upon hearing this, Audrey pressed her lips together, momentarily caught in a dilemma. Chapter 53. The Truth Revealed. In the headmaster's office. Dumbledore, I doubt he will speak the truth without the use of Veritaserum. Snape remarked gloomily. Snape, it is forbidden to use Veritaserum on students. You cannot. Professor McGonagall sternly rejected Snape's proposal. Snape shifted his gaze to Dumbledore, hoping his suggestion would be approved. Narcissa straightened her back, also looking at Dumbledore. Severus, Cain is not a criminal. Dumbledore paused. Perhaps, Cain, you would allow us to examine your wand. Mr. White died from the killing curse. We merely need to trace it back through your wand. If it is determined that the killing curse was not employed, your innocence can be restored. Before Cain could utter a word, his wand began to tremble violently. I regret to inform you, Headmaster, that it refuses to be touched by anyone other than myself. No sooner had he spoken than Cain's wand fell silent. The situation swiftly descended into a stalemate. Just then, Professor Flitwick entered with Odette. Miss Rogier seeks your attention, claiming there is something you must see. Odette, unfamiliar with the password to the headmaster's office, turned to Professor Flitwick for assistance. Oh, what could it be? All eyes turned towards Odette. It pertains to evidence regarding the truth behind White's death. Holding a crystal ball, Odette cast a glance at Cain before hastily approaching Dumbledore. What? Sophia sprang to her feet, eager to see. The others also focused on the crystal ball, anxious to uncover the truth of White's demise. Cain observed coolly, noting the sudden pallor on Bursted's face, who instinctively took a step back. Dumbledore gestured for Odette to activate the crystal ball, and a vivid image silently unfolded before them once more. It's you. Professor McGonagall clutched her chest. Disbelief etched across her face. Seize his wand. Quickly. Snape deftly disarmed Bursted, binding him in place. It was you. You killed my son, Sophia exclaimed, ready to lunge at Bursted. Sophia, calm down. Once again, it was Mr. White who restrained her. No, it wasn't me. I didn't. Bursted, convinced of his own cleverness, found himself outwitted by fate, resorting to feeble denials of his heinous act. The wheel of fortune had turned. All that Cain had endured was now being repaid upon Bursted. Wonderful, Draco exclaimed, thrilled that his cousin's name had been cleared. Narcissa said little, turning to embrace Cain tightly. Cain returned the hug, gently patting his aunt's back. Yes, fine, do not worry. Professor Snape, please bring Raoul along, Dumbledore said, his blue eyes now filled with gravity. Snape said nothing further, his face dark as he exited. Under his watch, Slytherin had descended into infighting, resulting in a loss of life. It was unsurprising that his countenance bore a scowl. Mrs. White, Hogwarts shall ensure justice is served. Dumbledore's tone was laden with remorse. As headmaster, he bore the weight of every student's plight. Phileas, kindly inform the parents of both students tomorrow. Minerva, please notify the Aurors to transfer Bursted and Raoul to the Ministry of Magic. It was now too late. Dumbledore resolved to temporarily detain them within Hogwarts. The two professors nodded, accepting their tasks. Cain, I hope you understand that a degree of suspicion is inevitable until a conclusion is reached. Furthermore, regarding your unauthorized absence from class, I will leave that matter to Severus to handle. Dumbledore paused. Of course, it would be prudent for you to approach Professor Snape on your own. Very well, Headmaster Dumbledore. I shall do so. Regardless of the circumstances, it is an undeniable fact that one's disappearance for a day warrants a necessary punishment. Very well, Cain. You may leave for now. Let the events of today remain confidential for the time being. Dumbledore imparted instructions to Cain and the others, leaving only the unfortunate Whites behind. You two must be weary. It would be wise to retire early and rest. As the group exited the headmaster's office, Narcissa embraced both Cain and Draco tenderly. The Christmas holidays are approaching, and I shall await your return at home. Her tone was gentle, yet concealed an unmistakable threat. Should they dare not return during the Christmas break, the consequences would be dire. Cain and Draco nodded vigorously, affirming their intent to return without fail, for not even the fiercest storm could deter them. Luke, let us depart, Narcissa said, linking arms with Lucius, leaving with an air of elegance. Draco, you should head back first, Cain remarked, observing the two disappear from sight. Draco glanced back at Cain and Odette, his expression pouting with reluctance as he walked away. He turned back multiple times, seemingly waiting for Cain to call him back. Yet, much to his disappointment, the desired outcome eluded him. The true heartache lies not in loud arguments, but in the silence of indifference when one stands before another, unacknowledged. Draco discerned Cain's true nature and walked away without a backward glance, eliciting an amused reaction from Cain. Let us proceed, Cain urged Odette to follow. What is the matter with the crystal ball? Cain inquired as he led Odette to the shores of the Black Lake, skeptical of such a remarkable coincidence. Believe it or not, it truly is a coincidence, Odette replied, acknowledging the improbability of the situation. Cain studied Odette quietly for a moment, asking, What price did you pay? What? You wish to assist me? Odette's sudden joy was evident, leaving Cain perplexed. Regardless, you have aided me. I shall take responsibility for the matter concerning the crystal ball. Cain understood that the incident with the crystal ball likely had some connection to the saints. Otherwise, such fortuitous coincidences could hardly exist in this world. Cain's original intention was to avoid entanglement with the saints, yet circumstances had taken an unexpected turn. The crystal ball, in any case, had indeed helped Cain clear his name of suspicion. Upon hearing this, Odette's mind drifted back to the final conversation with Uncle Joseph. This object will bring chaos to Hogwarts, will it not? Although posed as a question, Odette was nearly certain that this item would inflict harm upon Hogwarts. After all, Uncle Joseph was a seasoned saint with an exceptional enmity towards Dumbledore. A sardonic chuckle escaped Joseph's lips as he took another swig of his drink. We have matters to attend to. You must look after yourself while we are away. Paul cast a concerned glance at Odette. Fear not. I shall take good care of myself, Odette reassured him, aware that their return signified something crucial and refraining from further inquiries. Nothing at all. Truly, Odette shook her head, avoiding Cain's gaze. It is too late. I must return now. With that, Odette proactively concluded the conversation and departed without further regard for Cain. Lightning. Upon witnessing the complete disappearance of Audrey, Cain summoned Lightning. My young master, what are your commands? He inquired. Tell me, were the Whites residing at Hogwarts? Chapter 54. The Resolve for Revenge. The Whites were placed on the first floor of the castle, not far from Filch. Lightning relayed all the information he possessed to his young master. A faint smile curled at the corners of Cain's lips. Indeed, consulting the house elf proved advantageous. For even wizards require sustenance. Will you betray me, Lightning? Cain asked, tightening his grip on his wand, preparing for action. My young master, Lightning shall never betray the descendants of Hufflepuff. The house elf appeared terrified, repeatedly bowing his head to the ground. Descendants of Hufflepuff? Cain pondered. No wonder Lightning referred to him as his young master. He believed Cain to be a descendant of Helga. What a delightful misunderstanding. However, as the beneficiary of this situation, Cain had no intention of clarifying it. What if Dumbledore wishes to know? Cain continued to probe, instructing Lightning to cease his self-deprecating behavior. Lightning is eternally loyal to Hufflepuff. The house elf stopped trembling, gazing at Cain with a reverence akin to faith. Cain understood that Lightning was seeking Helga's shadow through him to the house elf. Hufflepuff was equivalent to divinity. Very well, take this note to Mr. White. Remember, deliver it when he is alone. Cain waved his wand towards the reeds by the lake, conjuring a pristine piece of paper. Using his wand in lieu of a quill, he succinctly inscribed a line. Go. Should Mr. White have other requests, comply with them. Cain gestured dismissively. Before long, my young master, Mr. White requests Lightning to bring him here. Cain nodded. What do you mean by that? Mr. White approached Cain and directly inquired. Quite literally, Cain replied, for he had inscribed but a single sentence on the note. Do you wish for revenge? Can you assist me? Mr. White gazed at Cain with uncertainty. That depends on whether you truly desire vengeance. Of course I wish to avenge my son. Tears welled in Mr. White's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. It was his son. How could he remain indifferent, even if it costs your own life? Regardless of the price. As long as I can avenge my poor child. Cain fell silent for a moment, having never before experienced such profound and fervent paternal love. I will help you, but how do you intend to kill them? I possess this. Cain looked up to see Mr. White producing a gun from within his coat. It seemed Mr. White had secretly acquired a firearm upon receiving the notification from Hogwarts. His child could not have died in vain. Never, ever underestimate a father's resolve for revenge. My young master, Lightning has quietly returned, Mr. White. The house elf wore an expression seeking praise. You performed admirably, Cain generously commended. Place this note beneath Gemma's pillow, and do not disturb anyone else. Lightning bowed and quietly departed. The moon tonight shines brilliantly, Cain mused as he made his way to the Slytherin common room. The following day, in the Hogwarts Great Hall, whispers filled the air upon Cain's entrance. News of White's demise had spread through various channels, and Cain was the prime suspect. Witnessing him seated calmly in the hall astonished everyone. Students, Dumbledore tapped his glass, calling for silence. I express my deep regrets regarding Mr. White's death. This matter has reached a conclusion, and it is unrelated to Mr. Lestrange. The murmurs among the students grew louder. Silence. Dumbledore paused. As for the true culprit, that shall remain confidential for the time being. At the Slytherin table, the older students exchanged glances, aware of more information. Observing who was absent from the long table allowed them to deduce some clues. Cain, what do you intend to do? Gemma led Cain to an abandoned room. Early that morning, she had discovered a note that read, Do you wish to free Cassandra from Bester entirely? Have Senior Shaffy come to the Scream Shed and deliver this to her. Cain produced a vial of potion from his ring. What is this? Gemma inquired, looking at Cain with curiosity. Regardless, you simply need to pass this to Senior Shaffy. Of course, you may also inform her after taking a look yourself. Cain discreetly handed Gemma a note. So that is your intention. Shoo. Cain placed his right index finger to his lips. In that moment, Cain resembled a blooming Dachira, dangerous yet alluring. The note suddenly burst into ashes, meeting the same fate as the one Gemma had seen by her pillow that morning. Thank you, boss. Gemma, seeing Cassandra's troubles about to dissipate, playfully teased Cain using Muggle slang. Cassandra had recently returned home to discuss her impending engagement due to familial pressure. She was aware and anxious about it. Then focus on your work, or else your galleons will be deducted. Cain's capitalist demeanor was momentarily revealed. Cedric. Cain summoned Cedric to the kitchen. Cain, Cedric patted Cain on the shoulder. I knew it couldn't be you. Of course. If it were me. There are 100 ways to commit murder without detection. Cain replied nonchalantly. Come on now. Cedric elbowed Cain playfully. Why did you call me here? Isn't it obvious? I have cleared my name, and in good spirits. I shall treat all of Hogwarts staff and students to a splendid meal. Are you going to showcase mysterious Eastern cuisine? Cedric's eyes sparkled with excitement. As you wish. Cain paused, but I will likely require assistance from other Hufflepuffs. Leave it to me, Cedric declared, thumping his chest proudly. By evening, the Aurors arrived, albeit somewhat tardily. Cain was, of course, aware of the reasons for their delay. He discreetly tasked his house elf Dodo to transform his appearance and quietly made his way to the alley of Upside Down. A substantial amount of galleons was dispersed. There were always dark wizards willing to create a bit of mischief for the Ministry of Magic. As for the reason behind this, the stage had been set, and key players must not be absent. Apologies, Professor Dumbledore, for my tardiness. A bearded Auror strode into the hall, flanked by 2 younger Aurors. Oaks, your timing is impeccable, Dumbledore remarked, just as he was about to partake in the banquet prepared by Mr. Lestrange. Cain, upon hearing this, rose gracefully under the scrutiny of the crowd, raising his goblet in gratitude for the support from his fellow Hufflepuffs. Whistles and applause erupted in response. Lestrange? Oaks regarded Cain with an expression of surprise. I imagine you have no recollection of me. Indeed, the Oaks before him was the young Auror who had intruded upon the Lestrange estate that fateful night. I'm deeply grateful for your protection back then, Cain acknowledged, barely recognizing Oaks at first. Who would have thought that the handsome youth of yesteryear would transform into a middle-aged man with a bushy beard and a portly figure? Time truly does take its toll. Ha! If Griffey knew I had seen you, he would be delighted, Oaks said, his face aglow with fondness for his beloved wife. Ah, love. All right. I'm sure everyone is quite famished. Let us first satisfy our appetites. Dumbledore's azure eyes peered through his half-moon spectacles at Cain. Cain raised his hand in a gesture of invitation, declaring that the entire evening's expenses would be covered by Slytherin. Chapter 55, Despairing Crimson. Amidst the clamor, no one noticed Mr. White's quiet departure. Should anyone have seen him, they would likely surmise that he was overwhelmed by memories of his son's demise and wished to escape the raucous celebration. Mrs. White, consumed by sorrow, was presently receiving treatment from Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary. Let us go, Cain said, holding the Marauder's map, guiding Mr. White through the now desolate corridor. Meanwhile, at the banquet, another Cain was reveling in laughter and merriment with his friends. In a trance, Cain employed the soul-snatching curse to subdue the Auror stationed on the 4th floor. You're feeling very drowsy. A short nap would do you well. The stationed Auror succumbed to an overwhelming wave of fatigue and collapsed. Cain pushed open the door. With ears closed to sound, he eliminated the possibility of any noise escaping, turning to face the two terrified individuals. Ah, it has been quite some time. I have missed you dearly. Cain smiled, waving at them. Burstead and Roll appeared to see a devil beckoning them. What do you want? Jaster, stripped of his usual bravado, stammered. Why, of course, Cain paused deliberately to eliminate you. This is Hogwarts. Even in death, you cannot escape. Burstead, evidently more composed than Roll, replied. I never claimed I would do it myself. Cain, ever the gentleman, stepped aside to allow Mr. White the stage. Trembling, Mr. White aimed his gun first at Burstead. You cannot. Though Bester was unaware of what Mr. White held in his hand, an instinctive sense of danger coursed through him. Alas, what could he do, being a junior to his senior? He felt compelled to fulfill his duties as a younger peer. Cain raised an eyebrow and lowered the gun in Mr. White's grip. I shall grant you a chance. Elucidate why you sought to frame me. I shall not speak, Bester replied, gritting his teeth, his body trembling slightly as he resolutely refused to answer. Very well. I have extended an opportunity, Cain declared as he advanced toward Bester. With a sharp crack, he struck Bester's jaw, forcing a stream of truth serum down his throat. Another crack echoed as Cain pushed his jaw back into place. What have you forced upon me? Bester struggled to inquire. Cain had no intention of revealing that it was a truth serum, a substance deemed illegal. As a proud descendant of Slytherin, he aspired to be a model citizen of the new era. What is your name? Ike Bester. Why did you frame me? Because the adults value you. Bester's face flushed crimson, unable to suppress the truth. And who are these adults you speak of? He is my superior, a member of the Owl Tribunal. Cain paused, taken aback. The Owl Tribunal? Had the fabric of dimensions been torn asunder? This was not a mere crossover of English and American tales. Elaborate on the Owl Tribunal. The Owl Tribunal, a relic of ancient lineage, lurked in the shadows of the wizarding world. Bester bit his tongue, blood oozing forth. Cain realized that further inquiries would yield no results. Had he known, he would have practiced the art of extracting memories beforehand. Half-spoken words are the most vexatious. Growing increasingly incensed, Cain unceremoniously unleashed his ancestral skills. Bester howled, thrashing against his restraints, the chair clattering against the ground in discordant protest. Cain cast a glance at Jaster, who appeared pale and drenched in cold sweat. It was all Bester's doing. He commanded me, Jaster stammered. Fool! Cain found no interest in punishing him further. Mr. White, I believe you may proceed. He gestured toward Mr. White. Do not forget your promise to protect my wife. Mr. White, having observed Cain's methods, had discerned that Cain was not a man of virtue. Once he had eliminated members of the Bester and Roar families, his wife's life would hang in the balance. Over the years, he had intimately felt the disdain and oppression the magical community held for Muggles. Of course, I swear in the name of the Lestrange family. Cain had no intention of breaking his vow. He would ensure that Mrs. White was hidden within the Muggle world, evading the wrath of both families. Please. Cain extended his hand gracefully, as if resolving the matter were merely a trivial task. Bang! Bang! The sound of two gunshots reverberated as they struck the hearts of both individuals. Despair blossomed in vivid crimson upon their chests. Do not forget your promise to me. Mr. White cast a final, lingering glance at Cain before aiming the gun at his own temple. Bang! Mr. White collapsed, the wound blooming with a deep, scarlet hue. Calmly, Cain removed his earplugs and stepped outside with an unhurried gait. The moon tonight shone even brighter than it did yesterday. Cain couldn't help but reflect as he walked toward the room that grants wishes. Faced with 3 fleeting lives, he felt none of the anticipated revulsion or discomfort. All that enveloped him was tranquility. It seemed he possessed a certain potential for villainy within him. As a UX prepared to swap shifts with the station door, he was struck by the sight of Anthony leaning against the wall, sensing something was amiss. Gripping his wand with vigilance, he cast Alohomora. The scene before him left AUX frozen in shock, a chill coursing through him. The fugitive meant to be handed over to the Ministry of Magic lay lifeless, and the victim's father had also perished at the scene. What had transpired? Anthony, wake up. AUX first checked Anthony's breath, then shook him vigorously. What happened? Anthony rubbed his eyes, looking at AUX in confusion. What do you mean? What did you see? AUX was nearly beside himself with rage, gesturing toward the grim state of the room. What on earth occurred? Anthony appeared utterly bewildered and at a loss. You and I might as well prepare for our doom together. AUX was infuriated, exclaiming, "What is this madness?" Cassandra tossed her golden hair, remarking, "My own body is far more comfortable." She leaned against the table beside Cain, her eyes sparkling. "Of course, your body is quite appealing as well. I appreciate it," Cain replied, his expression darkening as he pushed Cassandra away, who was inching closer. "I never anticipated you would eliminate Burster so swiftly. My gratitude is yours." Cassandra's eyes were laced with irony. "You have no idea. My dear father couldn't even wait for me to graduate from Hogwarts. It's all in the past. In a few days, you can return to Hogwarts," Cain awkwardly reassured her, unaccustomed to such personal matters. "Haha, I can hardly wait to rush to Gemma's side. We haven't seen each other in 3 days." Cassandra's excitement was palpable. "And I can hardly wait for you to grow up." She extended her delicate hand, gliding from Cain's cheek to his chest. "What other surprises do you hold that I am unaware of?" "I am not yet 14, Cain replied, speechless as he regarded Cassandra. Upon hearing his words, she laughed even more exuberantly. It seemed futile. He had no words to share with these wizards, who failed to grasp his humor. "All right, I understand you are still young. Is that satisfactory?" "I am not small at all," Cain instinctively retorted. "Oh no." He was a blossoming youth led astray by a wicked witch. Chapter 56. The recruitment notice of the Mischief Manor early in the morning. Countless owls flooded into the Great Hall, unceremoniously dropping newspapers onto the students' faces. For reasons unknown, the workload had surged today, bullying the owls as if they had no rights. "We shall fight. We shall fight. I throw. I throw. I throw. Shocked. A first-grade student has mysteriously perished at Hogwarts, raising questions about moral decay and the distortion of human nature. A shocking conspiracy at Hogwarts unfolds. An in-depth investigation into the Burstead and Rowell families begins. As students catch sight of the newspaper, they eagerly summon their friends. News of the scandal spreads rapidly. The Great Hall of Hogwarts buzzes with excitement, resembling a hive of bees. Cain grabs a newspaper and discovers that the tragedy surrounding White's death has made headlines, with various interpretations already circulating. The Slytherin table remains relatively subdued, though its members occasionally cast furtive glances at Cain. He remains indifferent to their scrutiny, allowing them to speculate freely. Lestrange, the king of Slytherin. The Weasley twins, unfazed by the curious stares of their fellow Slytherins, slide over to the Slytherin table. Cain quickly ushers them aside to prevent any outbursts. "Boss, how goes the progress with the little communicator? My parchment is nearly overwhelmed with the names of those wishing to make appointments." The Weasley twins gaze at Cain with their sparkling eyes. "I prepared a batch of classic models. You can launch them in the Hogwarts market." Cain sighs, realizing that being pressured by employees is a rare occurrence for a boss like him. It's time to cultivate a competent workforce. "Listen, my pace is ultimately limited. You must contribute your fair share." Cain is well aware of the exploitative nature of capitalism. "We are quite busy as well, inventing prank products and juggling a packed schedule." The twins lament in unison. Cain snaps his fingers, commanding them to state their terms. "We need a raise," they reply in unison. Cain shrugs nonchalantly, indicating that problems easily solved with money are not true problems. The basic model resembles a simple black notebook, limited to 20 contacts. The shrewd Cain plans to categorize the little communicator into classic, basic, pro, mid-tier, pro max, premium, and a custom version for the affluent. The pro model will optimize style and contact limits up to 50. The premium and luxury versions will feature extravagant packaging and accommodate up to 200 contacts. With Nick's assistance, the communicator has been upgraded to a touchscreen version capable of transmitting images. Inspired by past gaming experiences, Cain and Nick have jointly developed the $43.99 store, albeit currently offering only 3 simple games: Demon King Battle, Gold Mining, and Spot the Difference. What will the pricing be? Cain calmly states the astonishing prices that leave the twins in disbelief. 30 galleons for the classic model, 80 galleons for the Pro, 200 galleons for the Pro Max. And no cap on the custom version. 200 galleons. My father's monthly salary is less than 100 galleons. The twins display expressions of utter astonishment. "Calm down. Monopolization justifies this pricing," Cain reassures them, patting the stunned pair on the back. You may initially test the waters with 50 classic models, while disseminating news about other varied versions. Cain had made the arrangements for the two quite clear. Come fort. After dismissing the twins, Cain summoned Gemma, who had been trailing them all along. You must immediately contact Bob. The promotional campaign in the market can now commence. In 3 days, the sales will officially launch. Although Cain had consented to Cassandra's request for Gemma to manage the shop, she had yet to graduate. Therefore, Cain meticulously selected a former Slytherin graduate, Bob Axley, through a series of interviews. Speaking of Bob, his history is one that evokes sorrow, for he too bears the weight of a tumultuous family past. Bob's father, a member of the pure-blood Axley lineage, indulged in a life of recklessness and freedom in his youth, falling in love with Lilith, a muggle woman who became Bob's mother. The Axley family ostracized Bob's father from the magical community, unable to bear the shame of his choices. As their love faded amidst the mundanity of daily life, Bob's father abandoned both mother and child, returning to the magical realm. He then conformed to familial expectations by marrying a woman from another pure-blood lineage, the Selwyns, with whom he fathered 2 more children. Bob's existence became somewhat of an embarrassment, especially in a society that still adhered to the primogeniture tradition, despite his half-blood status. Should the family members act irrationally, such a situation must be avoided at all costs. Bob's father despised everything that had transpired in his past. Under the influence of his current wife, he severed ties with Bob, permitting only the retention of the Axley surname. In his father's words, allowing Bob to keep the Axley name was the greatest act of mercy he could extend. Thus, Cain's team welcomed another discontented soul. Therefore, esteemed audience, please refrain from addressing him as Axley. He harbors a deep loathing for that surname. Were it not for his mother's insistence, Bob would have long since changed it. Boss, you could have simply informed me directly. Gemma relayed Cain's instructions in their group chat. Cain could easily imagine Bob on the other end, staring at the communicator with lifeless eyes. For heaven's sake, Cain is the boss. And what does a boss require? A charming secretary, of course. Cain feigned invisibility, allowing Gemma to continue conveying the operational plans to Bob. Boss, we VE sold out. This was from the twins. Boss, our shop is inundated with customers all eager to purchase the communicators. This was from Bob, the one with the lifeless gaze. Cain clutched his chest, feeling a wave of breathlessness. At such a young age, he already sensed the weight of responsibility. Hire more staff. Post recruitment notices immediately across the street. With a grand wave of his hand, Cain issued a command to Bob regarding hiring. On the school front, Cain had already identified an excellent candidate. Cedric, bro. Cain opened his arms, eager to embrace Cedric. Stop. Cedric extended his hand in refusal. First, tell me what has the matter? The longer he spent with Cain, the more he discerned his self-serving nature. We are all friends here. I'm merely come to offer a benefit. Professor Babbling mentioned that you possess a remarkable talent in alchemy. How would you like to join my endeavors? Even the combination of Cain and Gemini fails to meet the production demands, forcing us to seek assistance from Professor Babbling. Initially, Cain wished to recruit Babbling directly. However, as a member of the vampire clan, she is not in need of financial incentives and promptly declined his proposal. Consequently, he was compelled to seek alternatives and requested Professor Babbling to recommend a few individuals, Cedric being one of them. Is it the little communicator? Cedric felt a surge of excitement, having heard about the recent buzz surrounding the little communicator at school. Indeed, Cain nodded, sensing that Cedric's employment was all but secured. A monthly salary of 100 galleons. What do you say? What? Cedric paused momentarily, sealing the agreement with a firm handshake to prevent Cain from retracting his offer. He could hardly fathom such fortune. At his young age, he was already matching his father's income. The future of the Diggory family rests upon my shoulders. An advertisement interlude follows. The Muggle-S alchemy shop, Cain-S establishment, is earnestly seeking individuals proficient in alchemy, offering a salary of 100 galleons per month negotiable, with weekends off and numerous benefits. Nuovircimi, nuovircimi, nuovircimi. This is a matter of utmost importance. Aspiring candidates are welcome to come for interviews. Address: 8th shop on the left side of Diagon Alley, South 2nd Street. Contact: Bob Yaxley. Chapter 57. The Quidditch Season. A pair of unicorns. Nico, with great vigor, summoned a pair of unicorns emitting waves of light, surpassing Perenel's pair of hammer-wielding trolls. Cain, observing from the sidelines, felt a deep admiration. To win, he disregarded centuries of marital bonds. How despicable. This has nothing to do with battling the Dark Lord. A game is merely a game. What fault lies within it? It is now 2 in the morning, and Cain has been roused by the couple from afar in France to engage in a duel against the Dark Lord. Under the pretext that Cain would not sell the little communicator to France, they were left with no choice but to seek him online. Cain stifled a deep yawn and continued to assist them with their moves. Cain, you should rest. I have some family matters to discuss with this old man. Nico. Following a round of the Dark Lord duel, Parental sent Cain a message, her and Nico as avatars dimming. It seems they have retreated offline for a full-blown confrontation. Cain shook his head inwardly. Why bother? Soon enough, you'll have to realign Nico's bones. Exhausted, Cain prepared for sleep. Ibun. Laughter erupted from Draco's bed. What are you doing? Cain lifted the covers off Draco. The little communicator emitted a subtle glow, illuminating Draco's face adorned with dark circles. Cain, the Dark Lord duel is simply enthralling. Draco beamed, boasting that both Blaze and Theodore had succumbed to his prowess. The Dark Lord duel. Their fragile willpower tarnished your esteemed reputation. Cain was nearly moved to tears, lamenting how such a simple game had been so misinterpreted, leaving him as the sole soul in the world who understood its true essence. You all fail to comprehend it. Hand over your little communication device and retire for the night. The formidable Cain has ruthlessly confiscated the gadget. Draco, feeling aggrieved, clutched the long-neglected dragon plushie, almost contemplating a rebellion against Cain's tyranny. How infuriating! When will Malfoy rise up? Yet, upon meeting Cain's stern gaze, Draco silently resolved once more to forgive the domineering Cain. Very well, next time for certain. Accompanied by the melodious chime of galleons entering, the mighty Cain gradually drifted into slumber. Harry, what brings you here? After some delay, Cain finally sought out Snape to address the punishment for his previous truancy. It was none other than Snape who, citing a prohibition against taking books out of the school, confiscated my Quidditch through the ages. Harry gritted his teeth in silent frustration. Cain fully understood Harry's concerns, especially with the Quidditch match approaching. After all, it was Harry's inaugural appearance. Offering a sympathetic pat on Harry's shoulder, he reassured, "It's all right. You possess a natural talent for Quidditch." "Thank you. I am indeed feeling a bit anxious," Harry admitted, somewhat bashful. "Come on, let us go together." Cain decided to accompany Harry to find Snape. With Harry by his side, they could divert much of Snape's ire. Cain rapped on the door, but received no response. "Perhaps we should return another day," Cain suggested. Yet, with the match imminent, Harry was eager to review the Quidditch techniques documented in his book. Driven by urgency, he pushed the door open a crack. "Damn it, how can one keep an eye on 3 heads at once?" Snape's voice reached their ears, accompanied by the sight of his bloodied leg. Exchanging glances, they shared mutual astonishment. Could it be the 3-headed dog? Startled, Harry inadvertently made a noise. "Potter, Lestrange." Snape hastily adjusted his robes. Upon spotting the two outside, his expression twisted in anger. "You two get out. I wish to know if I can retrieve my book," Harry inquired, undeterred by Snape's menacing demeanor. Cain admired his bravery, thinking, as expected of you, tough-headed one. "Out." Snape delivered a thunderous command. "Professor, what about my punishment?" Cain interjected from behind Harry, seizing the opportunity. "Get lost." Snape's voice resonated with authority. "Ah, quite vigorous indeed. Your lungs must be in fine form," Cain remarked. "Thank you, Headmaster." Cain quickly ushered Harry away, relieved to escape punishment. A loud crash echoed as something struck the door. Had they not fled swiftly, they would have surely faced dire consequences. After running a considerable distance, they paused to catch their breath and exchanged amused glances. "Cain, do you think Snape is in pursuit of something guarded by the 3-headed dog?" Harry recalled having seen Snape rushing towards the corridor on Halloween Eve. Hearing him mention 3 heads and witnessing his bloodied leg made it difficult not to connect the dots. Perhaps, Cain mused, though he had no intention of exonerating Snape. He was not so naive. It is already quite magnanimous not to target Snape. "Have you inquired with Hagrid?" Cain feigned ignorance, fully aware that the trio had not gone. "Haha, not yet. After the Quidditch match, I shall seek him out," Harry admitted, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment, casting a hesitant glance at Cain. "Fear not. Even if it involves Snape, should he be guilty, I shall not shield him," Cain declared with righteous conviction. Harry exhaled in relief, grateful for Cain's support. "I look forward to your performance tomorrow," he added, appreciating Cain's encouragement without regard for Harry's forthcoming confrontation with Slytherin. "Thank you. I shall strive to emerge victorious. Though I believe Slytherin will also deliver a splendid display," Harry corrected himself mid-sentence, suddenly realizing Cain was indeed a Slytherin. It was all too easy to forget, given Cain's amiable nature. Cain waved his hand dismissively as he bid farewell to Harry. If Cain were to learn of Harry's thoughts on him, he would surely wear a perplexed expression akin to an elderly subway commuter puzzled by a smartphone. Amiable? Him. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Quidditch match arrived. Slytherin versus Gryffindor. Draco eagerly presented Cain with a pair of binoculars early in the morning. ensuring he could clearly observe everyone's maneuvers. It was still shy of 10 o'clock. Cain buried himself in the lengthy and tedious assignment from Professor Binns, muttering in exasperation. Damn this historical assignment. When will Madame Pomfrey petition the headmaster to abolish this course? It truly wreaks havoc on my mental state. Hey, Flint, what are your thoughts on today's Quidditch match? Draco inquired as he spotted Marcus Flint preparing to exit the locker room alongside several teammates. They needed to arrive at their designated location in advance to prepare. Everything is under control, Marcus replied confidently, first glancing at Cain before patting his chest. Cain lowered his gaze, pondering whether Flint might also be a member of the Brotherhood. The likelihood seemed substantial. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the time to acknowledge him. How cool. Next year, I must apply to join the Slytherin Quidditch team, Draco expressed, his face alight with envy and anticipation. All right, Draco, they need to prepare, Cain interjected, halting Draco's excitement. Fine, see you on the field, Draco waved as he returned to Cain's side. Flint threw another glance at Cain and replied, see you on the field, before leading the Quidditch team away. Cain, sit here, Draco urged, maneuvering through a few Slytherins to pull Cain towards a central position. The Slytherins, upon noticing them, willingly made way. The match was about to commence. Chapter 58. Almost a direct path to the conclusion. Cain, do you not feel that Slytherin lacks something? Draco pointed to the enormous banner above Gryffindor, emblazoned with a lion and the bold proclamation, Potter must win. Most importantly, the paint on the banner shimmered with a myriad of colors. Indeed, it was quite extravagant. Cain pretended not to understand, wishing to tease Draco. Brother, I want some too, Draco said, his cheeks tinged with a blush, his eyes brimming with yearning. Upon witnessing that familiar gaze, Cain was reminded of their childhood when Aunt Narcissa forbade Draco from indulging in too many sweets. Draco would often employ such an imploring look to sway Cain into sharing more candy. And every time, Cain's heart would soften. All right, he sighed in concession, retrieving his wand. His left hand delved into his pocket to procure a few candies, preparing to perform a transfiguration spell. It's toffee, my favorite, he added. Without hesitation, Draco snatched the sweets from Cain's hand. At least leave me too, Cain protested. Also, Aunt Narcissa doesn't allow you to overindulge. Beware of cavities. I know, Draco assured, promptly returning 2 pieces to Cain. If only your mouth wasn't too busy chewing, your assurances might hold some credibility, Cain thought to himself with a smirk. Aiming at the 2 candies, he gently tapped his wand. The candies elongated swiftly, transforming into 2 serpents, shimmering in silver-green hues, which slithered away to opposite ends of the Slytherin section. Cain then pointed at Draco's pocket square, causing a magnificent banner to materialize above the serpents. It boldly proclaimed Slytherin will prevail, accompanied by a dazzling display of fireworks, a splendid sight indeed. The surrounding Slytherins erupted in applause. Excellent transfiguration, Professor McGonagall remarked, nodding in approval at Cain's skill. The match commenced. Under Marcus's leadership, Slytherin employed a strategy of brute force, achieving a significant lead in points. Conversely, Gryffindor, guided by Oliver, adopted a tactic of agile maneuvering, striving to break through amidst Slytherin's onslaught. As the competition intensified, the opposing Quidditch players were locked in a fierce contest. Commentator Jordan, filled with fervor, did not shy away from personal jabs at Slytherin during his commentary. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall intervened promptly to halt such conduct. Next time, perhaps we should have a Slytherin commentator. That would be fair, he quipped. What's wrong with Potter? Draco pointed towards Harry, whose broomstick suddenly began to spin wildly. Oh, it's calmed down again. What's happening now? Draco exclaimed, his expression one of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the broom's erratic behavior. The school brooms are quite old. They must be poorly maintained, Cain mused, fully aware that it was Quirrell dueling with Snape, yet he could not disclose this to Draco. He is going to fall, Draco exclaimed, a hint of panic in his voice. He will. Before he could finish, Cain swiftly shoved Draco aside. For reasons unknown, the bludger in Marcus's grasp suddenly hurtled towards Cain. Bang! Wood splintered as a large crater formed where Cain had just stood. Everyone, get out of the way! Cain shouted to Theodore and the others, urging them to distance themselves as the bludger soared from the pit once more, hurtling towards Cain at no less than 70 miles per hour. The heart raced perilously, nearly leaping from his chest. This was clearly a direct threat to Cain's very life. Clad in his protective armor, Cain donned a defensive spell and sprinted towards Snape. When a disciple is in peril, the master bears the burden. A reversal of fate was at hand. Cain, quick to adapt, employed Gryffindor's traditional tactics, deftly maneuvering across the field, leaving behind a trail of deep craters, undoubtedly the work of the rogue bludger. As he ran, Cain attempted to cast a counter curse to dispel the malevolent enchantments stacked upon the bludger. Yet, his efforts proved futile. The bludger hesitated momentarily before undergoing a sudden transformation, its surface igniting with a fiery crimson hue. Snape's countenance darkened as he observed Cain charging towards him, caught between the Slytherins and Harry Potter. A most challenging predicament indeed. With a silent incantation, Snape aimed to obliterate the bludger, but upon impact, sparks flew, and the bludger resumed its relentless pursuit of Cain. They were locked in a frantic chase, with Cain desperately evading capture. Soon enough, with Snape at the center, Cain led the bludger in a dizzying circle. Snape's greasy hair swirled wildly as the two whirled at high speed. Professor Flitwick, unable to remain still, drifted towards the chaotic scene. With a flick of his wand, he elevated the bludger higher into the air. Cain remained vigilant, suspecting that an ancient enchantment had been cast upon the bludger. His suspicions were confirmed when the bludger, like a comet, hurtled back downwards with alarming velocity. Both Snape and Professor Flitwick quickly fortified their defenses, shielding Cain behind them. Meanwhile, Cain stealthily sidled a few steps to stand alongside Quirrell, who was utterly absorbed in his own mutterings. Harry, high above, was performing daring acrobatics, pushing his limits. The bludger traced a fiery arc in the sky, reminiscent of a shooting star, prompting several younger girls to clasp their hands in prayer, their eyes shut tight in hope. As the bludger was about to collide with the professor's defenses, it executed a perfect last-minute stop, displaying a skill worthy of a gold medalist in a driving school. With a swift drift, the bludger charged at Cain, instilling terror in the onlookers, many of whom covered their eyes, unwilling to witness the tragic demise of the exquisite youth. It drew closer, and Cain could feel the searing heat emanating from its surface. Just as the bludger was about to strike his face, Cain made his move, swiftly darting behind Quirrell. At this point, there was no opportunity for the bludger to retreat. It hurtled forward unabated. A sharp crack echoed, bones fracturing. Simultaneously, Quirrell spat a mouthful of blood. "Professor, are you all right?" Cain feigned a look of panic, shaking Chi Luo. Chi Luo coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, weakly reaching out towards Cain. "Professor, please do not frighten me." Cain's face was a portrait of sincerity, nearly brought to tears. Just a moment ago, Chi Luo had narrowly avoided being struck by the bludger. The first installment of Harry Potter could have concluded right then and there. Alas, it was but a hair's breadth away. If you continue to shake him, he may truly perish. Severus Snape, with a frosty demeanor, cast a disapproving glance at the dramatic Cain. At that moment, Dumbledore finally arrived, and Harry's broom was unharmed. "Professor Chi Luo, hold on. Hogwarts cannot do without you." Cain remained diligently acting. "All right, my dear child, the priority now is to escort Professor Chi Luo to the infirmary." Dumbledore pulled Cain aside. Just then, Harry safely landed, felt the urge to vomit. What on earth is happening? Could it be? The golden snitch was expelled from Harry's mouth. A father-son duo emerged unscathed. Applause and cheers erupted throughout the crowd, celebrating this rare medical miracle. Ahem, I digress. Ultimately, the match concluded with Gryffindor's victory. In a discreet corner, Professor Chi Luo trembled, raising his hand high. "I believe I can still be saved." Chapter 59. Now that you are here, shall we not incorporate some Eastern educational methods? Cain, please take a seat. Professor McGonagall gestured for Cain to sit down. The school had examined the bludgers and brooms, finding nothing amiss. McGonagall paused, pondering whether Cain had any insights. "Professor, I'm uncertain about the circumstances." Cain had his suspicions, but deemed it unnecessary to voice them. "Very well. I shall report to Dumbledore." McGonagall nodded. "Moreover, I witnessed your use of transfiguration on the Quidditch pitch. You have managed to animate objects, which is quite remarkable." McGonagall shifted the topic, regarding Cain with admiration. "It is all due to your excellent guidance." Cain humbly attributed his success in transfiguration to her teachings. "Is that so? Have you truly mastered all the knowledge of transfiguration I imparted?" McGonagall's tone shifted, scrutinizing Cain through her glasses. "Certainly not. I still have much to learn." Cain pondered the peculiar demeanor of McGonagall that day. "Then why did you seek Professor Flitwick for enhancement lessons, while neglecting transfiguration?" McGonagall pressed closer, revealing her true intentions. "Is it that my transfiguration class does not measure up? It is primarily because you are quite busy, and I did not wish to burden you further." Cain quickly stood, expressing his concern for her well-being. "I believe I can spare an hour each week to tutor you." McGonagall adjusted her glasses. "What day would you prefer?" Cain realized that his tutoring schedule was likely to expand once more. Is there truly no initiative in the magical realm to alleviate student burdens? Cain could only endure the bittersweet experience. Professor Flitwick and Professor Snape have their classes scheduled for which days? Professor Flitwick on Tuesday and Professor Snape on Wednesday. Very well. You shall attend my class every Monday. Professor McGonagall mused that after the Transfiguration Enhancement course, the students would realize that transfiguration is the most fascinating subject of all. In an oddly synchronized manner, two professors reached an understanding. Cain, with a smile beaming on his face, readily agreed, while secretly feeling a sense of dread. Better to be the one to betray the world than to be betrayed by it. Do not hinder me. I am about to embrace the dark side. Professor McGonagall, I have a suggestion. Cain discreetly produced a small communication device, now bearing a new name. Are you still troubled by your students' poor academic performance? Are you still vexed by your inability to monitor their learning progress in real time? Behold, this is my newly developed learning device. You can assign homework directly on it and monitor the completion progress of assignments or exams in real time. Professor McGonagall, the students have long suffered from a lack of avenues to enhance their learning efficiency. Cain noticed the spark of interest in Professor McGonagall's eyes. However, some students may not be able to afford this learning device. She hesitated. Rest assured, Professor, I will donate a batch of specialized learning devices to Hogwarts free of charge. Cain, I cannot let you bear the burden alone. I will request special funding from Dumbledore for the purchase of learning devices. Professor McGonagall was deeply touched, resolutely determined not to let this good student suffer any loss. Professor, I have another request. Speak. I hope you and the other professors can exert yourself a bit more by assigning additional sets of exam papers for targeted improvement. Furthermore, consider this. For the upperclassmen facing OWLs and Newts, having access to past exam papers would be immensely beneficial. Cain left it at that. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but pound the table in delight, her heart soaring. This was indeed a brilliant idea. Without hesitation, she waved her hand, allowing Cain to return. She was positively eager. Professor McGonagall retrieved the top-tier communication device from her drawer, promptly renaming their chat group to the Exam Strategy Group, and enthusiastically began discussing Cain's recent proposal. Of course, this chat group excluded Dumbledore and consisted solely of the four house heads. Unbeknownst to Professor McGonagall, although there were only 4 of them, there existed 3 separate groups. Dojme. Gemma, immediately contact Bob to launch the mother-child version of the learning device. Just as Cain returned from Professor McGonagall, he issued new orders to Gemma. A learning device? Is this your latest alchemical invention? Gemma was astonished by her boss's rapid innovation. Quite simple. By attaching the prototype version of the device to the parent model, one can monitor the child's learning progress in real time. Cain shrugged, confident that many parents would be eager to invest. Bah, a mercenary. Gemma, a child from a typical family, secretly voiced her grievances against capitalists. Fortunately, within 2 minutes, she decided to retract her earlier praise of Cain. Forbidden Forest, come quickly. Cain discovered a note beside his pillow. Lightning promptly summoned a house elf, for it was only they who could stealthily enter his dormitory at Hogwarts. Young master, how may I serve you? Lightning bowed respectfully. Who delivered this note? Please hold on. Young master, I shall inquire with the other elves. With a crack, Lightning vanished. Young master, no house elf has delivered this note, Lightning reported, visibly anxious for failing to fulfill his task. It's nothing, you may return. Cain waved his hand, resolved to explore the Forbidden Forest. He was determined to confront the mysterious figure lurking in the shadows. Lestrange, a masked individual materialized in what was once an empty space. You are the so-called adult mentioned by Bost? Cain twirled his wand. Clever. It seems you are aware of the existence of the Owl Court. The last incident with the bludger was also orchestrated by your kind. Was it not? Cain ceased twirling his wand. That was merely a harmless jest. So what brings you here now? Cain's gaze turned frigid as he regarded the masked figure. Since you have inquired so earnestly, I shall graciously enlighten you. The Owl Court has existed since the Middle Ages. Initially established to preserve the last legacies of wizards during the witch-hunting campaigns, forced to remain hidden. For an organization to thrive, a steady influx of fresh blood is essential. Naturally, we do not seek out the ordinary. And you, my dear, are fortunate to be chosen by me. Follow me, and you shall attain unparalleled power and honor. The masked figure spread his arms wide, anticipating Cain's affirmative response. Follow you? Do not presume I am unaware that you are merely a pawn of the Owl Court. Cain remarked, his demeanor unruffled. Are you finished? He asked calmly. Do you wish to know what? Avada Kedavra? Cain interrupted, launching a surprise attack. He flicked his wand, declaring that anyone who dared to jest with him would become part of the joke. Thus, the masked figure departed from the world in haste. Which first year wields Avada so casually? He thought, realizing his opponent had been careless and failed to evade. Cain's wand protested. Could you refrain from using me for dark magic? As a phoenix, I find this quite uncomfortable. All right, I understand. Cain soothed his disgruntled wand. It seems I must seek a spare. Cain approached the masked figure, wand raised, and after a moment's hesitation, removed the mask, revealing an unremarkable face of an ordinary passerby. What is this? At that moment, the masked individual revealed a glowing badge from within his robes. Cain picked it up and noticed an inscription that read, "How are you faring from afar?" Oh, guess what? This little badge bears a striking resemblance to my own communicator. Cain's immediate thought was one of concern. This could mean competition. Wait a moment. They are all concealed in the shadows, remaining unseen. That has no concern then. Cain studied the small card thoroughly, estimating that it served as the masked one's identification within the owl court. He attempted to channel his magic, uttering, "I'm fine, thank you." "And you?" Shortly thereafter, a response came, "I'm fine too." Having confirmed the passphrase, he was assured that it was indeed one of his own. Cain resolved to keep the small card for now, choosing to remain in the owl court as a covert observer. The bone-melting palm. Cain extended his left hand, indulging in a moment of theatrical flair, yet ultimately raised his wand with his right hand in a more straightforward manner. The masked one's remains transformed into a puddle of blood. Of course, the spell did not originally bear this name. It was something Cain had recently coined after learning it in Lord Voldemort's clandestine lessons. The Avada Kedavra bone-melting palm was truly an indispensable asset for navigating both the underworld and domestic life. "Teacher, are you familiar with the Owl Court?" Such an ancient underground organization was a topic well-suited for Nico. "What? Have they reached out to you as well?" In the crystal ball, Nico paused momentarily while holding his coffee. "You indeed know," he replied. "That is because I was once a member of the Owl Court. You may engage with them to some extent. After all, they possess many lost treasures from the outside world that could be exchanged." "Ugh, this coffee is rather hot." Nico chose to discreetly set down his cup. "Is it through this?" Cain inquired, raising the small card. "Indeed, but be cautious not to get too involved with them. Their current objectives are perilous," Nico warned. Eyeing Cain seriously. "Is it because they wish to manipulate the direction of the magical world?" "How did you know that?" Nico was taken aback. Had not Cain just begun to engage with the Owl Court? "I guessed," Cain replied, unblinking. The Owl Court truly lived up to its name, even in different realms. Their methods remained unchanged. "Well, the weather is undeniably growing colder. Christmas is just around the corner, isn't it?" Nico feigned a shiver. "Creak. Perenelle, my dear, come quickly." Nico called out affectionately to his wife. "Really now, at your age?" Perenelle arrived, complaining. "Cain, ignore this old man. He has been engrossed in games lately. Hoping you'll develop a new one for him." Perenelle mercilessly exposed Nico's ulterior motives. "We cannot allow the teacher to become addicted to games," Cain asserted earnestly, promptly expressing his agreement with Perenelle. When Perenelle was not looking, Cain exchanged a knowing glance with Nico, one that only men could understand. A new game, privately and discreetly. Nico blinked, grinning, signaling his understanding. "Ah, the wind today is particularly boisterous." Now evening had fallen, and Cain seldom took the opportunity to clear his mind. Wandering aimlessly, he found himself in a secluded corner of the tower, unexpectedly discovering that someone was already there. To be more precise, there exists a ghost named Helena, a presence that Cain is uncertain whether to engage with. Tasked by Ravenclaw, Cain had initially agreed to help her unravel the emotional turmoil that binds Helena. However, he had previously inquired with Professor Binns about the implications of a ghost resolving their inner conflict. Professor Binns had replied that once a ghost reconciles their heart, they would return to the place they were meant to be. The implication is clear. A ghost who has found resolution will vanish. Ms. Gray, the view here is quite splendid, is it not?" Cain remarked, attempting to strike up a conversation as Helena glanced his way. This was the highest point of Hogwarts, where the winds roamed freely. Helena turned her gaze outward, her expression tinged with melancholy as she softly spoke. In that moment, Cain felt that although Helena was physically present, her heart resided in a distant realm. Hogwarts had once been home to countless souls, yet for Helena, it was also a shackle that confined her. For centuries, she had been condemned to wander this former home, reminiscing about the friend she had lost. Simultaneously, a sense of guilt towards her mother incessantly tormented this unfortunate lady. Her suffering remained unknown and unshared. Perhaps he should not impose his subjective thoughts upon Helena. She ought to choose for herself, shouldn't she? "Helena, do you miss the little octopus in the Black Lake? I recall how it mischievously ensnared couples with its pink tentacles, waiting to shower them with its spit." "Indeed, it always." Helena instinctively began to respond, but suddenly realized something. "How do you know?" Her expression shifted, a mixture of anticipation and disbelief. "Because I too have traversed your era, living alongside the four founders," Cain assured, not allowing Helena's hope to wane. "Is that true? I can hardly believe it." She stepped back, tears of icy blue shimmering in her eyes. It seemed that even ghosts could weep. I encountered a spectral butterfly that unexpectedly transported me to your time. Moreover, your mother entrusted me with a message for you. Would you like to hear it?" Cain revealed the brooch given to him by Ravenclaw, calmly awaiting Helena's response. What did she say? No, I don't want to know. Helena trembled, torn between the desire to learn her mother's words and the fear of hearing something that might pierce her heart. Do not be distressed, Helena. Cain quickly shifted the subject. Perhaps you would like to share your past with me? My story? It may be rather dull, she replied after a lengthy pause. Finally calming down, she was willing to recount her tale to Cain, having long endured the solitude of reminiscing alone about the past. Where shall I begin? Helena gathered her hair, casting her gaze toward the Black Lake. You see, my mother was a Ravenclaw. From a young age, I have lived in the spotlight of other scrutiny. They have always compared me to my mother, casting disappointed glances upon my unremarkable self. I have made efforts, yet I truly lack the brilliance of her mind. I yearn to prove my worth, even if just once. Thus, I absconded with the diadem of Ravenclaw, seeking to escape mediocrity and attain wisdom. How absurd, is it not? Helena's expression was fraught with anguish. Cain understood her plight well. This is the quintessential tale of a tiger's son, where a child perpetually lives in the shadow of their parents. It has become a form of psychological trauma. Poor child. Chapter 61. The Ravenclaws. Aspiring to carve out one's own identity is not a trivial pursuit. Cain, lacking in the art of consolation, could only utter dry reassurances. Helena extended her hand, feeling the wind that flowed in from outside, as if she too were soaring freely within it. I fled to the Albanian forest, bearing my mother's diadem, in search of a place where I would remain unknown, to start anew. Yet fate seldom rescues the wayward lamb. It only ensnares them deeper. As Helena spoke, a flicker of resentment appeared in her eyes. Barrow found me again, professing his love anew, hoping I would return with him. I declined. He could not comprehend what I truly desired. I longed for freedom, always dreaming of one day running unrestrained along the mountain paths or beside the babbling brooks. His pursuit felt like a heavy shackle to me. Helena still recalls that fateful day with trepidation. Ultimately, he took my life. I shall never, ever forgive him. Cain listened in silence to Helena's tale. It was yet another lamentable tragedy. Yet, Helena, your mother endeavored to save you. She was so astute. How could she fail to recognize your plight? She allowed you to take the diadem, merely wishing to provide you with an outlet for your emotions. However, when she fell ill, she could not suppress her longing for you. Thus, she sent Barrow to seek you, hoping for one last encounter. Based on his understanding of Ravenclaw, Cain reasonably conjectured that even before my return, Ravenclaw was still consumed by concern for you. At that time, she had not yet given birth to you. Helena began to weep silently. She urged me to tell you that she would never blame you. Helena was momentarily stunned, then broke into loud sobs, wandering like a lost cub mourning its mother. Cain, what are you doing? Turning to look, Cain saw Flitwick approaching with a group of Ravenclaws. Headmaster, it's him. I saw him make Miss Grey cry. A familiar Eastern visage from Cain's past emerged, furiously pointing at him. The Ravenclaw students were itching for a righteous confrontation with Cain. A misunderstanding. Cain waved his hands in protest. Just then, Miss Grey let out an even louder cry. Cain found himself at a loss for words. Even Professor Flitwick gazed at Cain with a strong sense of reproach. Curse that Slytherin, a blond lad, lurking among the crowd, eagerly incited. He had long harbored a disdain for that Slytherin boy. After all, they were all born of the same parents, yet this boy possessed a face that could seduce. He recalled the countless confessions he had made over the past 6 months, all of which had ended in disappointment as the recipients declared their affections for Cain Lestrange. The pain was unbearable. He resolved to give Cain a good thrashing. Cain twitched his lips, looking at Helena. Say something. Just as the righteous fist of Ravenclaw was about to descend upon Cain's handsome visage, Helena, the timid woman who had hesitated to admit her actions towards Cain, finally experienced a moment of moral clarity. It's not his fault. I was just too happy. Professor Flitwick was momentarily speechless. Could one truly cry in such a manner out of happiness? He knew all too well the identity of Miss Grey. On Ravenclaw's turf, he could not allow the daughter of Ravenclaw to be wronged. Not only would he refuse, but the entirety of Ravenclaw would also stand against it. Even if Voldemort sought to bully Helena, the Ravenclaws would collectively hurl at least 10 books each at his face. Everyone, please leave. I wish to spend some time alone with Cain, Helena urged, wanting the Ravenclaws to depart quickly. It was a rare opportunity to converse with someone from her own era, and she had yet to have a proper chat with Cain. Cain, Hogwarts forbids early romance. The usually jovial old man sternly reminded Cain. But he was only a first year. What was the old man thinking? Even if he were to consider such a notion, it must at least not cross species, for this was hardly a Marvel universe. Cain looked on in exasperation as Professor Flitwick led the Ravenclaws away, though he was certain they were likely eavesdropping from some corner. It was well known that Ravenclaw's curiosity was directly proportional to their penchant for gossip. Helena was evidently aware of her house's traits and intended to lead Cain to a different location. As expected, just as they turned a corner, they encountered a group of Ravenclaws, indulging in the unfolding drama. An awkward exchange ensued as both parties locked eyes. The Ravenclaws stood still for a moment before suddenly becoming bustling with activity. "Professor, what do you think there will be to eat in the Great Hall this morning?" "GRYNN. I heard you once wrote a Muggle fairy tale. Is that true?" "Edith, why did you not accept my confession?" The blond lad stood out among the Ravenclaws, passionately calling out to a girl with horn braids. Silence enveloped the scene, akin to the tranquil evening at Cambridge. The Ravenclaws ceased their pretense, their eyes widening in anticipation as they watched the monumental confession between the blond lad and Edith. Poor Edith, for the first time, understood the meaning of social death, covering her face and fleeing. As the subject of their gossip dashed away, the Ravenclaws scattered like startled birds. Helena led Cain to a familiar place, the location of the room of requirement on the 8th floor. "I have always felt hesitant to come here," Helena admitted, a hint of nostalgia lacing her words. As Cain pondered, could it be that Helena knew Ravenclaw would leave something for her inside? "Mother, I have come to see you." Ultimately, Helena reached out and touched the wall. Suddenly, a door imbued with medieval charm appeared before them. "Let us proceed," Helena whispered, beckoning Cain. Before Cain's eyes lay a room adorned with feminine grace. The space was impeccably clean and cozily decorated. The lit candles flickered gently, as if patiently awaiting the return of their mistress. "This was my former chamber," Helena exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. At that moment, she no longer resembled the reclusive and sorrowful Lady Grey in the eyes of others, but rather the lively and spirited Helena. Helena approached the bedside, where a portrait of Ravenclaw hung, affectionately gazing down at her. "Mother," she cried, embracing the portrait in tears. "My child, you have finally arrived. I have waited for you." Ravenclaw's voice was filled with warmth. "Cain, it is good to see you again." Ravenclaw regarded Cain with a complex expression. In choosing to seal away memories of Helena's future, she had obeyed fate's design, uncertain if it was the right decision. Her daughter had endured much suffering, and her own inner turmoil was no less than that of Helena's. "Once more we meet, Professor," Cain bowed respectfully. "My daughter and I require a moment to converse privately. You may leave now." Ravenclaw paused, adding, "Oh, this is also my secret chamber. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out. However, I cannot guarantee I will be available to respond." Ravenclaw remained the same Ravenclaw Cain had known. Even motherhood did not alter her rather narrow disposition. Cain smiled knowingly and turned it apart. After all, the greatest treasure within Ravenclaw's secret chamber was Ravenclaw herself. This seemed quite reasonable, did it not? What Cain did not witness was that after his exit, Helena's ghostly form transformed into radiant orbs of light, vanishing as it entered the portrait of Ravenclaw. Across the millennia of yearning, they were finally reunited, no longer bound to meet solely in dreams. Chapter 62. The holidays are approaching. Help. The Bloody Baron has gone mad. Peeves the poltergeist burst into the Great Hall, his face a mask of terror. The students, who were enjoying their breakfast, paused to witness this rare spectacle. The sight of Peeves in such distress brought them a sense of delight. The food seemed more appetizing than ever. "Where is she? Where is she?" the Bloody Baron bellowed, stirring a gust of wind. "Baron, calm yourself. What has transpired?" Dumbledore rose to inquire. "Helena has vanished. I cannot find her anywhere." The Bloody Baron's expression was frenzied. Professor Flitwick, upon hearing this, hurried from the staff table towards Cain, with Dumbledore following suit. "It is you. What have you done to Helena?" Baron demanded angrily as he confronted Cain. Unperturbed, Cain leisurely finished the last sip of his milk, for he was in the midst of his growth. "She naturally went to the place she was meant to be." "What do you mean by that, Cain?" Professor Flitwick interjected before Barrow could speak. Could it be that Helena's heart had finally found peace? Dumbledore, privy to the underlying truths, articulated his conjecture directly. Indeed, Cain nodded, affirming Dumbledore's words. "What?" Both Professor Flitwick and the ghostly Barrow exclaimed in unison. While Professor Flitwick appeared more astonished, Barrow's face was a canvas of turmoil. After a moment of silence, Barrow slowly inquired, "Did she leave me any message?" Confronted by Barrow's hopeful gaze, Cain was resolute in his reluctance to ease his suffering. He had marred Helena's entire existence. He did not deserve compassion. "No, in her final moments, she did not mention you." "W what?" Barrow, at that moment, seemed to lose the scant vitality that remained to him as a ghost, standing frozen like a statue. Perhaps for Barrow, the entire world was his testament. With Helena as his sole memento, his singular obsession to become a ghost had dissipated. She still cannot forgive me. She still cannot forgive me. Barrow, utterly heartbroken, wept profusely and floated away in anguish. Unbeknownst to him, the ghosts of Hogwarts had gathered around, and upon noticing Cain's gaze, they dispersed in a panic, as if staying even a second longer would lead to their own redemption by him. Professor Binns, please take your time. Even as a ghost, Professor Binns appeared somewhat cumbersome in his movements. Upon hearing this, he did not look back. He finally remembered how to float, drifting away like a large balloon. Indeed, Cain shook his head, but upon turning, he was startled to find all eyes of the faculty and students fixated upon him, their curious fervor nearly igniting him. Cain is. Gray is one of Ravenclaw's representatives. Professor Flitwick gazed at Cain with a hint of resentment. Phileas, Helena has fulfilled her wishes. Is that not a fortunate outcome for her? Before Cain could respond, Dumbledore began to persuade Professor Flitwick. Flitwick was aware that this was indeed beneficial for Helena, yet understanding did little to assuage his emotional turmoil, as Ms. Gray's presence had permeated his entire tenure at Hogwarts. In the blink of an eye, Christmas approached. Cain had already prepared gifts for his friends. Having grown up together, he knew precisely what they desired. As for others, he intended to gift a warming alchemical trinket to Odette, as England was indeed much colder than France. For the trio of Gryffindor, Cain planned to give each of them a small communication device, which would also serve as an advertisement for the Savior, a twofold benefit. He had even crafted the advertisement. The small communicator, even the Savior endorses it. Act on your impulses. Rush to Diagon Alley's magical shop now. As for the professors, Cain intended to gift Dumbledore several pairs of woolen socks. After all, in other fanfictions, such gifts are customary. The author must conform to the norm. Professor McGonagall would receive an exquisite version of a cat castle, ensuring her enjoyment and comfort. Professor Flitwick would be presented with a compilation of his dueling championships from his youth, a collection he painstakingly assembled. As for Professor Snape, he would receive a bottle of Potter's brand shampoo, accompanied by a bouquet of lilies, delivered anonymously. The gift for Professor Quirrell has also been thoughtfully planned, a silver green scarf, embodying the essence of Slytherin style, to be elegantly wrapped around his head. After all, to navigate life, one must adorn oneself with a touch of green. The gifts for the other professors need not be enumerated. Suffice it to say that Cain has ensured they all receive something. Professor Quirrell, after this class, we shall embark on our holiday tomorrow. Cain paused. I have prepared a Christmas gift for you, and I hope you'll find it to your liking. The term gift momentarily stunned Quirrell, as it seemed a distant concept to him. During his school days, he was quite the charmer, swiftly earning the admiration of both peers and teachers. Yet, he understood that they were merely stepping stones on his ascent to the pinnacle of the magical realm. Perhaps Abbott had once been considered a friend. However, as he grew more formidable, the once noble purebloods began to fear him, to submit to him, to seek his favor. Including Abbott, he seemed never to have received a gift devoid of ulterior motives. Cain was different. I am eagerly anticipating it. Quirrell's tone bore a hint of warmth. Cain almost believed he had glimpsed a fleeting smile on the face of the Quirrell version of the Dark Lord. Hello, Hagrid, do you require assistance? Cain had just exited Quirrell's presence when he spotted Hagrid maneuvering a colossal spruce tree towards the Great Hall. Cain, this is no trouble at all. Hagrid beckoned Cain to accompany him into the hall, which had been splendidly adorned. Cain, following closely behind Hagrid, Harry and Ron pulled Cain aside. Do you know who Nicholas Flamel is? Both wore expressions of eager anticipation. I don't know, what's the matter? Cain preferred to avoid entangling himself in trivial matters and thought it prudent to find them something to occupy their time during the Christmas break. Oh, very well. The two boys appeared crestfallen, like wilted eggplants. Well, you see, the three of us managed to extract some information from Hagrid the other day. He inadvertently revealed that what is guarded by the three-headed dog is related to Nicholas Flamel. Harry whispered conspiratorially in Cain's ear. This is indeed a significant breakthrough. The information we previously gleaned indicated that the owner of Vault 713 hails from France. I believe you can investigate this from the perspective of French wizards. Cain, acting in place of the Slytherin detective team, shared their prior findings with Harry. The rest could be left to the Gryffindor trio to uncover. Chapter 63, Matters of the Christmas Holiday. The Burrow. Very well, if you agree, then it is settled. Cain closed the contract and raised his gaze to meet the eyes of Ox. Since the last incident involving the transfer of the criminal, the offender met an unexpected demise. Under the pressure from the Rowell and Burstead families, he was dismissed from the Ministry of Magic. Cain had already intended to enhance the security at the Muggle cottage, and this seemed quite fortuitous. What? You claim that it was Cain's actions that led to the dismissal of the offender? Do you possess any evidence, pray tell? A legal warning. None. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. The turmoil within the offender's belly surged with excitement. After his dismissal, he had been troubled by concerns regarding his future livelihood, and he never anticipated that Cain would so swiftly offer him a job opportunity. Reflecting on how Cain had been just a frail infant years prior, now capable of providing shelter and protection for others, he was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. Your task is to diligently ensure security and strengthen our protective measures. Cain gulped down a bowl of soup, and the offender straightened his back a notch. Boss, do you have any specific requirements for the security personnel? The offender inquired cautiously. Cain had grown weary of correcting everyone regarding their address of him as boss. Ever since Gemma had innovatively referred to him as such, it had spread like wildfire, a truly remarkable phenomenon. Competence and high professional ethics were paramount. Blood purity was not a necessity. Cain considered that expanding the range of security personnel was essential, with strength being the foremost criterion. Half-bloods and Muggle-borns surely possessed potential and should not be confined to pure-bloods alone. The offender nodded, appearing to grasp the concept. Satisfied with his response, Cain urged him, "Hurry home to celebrate Christmas. Greffy is undoubtedly waiting for you. By the way, go and speak with Bob to request an advance on a month's salary." The large man was nearly moved to tears by such generosity. What a benevolent employer. This was a first in his life. The Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, paled in comparison to Cain. He was determined to excel in this promising security role, ensuring that his employer had no cause for concern. "Thank you, boss. Moreover, it's not just Greffy waiting for me at home. Our 2 children are eagerly anticipating my return." The joy of being a husband and father radiated from the offender's face. "Ah, displaying affection again. You already have 2 children," Cain remarked, feeling the atmosphere shift. A boss who neglects to care for his subordinates is not a commendable leader. "My son is 8, and my daughter is 5. If they grow up to have a boss like you, I shall be thoroughly content," the offender expressed with heartfelt sincerity. "Haha, then please request an additional 20 galleons from Bob. Consider it a Christmas gift for the children." Cain simply wished to present gifts to the children he had yet to meet, devoid of any ulterior motives. Bob stared vacantly at the two, bemused by their cheerful exchange. Could it be that he was right beside them? Perhaps sensing Bob's silent resentment, Cain turned his gaze, acknowledging Bob's efforts. "Your bonus will be doubled." "Wise decision, boss." Bob quickly pivoted, seamlessly joining the flattery brigade. "Now let us all return home. Please convey my best wishes for a Merry Christmas to your families." Cain was eagerly anticipating returning home to celebrate Christmas with his family. "Dora," Cain snapped his fingers, and with a crack, the house elf Dora appeared in a flash of light. "Take me back." Dora tugged at the hem of Cain's garment, and with another crack, they vanished. "Cain, come quickly," Narcissa beckoned him, having prepared a sumptuous feast alongside the house elf. "We've been waiting for you. By the way, I truly adored the gift you sent me." Draco gestured for Cain to sit beside him. Cain shook his head, chuckling softly. It seemed that anything related to dragons was sure to delight Draco. Someday, he vowed to gift Draco a real dragon. The Malfoy family had chosen not to invite anyone for this Christmas, wishing instead to enjoy the holiday solely with their loved ones. Outside, the winds howled fiercely, and snowflakes danced through the air, yet within the warm embrace of their home. Laughter and joy filled the atmosphere, creating a spring-like warmth. Cain's heart felt as though it were steeped in a soothing warmth. In the chamber adjacent to the Hogwarts library. "So, Harry, you've returned," said Dumbledore, his voice laced with mirth. Harry felt as if he had been struck by a freezing charm, his body stiffening as he turned his head. "I didn't see you, sir. Quite peculiar, isn't it? Even while invisible, you've managed to become nearsighted," Dumbledore quipped, having anonymously gifted Harry the invisibility cloak for Christmas, all while sharing a light-hearted jest. "It appears you've discovered the allure of the Mirror of Erist." "I don't know, sir. I saw my family in the mirror," Harry stammered. "Allow me to elucidate. The Mirror of Erist allows one to see what they most desire. Only the happiest person in the world can use it as a mere mirror," Dumbledore explained, gazing at Harry with a contemplative silence. "So, what I beheld was merely a reflection of my innermost yearnings?" Harry inquired eagerly. "Harry, one cannot dwell in illusion forever. One must eventually confront reality, mustn't they?" Dumbledore spoke earnestly. Harry pondered his words. "Very well, you should go and enjoy the Christmas holiday with your friends," Dumbledore continued. "The mirror will be relocated tomorrow, and I hope you will refrain from seeking it again, Harry." Rising to his feet, Harry asked Professor Dumbledore, May I inquire what you saw when you look in the mirror? Dumbledore hesitated briefly before smiling. I saw a pair of thick woolen socks, forever in insufficient supply. Dumbledore deftly deflected the question and sent Harry on his way. In the tranquil room, Dumbledore remained alone for a moment, his azure eyes glistening with unshed tears. In the depths of the forbidden forest, a stunning creature with snow-white fur and majestic horns lay silently on the ground, its neck oozing blue blood. "Well done, my dear," Quirrell murmured, shrouded in his dark robes, standing beside the lifeless figure of a vacant-eyed Odette. During this Christmas holiday, Audrey chose not to return to France, instead enrolling on the school roster for unknown reasons, finding herself beside Chilo. "Enough with the chatter. Drink while it's warm," urged a hoarse voice. Chilo's body had weakened considerably due to Voldemort's presence. He desperately required the blood of a unicorn to sustain his life. "Yes, master," Chilo replied, not daring to delay, and immediately bent down to drink. The moonlight illuminated the pure white unicorn, rendering it even more sacred. Tragically, the unicorn sensed its life gradually ebbing away while still conscious, letting out a final cry in a desperate attempt to warn its companions of impending danger. "Master, I feel much better." Chilo knelt reverently, speaking. He had initially thought his master would summon Bellatrix Lestrange for assistance, but to his surprise, a young girl had arrived, revealing formidable strength. At that moment, Chilo, adorned with the Christmas gift from Cain, began to reflect after regaining his vitality. He shall not easily deceive the unicorn. Moreover, do not address him as Lestrange. Chilo felt somewhat perplexed but dared not inquire further. He sensed that his master's tone regarding Lestrange, or rather Cain, was unusually distinct. A heavy snowfall blanketed the land, concealing both sin and beauty, leaving only a pure white expanse of snow. Chapter 64, Professor Binns' Dilemma. "Mr. Lestrange, please hold on a moment." After the History of Magic class concluded, Professor Binns called out to Cain. Slightly disoriented, Cain quickly regained his composure and followed Professor Binns to his office. The decor seemed somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it resembled the somber style of Professor Babbage. Really, how remarkable for Hogwarts to possess such a niche aesthetic. Attracting two like-minded individuals, it truly is a gathering of brilliance. "Professor, you summoned me for what purpose?" "Surely, it cannot be regarding my napping during class. Others do it too, and the law does not punish the many. Since becoming a ghost, I have forgotten much. Even the instincts of Spectre often elude me." Professor Binns began to ramble. Cain was left standing, listening to the professor recount tales of the past. Could we not at least allow him to sit while he speaks? Yet, a woman's face continually flashed in his mind, wailing in torment. He could not recall her identity, but her presence had tormented him for centuries. Professor Binns moved to an inconspicuous corner and beckoned Cain closer. "Open it." He gestured for Cain to open a drawer. Inside lay a deeply hued, triangular crystal. "What is this?" Cain looked at Professor Binns. "I do not know, but my soul seems to resist approaching it." Cain picked it up for a closer inspection, noticing a fleeting glimmer across the dark crystal surface. Could this be some form of token? Cain ventured a bold hypothesis. "I do not know, but I suspect it may have been left for me by the woman haunting my thoughts," Professor Binns replied, appearing lost in a reverie. Cain found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Knowing nothing, what does he intend to do? "I am aware that you have unraveled Helena's heartache and salvaged her soul." The indifferent, labored voice of Professor Binns resonated. "I wish to request a favor from you. Assist me in locating that woman. I yearn to comprehend the nature of my connection to her." Professor Binns gestured towards the triangular crystal, signaling Cain to take it away. "Very well, Professor. I shall remain vigilant. However, you must understand, the clues are scarce, and I cannot ascertain when I might find this woman," Cain cautioned. "No matter. I have endured centuries of mental torment. I am indifferent to the passage of additional time." As Cain emerged from Professor Binns' office, he encountered the trio from Gryffindor. "What brings you here?" Cain inquired casually. "We saw you summoned by Professor Binns and decided to wait for you. Is everything all right?" Cain pondered whether it pertained to the Philosopher's Stone. Perhaps the trio had made progress. "Let us find a secluded spot to converse." Under Cain's influence, the trio had at least learned to refrain from conspiring loudly in public. "We have discovered the identity of Nicodemus. He once collaborated with Dumbledore to unveil 12 uses for dragon's blood," Harry exclaimed eagerly. "Most importantly, he is the creator of the Philosopher's Stone," Hermione added. Ron, having heard both of them finish their statements, could only nod in agreement, affirming their sentiments echoed his own thoughts. Furthermore, after the recent Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, I secretly followed Snape and witnessed him threatening Professor Quirrell, cautioning him not to oppose him. Harry felt an inexplicable thrill. Thus, Snape seeks to glean information from Quirrell regarding how to traverse past Fluffy, the three-headed dog. Snape intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone. The trio from Gryffindor lowered their voices to articulate their final conclusion. Quite plausible. Cain raised an eyebrow, even as the man with the script. He refrained from directly presenting the answer to the trio. It was unnecessary. Henceforth, I shall closely observe Professor Snape's actions. You three keep an eye on Professor Quirrell to prevent him from succumbing to Snape's intimidation. The trio nodded in agreement with Cain's proposal. Recognizing that he was not an ordinary Slytherin, he genuinely prioritized the greater good. Cain, are you aware of the happenings surrounding the Chosen One? You know, professors have a duty to attend to their students' mental well-being. I have encountered him numerous times recently, and he always inexplicably smiles at me, Quirrell said, his face pale, tentatively inquiring of Cain. Cain found himself both amused and exasperated. The situation between Harry and Quirrell resembled an absurd exchange of misunderstandings. Harry wished to convey his support through his smile, refusing to bow to Snape's malevolence. Conversely, Quirrell perceived Harry's behavior as peculiar. Had he uncovered something? After all, Quirrell had indeed transformed significantly since his initial arrival at the school. His complexion grew increasingly pale, and his frame became more emaciated. Cain understood that this was due to Voldemort's presence, draining Quirrell's life force. Logically, Quirrell and Voldemort had already set their sights on the unicorns. Cain had long pondered when the Dark Lord would enlist his assistance in hunting unicorns. After all, the lessons were not without purpose. However, the Christmas holiday had long since ended, and the Dark Lord had yet to mention the matter. Yet Quirrell's gauntness and pallor were undeniably evident, which was rather peculiar. Nonetheless, it was perhaps for the best that he was not summoned, sparing him from the taint of unicorn blood. It is well known that one who is stained by the pure blood of a unicorn would be cursed. Harry had recently triumphed in a Quidditch match and was in high spirits, greeting everyone with a smile that seemed almost unsettling. Cain concocted an excuse. Was it so? Quirrell, the Dark Lord's avatar, appeared skeptical. Why did Harry Potter resemble a fool, grinning widely upon seeing him? One's spirits are often lifted by joyful occasions. After all, Cain awkwardly deflected the inquiry. Having barely managed to appease Voldemort, Cain had no desire to return home so soon and made his way to the Ravenclaw common room. Professor, do you know what this is? Cain produced a crystal he had obtained from Professor Binns. Ravenclaw instructed Cain to rotate the crystal from various angles, examining it closely. This appears to be a seal, and it is relatively recent to our time, Ravenclaw asserted confidently. In our era, as you are aware, witch hunts were rampant. Those in the church would employ such seals to prevent the souls of the deceased from seeking vengeance. In that instant, Cain felt an overwhelming urge to cast the dark crystal away. Did it contain the soul of a woman? However, such seals were typically crimson, while this one was obsidian. The specifics, you shall explore on your own. That is where the true intrigue lies. Ravenclaw gestured for Cain to leave, indicating he should not disturb Helena's rest. Very well. With a daughter, one need not a pupil, he huffed, not admitting that he had felt a pang of jealousy. Odette, where are you headed? Upon arriving in the common room, Cain noticed Odette preparing to leave, despite the late hour. Just out for a bit, she replied, momentarily dazed before realizing Cain was before her. Are you all right? Cain sensed that Odette had been somewhat off lately, distracted. I'm fine, just needed some fresh air, she said softly, shaking her head. All right then, off you go. Cain thought it best not to pry, assuming she had personal matters to attend to. Odette remained silent and walked straight out. Chapter 65, Trogon versus Norbert. Boss, the sales of the small communicator have stabilized. I believe we can strategically plan to enter the international market. After finally catching the boss after class, Bob seized the opportunity to report to Cain on the sales status of the communicator. What kind of workplace has a boss who is merely a first-year student? It turns out it was that unfortunate Bob. This is not urgent. The current production capacity of the alchemists we are hiring cannot sustain the international market. Cain intends to assess the local demand in France upon arrival before gradually expanding the business circle throughout Europe. After all, one cannot devour an entire whale in one bite. Boss, I think you need to keep an eye on AUX, Bob gently reminded Cain at the end of his report. What's the matter? Cain inquired, having entrusted the task of expanding security forces to AUX without further concern. He believed that AUX's years of experience as an Auror were not to be taken lightly. Perhaps the composition of the security team was a tad too complex, Bob tactfully suggested. I'm aware of this, Cain replied, having explicitly instructed AUX not to be constrained by pure blood lineage. Bob sent a string of ellipses, conceding, all right, you are the boss, you call the shots. Just then, the door to the lounge burst open, and Draco entered with an air of excitement. You won't believe what I discovered. What? Cain asked, closing his communicator and turning to the unusually elated Draco. "I saw a dragon," Draco exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. Cain was taken aback. Could it be that Draco had spotted a dragon at Hagrid's? "Where did you see it?" "At Hagrid's hut. I secretly followed Potter and the others and saw it," Draco explained, fixing his tousled hair into a slick-back style. "Why did you feel the need to follow them secretly?" Cain questioned, somewhat exasperated, noting that they could be considered ordinary friends by now. "I saw them sneaking around and instinctively followed," Draco realized, acknowledging that he could have approached them openly. Cain shook his head. Perhaps this was a unique understanding that existed only between sworn rivals, even one that the original world recognized. "Has the dragon Hagrid is raising hatched yet?" "Not yet. I saw a dark dragon egg through the window," Draco replied, rubbing his hands together, eager to seize it at once. Just then, Harry sent Cain a message. "Was Draco following us to Hagrid's hut?" "Yes, he happened to see you when he passed by." Cain responded, pausing for a moment. "Is there really a dragon egg at Hagrid's?" "Yes, it's about to hatch." Harry hesitated, aware that Hagrid's private dragon keeping was illegal, and the fewer people who knew, the safer it would be. However, considering Draco may have already seen the egg, he chose not to conceal it from Cain any longer. "But you must keep this confidential, or Hagrid might get into trouble," Harry urged. "Rest assured, Draco and I will keep it secret," Cain assured him. "Draco is particularly fond of dragons. Could he notify us when it hatches?" Cain did not wish to dampen Draco's enthusiasm. "Absolutely," Harry readily agreed. "See?" Cain promptly shared his chat history with Harry in front of Draco. "I shall inquire with Hagrid about the anticipated hatching of the dragon, ideally by tomorrow." Draco, brimming with impatience, turned to grab his small communicator to pester Harry. Cain shook his head, allowing Draco to proceed. "Draco, come along," Cain beckoned, as Harry had just messaged to inform that the dragon egg was about to hatch. "Theodore, would you care to join us?" Theodore, though on amicable terms with Draco, often maintained a certain distance from others, typically preferring solitude like a lone wolf. "Is that feasible?" Theodore cast a casual glance in their direction. "What could possibly be inconvenient?" "Let us hasten, lest we miss the dragon's emergence," Draco urged insistently. "It seems you are quite eager to meet your sibling." A hint of amusement danced in Theodore's deep blue eyes. "Theodore," Draco exclaimed, chasing after him. Cain shook his head, leisurely trailing behind the two as they made their way to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. "You've arrived just in time," Hagrid greeted enthusiastically as he spotted Cain. But his expression momentarily faltered upon noticing Theodore, a stranger to him. "Fear not, Hagrid. We shall keep your secret," Cain reassured him, understanding Hagrid's apprehension. "Very well. Please come in," Hagrid said, rubbing his hands together, somewhat bashful. He instinctively harbored a degree of wariness towards Slytherins, yet he was willing to trust Cain, whom he regarded as a good lad. The small cottage felt a tad cramped due to their presence. With doors and windows firmly shut, the temperature began to rise. Cain quickly cast a cooling charm for himself and Theodore. Draco, undeterred by such matters, eagerly joined the throng gathered around the dragon egg. "You need to shift over there," Draco insisted, unceremoniously displacing Ron to secure an optimal viewing position. "Why?" Ron began to protest, but was interrupted by Hermione. "Sure, the dragon egg is cracking." Ron had no choice but to abandon his thoughts of confrontation, his gaze fixated on the egg. Whenever these two stood side by side, mischief was invariably afoot. With a series of sharp scraping sounds, the dark shell of the dragon egg began to fissure, and soon multiple cracks emerged, revealing a wrinkled, jet-black dragon with spiky wings. It possessed a long snout, bumpy horns atop its head, and bulging orange eyes. "Goodness, it is utterly adorable." Draco clasped his hands to his chest, feeling utterly smitten by the little dragon before him. Its sneeze was simply charming. The newly hatched dragon, upon noticing the gathering of bipeds around it, sneezed and emitted a few sparks of fire. "Mother is here," Hagrid exclaimed, his maternal instincts surging as he prepared to offer a nourishing potion. "Let me have a go." Draco interjected eagerly, wanting to feed the enchanting creature. "Here you are," Hagrid, sensing Draco's fondness for dragons, readily handed him the bucket with great enthusiasm. In this moment, it truly was a case of a little dragon nurturing another little dragon. The two dragons expressed mutual satisfaction with each other's presence. "Hagrid, have you considered the growth rate of this Norwegian Ridgeback?" Cain, seated in a chair, rested his chin on his hand while observing Hagrid. "Oh, I had thought of that. It has just been born. Without me, it would surely perish." The maternal figure, Hagrid, could hardly bear to imagine the plight of the newly hatched dragon if separated from him. "Hagrid, Cain's concerns are valid. We must devise a plan to send it away," Hermione remarked, fully understanding Cain's apprehensions. "Cain, let us allow Norbert to remain here," Draco insisted, clutching the little dragon tightly. Be quiet. Cain directed this remark at the newborn dragon, which had just attempted to nip at Draco. The little creature promptly shut its mouth, first casting a timid glance at Cain. Then, under the gaze of the onlookers, rolled over and presented its belly to Cain in a display of submission. Everyone was astonished. Was this creature truly a dragon and not some small puppy? Hagrid and Draco were utterly enchanted by the little one's antics. Norbert, such a good boy. You are truly adorable, Draco exclaimed. Indeed, it is quite endearing, Hagrid concurred. However, it has a name, Norbert. The two exchanged glances, each eager to claim the right to name the little creature. Norbert, Norbert. Chapter 66, Visitors from Home. Cain, I need to speak with you, Odette said, her face pale and her demeanor urgent as she grasped Cain's arm. At that moment, Cain had just exited Professor Flitwick's office after completing a makeup class and was surprised to encounter Odette. What has happened? Cain inquired. Odette, typically composed, now appeared troubled. This is not the place to discuss it. Odette led Cain to the Forbidden Forest. Suddenly, she lunged at him. Fortunately, Cain had been training in practical spell casting and swiftly sidestepped her attack. You are not Odette. Who are you? Cain retreated a few steps, drawing his wand and confronting her. Petri Ficus Totalis. Odette wasted no words and continued her assault on Cain. With a flick of his wrist, he deflected the spell she cast. Then, with another wave of his wand, the surrounding vines sprang to life, ensnaring Odette. Disarm. Bind her swiftly, seizing the opportunity as she evaded. Cain knocked her wand from her grasp and bound her with the vines. Reflecting on a recent encounter, Cain found it peculiar. Odette seemed less intent on causing him harm, employing mostly binding spells. Are you a saint? Cain pondered for a moment, a plausible hypothesis forming in his mind. I offer you a chance to confess. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. The ring on Cain's hand concealed a truth serum, ensuring she would divulge the truth. You managed to defeat me, Odette murmured, her eyes somewhat dazed as she spoke. Cain secretly rolled his eyes, for this was not the first occurrence, and he had yet to grow accustomed to it. Though this Odalise was not the same as the previous one, it mattered little. They were merely defeated foes. I imagine that during your language studies, your teacher must have been quite exasperated. The person bound before him exhibited a dismal comprehension, utterly failing to grasp the essence of the matter. Her responses flitted aimlessly, leaving her instructor undoubtedly frustrated. Cain retrieved the truth serum from his ring, resolving to conclude matters swiftly, lest there be other accomplices of the saints lurking in the Forbidden Forest. Just as Cain positioned the serum by Odalise's lips, a round of applause erupted. Clapping echoed around him. Cain, wand in hand, swiftly turned to face the source of the sound. A woman and a man emerged into view. The leading witch, her hair a cascade of silver, exuded an air of elegance with each gesture. Following her was a wizard, his flushed face framed by a mix of black and white hair, gazing at Cain with astonishment. Such keen battle prowess. The leading witch praised him as if he were a mere child. A trace of irritation flickered within Cain. Did they truly perceive him as a juvenile? You two are saints as well? What brings you here? Cain tightened his grip on his wand, contemplating whether he could escape unscathed from their impending assault. The pair before him possessed an aura reminiscent of the professors he had encountered. They shared a notable trait, prodigious magical power and extensive combat skills. We have come for you. The witch's demeanor indicated her seriousness. What is your relationship with Odalise? Cain pondered if Odalise had mentioned him to this witch in the past. She's my great-granddaughter. What? Cain was genuinely taken aback. It was well known that Odalise bore the surname Rosiel, and the age of the witch before him inevitably conjured thoughts of her true identity. Vita Rosiel, the first lieutenant of the Dark Lord, who had once swept across Europe with her saintly organization, the true second-in-command. Predecessor. Cain understood well that those who recognized the changing times were truly wise, and he offered a respectful bow. You certainly do not resemble a student molded by Dumbledore. Vita's head tilted slightly, a smile gracing her lips. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Since Christmas, Odalise has not been in contact with us, and I fear something may have befallen her. It was under her guidance that Odalise had come to Hogwarts. She would never allow her elder brother's sole descendant to come to harm. What? In an instant, Cain recalled Odalise's frequent disorientation and the heavy dark circles beneath her eyes that he had observed in recent encounters. It now appeared that her symptoms aligned closely with those afflicted by the soul-binding curse. It seems you know something, Vita remarked, her keen intuition piqued by Cain's reaction. If I am not mistaken, she may have fallen victim to the soul-binding curse. Cain hesitated before speaking. What? Who would dare to cast such a curse on young Odalise? Could it be Dumbledore? The flushed-faced wizard, brimming with fury, was ready to confront Dumbledore. Joseph, calm down. Even though Dumbledore may be detestable, he at least possesses a moral compass. As the saying goes, your adversary often knows you best. Beta, having engaged with Dumbledore on numerous occasions, is well aware that he would never stoop to such depths. Cain, if I may address you as such. Vita first silenced Joseph before turning to Cain with a gentle gaze. I believe it would be prudent for us to converse elsewhere. I wonder if you would dare to accompany me? I have a question I would like to pose to you. Cain felt an overwhelming urge to voice his concern, instinctively sensing that Rogier and his companions were not merely here for Odette. If you're capable of entering the school, why not directly seek out Odette? It seems that without an answer to this inquiry, you have no intention of accompanying us. Vita crossed her arms, her demeanor languid. Then let me be forthright. You are our primary target. How does that satisfy you? The revelation was both anticipated and surprising, leaving Cain momentarily bewildered. What on earth was happening? Setting aside the fact that he still bore the name of the Lestrange family and had yet to reclaim his true surname, Slytherin, he was ostensibly just a first-year student. It hardly warranted the deputy of the saints to seek him out personally. If you wish to know more, then come with me. Vita waved her wand, releasing Odette from her bindings. Paul, upon your return, double your training. You should not be bested by a mere first year. Joseph wore an expression of disgrace, as if he had embarrassed himself before the entire nation. Odette's form began to morph like rubber, and soon, a freckled youth materialized before them. Quickly, put on some clothing. Do you not find this repulsive? Paul looked quite aggrieved. Was Lestrange truly just a proper first year? As long as one's eyesight is intact, it is evident that Cain's prowess far exceeds that of an average adult wizard. What of Odette? Isn't she your great-granddaughter? It seems that all attention is now directed towards him. The fact that you can still encounter her indicates that she is not in immediate peril. She acted on her own accord, unaware of the traps laid for her. Perhaps it is time she learned a lesson. Vita analyzed the situation rationally at that moment. No wonder she was the right hand of the first Dark Lord. She was ruthless both to herself and to others. How else could she have forged such a formidable reputation across Europe? Let's proceed. Vita extended her hand, signaling for Cain to grasp it. Chapter 67. Trouble. This was a room exuding quintessential French elegance, adorned with luxurious decor. Having grown accustomed to British desserts, why not indulge in a change of flavor and sample French pastries? Although Vita framed it as a question, she promptly presented an array of delicacies including French millefeuille, shell cakes, caramel pudding, and apple tarts, accompanied by a large pot of the customary British black tea. Thank you, Ms. Rogier. Cain, unable to refuse her hospitality, sampled each treat. They were delightful. While Cain typically did not have a penchant for sweets, he found the desserts before him to be exceedingly pleasing. Regrettably, there was no one here capable of crafting an authentic Zahar-torta. He longed for the rich flavor of chocolate and almond. Vita took a delicate sip of her black tea, reminiscing about the sweet taste of the wine from beneath the snowy mountains. Cain observed the somewhat melancholic figure of Lady Rogier, sensing that her nostalgia was not for desserts, but for a dearly departed soul. Outside the window, the sun shone brightly, accompanied by the melodious chirping of orioles and swallows. Cain sat quietly busy de Vita, savoring the rare and splendid spring sunshine. Vita, I consumed quite a bit of tea. You should confront that young man without delay, Joseph remarked, feeling uncomfortably full and restless. Vita cast an irritable glance at Joseph, dismissing him as an unappreciative oaf. Paul, please take your post outside, Lady Rogier instructed, sending Paul to stand guard. Lady Rogier, you previously mentioned that your initial aim was me. Does this imply that Odette was sent to Hogwarts under your direction? Cain, initially believing that Odette had come to Hogwarts due to her deceased fiancé, now realized there were other motivations at play. It was I who brought Odette to Hogwarts. As for the reason, it pertains to a prophecy. Vita scrutinized Cain, her deep azure eyes revealing a hint of scrutiny. Could it be related to me? Cain found himself perplexed by Lady Rogier's judgment. What did it matter? He had no intention of becoming the future son-in-law of the Rogier family. My leader once glimpsed the threads of destiny and crafted a prophecy concerning the child of destiny. The child of destiny is born at the end of March, a descendant of Slytherin, and his arrival will alter the existing fabric of the wizarding world. Vita fixed her gaze intently upon Cain. Although Cain appeared outwardly calm, a tempest of thoughts raged within him. Every traveler through time becomes a harbinger of change. Was it finally his turn? He envisioned countless predecessors standing on the shores of success, beckoning to him. Calm down. Let us return to the topic at hand. The prophecy described by Lady Rogier seemed custom-tailored for Cain, aligning with all the stringent criteria. Yet, Who could have known that he simply wished to eradicate the Dark Lord and then enjoy a tranquil retirement? He had no desire to be some child of destiny. Could this prophecy be returned? I believe you've made an error. My surname is Lestrange, Cain replied, feigning innocence, as if the prophecy had nothing to do with him. Is that so? Lady Rogier ceased her attempts to persuade Cain, taking a sip of her tea. Cain was taken aback by how easily he seemed to have evaded her scrutiny, momentarily at a loss. He didn't believe the saint would relinquish their pursuit so readily. Surely they had some grand scheme in mind. However, there is a task in which I may need your assistance. Is it Odette? Indeed. I need to take Odette to a portrait of a little girl holding a sunflower on the second floor. Vita noticed Cain raise an eyebrow, and an inkling of understanding dawned upon her. Has Odette already taken you there? During our nocturnal escapade, we nearly got caught and had to hide there. Cain sheepishly rubbed his nose, recalling the awkwardness of being caught dancing in front of parents. Very well, this spares me the need for excessive discourse. You will escort Odavi to the secret passage, and I shall be there to assist you. However, should Odavi vanish, Dumbledore will undoubtedly grow suspicious. Cain retorted, gazing at Lady Rogier. I am aware, hence I shall personally visit Hogwarts to meet with an old acquaintance. Vita did not conceal her intentions from Cain. I must respectfully disagree. Allowing a second-in-command of the Saints to enter Hogwarts is utterly reckless. What did you say? Joseph erupted, rising from the table and pointing his wand to Cain. You could also opt for a passive approach to escort Odavi. Should Cain refuse? Joseph intended to let him experience the effects of the soul curse. Joseph leave. Vita forcefully expelled Joseph from the room. Pay him no mind. He is accustomed to resolving issues through brute force. Vita explained on Joseph's behalf. I understand. Cain acknowledged her words. Understand your lineage. Joseph, you shall wait and see. The tides are not in your favor, so let us see what the future holds. I recognize your concerns, yet I merely wish to investigate Odavi's abduction. Until the last moment, Vita had no intention of resorting to violence. Upon hearing this, Cain was even less inclined to agree. The matter of Odavi's abduction is likely intertwined with Voldemort's machinations. Should the Saints discover his existence, Hogwarts could swiftly transform into a gathering for the Dark Organization. Cain remained silent, still unwilling to respond. Very well. Perhaps you recall when you were falsely accused of murdering a classmate. It was Odavi who aided you. Lady Rogier revealed her trump card. Alas, why does Odavi divulge everything to her parents? A once-doted child is not to be trifled with. Cain had previously suspected that the crystal ball incident was linked to the Saints, and now it had been solidified. Considering there were still 2 individuals outside, Cain could not guarantee his safe retreat amidst an assault from the Saints. Hence, I detest being indebted to others. Alas, if Hogwarts were to fall, Dumbledore would be there to bear the brunt. What concern is it of a first-year student? Very well. However, you must promise not to entangle me in the vortex of this affair. Although Cain sensed impending trouble, he still endeavored to extricate himself. I assure you. Vita nodded in agreement. But should matters spiral out of control, it shall no longer be her concern. Cain felt a sense of exasperation. Lady Rogier showed no hesitation, which only deepened Cain's skepticism regarding her assurances. Is this truly where Odavi resides? At that moment, Vita had consumed the polyjuice potion, transforming into Odavi's likeness. Be discreet. Who would ever refer to themselves by their name? Cain led Vita into the Slytherin common room, whispering a caution. Very well, there lies your dormitory. I shall take my leave. And do not forget, we have made an agreement. You cannot harm any Slytherin student. Cain pointed towards Odavi's dormitory, reiterating his warning to Lady Rogier. Vita did not reveal Cain's subtle intentions as she gracefully arrived at Odave's dormitory. This girl still maintained the habit of journaling, just as she did in her childhood. Flipping to a certain page, Vita couldn't help but pause. Chapter 68. Today, I have summoned you all to discuss an important matter. Cain called a few companions from Slytherin to the dormitory. I am preparing to establish a society of my own. I want to join. Cain had barely begun when Pansy raised her hand high. She thought to herself that Cain should have done this long ago. Moreover, she glanced around and noticed Odave was absent. This made it even more perfect. I wish to join as well. This was Theodore, his deep blue eyes coolly surveying Pansy. He was taken aback that Pansy had beaten him to it. Count me in. This was Blaise. Of course, I cannot be left out. This was Gemma. I am the first to join. You all follow behind me. Draco quickly stepped forward, emphasizing his status as Cain's most favored disciple. Everyone, please stop. Cain rubbed his temples and spoke to halt the chatter. This society will operate independently of Slytherin. Should you choose to join, I will subject you to rigorous practical training in spells. Furthermore, Upon joining, you must keep all significant matters within the society confidential and adhere to its regulations. I hope you will consider this seriously. You still have the opportunity to withdraw. The events concerning Dave had awakened Cain. He had been overly trusting of Hogwarts. He had always believed that as long as his friends were at Hogwarts, they would be safe. Cain realized he could not constantly monitor their safety. He needed to find ways to enhance their abilities. I will not regret this. Theodore finally achieved his wish, securing the first position. So will I, me too. The group showed little hesitation. It was no joke. They were well aware of the capabilities of their childhood friends. Although their first year had not yet concluded, they increasingly felt that Cain's strength had far surpassed theirs. In the face of the monstrous Cain, they felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, unable to catch up. Now that Cain had proactively offered them an opportunity, none would dare to decline. Slytherin was adept at seizing the moment. Why say almost? Because Pansy hesitated. Her family's expectations of her were quite low. Graduate smoothly, marry into a pure-blood family, and ensure the continuation of the Parkinson lineage. Naturally, marrying into a prominent pure-blood family like the Malfoys would be ideal. Her mother had previously advised her to maintain a good relationship with Draco. However, Pansy stole a glance at Cain. Forgive me, mother, but it's Cain's striking handsomeness that I cannot resist. His charm is simply irresistible. Sisters, who understands? A little training. Let's seize the opportunity. All right, since you all agree, let's sign the contract. Cain produced a piece of parchment, clearly detailing the rules of the society, along with the responsibilities and obligations of its members. This contract has been personally supervised by Ravenclaw and is adorned with formidable secrecy and binding enchantments. What shall we name our society? Cain inquired, observing that everyone had completed signing the confidentiality agreement. He was genuinely grappling with a dilemma regarding the naming, feeling somewhat perplexed. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to relinquish this honorable and significant task to Draco and the others. The Super Invincible Universe Tyrannosaurus Rex Society. Draco had secretly concocted this name long ago. The others exchanged glances with Draco, their expressions tinged with incredulity. Such a name was truly unbearable. The Pure Blood Society. Pansy observed the attendees and had a sudden epiphany. Let's change that. Cain promptly dismissed the suggestion, having noticed the change in Gemma's demeanor beside him. Furthermore, Cain had never intended for the society to become a pure-blood oligarchy. All the heroes shall fall under my domain. That was Cain's ultimate aspiration. Theodore's eyes glinted. He was not surprised by Cain's stance on non-pure-blood wizards. How about the Armed Society? Blaise flirtatiously tossed his hair and shot a wink at Pansy. Creep, keep your distance. Pansy retorted, rolling her eyes with little grace. A lovesick woman, TSK. Blaise was quite adept at dancing around Pansy's pet peeves. All right, let us return to the matter at hand. Cain interrupted their banter, casting an expectant glance at Theodore. We are Slytherin, honor above all. Let's name ourselves H.A. All for glory, Theodore proposed after a moment of reflection. A smile crept across Cain's lips. Theodore's suggestion resonated with his own thoughts. The others expressed their approval, nodding in agreement. Excellent. We shall henceforth be known as H.A. Cain declared decisively, inscribing the society's name onto the contract. Draco, witnessing the demise of the Tyrannosaurus Rex Society, visibly displayed his disappointment. All right, Draco, go retrieve the items, Cain said, nonchalantly ruffling Draco's slick back hair. A bit greasy, I must say. Reluctantly, Draco approached Cain's bedside and produced a deep brown, intricately carved wooden box. One for each of us. Cain gestured for everyone to come forward. Inside the box lay several circular silver badges, each the size of a galleon. The base of the badges depicted a black lake, symbolizing a mire. A silvery green serpent coiled above it, clutching a wand, with a trophy entwined in its tail. We emerge from the mire. We thirst for power. We pursue honor. We are Slytherin. This is the emblem of our society. When you channel your magic, I will instantly sense your location. Naturally, the badges can also transmit messages. Cain had a further advantage to reveal. He informed them that the badge also served as a powerful defensive alchemical item. In times of extreme peril, the defense would automatically activate and send a distress signal to Cain. Where shall we conduct our training? Pansy inquired. If I am not mistaken, it should be in the 8th floor room of requirement, Gemma suggested, casting a questioning look at her superior. Additionally, my esteemed employer, could you grant Cassandra an opportunity to join the society? These two individuals are indeed inseparable, akin to two sides of the same coin. Are they not aware that a modicum of social distance is essential between individuals? It is impractical to leave no secrets concealed. Henceforth, any prospective member wishing to join the society must be recommended by a current member and secure the approval of more than 2/3 of the existing members. Naturally, I possess a veto power. Theodore shall oversee the vetting of candidates, with the final results reported to me. Although Theodore is somewhat reticent, his ability to perceive the intricacies of human nature is unparalleled among his peers. Every Friday evening, training will be held in the 8th floor room of requests. An absence without just cause is unacceptable. Draco will be responsible for convening the members, while Gemma will oversee the foundational training. With a wave of his hand, Cain delegated responsibilities accordingly. I had anticipated the presence of the Gryffindor trio. Blaise, though appearing languid, had a glimmer of intrigue in his brown eyes. Cain hesitated momentarily. Surely not. Dumbledore would not permit Harry Potter to join a Slytherin faction, despite his professed impartiality towards all houses. And what of Odette? Pansy harbored silent hope. Yet Cain would likewise refuse Odette's application. At this juncture, it would not be prudent. Given the current circumstances, Cain was reluctant to allow her into the society. For he certainly did not wish to become the third Dark Lord. Vita, who had been closely observing Cain's movements, noted the stream of individuals emerging. Simultaneously, she discerned the silver badges adorning their wizarding robes. It appears that the leader's intuition was indeed accurate. This lad does not belong among Dumbledore's students. He is instead a natural candidate to become a Dark Lord. Vita nodded subtly, fully endorsing Cain's youthful inclination to form alliances. Chapter 69, Belonging. The scenery here is quite delightful. This shall suffice. Vita ascended the tower and ignited a grayish-brown horn-like object. The smoke produced was nearly colorless and devoid of any scent. As it continued to burn, it began to spiral upward. The wind outside howled into the tower, carrying the thin smoke along, gradually dispersing it. With a gentle wave of her wand, a complex magical array appeared beneath her feet. It illuminated briefly before vanishing, as if it had never existed. A splendid performance is about to commence. A faint smile graced Vita's lips as she gracefully descended. On this day, the Hogwarts Detective Society convened at Hagrid's modest hut to deliberate on the fate of Norbert. Hagrid, Norbert has nearly grown to the size of your house. We must find a way to send him away, Hermione asserted, casting a reproachful glare at the 5 boys who feigned ignorance despite her hints. To clarify, it is Norbert, not the other way around. When principles were at stake, Draco was unwavering. Unsurprisingly, Hermione shot him another furious glare. Oh, Hermione, he is still but a child, without me. He would not survive, Hagrid lamented, grabbing a dirty cloth to dab at the corners of his eyes. You said the same last time. Look, it has only been a few weeks, and it is already taller than me, Hermione admonished with fervent concern. Zhugang, my dear child, roll over. Norbert, jump up quickly. Draco and Ron were too preoccupied with teasing the little dragon, bouncing around and exchanging glances, completely oblivious to the preaching of the two. The poor little dragon was left in a daze, pondering what it should be called. Its petite head was itching, as if it were on the verge of sprouting a brain. You two, cease this at once. Hermione's sharp rebuke instantly silenced the unruly pair. Even Cain noticed Harry reflexively standing at attention. The formidable power of the Gryffindor lioness was indeed terrifying. Cain, you need to manage this dragon. Its ruckus may attract the attention of others in the castle. Hermione turned to Cain for assistance, knowing that the dragon would usually obey him. Little Black, quiet. Cain gently commanded, observing Hermione's hair nearly standing on end. The magnificent Norwegian Ridgeback instantly fell silent, obediently sitting in place. Little Black? That name is rather unappealing, Draco remarked with dissatisfaction, casting a resentful glance at Cain for naming the dragon so poorly. Most importantly, Little Black. No, Zhugang actually recognized that name. How disheartening. It truly felt like a waste of effort raising it. If one were to determine who frequented Hagrid's hut the most during this period, it would undoubtedly be Draco. Each day, he was engrossed in researching what to feed Zhugang, depleting his once ample pocket money, and at times relying on Cain's generosity. Even Aunt Narcissa had written to Cain, discreetly inquiring whether Draco had a girlfriend, as he had never asked his family for spending money. Of course, this was also due to the substantial allowance that the Malfoy couple had provided. Yet, it was still a baby. Without me, it surely could not survive. Hagrid's eyes glistened with moisture as he audibly blew his nose. Hagrid, my brother raises dragons in Romania. I could write to him. Ron was aware that keeping Norbert in the hut was impractical. Sooner or later, it would outgrow Hagrid's humble abode. And even the Forbidden Forest would not suffice to conceal it. Hagrid, this might be the best solution, Harry chimed in. But Hagrid truly could not bear to part with such a delightful little creature. At that moment, the adorable little creature turned and bit Ron, who was teasing it. Let go, quick, let go. Yet Zhuogang clung to Ron stubbornly, causing everyone to panic. Little Black, release him. Cain furrowed his brow and commanded Zhuogang to retreat. Poor Ron's hand had turned a deep purple and was swelling significantly. It must be sent away. It must be done immediately. Ron wailed in distress. Lower your voice, Ron. You'll attract the entire school. Hermione soothed him, covering his mouth. What should we do now? Harry anxiously looked at Ron's incapacitated right hand. Dragon teeth are poisonous. He needs to get to the infirmary swiftly, Theodore remarked nonchalantly. Harry, Hermione, quickly take Ron to the infirmary. Cain observed Ron's wounds, realizing their severity. It seemed only Madame Pomfrey could remedy the situation, without regard for the possibility of being discovered by Madame Pomfrey regarding the dragon bite. Harry and Hermione hurriedly assisted Ron towards the infirmary. Hagrid, you truly need to confront the potential dangers posed by Little Black, Cain remarked coolly, casting a sidelong glance at the Norwegian Ridgeback. Little Black met Cain's disapproving gaze. Although unaware of its misstep, it yielded, promptly rolling onto its back. I know you all enjoy this, the dragon expressed, perplexed yet respectful. Are you satisfied now, boss? You can pet it, but you mustn't strike it. Cain comprehended the dragon's intent, finding himself in a bemused state. Very well, let Ron write to his brother. Hagrid wore an expression of profound sorrow. Perhaps. There's another option, Cain suggested, stroking Little Black's belly. What is it? Draco inquired, eager for an answer. Take a look at this. Cain produced a document stamped with the Ministry of Magic seal. A dragon-keeping license? Draco could hardly believe it. Cain, you can't possibly intend to keep this dragon. Not me. Oh, all right, Draco replied, disappointment etched across his face. It's you who will be keeping this dragon. Cain relished the moment, indulging in a brotherly mischief towards Draco. What? Draco was taken aback, his face flushing crimson. Is this true? Am I really going to have a dragon? The emotional roller coaster was exhilarating. Draco clasped his head in disbelief, his meticulously styled hair becoming disheveled in his excitement. If Hagrid agrees, Cain directed his gaze towards Hagrid. This is truly remarkable, Cain. But where will you keep it? Hagrid marveled initially, then pondered the logistics of housing a dragon. Why, at Malfoy Manor, of course. Draco responded without hesitation. Rest assured, Hagrid, Malfoy Manor can easily accommodate a dragon. Theodore recognized that Hagrid was oblivious to the vastness of Malfoy Manor. Of course, if you wish to see Norbert, just write to me, and I will take you to see him. Draco had never regarded Hagrid with such eager anticipation before. But this was a dragon, the very dragon he had longed for. Well, all right. Hagrid had no intention of visiting Malfoy Manor, aware that he and Draco belonged to entirely different worlds. However, at least Norbert remained within British borders. Hagrid did not want him too far away. Hagrid consented. Cain, did you hear that? Draco grasped Cain's arm, shaking it exuberantly. This was the most splendid day of his life, all thanks to Cain. All right, if you keep shaking me, I might fall apart. I will promptly inform Oaks to bring people to collect Little Black. Cain sent a message to Harry in passing. Harry and Hermione also intended to bid farewell to Little Black. Let us set the time for this Saturday at midnight. Once Cain had organized the details, he returned with Theodore. Meanwhile, Draco remained in the cabin, continuing to nurture his bond with his beloved dragon. When did you obtain the license? Theodore inquired. Since the day we first laid eyes on the dragon, Cain responded, fully aware that Draco had long desired a dragon and had previously persuaded Oaks to invest heavily, utilizing his old network to secure the necessary documents. You truly care for Draco, Theodore remarked, a hint of envy flashing in his icy blue eyes. Lacking siblings, and with a father of such disposition, he felt a pang of longing. Rest assured, your elder brother cherishes you as well, Cain chuckled, affectionately draping his arm around Theodore's slight shoulders. Chapter 70, The Ghostly Uprising. Awoo. Harry narrowly evaded Peeve's water balloon assault, landing soggily at the Gryffindor table. However, he soon realized that he was not alone in his predicament. The others exchanged glances, bursting into hearty laughter. What has gotten into Peeves these days? Many had noticed that his pranks had escalated in intensity. Do you think this could be the work of Slytherin? Look at them. Not a single one is wet. A Gryffindor bystander murmured, casting a glance at the unscathed Slytherins. It's possible. The only ghost Peeves truly fears is from Slytherin, another student interjected hastily. It must be mere coincidence. I've heard that the Bloody Baron hasn't been seen for quite some time, Harry interjected, attempting to offer a fair observation. Indeed, it wasn't just the Baron. Other ghosts had also been notably absent lately, aside from Peeves, the ever-dedicated non-staff member. Discussions at the Gryffindor table often revolved around Slytherin conspiracies. Even if a classmate merely sprained an ankle, they would attribute it to a nefarious Slytherin curse that had rendered the tiles uneven. The longer Harry spent in Gryffindor, the more he became aware of the deep-seated animosity between the two houses. 10 points from Gryffindor for speaking ill of others. Snape's voice echoed ominously from behind Harry, deducting points with impeccable timing. The Gryffindors at the table adopted a collective ostrich posture, burying their heads in their food. Evil Slytherin. Harry silently seethed, mentally crafting a small effigy of Snape to exact his frustrations upon. Have you noticed? Snape's hair no longer appears greasy, a bystander remarked as Snape walked away. Reverting to their previous gossip, Harry, determined not to engage in their conversation, channeled his indignation into his appetite, vigorously chewing on his fried egg. Regrettably, his usual eating companion, Ron, was still languishing in the infirmary. Otherwise, they could have feasted together in double portions. Clatter. Harry, lower your voice, Hermione reproached him with an admonishing glance. Speaking in hushed tones, this isn't my fault. Draco is the one pushing me, Harry protested. Cloaked in invisibility, Draco and Hermione carefully transported a cage containing a dragon towards the tower, albeit their limited space led to frequent bumps and jostles. Should anyone have been present, they might have noticed the occasional flicker of fabric or glimpse of an arm. Goyle, do not fidget, Draco implored with an expression of mild desperation. The Norwegian Ridgeback within the cage was far from docile, persistently gnawing on the toy Hagrid had placed inside earlier. Regrettably, the little dragon harbored its own thoughts. Upon glancing around, it became evident that the master was absent, and thus it could frolic freely. With a resonant thud, the cage struck the ground, producing a heavy, muffled sound. The faces of the trio turned pale, frozen in place, unsure of their next move. Fortunately, after a brief moment, no one or any specter made an appearance. The three exhaled in relief and cautiously lifted the cage once more. If you continue to misbehave, Cain will undoubtedly impose a punishment, Hermione admonished, leaning close to the cage and addressing the little dragon. The Norwegian Ridgeback promptly subdued its antics, no longer daring to act mischievously. Effective, Draco remarked, casting an unexpected glance toward Hermione. We must hurry. Cain is surely awaiting our arrival. The trio, unwilling to linger, hurried towards the tower. They lamented Draco and Hagrid's incessant feeding, which had led the little dragon to exceed its ideal weight. Goodness, it is indeed a dragon. In my youth, I once aspired to be a dragon rider, Oakes mused, perched upon his flying broom, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, reminiscing about his lost youth. Were a tear to inadvertently slip from the corner of his eye at that moment, it would surely become iconic. Since learning of the dragon's retrieval that evening, Oakes had felt an inexplicable thrill. Two towering, yet somewhat gaunt wizards trailed behind him. Do not lament, Oakes. The glorious traditions of Gryffindor may be inherited by young Kevin in due time, Cain remarked, raising an eyebrow with firm conviction. During the Christmas holidays, Oakes had brought the children to visit Cain. Throughout the visit, young Kevin had been a whirlwind of energy. Poor Dodo had followed him relentlessly, nearly straining his back. Ha! Indeed, that lad is a true Gryffindor. By the way, boss, these two are new members of the security team. They are. Before he could finish, Oakes was interrupted. Cain, we have arrived. The three lifted the invisibility cloak, breathless, observing them. Oakes shook his head, privately lamenting their physical prowess, which seemed to diminish with each generation. This is the dragon. You shall escort it to Malfoy Manor. I have already spoken with Aunt Narcissa. It is best for the dragon to be taken away swiftly. After all, Hogwarts is not a lawless realm. Quite spirited, Oakes remarked, eyeing the tattered toy that had been shredded by the dragon, complimenting the little creature before signaling to the two behind him to assist in transporting the cage. Boss, we shall take our leave now. Oakes secured the cage to his broomstick and waved farewell to Cain. Would the spectators believe that matters would proceed so smoothly? Certainly not. For this was Hogwarts. Without a bit of mischief, how could it still be called Harry Potter? With a resounding bang, Peeves made a dazzling entrance. The cage containing the little dragon crashed to the ground once more, emitting a tremendous noise. Hogwarts began to awaken, faint sounds echoing in the air. We're doomed, was the collective thought of the group. Someone is here. Someone is here, Peeves shouted, seizing a suit of armor and hurling it towards them. Cain felt a surge of irritation. What was going on with the poltergeist? Ever since Helena's disappearance and Barlow's frantic escape, the poltergeist had been evading Cain. Yet, the piercing wail of the poltergeist served as a rallying cry, summoning the ghostly legion of Hogwarts with remarkable swiftness. At the forefront, Barlow brandished a massive axe, his eyes ablaze with a sinister crimson hue. It's time to settle the score, he sneered, advancing menacingly with his spectral army. How could they possibly interact with the physical realm? Although Hermione was filled with dread, she discerned an anomaly. Someone had transformed them in such a manner. You must take cover. Cain's suspicions immediately fell upon Vita. Flames roared. Cain and Oaks formed a triangular formation in the front, shielding Draco and the others behind them, while simultaneously warding off the encroaching spirits. Nearly headless Nick, charge forth with your ghostly steeds, Barlow commanded. Soon, a throng of spectral horses, ignited by a chilling blue flame, extinguished the raging inferno. Seize them. Barlow raised his axe without hesitation, ready to strike. Armored for protection, with multiple layers of freezing spells. A thunderous explosion erupted as Cain and his companions engaged in a chaotic skirmish with the ghostly legion. At that moment, within the main hall of Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall was abruptly awakened by the cacophony, hastily donning her robes and rushing outside. The scene before her was beyond belief. The ghosts appeared to have gained corporeal form, marauding in droves and wreaking havoc. The anguished screams and cries of students echoed from various directions. Chapter 71. The battle begins. Professor Snape, we must swiftly organize the faculty to eradicate these spirits, McGonagall declared, waving her wand as the stones beneath her transformed into vines, ensnaring numerous ghosts. A shadow without a blade. Snape, abandoning pretense, unleashed his most adept dark magic. Eradicate? Should I interpret that as annihilation? Certainly not. The ghosts are part of Hogwarts. We must quickly bring them under control. McGonagall recognized her earlier oversight, emphasizing the significance of the spirits to Hogwarts. With Dumbledore absent, the four house heads would lead the faculty in restraining the ghosts, prioritizing the safety of the students above all. Without further delay, McGonagall set off with Professor Sinistra towards the Gryffindor common room. Other professors, equally concerned for their student safety, followed suit. This cannot continue. We need to find a way out. Cain and his companions were trapped in the tower, unable to enter or exit. After nurturing a dragon for 1,000 days, one must utilize it at a crucial moment. Little Black, it's your turn. Cain patted Little Black's head, signaling it to unleash its breath. Little Black, upon receiving the cue, arched its neck, gathering strength to exhale a torrent of dragon fire. Simultaneously, Cain raised his wand, conjuring a miniature whirlwind within the tower. Go! The tempestuous whirlwind, infused with dragon breath, surged towards the ghostly legion, igniting a sea of flames, causing the spirits to scatter in panic. Hurry! Cain ascended directly onto the back of the small black dragon, gently patting its neck while signaling to Ox and the others to follow closely behind. You can take flight. I promise to reward you with an extra meal upon your return. Initially, the dragon stumbled slightly, but soon unfurled its bat-like wings and soared into the sky. Soaring was an instinct etched into the very bones of dragons. As the young dragon ascended, it felt its blood boiling with exhilaration, and a triumphant roar echoed through the heavens. What on earth is that? The Ravenclaw common room was the closest, and nearly all the students heard the sound. Look, it's a dragon, and there rests someone on its back. Could be Cain Lestrange? The crowd gasped in awe and rushed outside. Do not underestimate Ravenclaw. They too had their moments of youthful vigor and impetuousness. Professor Flitwick, currently engaged in a duel, called out in haste, "Come back, all of you." Yet, his heartfelt plea could not quell the wild spirits that had taken hold of the students. Witnessing the entire Ravenclaw cohort dash outside, Professor Flitwick decided he could no longer remain idle. He too must hasten to protect the students. After all, a dragon within the school was undeniably thrilling. Primarily, however, he wished to observe this marvel from an academic standpoint. The Norwegian Ridgeback ascended higher and then dove downwards. The dragon god swooped with fiery passion. What a magnificent sight! This is the scene I've always dreamed of. Ox, having repelled a ghost with his wand, gazed enviously at the real-life dragon rider. Indeed, it was astonishing. Harry mused quietly to himself that this was far more exhilarating than Quidditch. Be careful, Hermione warned, casting a levitation charm that incapacitated a ghost attempting to ambush Harry. Casting an annoyed glance at the boys who seemed more interested in showing off. Well done, she noted, surprised to find Draco's dueling prowess quite impressive. Even more so than that of their trio. Just a trivial matter. Draco feigned indifference, though his proud demeanor betrayed him. Wow, how cool. At that moment, the Gryffindor students, led by Professor McGonagall, emerged from the common room after successfully dispatching the haunting spirits. The older students gathered together, intent on rescuing Hogwarts from peril. Upon exiting, they spotted Cain atop the dragon. Simultaneously, Slytherin and Hufflepuff arrived on the scene, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they gazed skyward, particularly among Slytherin. The movements of their wands were imbued with greater vigor, for their own was aloft, instilling a sense of pride. What is happening here? Professor McGonagall grasped her collar. shooting a fierce glare at Harry and his companions. She need not ponder. The dragon incident was most likely connected to them. They were simply troublemakers by nature. Under McGonagall's stern gaze, Harry and Hermione lowered their heads in a display of guilt, vividly illustrating what it meant to be caught red-handed. Cain circled for a moment on the back of the small black dragon before rejoining the main group. After all, the young dragon was still in its juvenile stage, unable to sustain prolonged breaths of fire. "Come here." Barrow, deeply enamored with Cain, had hastily followed along, albeit slightly behind. Cain drew a sword from his ring and confronted Barrow, who wielded a massive axe. Influenced by Godric, Cain had long yearned to experience the thrill of close combat as a mage. Unfortunately, the wizards he encountered were all spellcasters, but this time he finally seized an opportunity. A true man must engage in genuine combat. With a fluidity akin to flowing water, Cain executed a series of thrusts, parries, and slashes, mesmerizing the students from the four houses. They were utterly captivated and could not suppress their applause. Indeed, they were unable to hold back. The two warriors exchanged blows for over 10 rounds. Cain bent backward to evade the axe, which howled with the wind, then turned and, with perfect synchronization of body and motion, pierced Barrow's heart. With a clang, the axe fell to the ground. Barrow was dead. An empathic which had already covered her face, weeping at the sight of the tragedy. Nearby, the male wizards transformed into caring brothers, eager to brush away the glistening tears from the girls' faces. "Stop. Have you forgotten that Barrow had already perished?" To those boys who placed their hands on the girl's shoulders in comfort, "Yes, I am addressing you. Remove your hands at once." Before the gathered crowd, Barrow's form once again became transparent, the crimson hue around his eyes vanishing. What transpired here? Barrow, seeing the teachers and students pointing wands at him, could not help but drift back a few steps. "Baron Barrow, do you truly not remember?" Professor McGonagall inquired, stepping forward. I previously caught a whiff of a delightful scent, and then you all appeared before me." Barrow lamented, clutching his forehead as if suffering from hangover. "A delightful scent? I certainly did not smell anything. Did any of you?" The students began to murmur, each affirming their lack of detection. Silence. Professor McGonagall continued to oversee the situation. "The ghost's vulnerability lies in its heart. Third-year students, form groups of 3 to contain it and ensure your safety. The cause of these events could be investigated later. For now, our priority must be to clear the area." Soon, through the concerted efforts of the Hogwarts staff and students, the ghostly army was swiftly subdued. Fortunately, they had merely gained physical form and were unable to cast spells, significantly reducing the difficulty of the task. In Dumbledore's office, the headmaster remarked, "I have heard of last night's events. I regret my absence at the time. However, we have certainly gained a number of brave souls, have we not?" Dumbledore stroked his beard with satisfaction. "Let us discuss the matter at hand." Professor McGonagall's gaze flickered to the rambunctious little dragon and the 4 so-called heroes. Little Black had never encountered so many people at once and excitedly exhaled a breath of fire. The dragon's breath ignited Fox's resting perch. Fox, disregarding his dignified elder status, flew onto the little dragon's head and began to peck furiously. Little Black squeaked in distress and darted behind Cain, completely unconcerned whether Cain could shield him. Fox glared at Cain, contemplating bestowing upon him a fiery spa treatment, but hesitated, wary of the faint aura of power emanating from Cain. The oppressive aura emanating from the young man was, quite evidently, a newfound presence, leaving Phoenix in a state of perplexity. "All right, Fox, return now." Dumbledore summoned Fox, his azure eyes scrutinizing Cain through his spectacles. "I imagine you have quite an extraordinary tale of adventure. I am eager to hear all about it." Chapter 72. Indeed. Once more in the Forbidden Forest. "So, you merely intended to relocate this dragon, without any inkling that you would encounter a ghostly uprising?" The 4 nodded vigorously. "How dare you harbor a dragon?" Professor McGonagall shot a disapproving glance at the quartet before turning her gaze to Dumbledore. "Albus, I believe it is time for you to have a serious discussion with Hagrid." Although the 4 did not divulge Hagrid's involvement, it was apparent to all that the dragon must have been under his care. "What are your plans for the dragon?" Dumbledore concurred with McGonagall's assessment and inquired about the dragon's future. "I believe it would be most fitting for me to take charge. I shall ensure that every part of it serves its purpose impeccably." Snape's gaze, sharp as a knife, had already devised a plan for the dragon's dissection. Dragon blood, dragon liver, dragon hide. These were all valuable commodities, especially when it came to a rare young dragon. Little Black shivered, desperately trying to conceal himself behind Cain. "Headmaster, I have secured a dragon-keeping license. It will reside at Malfoy Manor from now on." Cain swiftly dismissed Snape's grim intentions. Little Black let out a sigh of relief, nearly petrified, fearing he might be devoured by that shadowy bipedal beast. Snape, with a tinge of regret, withdrew his gaze, no longer opposing the notion. After all, Malfoy Manor was within his reach, and having a perpetual blood source was not without its merits. Very well. However, you have violated school regulations, and each of you will incur a deduction of 50 points. Furthermore, your punishment will be administered by Filch. Naturally, with penalties come rewards. You bravely defended Hogwarts, and the contributions from all 4 houses cannot be overlooked. Thus, I have decided to award each of you an additional 100 points, with Cain receiving 150 points and each house receiving an extra 100 points as well. Dumbledore understood the art of balancing reprimand with reward. Now, off you go. Filch, brimming with excitement, urged them onward. From his sprightly steps and sinister grin, it was evident that he was thoroughly pleased with the opportunity to punish students. Had it not been for Dumbledore's prohibition against the use of torture devices on students, he would have certainly hung these little rascals upside down on the rack. Where are we headed? Draco inquired, glancing uneasily into the darkness. You've arrived at the perfect moment. We are, of course, going to the Forbidden Forest. Filch inadvertently revealed his thoughts before cruelly disclosing the truth to them. Draco's complexion paled instantly. The Forbidden Forest loomed in his mind like the big bad wolf from Muggle fairy tales, for the unknown is invariably the most terrifying. Fear not. Cain reassured Draco with a pat on the back. I am here with you. Draco felt an immediate sense of relief. Indeed, with Cain by his side, he felt fortified. Is that you, Filch? Hurry up. I'm ready to depart. Hagrid emerged from the hut, lantern in hand. Hello, children. Hagrid greeted Cain and his companions, saying, You may return now. I hope to see you all intact by tomorrow morning. With a malicious tone, Ferk remarked and turned to leave. Let us go. Hagrid, shouldering his enormous crossbow and carrying a lantern, led the way. Fong barked excitedly, walking to Hagrid's left, away from Cain's position. Meanwhile, Chilo pointed his wand at the unsuspecting eau de vie. With an unexpected thud, she collapsed onto the ground. Master, she has fainted. Perhaps she has succumbed to the repeated effects of a soul-sucking curse, Chilo observed. Then let her be. We must enter the Forbidden Forest swiftly. Your condition grows more fragile by the moment, came Voldemort's raspy voice. Oh, Master, how deeply you care for me. Chilo wept on the ground. Do not delay. Hasten to the Forbidden Forest, Voldemort urged impatiently. A grown man weeping so easily was quite enough. Had there been others available, he would have ensured Chilo understood the true nature of servitude. The door was swiftly closed. Upon hearing the silence, eau de vie, who lay on the ground, suddenly opened her eyes. I see now. How intriguing. Vita had not anticipated that her visit to Hogwarts would yield such a significant catch. Rising slowly, brushing off non-existent dust from her wizarding robe, she too made her way towards the Forbidden Forest. Oh my, what is that? Hermione exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. They found themselves on a narrow path deep within the Forbidden Forest, where something silver-blue shimmered on the ground. Quickly now, it's unicorn blood. The poor creature. This is the second one discovered this week. Hagrid expressed his concern. It seems we must split up to find the unfortunate unicorn as swiftly as possible. Draco, upon hearing this, drew closer to Cain, his intentions clear. All right, Harry and Hermione will accompany me. Fong, you follow Cain, Hagrid commanded. Fong, usually obedient to Hagrid, barked wildly and ran off, shaking his head. Fong, Hagrid called out, but Fong did not look back. A bit embarrassed, Hagrid scratched his head, pondering why Fong was so unruly today. At that moment, Cain remained detached, observing with calm indifference, for the matter bore no relevance to him whatsoever. Hagrid, I'll team up with Cain and Draco. You take Hermione, Harry suggested. Very well, but should you encounter danger, be sure to signal with a red light. Hagrid cautioned as he left them the lantern and set off with Hermione to the left. Cain carried the lantern down the center path, leading the two companions to the right. The leaves rustled in the wind, and shadows twisted into various shapes before the trio. Draco clung tightly to Cain's arm, genuinely fearful of the dark. This is my first time in the Forbidden Forest. It feels quite pleasant. Harry, the optimist, relished the serene atmosphere. Indeed, the Forbidden Forest is a wonderful place, Cain agreed. Cain nodded, reminiscing about the thrilling tales from the Forbidden Forest. Draco, observing the calm demeanor of his companions, resolved not to appear timid, especially not in the presence of Potter. He released his grip on Cain's arm and strode confidently ahead, claiming the role of a scout for the trio. The three of them walked forward, exchanging laughter and banter, treating the perilous woods as if they were their own backyard. Although Cain was acutely aware of the impending dangers, he feigned nonchalance, unwilling to disrupt the buoyant spirits of his friends. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. The silvery moonlight, akin to a bashful maiden, timidly peered through the branches, casting its gaze upon the three handsome youths traversing the path. "Look!" Draco suddenly raised his voice, pointing at the conspicuous silver-blue bloodstains illuminated by the moonlight. "Be careful." Cain beckoned Draco closer and cautiously followed the trail of blood. The ground was scattered with patches of varying sizes of silver-blue blood. The trio moved with stealth, extinguishing their lights and advancing under the moon's soft glow. Suddenly, Cain swiftly covered one of their mouths to stifle a scream. Before them loomed a shadowy figure resembling a monstrous bat, hunched over the nearly lifeless unicorn. Feasting on its blood, Cain could distinctly feel the unicorn's silent cries and agony, yet he was reluctant to confront Voldemort directly, especially with Draco and Harry by his side. Prudence was the wiser course. A crack resounded as Draco, startled, stepped back and inadvertently crushed a twig beneath his foot. The dark bat-like figure lifted its head, wiping blood from its lips, and glided towards the trio. Chapter 73. A Life Hanging by a Thread. Mist and Shadows. Cain seized the initiative, unleashing a swirl of dark mist towards the cloaked figure. A gust of wind erupted from the direction of the dark figure, dispersing the dense fog. At that moment, the figure flicked its robe, sending a jet of dark purple venom hurtling towards Cain. "Armor up." The venom splattered against his protective gear, hissing ominously. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, the sounds of spells wreaking havoc echoing through the forbidden forest. After narrowly dodging a thunderous explosion, Cain flicked his wand, ensnaring the cloaked figure's foot with a vine. Petri ficus totalis. Seizing the opportunity, Cain aimed for the figure's life. To his surprise, the cloaked figure bent low, severing the vine and narrowly evading the crimson spell. Amidst their duel, Harry seized the moment to draw his wand and emitted a red signal. "Hagrid, look!" Hermione immediately spotted the red signal and urged Hagrid to hurry. "They're in danger. We must move quickly." Hagrid raced with Hermione towards the direction where Cain and the others had been. At that moment, the cloaked figure, now somewhat enraged, conjured a searing flame from its wand. "This is bad. It's fiend fire." Cain's brow twitched. "No, the Dark Lord isn't about to reward Quirrell with a bonus. He merely spins illusions. Why risk your life as a mere pawn?" The cursed fire began to encircle Cain and his companions, burning with an ever-increasing intensity. The figure cloaked in black let out two sinister laughs before drifting away like a great bat. "Those who dare to obstruct the master, regardless of their identity, shall meet their demise." The water gushed forth like a spring. Harry, displaying extraordinary prowess, directed a feeble stream of water onto the raging flames. "No!" Cain, momentarily distracted, realized too late that he had acted too slowly. The water struck the inferno, causing it to blaze even more fiercely. "Are we to perish here?" Draco's face turned pale. The fire had begun to consume the surrounding trees, flames leaping skyward. "Goodness, Hagrid, look over there." From a distance, Hermione and Hagrid could clearly see the oppressive glow of the fire. "Please, let nothing happen to Harry and the others," Hermione silently prayed. The flames twisted into the shape of a serpent, mockingly fixating on Cain. He clenched his wand tightly, aware that his magical prowess was insufficient to quell such a vast inferno. Still young, he did not wish to meet his end here. It was time to take a desperate gamble. Cain closed his eyes, tuning out the crackling of the fire and the startled cries of Draco and Harry. He sought the sensation he felt when he first awakened the bloodline of Kukulkan. He found it. A magnificent feathered serpent emerged in his mind, roaring skyward, accompanied by wind, rain, and thunder as all of creation bowed before it. Delicate silver scales appeared around Cain's eyes, transforming them once again into the hue of rubies. A whirlwind swept through. Suddenly, a powerful gust surged forth, dispersing the flames. "Hurry!" Cain turned, urging the two to flee. The two, caught off guard by Cain's transformation, hastily followed him. "Harry, Cain, where are you?" Hagrid and Hermione's voices echoed from a distance. "Keep my secret for now. We shall discuss matters later," Cain instructed urgently. Draco and Harry promptly covered their mouths, signaling their vow to keep Cain's secret safe. "You must reunite with Hagrid. If they inquire, you shall say that the centaurs rescued us in time. As for me, I have gone to visit the centaurs out of gratitude." The ruby hue in Cain's eyes had yet to fade, and he did not wish Hagrid and the others to witness his current state. If Hagrid learned, it would mean Dumbledore would know as well, and Cain was not keen on revealing one of his trump cards to him. Just as Cain departed, the clear call of a phoenix resonated, and Fawkes arrived with Dumbledore. "Children, are you unharmed?" Dumbledore scrutinized them closely. "We are fine. The centaurs rescued us," they replied in unison. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, preparing to speak, when the trees of the Forbidden Forest, unable to withstand the intensity of the flames, began to crash to the ground. "All right, children, you should follow Fawkes back to the castle. By the way, where is Cain?" Dumbledore glanced around, unable to spot Cain's presence. Cain is immensely grateful for the Centaur's life-saving aid and has gone to visit their tribe on our behalf. Harry's gaze flickered momentarily, yet he feigned nonchalance as he spoke. "Thank heavens, you are all unharmed." Hagrid and Hermione arrived, breathless. Headmaster Dumbledore greeted Hagrid. "Hagrid, your timing is impeccable. Please escort them back to the castle. I have matters to attend to." Dumbledore signaled for Fawkes to guide Harry and the others home. At this moment, the professors of Hogwarts also arrived, their heads aching at the sight of the fierce flames. The destruction caused by the recent ghostly uprising had yet to be repaired, and now they were confronted with the inferno in the Forbidden Forest, straining the school's already limited budget. However, this was not the time for such discussions. Under Dumbledore's leadership, the professors labored for nearly an hour to extinguish the fierce fire. The Forbidden Forest had transformed into a dark expanse. Even a slight touch would cause the charred trees to crumble. "Dumbledore, this is no ordinary fire conjured by a dark wizard," Professor McGonagall remarked gravely. "The perpetrator is undoubtedly well-versed in dark magic, possibly a member of that small elite group at the pinnacle of such sorcery." Snape surveyed the devastated portion of the Forbidden Forest, his expression somber. Countless precious herbs had been reduced to ashes. Who could be so reckless with such resources? At that moment, Professor Sprout found herself in unexpected agreement with Snape. "Dumbledore, with the forest so severely damaged, the school's budget for herbology will surely need significant adjustments." Snape nodded in agreement, seizing the opportunity to suggest that several potion ingredients would also require replenishment. Traditionally, the budget was overseen by Minerva. Dumbledore intended to acquiesce immediately, but upon meeting McGonagall's stern gaze, he swiftly altered his stance. Snape and Sprout exchanged glances, their hopes deflated. Securing a budget approval from the headmistress would be a daunting task. They resolved to find a way to first persuade Dumbledore to agree. "Why did you attack Cain without permission?" Voldemort had compelled Quirrell to inflict a painful curse upon himself as punishment. Master, Locke has seen us." Quirrell gasped, as if he had emerged from water, breathless. "Moreover, I sense your magic infused in the final flames." "You inquire too much," Voldemort thought, embodying the hypocritical nature of a tyrant who allows only himself to ignite the flames while forbidding the common folk from lighting their own. He would never admit that, in that fleeting moment, he wished to test Cain's academic prowess. Surviving would validate that Cain had not squandered his lineage. He possessed worth. As for failing, that was of no concern. Useless individuals were never meant to be remembered by the Dark Lord, even if Cain bore his blood. Chapter 74. The Centaur Tribe We Meet Again. Just as Cain found a moment to calm the tumult of his magic, Ference appeared. Cain regarded the centaur warily. "What brings you here?" "This is the Forbidden Forest, the centaur's home. Tonight, the stars burned particularly bright." Cain found himself at a loss for words. Must the centaur persist in this cryptic manner of speaking? "I have mentioned before that we shall meet again," said Ference, his azure eyes reflecting the starlit sky. "What do you intend to do?" Cain did not believe it was mere coincidence that he stumbled upon the centaur. "I invite you to visit our tribe." What? He had merely uttered it in passing. And yet, it seemed it was to be taken as a decree. "Why should I go?" Cain was equally obstinate. "If I am not mistaken, you are currently enduring the excruciating agony of bloodline awakening." Ference paused. "The centaur's ritual could assist in alleviating your suffering." "You are so benevolent?" Cain was intent on challenging him. "In a certain sense, it is a mutually beneficial arrangement." Ference motioned for Cain to climb onto his back. "Perhaps we can converse as we walk." This time, Cain ceased his resistance and obediently ascended onto Ference's back. The centaur carried Cain deeper into the Forbidden Forest. 8-eyed giant spiders clear the way. Along the journey, several of these arachnids obstructed their path. "Get lost." At that moment, Cain was striving to endure the torment of his bloodline surging within him, and his temper was not at its best. These spiders had unwittingly crossed paths with his wrath. A subtle pressure emanated from him, bearing down upon the encircling 8-eyed spiders. The once arrogant creatures immediately wilted, their 8 legs entangled in a chaotic retreat. Indeed, Ference sighed softly. What? Cain did not catch Ference's words. We centaurs are favored by fate and can predict the future and fortune through the celestial trajectories. However, fate is also cruel to us. We often suffer backlash from peering into destiny, and our numbers dwindle year by year. Ference spoke with a grave tone. Thus, we need to conduct rituals, beseeching fate for mercy to lessen the repercussions. Simultaneously, this is a crucial ceremony to welcome new life. So, I fail to see the rationale for my involvement. Cain was perplexed by his earlier claims of mutual benefit. Firenze, this time, did not beat around the bush. He turned to face Cain directly and said, "Fate invariably favors those it has chosen, and you are that individual." From Firenze's perspective, Cain appeared shrouded in a haze of purple, the color cherished by destiny. So, my existence serves as a sacrifice? Cain felt an urge to leap off Firenze's back. "It will not pose a danger to you. We would never harm the young ones." Cain tentatively accepted this assurance. During their previous encounter, Hagrid had mentioned an agreement between the Centaurs and Dumbledore regarding the Forbidden Forest. Silver, fine scales had begun to cover much of Cain's face, and even sparse silver scales were appearing on his hands. Very well. Cain resolved to witness the Centaur's ritual. After approximately half an hour of walking, a row of rustic wooden cabins came into view before Cain's eyes. At the entrance of each household, Highland yarrow is hung, adorned with scattered, sun-dried, white-petaled, purple-centered flowers that emit an elusive, mysterious fragrance. Several young centaurs frolic joyfully, while the elder centaurs engage in conversation or craftwork, creating a scene reminiscent of an idyllic paradise. Upon seeing Firenze accompanied by an outsider entering their tribe, they hurriedly ushered the young ones back home, encircling the two. "Firenze, how dare you bring an outsider here? Our tribe could become exposed to the gaze of the sorcerers." The centaurs clamored in unison, many raising their long spears, attempting to drive Cain away. They would not harm the sorcerer's young, but that did not imply any welcome for outsiders, even for the young ones. Enough. A swift thundering of hooves approached, and Bane, whom Cain had encountered once before, pushed through the crowd of centaurs. "He is my guest." Bane's declaration landed like a thunderclap among them. The centaurs were well aware of their leader Bane's disdain for outsiders. However, this day was destined to be anything but tranquil. Bane paused momentarily before continuing. "Today, I shall officiate the sacred ritual." This proclamation left the centaurs in a state of bewilderment, momentarily at a loss for words. The grand officiant? Such a role was reserved for the most revered among the centaur kin. What merit did the peculiar creature on Firenze's back possess? "My decision is final," Bane asserted with the authority of a leader, quelling all dissent. "Now, hasten to prepare. The moment of the brightest celestial star is nigh." Firenze joined in the preparations, leaving Cain alone amidst the grassy expanse where a massive bonfire was being assembled. No one, no centaur, spoke to him. A few young centaurs peeked through cracks in doors and windows, curiously observing Cain's odd appearance. Pretending not to notice, Cain suddenly turned his head, his crimson eyes startling the young centaurs. A sharp clap resounded as a parent affectionately reprimanded their child, warning them not to approach the strange-looking boy. Unbeknownst to them, the clouds entwined with the moon had dispersed, revealing a full and resplendent moon to all. The sacred ritual commenced. Cain was positioned beside the bonfire, surrounded by centaurs holding hands in a circle, their faces imbued with reverence. Bane knelt opposite Cain, intoning a lengthy passage of words that Cain had never heard before. Upon completion, all the centaurs knelt before Cain in unison and began to perform a mysterious dance. A colossal magical array emanated from Cain's presence, spreading outward in concentric circles. As the ritual progressed, the array extended to every corner of the centaur tribe. The moon, favoring them, cast a vast expanse of light upon Cain, causing him to glow. In that moment, Cain felt as though he had returned to the womb of life, enveloped in a warm embrace. Simultaneously, a distant calling beckoned to Cain, lulling him into a deep slumber, his spirit adrift. If Cain were awake at this moment, he would discover that, much like the last time he consumed the Bloodline Awakening Potion, every cell within him was undergoing a transformation. However, unlike before, he felt no pain. Instead, a gentle, nurturing sensation enveloped him. "Chief, Casey is about to give birth." A gray-haired female centaur assisted the silver-haired female centaur, who began to cry out in labor. This silver-haired centaur was Bane's partner. Bane cast a glance at the slumbering Cain, silently praying. The elder of their tribe had prophesied that this child might either be stillborn or born with disabilities. Defying the consensus, he had agreed to allow Falunz to bring Cain here, primarily for the continuation of their lineage. Yet, another reason lingered, to invoke blessings for their unborn offspring through a prayer ceremony, hoping for a safe delivery. "It's a boy. He is healthy." The gray-haired female centaur rushed over to deliver the joyous news. Bane clenched his fists in anticipation. A wave of relief washed over him as he regarded Cain with a complex gaze. What destiny awaited the magical realm? Chapter 75, A Small Blessing. "You're awake." Falunz stirred the nearly extinguished fire and turned to Cain. Cain rubbed his eyes, threw off the blanket draping over him, and stretched. It had been a long time since he had slept so comfortably. Cain glanced up at the sky, now bright with morning light. I haven't slept an entire day. Have I? Not all. Dawn has only just broken. That's a relief. Cain sighed, then suddenly remembered something, inspecting his hands and touching his face. Excellent, no scars. I'll take you back. All right. For legs were indeed swifter than two. This is for you. Just as Cain and Falunz were about to depart, a few young centaurs approached. The leading young one, with red-brown hair, offered Cain a vibrant mountain yarrow. Thank you, I adore it. Cain inhaled the fragrant aroma, invigorated by its essence. Will you come again? A small centaur with platinum hair, barely 3 heads tall, curiously asked while sucking on his finger. If the opportunity arises, I shall return. Cain's tone softened unconsciously. Who could resist such an adorable little one, especially with his platinum locks? All right, little ones. It's time for you to return for your meal. Bane waved away the curious young centaurs. This is for you. An intricately carved black crystal centaur statue appeared before Cain. Bane, I didn't expect you to be so generous, Falunz teased, then turned to Cain. Accept it. It symbolizes our friendship. Cain accepted it, examining it closely, and felt a sense of déjà vu. He retrieved the ink-black triangular crystal that Professor Binns had previously given him from his pocket and held it up to the sunlight for comparison. These two objects seemed to be somewhat connected, Cain remarked, uncertainty lacing his voice. May I take a look? Bane held the two items in his hands, meticulously comparing them. He was quite certain that both originated from the vicinity of Lake Cache. I can divulge the location, provided you keep it confidential, he stated with conviction. It's a deal. Cain readily agreed. Considering Cain's contributions to the Centaur's prayer ceremony, Bane hesitated for a moment before revealing the information Cain sought. Let us proceed. Cain suppressed his urge to rush to Lake Cache, deciding to first attend to matters at school. Do you need me to escort you inside? Firenze inquired attentively, as they stood before the majestic Hogwarts castle. Certainly. Cain had just been pondering how to explain his mysterious absence the previous night. With Firenz's involvement, the situation was conveniently rationalized. There was no need to worry about whether Firenze would inform Dumbledore of the events. Centaurs, as a whole, tended to be wary of outsiders, even if that outsider was Dumbledore. Firenze, we are grateful for your noble actions in rescuing the 3 children, Dumbledore expressed, first as the headmaster and then shifting his tone. However, I recall that centaurs generally do not invite outsiders as guests. In all my years as headmaster, I have yet to experience the customs of centaur tribe. Centaurs tend to exhibit a certain tolerance towards young ones, Firenze replied calmly. Well then, I truly appreciate your efforts in returning Cain, Dumbledore said, no longer pressing the matter, and reiterated his gratitude. It is my honor, Firenze replied modestly, nodding politely. Now, Cain, you ought to attend your class. And by the way, please see your guest off. After the two departed, Dumbledore fell silent, lost in thought. He stroked Fawkes's warm feathers and murmured, I increasingly suspected it as him, Fawkes. The previous night, Dumbledore had sensed an anomaly in the magic of the Forbidden Forest in the direction of the Centaur tribe. It was not surprising, considering Dumbledore had signed an agreement with the Forbidden Forest, and he had an inkling of what was amiss. Fawkes let out a melodic cry, conveying something to Dumbledore. You say you felt a sense of adversarial threat from him? Dumbledore squinted. Perhaps it was time to pay an old friend a visit. I believe I owe you both an explanation. Cain led Draco and Harry to the edge of the Black Lake. Is it convenient to speak? If not, please do not feel compelled to share. Ever since that night, Draco had been pondering the reasons behind Cain's physical changes. He had racked his brain, but could not arrive at a conclusion. After all, apart from their differing paternal roles, they both shared the blood of the Black family. Indeed, Harry nodded in agreement, fully supporting Draco's thoughts. As long as it is not something detrimental, there is no necessity to disclose it. Keeping secrets can be quite burdensome. Cain felt a wave of emotion and embraced both of them. It is indeed somewhat inconvenient. I can only say that what you witness is merely a coincidence and will not adversely affect me. Once again, I hope that, apart from the two of you, no one else is privy to this matter. Upon hearing this, Draco and Harry felt the weight of responsibility. This was Cain's secret, one that he had chosen to reveal only to himself. As for the presence of another individual, both Draco and Harry simultaneously opted to ignore each other. Such a damnable understanding. Rest assured, no third party will be informed. The two spoke in unison, then exchanged a sharp glare. Cain observed their squabbling expressions, shaking his head in exasperation. One was a brother, the other a friend. It was best for these two children to settle it among themselves. Cain conveniently overlooked the fact that he too was merely a first-year student. Hey, do you know how to skip stones? As an elder brother, Cain felt it was his duty to engage the two youngsters in play. I can, Harry exclaimed with enthusiasm. After a decade of honing his skills, today he intended to impress Draco with his exceptional stone-skipping technique. Harry believed that since Cain had suggested it, he must possess the skill. As for Draco, being a privileged scion of the magical world, he would hardly stoop to engage in a muggle pastime. Harry quickly glanced at Cain, then cast a sidelong look at Draco, quietly concluding the vast disparity between them. What kind of look is that, you brat? Draco's competitive spirit flared. Come on, let me teach you a lesson with my 10 years of stone-skipping prowess. Draco provocatively glared at Harry. Harry, embodying the spirit of a little lion, was incensed. Some mimic the actions of others, while some imitate their features, yet Draco dared to emulate their words. How shameless! With determination, Harry and Draco commenced their waterborne competition. Meanwhile, Cain sought out a leafy willow tree, reclining comfortably and retrieving a book from his ring to read. Though he had ignited the spark of competition, do not expect him to extinguish the flames himself. Observing the fervent rivalry between the two, Cain couldn't help but reflect. Ah, youth. Chapter 76. Voldemort wants me to stir up trouble. System, settle up. Having finished his ablutions, Cain lay in bed calling upon the system. I'm here. The system, having been offline for quite some time, finally remembered its responsibilities. It had forgotten to settle the previous significant moments, but was not in a hurry. Host, are you idle again? Cain felt a surge of irritation. If a quarrel was what it desired, he was more than willing to oblige. Shouldn't you contemplate why your presence is so negligible? Is the host being unreasonable? Is you who consistently forgets my existence? Oh, that's because you're ineffectual. Host, you are cold-hearted and unfeeling. Oh, that's still because you're ineffectual. No matter how the system argued, Cain swiftly countered with a single retort. For the first time, the system experienced anger. It vowed that one day, it would compel Cain to worship it and humbly acknowledge all his faults. Ding, in the midst of the grand scene system settlement, you have participated in your inaugural Quidditch match in the world of Harry Potter, receiving a random reward of 1 talent point. Furthermore, you engaged in the first direct confrontation with your nemesis, earning the skill Fear's Fire. To further encourage the host to partake in these significant moments, the system has graciously bestowed an additional talent point. Upon finishing its proclamation, the system conjured a magnificent golden giant within Cain's mind. What do you think? Now you comprehend the might of the system, do you not? Hurry and come forth to pay your respects. The system's imagination knew no bounds. Quickly retract that. You are blinding me, Cain replied with a cold and unamused demeanor. However, internally, he felt quite satisfied, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected gains. It seemed that this system possessed a rather limited intellect, a statement that he contemplated voicing. Upon hearing this, the system's confidence deflated, showing a distinct disinterest in engaging with the host any further. Ahem, in truth, you are quite impressive indeed. The ability to provide me with such useful skills is something for which I am truly grateful. In a situation ripe for opportunism, Cain chose to quickly alter his demeanor, charming the system in the process. Haha, I always knew that the system was the most formidable. Ah, yes, you are truly remarkable. I hope that next time, you might grant me some exclusive skills of Grindelwald. Cain, the sycophant, seized the moment and pressed on. Ah, no problem at all. The system's laughter was abruptly cut short. However, the host cannot control what they may receive. Oh, so you're still rather useless then? Nonsense. I am exceedingly useful. Just make the arrangements. The system, still too naive, was easily flustered. All right then, open my personal panel. As Cain saw his wishes fulfilled, he began to contemplate how to allocate his talent points. Host, Cain Lestrange Slytherin, This system seems quite astute. Talent points are as follows. Dark Magic, 10, maximum value of 10. Charms, 8. Alchemy, 8. Transfiguration, 8. Potions, 5. Herbology, 3. Magical Creatures, 1 or 10. Wait a moment, could you elucidate what is meant by 10 and 1 or 10? It is as follows, host. The talent points are based on the average standards of wizards in the magical realm, with 10 being the limit for 99 of wizards. Clearly, you are not an ordinary individual. Do you require further clarification? The system finally reclaimed some ground, its tone becoming more cheeky. No need, I now understand the situation. The sudden enhancement in dark magic is undoubtedly linked to my bloodline awakening. After my second awakening, Cain felt that defeating Quirrell would become an effortless task. However, he was uncertain of his current magical prowess. As for his affinity with magical creatures, it too was influenced by his bloodline, maximized with dragons and serpents. But he should not expect the affection of other magical beings. After pondering for a moment, Cain resolved to prioritize the enhancement of his own strength, allocating talent points to charms and transfiguration. Ding charms. 9 transfiguration. 9. If there are no further matters at hand, I shall take my leave. Ah, the system, proximity breeds disdain. Distance breeds resentment. Indeed, it is quite a challenge to maintain. By the way, can you ascertain my current magical prowess? Cain inquired with a sense of curiosity, for the system had not previously indicated its capacity to evaluate magical levels. Absolutely, the system responded with unwavering confidence. Are you certain? Cain raised an eyebrow, skeptically, questioning the system's capabilities. Moreover, why did you not mention your ability to assess magical levels earlier? Of course, it's no issue. You simply did not pose the question before. The system retorted defensively. Let us skip the preliminaries and directly address my magical level, Cain said, his patience waning. Ding. Scanning complete. The host's current magical level is infinitely close to that of a mid-tier wizard. What criteria do you use for this judgment? Cain continued to inquire. The accomplishments of a wizard hinge upon the harmonious interplay of magical energy and spellcasting proficiency. Categorized primarily into the following stages within the wizarding community. Novice wizard. The magical energy and spell proficiency of a newly matured wizard. Mid-tier wizard. The elite of the wizarding realm, typically a wizard at the age of 35. Advanced wizard. Attaining this level requires not merely the accumulation of age, but a vast reservoir of magical energy and peak proficiency in a specific area. Host as friendly reminder. The difficulty of transitioning from mid-tier to advanced is several times greater than that of progressing from novice to mid-tier. Archmage. An immense amount of magical energy and groundbreaking creativity are essential. This level is exceedingly difficult to achieve, and the system refrains from elaborating further, lest the host's aspirations be dashed. By the way, the legendary Merlin attained the status of Archmage. Upon hearing this, Cain's heart raced with excitement. Merlin. Very well, host, you may withdraw now, the system concluded, logging off. Yet Cain remained in a tumult of emotions, unable to find tranquility. Perhaps I shall forego sleep and delve into a couple of spellbooks instead, he mused, retrieving a volume titled Advanced Spell Analysis from his ring. 2 days later, on a Saturday evening, within Chilo's office. Cain, I heard you encountered a fierce fire. Are you unscathed? Chilo feigned concern, his stammering gaze scrutinizing Cain. The familiar opening line, still laced with insincerity. Thank you for your concern, Professor. I am quite well. Life is indeed fragile, is it not? As wizards of a superior caliber, our frail bodies serve as stumbling blocks on the path to truth. Well said, no more stammering. The Dark Lord has arrived. You speak true. Only eternal life and invincible power warrant our pursuit. Cain surmised the Dark Lord's intentions behind these words. Indeed, I am pleased that you have come to recognize what is truly essential for a wizard at such a young age. Unlike a significant portion of wizards who lead mundane lives, eternally chasing trivial pleasures, the Dark Lord expressed his satisfaction to Cain, asserting that they were destined to be different from others. Before him lay an opportunity. The Chilo version of the Dark Lord spread his arms wide, speaking in an enticing manner. Professor, doing liegen me? Cain eagerly inquired. The one and only Philosopher's Stone resides at Hogwarts. This stone possesses an astonishing reservoir of magical power, granting immortality. If you assist me in acquiring it, we shall share its gifts. Voldemort gazed intently at Cain, knowing that those who yearn for greatness could hardly resist the allure of the stone. What must we do? Cain pondered, intrigued by the prospect of witnessing the world's sole Philosopher's Stone, for as Voldemort had said, no one could refuse its temptation. After all, he was the sole disciple of Nicholas Flamel. Inheriting the stone seemed a reasonable pursuit. Chapter 77. The final examination. Cain. Could you make your way to the edge of the Black Lake? Just you. As dusk settled, Cain received a message from Harry. Of course, I will head there shortly. Having just completed his spell practice in the room of requirement, with Ravenclaw and Helena observing intently, Cain tidied his appearance and strolled toward the lake. To his surprise, he did not see Hermione and Ron beside Harry. What has transpired? Cain asked as they found a secluded corner. Harry did not respond immediately. Instead, he pushed back his hair, revealing a scar. Do you see this? I mentioned its origin before. This scar has been aching since our return from the Forbidden Forest. And recently, the pain has intensified. Cain leaned in closer. The scar appeared unremarkable, prompting him to reach out and touch it. Ouch! Harry exclaimed. I apologize. But have you mentioned this to the professor? Cain inquired tentatively. I don't wish to come across as an attention-seeking fool. Since Harry had entered school bearing the title of the Chosen One, every minor detail about him was scrutinized under a magnifying glass. Harry, you need not concern yourself with the opinions of others. Cain empathized with the burden of living under such scrutiny, recognizing his own similar experience. Cain, sometimes I truly envy your nonchalance, Harry admitted candidly. I believe that one day you will achieve that too. Resuming their previous conversation, Cain reflected. Rome wasn't built in a day. Harry must learn to grow gradually. He recalled their encounter with the unicorn. While its blood could prolong life, it yielded only a half-lived existence. Don't look at me like that. I do visit the library, Harry confessed, feeling uncharacteristically bashful under Cain's surprised gaze. Who would do such a thing? To endure a curse merely to survive? Unless, of course, they knew of something that could fully restore their vigor and magic. And now, the Philosopher's Stone was at Hogwarts, capable of bestowing immortality. The scar, the unicorn's blood, the Philosopher's Stone. It is difficult not to associate the three together with a particular individual. Harry looked gravely at Cain. Voldemort, Cain replied with certainty. Indeed, it is Voldemort. I knew you would think the same way as I do. Hermione and Ron deemed him overly anxious. He was at a loss as to how to persuade them. Harry felt a surge of agitation. For Hermione and Ron, Voldemort was, quite simply, too distant a threat. The remainder of Cain's words went unspoken, but Harry clearly understood. Do you think Snape could be sent by Voldemort to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Harry had always harbored suspicions about Snape. It is possible, but we currently lack concrete evidence. Perhaps we should promptly report any suspicious activity concerning Snape to the professors, Cain suggested. In truth, Cain was aware that Dumbledore would conveniently be absent from the school when Quirrell attempted to steal the stone. This marked a pivotal moment in the first-year Savior's journey. Harry facing Voldemort alone was an indispensable element. As for Cain, regrettably, he was now a double agent. Well, there's no point in fretting. We must focus on preparing for the final exams, he stated. Harry shuddered, casting a mournful glance at Cain. Must you really mention exams while I am trying to solve this case? Cain observed the quill in his hand and began to let his thoughts wander. If this anti-cheating quill were to be sold in the Muggle world, it would undoubtedly reap substantial profits. Not to mention, it would easily secure a place among the top 100 in the global wealth rankings. Distracted, Cain failed to notice Professor Binns floating beside him, attempting to remind him that the examination had already commenced. As Professor Binns began to float more rapidly, nearly dissipating into smoke, Cain finally regained his focus. Professor, is there something you need? The expressionless visage of Professor Binns, unchanged for centuries, nearly cracked. Never mind. I still need this lad to complete his tasks. No anger. No anger. The examination has begun. Professor Binns emphatically gestured towards the paper. A warmth spread through Cain's heart. How could one not appreciate a Hogwarts professor for their selfless dedication to their students? Picking up the quill, Cain began to answer the questions with ease. The first-year final exams primarily consisted of theoretical assessments, though a few subjects required practical demonstrations. During the Charms exam, Professor Flitwick instructed the students to line up and take turns. The task was to make a pineapple perform a tap dance across a desk. Oh, Cain, I shall raise the difficulty for you, Professor Flitwick announced with his usual exuberance. No problem, Cain shrugged, inviting Flitwick to challenge him. Very well, let me think. How about an impromptu aerial dance? Professor Flitwick replied, a hint of excitement in his tone. Cain smiled subtly, non-committal, and waved his wand. The pineapple before him sprouted limbs, adorning its feet with little leather boots. Cain orchestrated the small pineapple in an impromptu dance reminiscent of Indian yoga. The neck swung, emanating a hint of curry. Wow, what a splendid dance. I couldn't help but award you an O. Professor Flitwick promptly bestowed a high score upon Cain. It was the Transfiguration exam. Professor McGonagall's task required the students to transform a mouse into a snuff box. Slytherin stood behind Gryffindor, waiting, while Pansy was already engaged in a discussion with Draco about how to spend their holiday. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the air. Out walked Gryffindor's Seamus, sporting an explosive hairstyle, exhaling black smoke, and his eyes vacant. The crowd erupted into laughter. Cain Lestrange stood at the forefront of Slytherin, and McGonagall gestured for him to enter. I shall go first, he said, nodding as he stepped into the classroom. McGonagall placed a mouse on the desk, stating, your task is to transform the mouse into a snuff box. The more intricate, the better. With a deft flick of his wand, Cain transformed the mouse into an exquisite snuff box, its surface adorned with a relief of Hogwarts Castle. Not bad, remarked McGonagall with a restrained compliment. Yet, the satisfaction subtly reflected in her eyes indicated that an O was surely within his grasp. The most arduous class was undoubtedly potions. Snape, in a rather peculiar mood, forcibly paired Cain with Harry, perhaps anticipating double the amusement. Draco shot Cain a look of resigned sympathy before quickly teaming up with Pansy. Cain and Harry exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss regarding the potion ingredients laid before them. Snape's face was a portrait of schadenfreude as he fixated on the duo. Harry, I'll handle the ingredients. You take care of the brewing, Cain declared, leaving Draco's assistant behind and relying on his own skills. Thanks to the weekly sessions where Snape compelled Cain to manage a plethora of materials under the guise of extra lessons, he was confident he could easily achieve an outstanding in ingredient preparation. However, brewing potions was an entirely different matter. Much like cooking, the same ingredients could yield vastly different results. Some dishes could elevate a person to the heavens, while others might only inspire a sigh of despair. Harry, too, was reluctant. But under Snape's scrutinizing gaze, he took a deep breath and proceeded. This time, they were to brew a forgetfulness potion. After 2 long hours, they gazed into the cauldron at the pale, purple liquid, inhaling deeply as they realized they had succeeded. Snape circled the cauldron, scrutinizing their work for a while before snorting disdainfully and sweeping out of the room. The first year's final exams came to a successful conclusion. Chapter 78, The Philosopher's Stone. Mr. Quirrell asked me to tell you. It's time, said Odette softly when she found Cain alone. Cain furrowed his brow, skeptical. Are you jesting? I find it hard to believe that the second-in-command of the Saints could be so easily controlled by the soul curse. At this, Odette's eyes sharpened, her clarity returning. There's no need to be so tense. You know, don't you? Cain, not one for circumlocution, replied affirmatively. If you mean the feeble Voldemort, then indeed, I am aware. Quite intriguing, isn't it? Just moments ago, Dumbledore departed from the school, and I find it hard to believe that he remains oblivious to Voldemort's existence. Vita let out a soft chuckle, her eyes brimming with mockery, for Hogwarts boasts a savior. Cain, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked, Ah, the savior. He still enjoys this charade. As does Newt, even with a 12-year-old. Vita's tone was laced with a profound sense of unresolved emotions. You are deliberately seeking Voldemort, aren't you? Cain, wishing to steer clear of the grievances of the previous generation, wisely shifted the topic. How could it not be considered? Ever since Vita perused Odette's notes, she had intended to delve into the lion's den. To her astonishment, she had managed to hook a significant prize. Let's proceed. Vita once again adopted a vacant expression and led Cain towards Quirrell's office. A wave of headache washed over Cain. Vita was surely unaware of the Philosopher's Stone. Otherwise, she would not be so nonchalant. The challenge of competing with Voldemort for the stone was already daunting, and now with Vita in the mix, the variables had multiplied significantly. Yet, he could not act against Vita within the school. Subduing her would undoubtedly create a considerable commotion. More critically, he was uncertain whether he could confront Vita directly. Just a headache. All of this was Dumbledore's fault. How could a headmaster allow the school to become so vulnerable? The students were immersed in the joy of having completed their final exams, and the corridors were nearly deserted. The trio evaded attention and arrived at a room adjacent to the 4th-floor corridor. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the enthusiastic banter of the troll. Quirrell, having prepared in advance, retrieved a harp from his pocket and began to play gently. The 3-headed dog promptly closed its mouth and fell into a deep slumber. Lifting the trapdoor guarded by the troll revealed an inky darkness, unfathomably deep. You shall descend with Odette, Quirrell commanded, casting a levitation charm upon himself and leaping down. Cain shook his head in disbelief. Such rudimentary tactics. After following Voldemort for so long, one would expect him to have learned a trick or two. Casting a glance at the still pretending Vita, Cain reluctantly enveloped her in a shroud of black mist, carrying her into the abyss. When Quirrell saw Cain land with such grace, a wave of jealousy surged within him. He had anticipated this moment to be his shining hour, yet it was Cain who stole the limelight. Who truly is the main character here? Fortunately, I cleared the devil's snare earlier. Otherwise, you would have surely fallen. Quirrell attempted to salvage his dignity. Enough of your prattle. Hurry up. The hoarse and impatient voice of the Dark Lord startled Quirrell, causing him to tremble. I am going. Is that not sufficient? The group proceeded along the stone corridor. At its end lay a brightly lit chamber, filled with countless little birds flitting about. Oh, you wretched little creatures, begone. The winged birds took a keen interest in Quirrell's large headscarf, flocking around him and beginning to peck at it. Cain was sure that this was a cry of pain emitted by Voldemort. Eliminate them. Voldemort wished to cast them all away with an Avada Kedavra. Cain nearly stifled a laugh, clearing his throat before stepping forward. Armor up. Shatter. Cain first enveloped the 3 with a protective barrier and then, with a decisive motion, shatter the door. As for the flying broom nearby, Cain feigned ignorance. Let's proceed. He took the lead, advancing to the forefront. They entered another chamber, cloaked in darkness. However, upon their entrance, the room illuminated, revealing a vast chessboard before them. It seems we must win this game of chess to pass, Chilo asserted with unwavering confidence. Cain was left speechless. Had Chilo's mind been ensnared by the Dark Lord? Why would he willingly engage in the trap set by another? Not wishing to waste time, Cain strode directly to the chessboard. Wait, I believe I can handle this game better, Chilo declared, exuding an air of superiority as if he had garnered decades more wisdom. Veda nearly lost composure. What was Voldemort thinking, selecting such a peculiar companion? Fragmented, Cain obliterated the chess piece, blocking their path into oblivion. The remaining pieces, witnessing this, I believe this method is far more efficient. Surely, you do not wish to delay Master Voldemort's affairs. Indeed, when Voldemort had previously coaxed Cain into seizing the Philosopher's Stone, he had revealed his identity to ensure Cain's unwavering loyalty. Following Cain's lead, Voldemort deemed Chilo inadequate and found Cain to be far more reliable. Cain, astonished by the unexpected favor, disregarded Chilo's ashen face and continued onward, head held high. If the magical world had an Oscars, I would vehemently oppose any decision that did not crown Cain as the leading actor. They found themselves in yet another room, facing a table adorned with 7 uniquely shaped bottles. As the trio crossed the threshold, a surge of purple flames erupted behind them, while black flames leapt towards the doorway ahead. Chilo instinctively reached for the parchment on the table that bore an inscription, but then recalled Voldemort's warning and instead glanced at Cain. Cain, pleased with Chilo's instinctive restraint, elegantly waved his wand. Gust of wind. The wind dispersed the flames to either side, creating a clear passage with ease. Let's move on. Straying from the rules is exhilarating. They arrived at the final chamber, a vacant space, with only a large mirror framed in gold standing in the center. What is this? Chilo, unable to contain his desire for recognition, rushed to the mirror. Moments later, he trembled with excitement, exclaiming, I have become the headmaster of Hogwarts. I have received a first-class order of Merlin. Ha ha ha. Fool, what are you doing? The Dark Lord's chilling voice jolted Chilo from his reverie. Master, this mirror. Chilo stammered. This is the mirror of Ariste. It reveals one's most fervent desires, Cain replied nonchalantly. But where is the Philosopher's Stone concealed? Chilo attempted to redeem himself, scanning the surroundings, but finding no place to conceal anything. Out of the corner of his eye, Cain noticed Veda's body tremble slightly. As time ticked away, Cain decided he could wait no longer. Is it hidden within this mirror? Cain was on the verge of articulating the answer. However, at that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A familiar face burst in, Harry Potter. You all. Chapter 79, Father and Son. Harry's face was a canvas of astonishment. He could hardly believe that Quirrell was the one standing before him. Moreover, Quirrell had frantically kidnapped Cain and Odette. Cain, are you all right? Harry rushed to Cain's side. Truly the savior, even when facing death, still concerned for others. Without Cain needing to speak, Quirrell had instinctively assumed the role of the antagonist. How could it be you? I thought it was Snape. Harry still found it hard to accept. Snape, ha ha ha. He certainly does not appear to be a good person. With him as a comparison, who could still doubt the stuttering Professor Quirrell? Quirrell commenced his typical villainous monologue, revealing too much. But Snape once sought to end my life. Harry swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm. If you're referring to what happened in Quidditch, it was I who wished you dead. Yet Snape, he actually intended to protect you. Harry was momentarily stunned. Snape wanted to protect him? He stiffly turned to Cain, hoping for confirmation that he had misheard. Cain shook his head, affirming he had heard correctly. Harry felt a surreal disorientation. What on earth was happening in this world? So the troll. Yes, that was also me. I have quite the knack for dealing with trolls, Quirrell boasted with satisfaction. Cain subtly exchanged a glance with Veda, questioning how Quirrell could ramble on so excessively. Furthermore, you might not know this, Cain is on my side. Quirrell, reveling in the chaos, continued to disclose too much. Upon hearing this, Harry's pupils dilated, and his mind went blank. If Snape's revelation was a bombshell, Cain's situation was an intercontinental missile. You are lying, Harry retorted loudly. Cain, has Quirrell threatened you? For a fleeting moment, Cain could not meet Harry's gaze. His initial intention was merely to feign compliance with Voldemort. Yet he truly desired the Philosopher's Stone. Thus, he chose to remain silent. Witnessing this, Harry instinctively stepped back, feeling as if his heart was being crushed. Cain was his first friend of the same age in the magical realm. He had trusted him so deeply. How could he betray him? How does it feel to be betrayed by someone you trusted? Quirrell gleefully observed the fracture of friendship, relishing the moment. Cain silently tightened his grip on his wand, opting for patience. Enough chatter. Let us get to business. Voldemort's raspy voice echoed through the air. For the first time, Cain found Voldemort's voice oddly melodic. One must say, a villain who cannot even perform his duties is beyond reproach. Even Voldemort could not tolerate it. Master, Your servant Quirrell seeks your guidance, he pleaded, kneeling on the ground. At this moment, Voldemort's mind was consumed with a surge of frustration, deeming the situation utterly futile. He intended to manipulate that boy, just as Dumbledore comprehended Voldemort's intentions. Voldemort was acutely aware of Dumbledore's schemes. Both were cunning foxes of a millennium, playing their games in front of one another. Poor Harry, belatedly realizing the peril, attempted to flee, only to be bound tightly by Quirrell's wand. Quirrell, devoid of any compassion, ruthlessly dragged Harry before the mirror. Now, tell me, what do you see? I see myself as a professional Quidditch player, and I have become the president of the student council. Harry stammered out a series of fabrications. Only Cain noticed Harry's hand awkwardly concealing something. It appeared that Harry had obtained the Philosopher's Stone. He is lying. Let me confront him. Voldemort could no longer remain passive. Cain felt a pang of sympathy for Harry. The revelations today were overwhelming, and Harry's heart likely felt as though it might burst from the pressure. Indeed, upon encountering Voldemort's distinctive appearance, Harry was left utterly stunned. Harry Potter, Voldemort elongated the name. Look at what I have become. What followed was a lengthy exposition for Voldemort regarding his psychological journey of self-preservation. Cain was left speechless. Did the Death Eaters not grasp the essence of villainy? Must they all indulge in such self-revelation? Did they not understand that villains often perish from excessive verbosity? Why don't you hand me the Philosopher's Stone from your pocket? Voldemort finally struck at the heart of the matter. Instinctively, Harry covered his pocket, feeling as if he were encircled by ravenous wolves. Avada Kedavra. Cain seized the moment, casting a spell from behind Quirrell, catching him off guard and sending him crashing to the ground. Harry, come here, Cain warned, keeping a vigilant eye on Voldemort while beckoning Harry closer. Harry was nearly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Yet he at least recognized that Cain had not betrayed him. He remained an ally. Cain, I have it, look. Harry dashed to Cain's side, swiftly retrieving the Philosopher's Stone and offering it to him. Good boy, hand it to me. Suddenly, Quirrell, having been struck by the killing curse, opened his eyes, now glowing red. A sense of dread washed over Cain. The figure before him was no longer Quirrell, but Voldemort himself. Using another's body is always uncomfortable. Voldemort twisted his neck, his form appearing somewhat rigid. Hand it to me, good child. You shall not have it. Once Cain had secured it, there was no chance of return. My dear son, how could you treat your father this way? Voldemort spread his arms wide, as if reprimanding a wayward child. What? You are Voldemort's son? Harry, the unfortunate boy, was once again rendered speechless, utterly astounded by this revelation. Do not speak so sweetly. You have never regarded me as your son. Cain remained clear-headed. My son, are you blaming me for not being there during your upbringing? Surely you can feel it as well. Our blood calls to one another. We are both descendants of Slytherin. Observe this realm of sorcery. She shall one day kneel at my feet. Voldemort hesitated, and at that moment, you, as my son, shall attain a status second only to one. Now, hand it over to me. Voldemort extended his hand towards Cain. Do not speak so grandiloquently. You never anticipated my birth, for you sought eternal life. Would a wizard in pursuit of immortality truly care about having bloodline descendants? Cain had never believed Voldemort cared for familial bonds. His existence was perhaps more of an accident. My son, I must concede, you bear a striking resemblance to my younger self. I shall grant you another opportunity. Relinquish the Philosopher's Stone to me. Voldemort sensed the ebbing energy within Chilo's body, growing increasingly impatient. Not a chance. Cain raised his wand, pointing it defiantly at Voldemort. Chapter 80, Death. Very well. Odave, eliminate him. Voldemort casually issued the command to Odave. Oh, shall I obey your command, my lord? A peculiar smile played on Odave's lips. Who are you? Voldemort narrowed his crimson eyes. I am an old friend, long renowned yet unseen. No sooner had the words left her lips than Odave transformed, revealing the silver-haired Vita before them. Harry felt as though he had exhausted his lifetime quota of astonishment. No matter what shocking revelation unfolded today, he would remain unfazed. He was now frighteningly powerful. So is the Twilight Saint. Has Grindelwald, that ancient relic, finally been unable to restrain himself from emerging? Upon seeing the emblem of the saint upon the woman, Voldemort immediately mocked her. As the second Dark Lord, it was imperative to tarnish the legacy of the first. In comparison to the waning Voldemort, who now only sought to intimidate first years, Vita maintained her smile, yet her words were merciless. A pure-blood lunatic who can only assert dominance in British wizarding circles dares to compare himself to the illustrious Grindelwald? He is hardly worthy. It seems you two have come to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort's nostrils flared with indignation. Were his current body his own, this madwoman would not dare to taunt him in his presence. I must thank Chilo for this opportunity. Vita expressed her gratitude sincerely. That fool Chilo. Voldemort wished he could slay him once more. Cain, you would not wish for the Philosopher's Stone to fall into the hands of outsiders, would you? Hand it over to me, and together we shall forge the glory of Slytherin. The saint would obviously not relinquish the Philosopher's Stone. So Voldemort resorted to invoking the glory of Slytherin as leverage. Ah, it seems someone just attempted to kill you, Cain. Be that imart plafili. Moreover, I can promise you a share of the Philosopher's Stone. At that moment, the three stood in a triangular standoff, each vying for Cain's allegiance. They understood that Cain was far more than just a mere first year. Voldemort and Vita were acutely aware that they could not easily outmaneuver one another. Hence, they needed allies. And Cain's choice was of paramount importance. I am Cain Slytherin, and I have but one choice. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Cain boldly acknowledged his true identity. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he uttered his original name, the book of admission began to flutter uncontrollably, ultimately settling upon the page inscribed with his name. His name transformed from Cain Lestrange to Cain Slytherin. Simultaneously, the crystal orbs within the Department of Mysteries quivered, inciting a wave of chaos. This is a tale for another time, so we shall set it aside for now. As Cain embraced his Slytherin identity, Voldemort's lips curled into a smirk. He had triumphed. Without further ado, Voldemort raised his hand. A beam of green light shot forth like a bolt of lightning towards Vita. Years of combat training kept Vita perpetually on guard. With a flick of her wand, a small deer charged towards the green light. In the next instant, the deer drew its last breath, leaving only shattered bricks in its wake. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, and the room soon lay in ruins. Cain swiftly shoved a bewildered Harry into a corner, saying, "Listen, Harry, I will require your assistance shortly." Leaning closer, Cain urged him, "Remember this?" Harry clenched his fist, affirming his resolve to comply. After briefing Harry, Cain enveloped himself in a protective spell and charged forward. Thunderous explosions erupted. In the confines of the enclosed space, the destructive power of such spells multiplied exponentially. As bricks rained down from the ceiling, a cloud of dust enveloped the area. If these three were to form a demolition crew, they would undoubtedly achieve great feats within a magical realm. Upon Cain's involvement, Vita felt an immediate surge of pressure. She had not anticipated that Cain possessed such formidable combat skills. However, Cain paid no heed to her thoughts, summoning vines that ensnared Vita, leaving her in a precarious position. Avada Kedavra! The Dark Lord seized the moment, unleashing a killing curse straight at Vita's face. Just as Cain believed Vita was doomed, she astonishingly vanished from sight. It was a portkey. Voldemort's expression darkened. Curse be it, she has escaped. Avada Kedavra! This time, the spell was cast by Cain. With Vita gone, it was time for the two of them to settle their scores. My son, since you seek death, as your father, I shall grant it. Voldemort was well prepared, evading the curse. In retaliation, he unleashed a green beam directed at Cain. Now, we shall witness the ensuing confrontation. The two parties stood armed, exchanging waves of green light in a turn-based duel. The previously uneven room was now riddled with countless holes piercing through the walls. It is difficult to fathom that the two individuals, intent on each other's demise, shared the closest of blood ties in this world. Yet, the harsh reality unfolded before them, truly exemplifying the phrase of father's love and his son's obedience. Sensing a momentary pause from the Dark Lord, Cain recognized his opportunity. The original quarrel had perished. How much longer could his body endure, even if it was Voldemort inhabiting it? Petri Ficus Totalis. Voldemort found himself immobilized. Harry, now is the time. As Cain continued to cast spells to hold off Voldemort, he reminded Harry. Having waited for a considerable time, Harry sprang up like a startled specter and clung to Voldemort's leg. A sharp pain pierced through Voldemort, as if his leg were being seared by flames. Soon, his leg began to flake away like ash. Before Voldemort could retaliate against Harry, Cain, who had been vigilantly watching both, swiftly cast a petrifying spell, immobilizing Voldemort's right hand. It was evident that Quirrell's body was deteriorating at an alarming rate. Cain exhaled in relief, believing that the end was finally in sight. Then a green light, so vivid it was disconcerting, struck Cain. Cain! Harry's anguished cry echoed throughout the room. Yet, Cain could hardly pay attention. In a fleeting moment before consciousness faded, a single thought crossed Cain's mind. Someone had cheated, casting a spell with their left hand. Cain, wake up! Harry urgently shook Cain's body, hoping against hope that he would open his eyes in the next instant. At that moment, Quirrell's form had completely turned to ash. A plume of black smoke erupted from it, barreling towards Cain's chest. Cain's eyes snapped open, realizing that this body was indeed what he desired. Haha, out of Cain's body. Harry trembled with rage, exerting every ounce of strength to hold onto Cain's form. Oh, Voldemort let out another chilling wail. You wish for your friend to be revived, do you not? Release me. You're not Cain. Harry, torn between sorrow and fury, endured the searing pain in his head, refusing to let go. Ultimately, Voldemort was forced out of Cain's body, dissolving into a wisp of black smoke as he fled. Exhausted, Harry managed to glance at Cain before collapsing into unconsciousness. Chapter 81. Reactions from all sides in the Hogwarts infirmary. Dumbledore's voice broke the silence. Cain, he? Professor McGonagall's tone was laden with sorrow. She could hardly believe that Cain might be. There was no other choice but to inform the Malfoys. Dumbledore's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Could it be that Cain had truly perished? Was he not the one foretold in the prophecy? His body still bore warmth. Perhaps there was still hope. Snape gazed at Cain with a similarly intricate expression. Regardless of the circumstances, Cain was a scion of the Slytherin lineage. Could he truly be destined to blaze brightly like a firework, only to fade into oblivion? Yet, he had no pulse left, Professor Snape. Madame Pomfrey looked at Cain on the hospital bed with deep regret. Cain had been her comrade in advancing the field of healing. Now, his journey had barely begun, yet had abruptly ended. How could one not feel sorrow? Oh. Professor Flitwick sobbed quietly, unable to articulate his grief. Had he known, had he only insisted that Cain transfer to Ravenclaw, perhaps these events could have been avoided. Professor Sprout, too, was filled with poignant reflections. She had originally planned to hold a culinary competition after the final exams, only awaiting Cedric's invitation to Cain as a judge. Who could have anticipated such calamity? Alas, the whispers of the professors were overheard by Harry, who had quietly awakened. Yet, he would rather suspect a malfunction in his hearing than believe that Cain was truly in peril. Tear-stained remnants marred the pillow as Harry could no longer restrain his emotions, breaking into heart-wrenching sobs. The poor child. Professor McGonagall, upon hearing the sound, swiftly drew back the curtain and enveloped Harry in her embrace. The other professors, upon witnessing Harry's sorrow, turned their backs, unable to endure the sight. All right, you may all return. Dumbledore paused. Severus, please take a trip to inform the Malfoy couple. He dismissed everyone except Professor McGonagall. Headmaster, Professor, Cain is truly. Harry clung to a flicker of hope. Child, Cain has no heartbeat. Professor McGonagall gently patted Harry's back, compelled to reveal the harsh truth to the boy before her. Harry, can you tell us precisely what transpired? Dumbledore was eager to ascertain the events, realizing that certain matters had slipped beyond his control. Dumbledore. McGonagall cast a reproachful glance at the old wizard. Minerva, knowing the truth sooner, could provide an explanation to the Malfoys. Dumbledore's stance remained unwavering. Very well. Given the circumstances, McGonagall ceased her opposition. Professor, I am fine. Harry wiped his tears, yearning to do something for Cain. It was Voldemort. He recounted his experiences in detail. A saint has appeared? McGonagall exclaimed. Dumbledore, calm yourself. Minerva, this was unforeseen by any of us. Dumbledore's expression grew gravely serious upon hearing the term saint. Old friend, what on earth are you planning? That eau de vie Rogier. McGonagall contemplated a troubling possibility. This academic year had already witnessed the murder of Walter White, and now Cain's incident. Should another Rogier emerge, Hogwarts would likely face closure. Things have not yet reached their nadir. Do not forget, her surname is the greatest safeguard. Based on Harry's account, Dumbledore had pinpointed a suspect. Eau de vie was most likely unharmed. By the way, Headmaster Dumbledore, with the Philosopher's Stone, Cain had faced his fate while safeguarding the stone, and Harry did not wish for Cain's efforts to be in vain. I regret to inform you, Harry, Dumbledore revealed the shattered remnants of the Philosopher's Stone. Is this truly the Philosopher's Stone? Harry questioned, puzzled. He recalled the stone's ruby hue, while the fragments before him were transparent. Indeed, it must have been struck by Voldemort's killing curse, resulting in its shattering. However, it remains unclear if other factors contributed, for the immense power contained within the stone has also been entirely depleted. Dumbledore's tone was profoundly solemn. How could this be? Harry felt tears welling up again. After all, Cain had safeguarded this with his very life. What Master Nicholas Flamel? Harry recalled that Master Flamel had relied upon the Philosopher's Stone for his immortality. The Flamel couple had intended to conclude their lengthy existence. Death, too, represented a different venture. Dumbledore paused, but encountering Cain had imbued their lives with newfound significance. Did they know Cain? Harry could not restrain himself from interrupting Dumbledore. It was indeed surprising for those hearing it for the first time. Dumbledore understood Harry's feelings well. Yes, indeed. Harry's gaze flickered. He vividly remembered asking Cain whether he was familiar with Nicholas Flamel, to which Cain had replied in the negative. Surely, Cain had his reasons for withholding that information. It must be so. Harry quickly resolved to navigate his own emotions. With Cain's passing, he had become an almost ethereal figure in Harry's mind, with all things possessing their own rationale. Please continue. The good news was that they had already reserved sufficient resources to sustain them for a while. The unfortunate news was that, as Cain's mentors, they dared not inform others of his demise. Dumbledore was at a loss for how to broach this subject with his old friend. Ultimately, it was his oversight that had led to this moment. What shall we do next? Harry, fighting back tears, looked questioningly at Dumbledore. We need to hold a funeral for Cain. Is it you? Theodore, disregarding the principles of gentlemanly conduct, barged into Odette's dormitory. The one who took his life was Voldemort. Odette's eyes were swollen, her voice hoarse. Vita had already recounted the events to her and advised her against returning to Hogwarts for the time being. For the first time, Odette had defied Vita and insisted on coming back. She did not wish to miss Cain's funeral. Their conversation, lacking coherence, nevertheless conveyed mutual understanding. Snape had already informed several close friends of Cain regarding the tragic news. Draco had fainted in tears. Blaise, shedding his usual roguish demeanor, had reddened eyes as he comforted a sobbing pansy who gasped for breath. Theodore, suppressing the bitterness in his heart, angrily sought out Odette. Earlier, while helping Cain clear his name in the Forbidden Forest, Theodore had sensed something amiss with Odette. In recent times, she had been uncharacteristically solitary. He could not help but suspect a connection between her and Cain's demise. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for the revelation he would hear from Odette's lips, Voldemort's name. The anger within him deflated like a punctured balloon, replaced by a profound sense of fear and helplessness. He despised his own cowardice. Even the mere mention of the Dark Lord's name sent tremors through his heart. Theodore clenched his jaw and struck the doorframe with his fist, his knuckles bloodied. He vowed that Cain's death would not be in vain. Chapter 82, A Pact with Death. Beneath the sky, shrouded in ominous clouds, a gentle drizzle began to fall, as if the heavens themselves shared in the sorrow for Cain. Since receiving the news of Cain's demise, Narcissa had fainted numerous times, her grief overwhelming. It was only through Lucius's steadfast support that she managed to attend Cain's funeral. Though obscured by the fine rain, Lucius's expression was a tapestry of intricate emotions. Shock at discovering Cain was a descendant of Slytherin, fear of the Dark Lord's possible survival, and regret for witnessing the loss of a beloved protege. Despite Dumbledore publicly declaring that Cain had been slain by the Dark Wizard Quirrell, Lucius's astute political instincts sensed the underlying truths that might lie hidden within the narrative. Draco's eyes were swollen, resembling ripe peaches, and his meticulously styled hair had been tousled by the wind. Yet, he cared little for appearances, his gaze fixed intently on Cain, who lay amidst a sea of flowers. The entire school had gathered to bid farewell to Cain, and many witches could not suppress their tears. What are you all doing? The sudden voice cut through the solemn silence like a thunderclap. It sounded eerily familiar. Cain? Huh, Cain. He's back from the dead, Ron. A nearby classmate, startled nearly to the brink of cardiac arrest, screamed and fled in panic. A chorus of shrieks erupted from the onlookers, scattering like startled birds. For the first time, Professor McGonagall, who had always upheld the discipline of Hogwarts, refrained from intervening and instead hurried to Cain's side. You are truly alive? I'm perfectly fine. Feel for yourself, still warm, Cain replied with a hint of amusement. Ouch, he exclaimed as Snape pinched his arm sharply. Alive, Snape stated succinctly. Cain, my child. Narcissa could no longer contain herself. She broke free from Lucius's grasp and rushed forward to embrace Cain. I'm right here. No need to worry, Cain reassured her, patting her back gently. What on earth is happening? Professor McGonagall inquired, voicing the collective confusion surrounding them. As for the events that transpired, only Cain held the true understanding. Let us rewind time to a day prior. Where am I? Cain pondered, gazing at the expanse of pure white before him, wondering if he had once again traversed realms. Straining to listen, he faintly heard the sound of flowing water, accompanied by a subtle fragrance of blossoms. Instinctively, he moved towards the source of the sound, walking aimlessly, losing all sense of time. After what felt like an eternity, he found himself before a tumultuous black river, flanked by vibrant red flowers. Could this be the afterlife? It seemed he had indeed crossed into the realm of the dead. Despondently, Cain sat on the riverbank, forcing a bitter smile. He had become a casualty of fate at a young age. He wondered how deeply Narcissa and the others would grieve upon learning of his death. The more he pondered, the heavier his heart felt. Someone, please come, he called out, where the ferrymen promised to guide souls in the afterlife. Hurry up, it is far too cold here. He yearns for rebirth. How is the scenery? As Cain wallowed in his despondency, a sound reminiscent of Siberian chill reverberated through the air. He turned to look back, exclaiming, "What manner of specter is this?" Before him stood a colossal shadow cloaked in black, towering at least 10 stories high. In its grasp was a massive scythe, glinting with a cold, lethal light, as if countless lives were poised to be mercilessly harvested at any moment. The Grim Reaper? Cain murmured the identity of the figure before him while standing at the water's edge. Perhaps this is merely one of the myriad incarnations of my existence. The Reaper spoke slowly. Cain was taken aback. He never anticipated that the Grim Reaper would personally come to fetch him. How impressive! Cease your fanciful musings. You are disturbing me. The Reaper coldly dismissed Cain's thoughts. So, you seek me for a reason? If you were not here to guide him, then surely he must have other motives. Do you wish to live? The Reaper's expression remained concealed beneath the shadow of his hood, revealing nothing. I do wish to live, Cain replied without hesitation. The cold, desolate underworld pales in comparison to the vibrant world of the living. Even if it meant enduring decades of bland cuisine, he would gladly accept that fate. What could mere stargazers do to him? Let's strike a bargain. If you can sacrifice the 3 sacred artifacts of death to me in the future, I shall grant you the chance to be resurrected, the Reaper stated directly. The 3 sacred artifacts of death. Cain pondered quietly, wondering what purpose they served. What I intend to do with them is none of your concern, little whelp. How audacious of you to invade my thoughts without permission, Cain retorted. This is my domain. That is my privilege. All right, I concede. He had no choice but to accept the situation. Will you agree or not? The Reaper issued an ultimatum. I can agree, but there must be a time limit. I cannot gather the 3 sacred artifacts of death immediately. 10 years, the Reaper declared. Cain fell silent, nodding in agreement. But how do I return? My body must have already grown cold. No. What? It has not grown cold. That should not be. I must have been dead for some time. The passage of time differs between the underworld and the realm of the living. Moreover, do you not sense something amiss about yourself? Cain, upon hearing this, began to feel his own body. Indeed, there was a hint of warmth. Yet how could this be? How could a soul possess warmth? Because you carry the seed of a resurrection herb, the Reaper revealed. How can I not know this? Do not assume my ignorance allows you to deceive me. A soul cannot bear any remnants of the mortal realm. Wait, Cain suddenly felt something. He extracted a seed, the size of a golden pea, from his pocket. Could this be the cause? He was taken aback. This was given to him alongside the mithril by Lady Lestrange before. At that time, it had appeared shriveled, and now it was plump and round. But I did not nurture it. It required immense magical power to be awakened. The entity of death has only just regained its vitality and is far from meeting the conditions for growth. The Grim Reaper's penetrating gaze fixated on the seed in Cain's hand. What purpose does it serve? The name Resurrection Herb sounds quite grand. Cain was eager to uncover its true potential. What use is it for me to divulge everything to you? The Reaper retorted impatiently. It is time for you to return. Remember, a decade is your term. With a dismissive wave of its robe, a chilling wind enveloped Cain, and in the next moment, he vanished from the underworld. We shall meet again, the Reaper murmured as its colossal form gradually faded from view. In the realm of Muggle medicine, there exists a condition known as catalepsy. I must be suffering from something akin to that, Cain calmly explained to those around him. The professors exchanged glances, perplexed yet relieved. Cain's revival was indeed a fortunate occurrence. At least Hogwarts would not face closure. How delightful. Chapter 83, The Year-End Banquet. The Great Hall of Hogwarts had been exquisitely adorned in the emerald and silver hues symbolic of Slytherin. This year marked Slytherin's 7th consecutive triumph in the House Cup. Cain noticed a restrained smile gracing Snape's features as he conversed with Professor McGonagall. Aunt Narcissa sat between Cain and Draco, her gaze filled with nostalgia as she surveyed the surroundings. Once, the 3 black sisters had lived carefree in this very space. Now, she remained the sole survivor. Cain's peripheral vision caught Lucius discreetly observing him, perhaps due to his now-revealed heritage as a Slytherin descendant. Not only Lucius, but the entire Slytherin entourage was scrutinizing Cain, meticulously monitoring his every move. In recent days, I have received numerous applications for Slytherin membership, Theodore murmured from across the table. The eyes of everyone at the long table shifted towards Cain, eager for his response. As I mentioned before, this matter remains under your purview, Cain said, wiping the corner of his mouth before offering Theodore a dose of encouragement. Draco, would you be willing to assist Theodore? Cain inquired, glancing at his somewhat disheartened cousin. Draco, still somewhat juvenile, was not yet suited for the complexities of the selection process. Cain had resolved to prioritize the development of Draco's comprehensive abilities, and for now, He would serve as Theodore's deputy for training. Of course, I mean, that's agreeable, Draco replied, puffing out his chest with pride as he surveyed those around him. I would be delighted to serve Slytherin. Cassandra raised her goblet in a distant toast. The implications of Cain's identity as a Slytherin descendant were only just beginning to unfold, and Shafik was never one to shy away from competition. Opportunities will arise. Cain's words resonated not only with Cassandra, but with the others present as well. Dismantling Voldemort's reign would not be a task accomplished by mere words or individuals. While personal prowess holds undeniable significance, Cain yearned for something more profound. Not merely to alter the entirety of the wizarding world, but at the very least to transform the British magical community. Let's set a flag. Snape observed the undercurrents of Slytherin with a grave expression. With the emergence of the Slytherin heir, the ambitions of pure-blood nobles were likely poised to rekindle. Soon, Dumbledore arrived, marking the passage of yet another year. The venerable headmaster reflected on the remarkable events of the past academic year. The first order of business was the awarding ceremony for the House Cup. The scores were as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor with 512 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff with 552 points. Ravenclaw with 626 points. And Slytherin with 710 points. A resounding cheer erupted from the Slytherin table, contrasting sharply with the recent events that required consideration. Dumbledore cleared his throat, indicating that he had a few final points to distribute. The crowd exchanged glances, and a hush fell over them. However, Cain remained composed. He doubted that Dumbledore could rectify such a vast point disparity with a mere flourish of his pen. The first announcement was for Ron Weasley, who had won a remarkable chess match at Hogwarts, earning Gryffindor an additional 100 points. The cheers from the Gryffindor table were deafening, while the Slytherin table harbored an ominous sense of foreboding. Before Gryffindor could regain their composure, Dumbledore awarded Hermione Granger another 100 points for her poise in the face of adversity. Harry Potter was recognized for his extraordinary bravery with a reward of 120 points. The uproar from Gryffindor nearly threatened to lift the ceiling, as their score now surpassed that of Slytherin, suggesting they might have clinched the House Cup. The Slytherin students turned their gaze toward Cain, their expressions darkening. Dumbledore raised his hands to restore silence. And now, Mr. Cain Slytherin. The attention of the entire school converged upon Cain, and the Slytherins felt a swell of pride. He stood unbowed before authority, brave enough to resist, and supportive of his peers. For this, I shall award Slytherin an additional 120 points. The cheers now belonged to Slytherin, with even some Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students joining the applause, and a few Gryffindors cheered for Cain as well. Cain accepted Dumbledore's praise with a faint smile, though inwardly he felt a surge of frustration. Dumbledore, ever the clever one, had deftly alluded to the principle of resisting authority, a notion that held little esteem among Slytherins, who cherished strength as a virtue closely tied to honor. Dumbledore was indeed making a pointed remark. I have passed all my subjects. What about you, Blaise? Pansy excitedly announced her results, casting a challenging glance at Blaise. Disappointingly, I still have 3 subjects with O, Blaise replied, raising an eyebrow in retort. And you, Draco? Pansy swiftly shifted her focus. Apologies, but I have 6 subjects with O, Draco declared proudly, lifting his chin. Cain shook his head. Pansy's display of arrogance was nothing short of self-deprecation. Cain remains the top student in his grade, yet he does not exhibit the same arrogance as others. Panchi, feeling indignant, began to leverage Cain's reputation. Indeed, Cain shares the first position with Hermione. Were it not for his evident inclination towards certain subjects, he could easily distance himself from the rest. Just as the gathering was immersed in cheerful revelry, the grand doors of the hall swung open. Dumbledore. The portly Cornelius Fudge entered, accompanied by several Aurors and, astonishingly, 2 goblins. The crowd raised their heads, observing the procession. Minister Fudge, what brings you here? Dumbledore expressed his surprise at Fudge's arrival. Hogwarts has made significant contributions to the ministry by nurturing talent. As the Minister of Magic, I felt compelled to express my gratitude personally. Fudge's official remarks left the professors blushing, for the ministry had persistently urged Hogwarts to enhance the comprehensive capabilities of its students over the past few years. Moreover, the Auror team had not recruited any recent graduates from Hogwarts, deeming their skills insufficient. Thus, Fudge's words ignited a sense of embarrassment among the professors. After Fudge sat down and ceremoniously took a few bites, he turned his gaze toward Dumbledore, stating, "It appears that Slytherin has once again claimed the House Cup this year." Indeed, the students of Slytherin are exceptionally talented, Dumbledore replied with a look of satisfaction. After all, Slytherin is an integral part of Hogwarts. Truly, Slytherin deserves its reputation. By the way, I have heard that a descendant of Slytherin has emerged at the school. In truth, Fudge had already received first-hand information from the list of transferees. Yet he maintained a facade of ignorance. Cain, Dumbledore realized Fudge's intentions. No doubt, a remarkable specimen. Indeed, a true descendant of Slytherin. Fudge descended from a faculty table and grasped Cain's hand. One of Fudge's entourage, armed with a camera, hurriedly captured this momentous handshake. He had already envisioned the headline for tomorrow, a meeting across time. The historic encounter between the Minister of Magic and a Slytherin descendant. Chapter 84. Time to meet Bella. Fudge, ever the politician, lavished praise upon Cain with extravagant language. Cain, feeling somewhat bashful, refrained from fully aligning with the politician, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his eye. He had become Fudge's prop for theatrics. How unfortunate. The resurgence of a Slytherin descendant was akin to a tonic for the British magical community, invigorating the populace. Fudge clung to Cain's hand. Old Dumbledore, will you simply stand by? Perhaps Cain's expression was too revealing, prompting Dumbledore to finally intervene. Let's dine first, Cornelius. The students are watching. Dumbledore was right. The entire faculty and student body were observing how Fudge would perform. Ah, yes, we shall talk after the meal. Cain, please take a seat beside me. Fudge forcibly placed Cain in the seat next to him. Cain's assessment of Fudge's display was that it felt like sitting on pins and needles, utterly uncomfortable. Dumbledore's office awaited. Cain, allow me to introduce you to the two goblins, La Huang and Laurie, who have come from Gringotts. Fudge paused momentarily, stating that since you have reclaimed the surname Slytherin, the inheritance rights of the Lestrange family must now be relinquished. Very well, but I would first like to visit my mother. Cain did not hesitate regarding the Lestrange inheritance. He had already secured what was rightfully his from the Lestrange estate within Gringotts. Fudge was pleasantly surprised by the swift resolution of the first matter, and a genuine smile graced his face. Certainly, I shall arrange for you to meet with Mrs. Lestrange at the earliest opportunity. As for the second matter, I will let La Huang elaborate. Fudge cleared his throat, conceding the floor to La Huang, who had been attempting to interject. It is this, Mr. Slytherin. Your ancestor, Slytherin, once made an agreement with the goblins to safeguard certain treasures. Although Gringotts had not yet been established at that time, the goblins chose to honor their commitment. La Huang's expression embodied the goblins' unwavering sense of integrity. If possible, Cain felt compelled to utter a scornful retort. Pah, shameless. Who among us is unaware of the goblins' avaricious nature? They even dared to covet the sword forged for Gryffindor. What, pray tell, do they not desire? It is likely that Slytherin placed some potent enchantment or stringent conditions upon his bequeathed artifacts, thus deterring the goblins from their usual greed. Therefore, I require you to accompany me to Gringotts for verification, La Huang stated, looking inquiringly at Cain. I shall visit, but not at this moment. My desire is to see my mother first. La Huang opened his mouth to say more, but Fudge silenced him with a glance. Cain found this peculiar. Gringotts is not under the jurisdiction of the ministry, so why did La Huang seem to defer to Fudge? Upon reflection, it was apparent that both parties had likely reached some agreement, one in power and the other in wealth, an alliance not unexpected. However, Cain sensed that this accord held significant implications for him, or perhaps for Slytherin. There is no rush to visit Gringotts. The holiday has only just begun, has it not? I presume you are eager to enjoy your respite, Fudge remarked, adopting a benevolent elder's demeanor as he smiled at Cain. Indeed, I am quite eager, Cain replied with an equally sincere smile. How about 3 days hence? I shall send someone to escort you to Azkaban. Oh, Fudge, is it truly appropriate to send a child alone to Azkaban, considering the nature of that place? Before Cain could voice his thoughts, Dumbledore interrupted. What scheme is old Dumbledore concocting now? Very well, I can permit Lucius to accompany Cain. Fudge pondered for a moment before proposing this arrangement. Cornelius, let us not forget the Malfoys and the Lestranges. Dumbledore's words were vague, yet the others present understood his implication. One of the most notable commonalities between Malfoy and Lestrange is their past affiliation with the Death Eaters. Although Malfoy vehemently asserted during the trial that he was under the influence of the Imperius curse, thereby escaping punishment, those present were acutely aware that Lucius had merely leveraged his wealth to curry favor with various officials of the Ministry of Magic. Additionally, given the tumultuous state of affairs at the time, the former Minister of Magic was reluctant to stir up further complications, thus preserving several pureblood families. Otherwise, Cain and his companions would have all commenced their journeys as orphans. Cain had no desire to create unnecessary disturbances. He merely wished to unburden his thoughts. It was prudent, however, to have someone accompany him for added safety. After a moment's reflection, Dumbledore suggested that Professor Snape accompany him. I trust he will ensure your safety, he remarked. This was deemed a sound proposal, and Fudge readily concurred, casting a querying glance at Cain. Then it shall be so. When the time came to meet Bella, he would first send Snape away. Since old Dumbledore wished for someone to accompany him, so be it. It was but a minor matter, and could serve to temporarily soothe Dumbledore's sensitive heart. Everyone nodded in agreement, including the ringmaster, who felt a pang at the thought of the considerable fortune left by Slytherin flowing out of Gringotts. A day's delay would be preferable. Ideally, it would languish within the vaults of Gringotts. As Cain returned to the common room to gather his belongings, he was unexpectedly confronted by Odette. "It is I," she replied softly. "Please wait a moment." Cain drew his wand, invoking the spell to reveal her true name. Her name materialized above her head, Odette Rosier. There was no mistaking her identity. "What do you need?" Cain inquired directly. "Mrs. Lestrange sent you a letter. Since you were absent, I took the liberty of receiving it." Odette, without reproach for Cain's earlier actions, handed the letter to him. After a moment of silence, Cain opened it and began to read. "Mrs. Lestrange insists on inviting me to France. Surely she cannot be unaware of my current disassociation from the Lestrange name." This was puzzling, as Odette could not possibly have concealed this information. She was indeed aware, yet she remained steadfast. Odette bit her lip, hesitating to speak. "I will consider it," Cain replied. Regardless, he intended to visit France this summer. After all, the Philosopher's Stone had been destroyed, and it was essential for him to pay a visit to the Nicholls. As for Lestrange, he would contemplate that later. "Now, let us pack, for the train is about to depart." With that, Cain brushed past Odette, leaving her to silently gaze at his retreating figure for a long time. Chapter 85. The Final Farewell. The June breeze was warm and languid, inducing a sense of lethargy. By late June, the temperatures were steadily rising. Cain and his companions arrived at an unfamiliar, remote body of water through a portkey. This place appeared to be a realm apart from the world, shrouded in an oppressive fog, revealing only a desolate expanse of blackness. Even the sweltering heat could not warm this place in the slightest. The group instinctively shrank their necks, shivering, a chill piercing through them. Cain surveyed the surroundings silently, his thoughts wandering uncontrollably. He pondered what the prison known as Nurmengard might resemble. "We must traverse this open ground. Dementors are stationed ahead," Kingsley Shacklebolt announced in a deep, deliberate voice. Although he hailed from one of the 28 pure-blood families, he perceived himself as distinct from those aristocrats, harboring a disdain for their unspeakable, sordid dealings. Thus, when Fudge specifically tasked him with escorting the recently controversial figure, a descendant of Slytherin, to Azkaban, his immediate instinct was to refuse. "Consider how your salary is dispensed," Fudge had remarked. Confronted with reality, he reluctantly succumbed to the lure of money, for since reaching adulthood, he had not asked his family for assistance. "If you feel afraid later, you may hide behind me," Kingsley reassured the group, his gaze inadvertently flickering toward Cain. "TSK, a delicate young master. I wonder if he can bear the weight of the Slytherin name." The group fell silent, trudging forward. This place seemed to possess the ability to siphon joy from one's heart. Standing upon this ground, a sense of heaviness settled within. Cain cast a cold glance at Snape, who, predictably, wore an even more sour expression. Soon, a colossal structure resembling a massive black pillar loomed before them, surrounded by a swarm of Dementors. A mere glance sent shivers down their spines. A second glance threatened to trigger claustrophobia, perhaps sensing the presence of the living. A throng of Dementors glided closer to the group. "Step back," Kingsley commanded, raising the Ministry's decree, impatiently shooing away the cloaked creatures. Although to some extent, they could be considered colleagues, Kingsley harbored a deep-seated aversion to these ghastly entities. "Ah, another batch of fools has arrived. 1, 2, 3, no, 5 fools. I see only 4. Came a retort. "Enough. There are 3, another chimed in. To the group's astonishment, the Dementors inexplicably began to quarrel among themselves, pushing and shoving one another. Cain's expression turned peculiar. He had heard something. Stealthily, he glanced around, confirming that none of his companions were speaking. Absurd as it seemed, Cain had to admit that he had unwittingly tapped into the bizarre telepathic communication of the Dementors. "What is going on? How am I comprehending their cross-dimensional language? Brother, why are you mingling with these fools? Why aren't you wearing our uniform? Why aren't you flying? Is it by choice?" The Dementors noticed one of their own behaving oddly, associating with the foolish ones. However, to the onlookers, it appeared the Dementors were acting irrationally, disregarding the Ministry's orders. "Damn it. I warned against using Dementors as guards to save a few coins. Those mindless creatures simply refused to listen." Kingsley raised his wand, and a shimmering lynx materialized, dispatched to inform the Ministry of Magic that the Dementors had risen in revolt. The lynx, displaying a remarkable understanding, nodded before vanishing into thin air. "We must depart," he urged, As the encroaching dementors rendered the air heavy, each breath becoming a laborious task, and souls trembling in fear. Observing the dire situation, Kingsley acted decisively, brandishing his wand as a warning while pulling Cain back towards the location of the portkey. The winds howled ominously. Yet Cain, unwilling to squander time and eager to test his mettle, seized the Ministry's directive from Kingsley and charged directly at the Dementors. "Get away," he commanded, momentarily taken aback. The Dementors scattered in retreat. "How frightful, oh dear!" They seemed to lament as they fled. Unbeknownst to Cain, their thoughts were inscrutable, yet he felt a sense of satisfaction at their compliance. "You are reckless," Kingsley chastised, his already sour expression darkening further, nearly reaching an intolerable level. One should not presume that ancestral lineage grants the liberty to act without restraint. Cain wished to retort that he, as a descendant of Slytherin, was indeed entitled to such freedoms. Moreover, he had not forgotten that Snape was a subordinate of his rather unprincipled father, audaciously treating the young master with such disdain. "You dare!" Kingsley was taken aback by Cain's unexpected bravery, his perception of the boy shifting in an instant. "We should hasten," Cain urged. Noting that the Dementors no longer seemed inclined to regroup, Kingsley once again employed the links to notify the Ministry, lifting the state of alert. "I wish to see my mother alone," Cain stated as they approached the vicinity of the cell housing Bella. "Are you certain?" Kingsley raised an eyebrow. Prior to their departure, Fudge had insisted that Cain's wishes take precedence, yet he could not refrain from inquiring. As Kingsley put it, Fudge seemed intent on preserving the living emblem of the Slytherin lineage, though it was unclear whether he owed Cain a debt or was simply acting out of obligation. Indeed, Cain replied with an air of nonchalance. "Professor, I merely wish to visit my mother. There is no need for you to accompany me. Slytherin, please proceed as you wish." Snape grunted, stepping aside. If Dumbledore wished for him to play the role of a caretaker, it would depend on his willingness to comply. He had no desire to encounter those old friends within Azkaban. Cain approached the iron bars confining Bella, scrutinizing the unfamiliar woman before him. Over a decade of imprisonment had ravaged her beauty. Her hair was disheveled, and she cowered in a corner, murmuring to herself, "My lord will come to rescue me. He will slay you all." Bella's madness remained unchanged, her fervor unmistakable. "Who?" Sensing the gaze upon her, Bella abruptly lifted her head. Upon seeing Cain, she froze, then, disregarding all caution, lunged toward the bars, reaching out to grasp him. My master, my master!" Her face radiated with joy, believing her savior had arrived. "Look closely, I am not he. I am Cain." Cain ruthlessly shattered her illusions, leaving his heart a tumultuous mess. "You are my son." The spark in Bella's eyes extinguished in an instant, her outstretched arms falling limply at her sides. "Why are you not the master?" In the next moment, Bella clutched the iron bars tightly, her features contorted as she screamed with all her might. "I am your son." Cain closed his eyes briefly and then spoke with a calm demeanor. "Yes, you are my flesh and blood. I once believed you were a gift from the master, eagerly hoping you would earn his favor. However, who could have predicted your utter failure? The master has deemed you merely an accident. He cares not for you. Why don't you just die, you worthless being?" Bella unleashed her pent-up malice upon Cain, her gaze filled with venom. After a moment of silence, Cain managed a bitter smile. Indeed, his birth was nothing more than a chance occurrence. Before bidding farewell to the Lestrange surname, he felt an inexplicable urge to see Bella one last time, perhaps due to a lingering connection to the woman who bore him. He should not have harbored expectations. "By the way, I have reclaimed the Slytherin name, and your master will never receive the recognition of Slytherin in this lifetime," Cain stated in the calmest tone, delivering the harshest of truths. "You are unworthy. Only the master, only the master." Cain wished to hear no more, ignoring Bella's shrill cries as he turned to leave. From now on, he would be Slytherin, destined to grow formidable. Chapter 86, Exchange of Interests. "Goodbye. Come again next time. Brother, stay with us." Several patrolling Dementors surrounded Cain, eagerly attempting to persuade him to linger. Cain's heavy heart rendered the Dementors ineffective. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Cain halted his steps. "Why do you consider me one of your kind? The mark upon you is quite enticing." After learning the answer, Cain felt somewhat speechless. What was this? Were these Dementors akin to dogs? Mark? One Dementor scratched its scabbed hand beneath its cloak, trying to convey its meaning through an intangible wisdom. "It's like us, something different from a fool." The other Dementors nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, that is precisely the case." Cain pondered deeply. Dementors neither resembled ghosts nor specters. They were aberrations caught between the realms of life and death. He had experienced death before and, due to a pact with the Grim Reaper, had returned to the mortal realm. In a certain sense, He and the Dementors could indeed be considered akin. What a peculiar situation. Which male protagonist in fanfiction is a Dementor? Yet from another perspective, he could take advantage of the situation to spy on the Ministry of Magic. Let us engage in a no-prize guessing game. Under what circumstances would you choose to follow me? Cain posed the question, resembling a peculiar figure, enticing naive children with a lollipop. Joy, so much joy. One Dementor attempted to draw closer to Cain, but he forcefully pushed it away. Damn it, though I do not feel an icy chill. How rude. Apart from joy, could there not be some other pursuit? Cain persisted, unwilling to give up. Aside from joy, there exists only joy. Ha ha ha. Cain furrowed his brow, astonished that even the Dementors could possess a sense of humor. And then there was liberation. It was unclear which Dementor had uttered those words, but it had effectively immobilized the others. In the next moment, they wailed and fled as if pursued by a monstrous flood. Liberation? Legends tell that Dementors are the vile creations of a despicable he who must not be named, who slaughtered countless innocents and tormented their souls with dark magic. How then could such tormented souls find release? Setting that aside for now, he was not yet capable of providing the immense joy that the Dementors craved, nor could he aid them in their liberation. He would first return to claim his inheritance from Slytherin. Upon Cain's emergence, Kingsley exhaled in relief. Let's go. Kingsley escorted Cain to Gringotts, where Fudge awaited in the VIP room. Cain, come quickly and taste this delightful brew from the east, Fudge beckoned, urging Cain to sample the tea prepared by the house elf. Indeed, it was exquisite. Ah, the flavor of pre-rain Longjing tea. While savoring the tea, Cain contemplated silently. Although he was a descendant of Slytherin, Fudge was a busy man, and the esteemed Minister of Magic need not shadow him at all times. There could be but one reason for Fudge's presence. The Ministry had interjected itself into the legacy left by Slytherin. Realizing Fudge's intentions, Cain remained composed, sipping his tea. He would not allow them to take what was rightfully his. Let us depart, Ring. Cain set down his teacup, preparing to claim his inheritance. Wait, Cain. Fudge's belly quivered with his movements. Is there something amiss, Minister Fudge? Cain feigned ignorance, curious about Fudge's next move. I am in a predicament. Ever since I became Minister of Magic, I have poured my heart and soul into ensuring the happiness of the magical community in Britain. Minister Fudge truly is devoted to the people, Ring quickly flattered. But alas! Fudge sighed, casting a furtive glance at Cain. Cain maintained his calm demeanor, smiling politely. Seeing that Cain was unresponsive, Fudge hesitated for a moment before continuing his performance. The employees of the ministry work diligently, yet they too must provide for their families. You may have heard that the magical world has faced some recent unrest, which has exacerbated the ministry's already precarious financial situation. Cain raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Fudge shot Ring a pointed look, signaling that it was his turn to chime in. Indeed, they have sacrificed so much for the magical community in Britain. How can we stand by while they bleed and weep? If I had spare funds, I would gladly donate to the ministry to express my gratitude. Ring's face radiated admiration, devoid of any theatricality. Cain took a sip of tea, forcibly suppressing a smile. I believe that a mere fraction of Gringotts' wealth could significantly enhance the welfare of the ministry's employees. Upon hearing this, Ring's already prominent features stiffened slightly. What an individual. He is too polite and takes it seriously. Indeed, Cain. Long ago, when the ministry was first established, it faced financial hardships. In an effort to enhance the living standards of the residents of the British wizarding community, the Ministry of Magic has undertaken the construction of the iconic Diagon Alley. The results, as one can observe, reflect a thriving existence for its inhabitants. Fudge, however, was meandering around the subject, prompting Cain's impatience to surface as he bluntly addressed the matter. Surely, Minister Fudge would not claim that the ministry's location corresponds precisely with the land deed bequeathed by the ancestor Salazar, would he? Haha, indeed, a true descendant of Slytherin. Fudge, remarkably, appeared quite pleased with himself. The realm of politics, it seems, is rife with a certain shamelessness. Thus, it is apparent that the rent accrued over these centuries has been appropriated by the ministry in Gringotts. Diagon Alley stands as the largest economic entity within the British wizarding world, generating a significant annual income. Cain doubted either of these institutions could be considered entirely above board. The citizens of the British wizarding community would undoubtedly express their gratitude for Slytherin's contributions. Ha. Fudge persisted with his customary rhetoric. Cain refrained from speaking, casting a discreet glance at Fudge. Lahuan, you may step outside. Fudge understood immediately and ushered Lahuan out. Minister Fudge, I can overlook the events of the past few centuries, but I have a stipulation. As long as it is within your capabilities. Fudge contemplated the funds already secured and eventually relented. 10 ministry entry positions annually for me, and they must not be marginal departments. Impossible at most 3, and it seems our negotiations have reached an impasse. Cain turned to leave. Wait, Cain. You know that although I am the Minister of Magic, I am often constrained by circumstances. 5 is my utmost limit. It is my bottom line. Agreed. Cain had not anticipated Fudge's immediate acquiescence. 5 was already a satisfactory outcome. To expand his business endeavors, the ministry was an indispensable ally, and he needed to consider carefully whom to nominate for these positions. By the way, Minister Fudge, your diligent efforts shall not go unrecognized. Henceforth, I will allocate 20% of Diagon Alley's income as a personal sponsorship for you. Ha ha ha. Cain, I appreciate your contributions to the ministry. Fudge's previously grim visage brightened, for the meager returns he had been receiving were far from the promised 20%. Lahuan, I believe we must expedite our efforts. Without waiting for Cain to speak, Fudge urged Lahuan outside. You may verify matters. I have official business to attend to and shall return to the ministry. Fudge, having obtained what he desired, disregarded Gringotts and chose to return home. Let us proceed, Mr. Lahuan. Mr. Slytherin, you and Minister Fudge. You may directly inquire with Minister Fudge. Now, do not cast doubt on Gringotts' efficiency. Very well, this way, please. Lahuan wished to say more, but, seeing Cain's utter lack of cooperation, refrained from continuing. Perhaps an opportunity would arise to question Fudge, as they were indeed allies in this venture. This way, please. Lahuan invited Cain to board a small carriage, and the two gradually ventured deeper along the light rail as dusk fell, painting the sky with hues of orange and red. A slightly warm breeze gently caressed the roadside mouse grass, tousling the dark hair of a nearby youth. Cain quietly surveyed the renowned Godric's Valley, as a few playful children swiftly darted past him. Big brother, are you here to find someone? A little girl with a ponytail asked, curiously sucking on her finger as she gazed at Cain. I'm not looking for anyone. I live here, Cain replied, bending down gently. Then how come I've never seen you before? The girl inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. I just moved here. You'll see me often from now on, Cain explained with a smile, playfully ruffling the girl's hair. Yay, big brother, my name is Gloria. What's yours? Cain. Cain Slytherin. Then we are acquainted. The girl's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her admiration clear as she took in Cain's handsome features. Since we're friends now, how about I give you a little gift? Cain said, extending his right hand, within which a purple morning glory trembled and bloomed. Wow, that is amazing. Your magic is incredible, the little girl exclaimed, clapping her hands excitedly and bouncing on her toes. I'm glad you like it, Cain said, tucking the morning glory behind her ear. But I have some matters to attend to. Shall we meet again another day? Okay, big brother, goodbye. The girl waved, her reluctance evident, yet she understood. Cain chuckled softly, bidding farewell to Gloria. Once the surroundings were devoid of people, he walked directly to an exceptionally lush ginkgo tree. This tree appeared so grand that it would require 4 or 5 individuals to encircle its trunk, and even the village elders could not ascertain its age. All they knew was that it had stood since their childhood. Without hesitation, Cain approached the ginkgo tree and collided with it. He felt himself plunge into a realm of chaos, enveloped in thick fog that rendered direction indistinguishable. Slytherin descendant. Confirmation complete. A spectral female voice echoed in Cain's ears, causing him to involuntarily wince. Upon glancing down, he noticed blood seeping from the tip of his right index finger. With such skills, even the 21st century Muggle paternity tests would pale in comparison, Cain internally scoffed. The dense fog that had surrounded him dissipated in an instant, prompting Cain to blink in astonishment. Before him stood a mysterious Gothic castle, its pinnacle adorned with the emblem of Slytherin, gleaming brilliantly. The castle in Godric's Valley was indeed one of Slytherin's legacies. One cannot deny the peculiar camaraderie between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Despite Slytherin's frequent disdain for Gryffindor, they remained neighbors. Beyond the castle, Slytherin had also bequeathed Cain numerous land deeds, including those for Diagon Alley and Godric's Valley. While other treasures might be absent, Cain surmised that most significant valuables were likely housed within this ancient fortress. For Slytherin would never fully trust those cunning goblins. Cain pushed open the long-sealed door, only to be pleasantly surprised by the pristine condition within. Elements of Slytherin style were evident throughout the castle, with serpentine motifs even adorning the stained glass windows. The ancient castle boasts 6 levels, each adorned with numerous chambers. On the second floor lies a private library, filled with an extensive collection of tomes, spells, transfiguration, and potions amassed by Slytherin from various corners of the world. The 5th and 6th floors each house a treasure vault, brimming with mithril, gemstones of every hue, gold, and other precious materials. As Cain descended to the basement, He was momentarily dazzled by the myriad glass bottles lining the shelves, far more opulent than Snape's potions classroom. Here, even a complete dragon carcass seemed unremarkable. A visceral instinct urged Cain to shield the basement from Snape's gaze, lest he transform into a brigand that very night. The sole disappointment for Cain was the absence of a portrait of Slytherin himself. It appeared he would not have the pleasure of his ever-anticipated companion. Master. 3 diminutive house elves materialized with a crack, the leading elf's ears stuffed with white hair. Are you the house elves left by the ancestors of Slytherin? We are the descendants of the original house elves left by Lord Slytherin. I am Loya, and these 2 are my sons Roya and my grandson Maya. Loya and the others appeared somewhat anxious, yet they maintained a semblance of decorum unlike their more frantic kin. Master, due to our lack of your magical essence to sustain our vitality, we must fall into slumber every decade, which is why we were unable to sense your arrival in a timely manner. That is of no consequence. Loya, take Maya to prepare. I shall entertain guests shortly. Zroya, keep an eye on the entrance. If someone announces my name, usher them in. Yes, master. Each elf dutifully attended to their assigned task. Oh my, is this truly Lord Slytherin's castle? It is indeed extraordinary, Pansy exclaimed as she entered, her gaze darting around in delight. Of course, Slytherin is forever the best. Blaze chimed in, unusually in agreement with Pansy this time. Cousin, may I reside here often? Draco inquired, already searching for a room to his liking. Though the others remained silent, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. While I am here, you may choose freely from the 1st, 3rd, or 4th floors Cain offered, initially intending to reserve rooms for them. Now, let us not rush into room selection. We must address the matter at hand. The group proceeded into the parlor, where Gemma, Bob, Ox, and Cassandra settled on the left side, while Draco, Theodore, Blaze, and Pansy took their places on the right. I have summoned you for a particular discussion. I have reached an agreement with Fudge to recommend 5 candidates to the Ministry of Magic each year. Bob, you are the first to come to mind, Cain stated, turning his gaze to the left. Bob's typically impassive expression flickered with emotion. Boss, I am aware of the tensions you have with your father, but this presents a splendid opportunity to showcase your talents. I hope you will give it serious consideration. I still wish to remain with you, boss. Of course. Do you think I would let you off so easily? Even if you go to the ministry, you will still work for me. My galleons are not to be squandered. Cain replied, feigning seriousness, fully understanding Bob's apprehensions. Rest assured, my esteemed employer, your investment in Jean Jialong shall not be in vain. Bob's eyes shimmered with a hint of red. He vowed to carve out a significant career. Then you shall join the Department of Law Enforcement, for this is undoubtedly suited for you. Cain glanced at Bob's despondent visage, feeling quite pleased with his arrangement, for Bob was inherently destined for this line of work. What about you, UX? Do you wish to return to the Ministry of Magic? Boss, I would prefer not to. The security work still requires my presence, the UX replied, scratching his head in slight embarrassment. The benefits from his current position were too favorable for him to wish to return to the treachery of the ministry. Very well. Cain nodded, not pressing the matter further. Chapter 88. Arrangements before departure continued. Theodore recently joined the society. Do you have any worthy candidates in mind? Cain inquired, turning to his right. I do have 2 prospects, both of whom have just graduated this year. One is Bull Macmillan, a half-blood who is quite discreet, yet possesses a keen understanding of the times. He is moderate in his views. Is he related to Ernie Macmillan from Hufflepuff? They are indeed cousins, Theodore confirmed. Cain nodded thoughtfully, and the other? The other hails from the Selwyn family. Theodore hesitated momentarily, casting a subtle glance at Bob. Do not mind me. I hold no grievances against the Selwyns, Bob replied, shaking his head, for he was aware that his father's actions had led to his mother's tragedy, and he bore no ill will towards others. Robert Selwyn, a pure blood, is a cadet branch of the Selwyn family, skilled in practical spellcasting, and he too is a moderate. Cain nodded appreciatively, regarding Theodore with admiration. He understood him well. Excellent. Then one shall go to the International Magical Cooperation Department, and the other to the Aurors. I also have 2 candidates. Would you like to consider them? Cassandra, seated to Cain's left, tossed her cascading golden locks and spoke with a gentle smile. Oh, I am quite curious about your recommendations, Cain replied. One is Dorothy, the daughter of the Flitwick family. She graduated 2 years ago. Although she is of pure blood, she is somewhat overlooked and, like me, is being pressured into an arranged marriage. If you assist her in securing a position within the ministry, she would be utterly devoted to your cause. Moreover, those in the Flitwick family who disapprove of her father's actions would likely rally towards you. And the other? The other is from the Longbottom family. The Longbottom family? Cain straightened in his seat. Indeed. Frank, once the most promising of the Longbottoms. Well, you know the circumstances. Cassandra. mindful of Cain's sensitivity, refrained from being explicit. The Longbottom family has fallen into disarray and is struggling financially. Any assistance would be greatly appreciated. That may be so, but I don't recall any other children in their family. Cain reflected on the deeds Bella had committed against the Longbottoms, feeling a desire to make amends. Neville Longbottom's uncle, Algie, has a daughter named Alice. For reasons unknown, her magical ability is quite weak, and thus she has never attended Hogwarts. Very few are aware of this. It does not preclude her from undertaking clerical work. This presents an excellent opportunity to extend goodwill towards the Longbottom family. Cassandra spoke eloquently, casting a glance at Cain in search of his counsel. It is indeed possible, yet presenting it without caution may startle the Lombard family. Cain pondered privately. Others may be easier to manage, but Alice Lombard is a recluse, rarely seen in public. Any reckless approach could yield adverse effects. What does it matter? Leave it to me. We girls have our own channels of communication. Cassandra patted her chest, assuring Cain not to worry. Very well, I entrust this to you. If no one else has objections, we shall proceed with these 5. Cain surveyed the room, noting the absence of dissent. Excellent. It is settled then. Cassandra, you are now responsible for communication, while also keeping a vigilant eye on each family. I must remain informed of their movements. Through this matter, Cain recognized the necessity of having a dedicated individual to navigate the intricacies among the nobility, and Cassandra was the obvious choice. It is my honor, she declared, rising to perform a noble bow, having achieved her goal for the day. I may require additional assistance. Shall you organize it yourself? I shall handle it, she replied thoughtfully. Of course, I will report to you in advance. The final decision rests with the boss. Cain nodded in agreement. By the way, you will be in 7th grade this September. Do you have confidence in securing the position of head of the student council? No one can rival Shafiq. Cassandra replied with unwavering confidence. Except for the boss, of course. Cain subtly acknowledged this. Slytherin had always excelled in seizing opportunities. In the coming 2 months, I must journey to France. Theodore, the club selection must not pause. You may collaborate with Cassandra regarding intelligence. Oaks, you must keep a close watch on the security measures in Diagon Alley. Gemma, spend more time learning business planning for Bob. As for you all, do not indulge too much at home. Summer vacation is a prime opportunity for advancement. Apart from Draco, Pansy, and Blaze, the others nodded in agreement. Cain felt a momentary headache. Although Draco, an exemplary student, would be leading the trio, it was well known that bad company drives out good. There was a high chance Draco would indulge in their frivolities. Leave it to me. I will keep an eye on them, allowing those 3 to gain some experience. Cassandra proactively took on the task of supervising the trio. These 3, like herself, hailed from prestigious pure-blood families and were no strangers to the intelligence networks among the aristocracy, making them well-suited for the task. Thus, it is a delightful decision. Cain was uncertain whether the trio was pleased, but he felt invigorated. The 3 widened their eyes dramatically, attempting to persuade Cain to retract this stern decree. Cain turned away, feigning ignorance. Cain, Draco, you have returned. Narcissa quickly called to Dobby, directing him to bring the young masters some shaved ice to cool off. Why must you venture out on such a sweltering day? Aunt, there are others present, Cain replied. Though he appreciated Narcissa's concern, he always maintained a careful demeanor in front of outsiders. Very well, you are all grown up now. Narcissa chuckled softly, concealing her mouth, as she felt the need to preserve her children's dignity. Odette, what brings you here? Cain expressed his surprise at encountering Odette in this place. I wanted to inquire about the matter we discussed last time. Have you given it any thought? Oh, what matter could it be? Narcissa interjected, her curiosity piqued. Is it perhaps a secret that must be shared between the 2 of you? She hastily set down her cup, her inquisitive gaze flitting between them. The daughter of the French Rocher family, though not quite on par with Slytherin, belonged to a notable lineage, making her a suitable match. Odette's cheeks flushed crimson, while Cain appeared somewhat bewildered. What on earth is going on? He's still just a child. His focus should be on studying diligently and striving for excellence. It pertains to my trip to France, he clarified. As I mentioned before, I intend to visit my teacher, and since Odette is also from France, it happens to be on the way. Very well. When do you depart? Narcissa inquired, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Tomorrow, Cain replied, having already arranged matters in England, allowing him to set off for France without worry. Is it so soon? Early departure means an early return, Cain reassured her. Dora, stop being lazy and quickly prepare the young masteress belongings, Narcissa urged with haste. Cain, feeling somewhat out of place, chose to silently indulge in his shaved ice. Weak and pitiable, yet still in need of sustenance,